Chapter 91. The barrage had not seen much of the world, and this was the first time they encountered such a situation. While the audience was still in a daze, and confusedly guessing the relationship between the three people in front of them, Lanlan had already shouted to the cold-faced man who appeared last and looked difficult to approach, "Dad Gu." The man looked cold, but his actions were gentle. He rubbed the little girl hair, and after a while, he said, "You've gained weight." Lanlan, puff. When others saw their daughters, who hadn't seen them for a long time, the first thing they said was that they had lost weight. This Dad Gu was honest. If she had gained weight, she had gained weight. Even if the sky fell today, Lanlan would still gain weight. Speaking of which, Lanlan did seem to have gained weight, and there was more flesh on her face. The rounder ones are cuter. Children are supposed to be chubby to look good. Let's not talk about these. Where is my personal translator? The identities of Bree's father and Gu father? Hurry up. I'm here. Bree Falconer. An economic criminal. A good fellow, who has amassed ill-gotten gains of more than 100 billion. Guling. Murder. Damn. This Gu Lung was actually a soldier before, and he brutally killed his 3 comrades. Why would a soldier kill his comrades for no reason? I know that many insiders knew about this case back then. In fact, it was not Gu Lung who killed his 3 comrades, but the 4 of them fought each other. But because Gu Lung was a 3S ability user, he won in the end, so the other 3 died. What deep hatred made them fight so hard? It has nothing to do with hatred. Remember the experiment of Principal Yufeng, the human experiment? After the first batch of deformed people appeared, they conducted the second batch of experiments. Gu Lung and the other 4 were deceived into being experimental subjects. After the injection of the drug, they lost control. When they woke up, the tragedy had already happened. Tried to be experimental subjects? Can they be deceived? Don't you have any ability to distinguish? Don't blame them. It was their superiors who received money from illegal forces and conveyed false orders to them, deceiving them that the injection was just an ordinary physical growth agent. As a result, anyway, the 4 people were innocent. Later, Gu Lung was not suitable to be a soldier. He couldn't even be an ordinary person. He would go crazy from time to time. So the superiors finally imprisoned him on the grounds that he killed 3 comrades. Damn. So sad. I finally understood that the Death Star not only detains people who have committed serious crimes, but also those unstable factors that the country cannot control. However, it is not their own fault that these people have become like this. Principal Yufeng and Father Gu are both so miserable. There is no way. The country must give priority to the safety of the lives of the majority of the people. He lives in the Death Star now, and cannot hurt you. Of course, you can feel sorry for him, and feel sorry for him. If he lives next door to you, you will only be scared and move away quickly, and blame the country for not controlling this time bomb. It is indeed the same reason. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It feels so dark when I talk about it. While the barrage was still discussing, the anchor Kai Xiaoyang finally accepted the inquiry of the Capital Star Police Department, with sweat all over his head. After hanging up the call, Kai Xiaoyang looked at his light brain that was still broadcasting live. A little dazed. This account is no longer his. When he heard the police say that what he did was illegal, he was so scared that he immediately reported the account to the police. Now whether the live broadcast can continue depends on what the above means. It's a pity that he spent a lot of money to buy a remote camera. But fortunately, the loss should be compensated by the previous rewards. It's okay. At least it didn't get into trouble. He was so afraid that he would go to jail. At the same time, on the other side, Secretary Yu also handed Kai Xiaoyang confession to the president. After reading the information briefly, the man turned his eyes away and continued to look at the live broadcast screen of the Death Star. Secretary Yu said, "Should this live broadcast be turned off? If it continues to play, it may cause bad effects. The impact is under control," the president said lightly, turned his eyes, and glanced at Secretary Yu again. "You go out." Secretary Yu didn't know what to say, so he had to leave the presidential office. After returning to his workstation, Secretary Yu thought about it, and quietly sent a message to Marshal Yi. Anyway, the day Val took those outsiders to the Black Sea, it happened to be my turn to drive the bus. And I saw it all. They drove their own starship, and Val drove Zhou Qin hovercraft to accompany them. In Jiaojiao Mother Courtyard, Bree's father let Lanlan sit on the swing, while pushing the swing for his daughter. He briefly talked about what he saw a few days ago. Lanlan's little body swung and swung. She looked up and tried to look at Bree's father, and asked curiously, "Then did everyone not come back later?" "No. I didn't see it anyway. Come and eat." The father and daughter were chatting, and Mian Chujiao had already set the dishes and chopsticks in front of the dining table in the yard. "I'm here," Bray replied. He bent down and picked up his daughter, and tapped Lanlan's little nose. He said, "Your mother Jiaju rarely cooks. Today Dad is benefiting from you." Lanlan didn't say anything. She was still thinking about the disappearance of Val's father and those foreign uncles. Mian Chujiu did cook rarely, but she was very talented in cooking. Steak and bread were placed on the table, and the sauce was taken from Jules next door. Jules loves to eat, especially edible food. He can cook it himself, so there are many different sauces in his house all year round. When Lanlan saw the sauce on the table, she pouted and turned her head to look at Jules' father's house across the street. As a result, she just happened to see Jules' father looking over here cautiously through the window. Lanlan's eyebrows immediately stood up again. Bang! Jules was so scared that he closed the window and lowered the curtains, and never dared to show his head again. What's wrong with him? Mian Chuchio cut a small piece of steak and fed it to her daughter's mouth. Lanlan opened her mouth to eat the steak, and after chewing and swallowing it, she said indignantly, "Jules' father drank while driving?" Then when Lanlan sent him home, she saw that Jules' father's house was dirty and smelly. Puff. Bray smiled. He is indeed like that. Yinli brought out the cut fruits at this time. Gulen also brought out the soup. After several people sat down, they started to chat and eat. Gulen didn't talk much, but he was very thoughtful. For example, when Mian Chuji was feeding Lanlan, he cut Mian Chujiao's steak first and put it next to her. Yinli served soup to Mian Chujiu and Lanlan. Bray helped spread the sauce on the bread. While spreading it, Bray glanced at a moth that landed nearby and suddenly asked, "Did Zhou Qin do that? Why did he suddenly do such a thing?" Others had noticed the surveillance camera a long time ago, but they didn't take it seriously and didn't say anything. Lanlan turned her head to look at the place where Bray's father pointed, but Lanlan didn't see anything. The little girl blinked her eyes. Mian Chujiu fed Lanlan another small tomato and asked casually, "Is Zhou Qin not on the Death Star recently?" Lanlan had something in her mouth and couldn't speak. She wanted to say that the warden father was on Asia Star. Then she heard Yin father say, "No." Val said before that Zhou Qin went to the starport to move supplies. Mian Chuju frowned. Val is missing now. Why hasn't he come back yet? He's back today. Isn't Lanlan back? Bray took a bite of bread, tore off another piece, and fed it to his daughter. Lanlan had just swallowed a small tomato and was about to speak when a piece of sweet and soft bread was stuffed into her mouth. Lanlan had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out of her mouth and continue to chew the bread. Didn't Lanlan say that she came back with Nuo? Then Zhou Qin must have come back too. Without him, Nuo and the others couldn't get through the defense net, Yunli said, blowing the soup cold. He put the small bowl of soup in front of his daughter and said, "Lanlan, drink the soup. Don't just eat the bread. You will choke." Lanlan puffed her lips and nodded quickly. But Bree was not happy. "Why do you have so many opinions about me feeding her bread?" "I only feed her bread because Lanlan likes to eat bread with strawberry jam." Yunli glanced at him. "I didn't say anything. I just said that bread should not be eaten too much. Why can't you eat more? Lanlan likes it. Do you need me to tell you that bread has no nutrition? Lanlan is growing up now. She should drink more soup. Bread is the staple food. Nutrient solution is the staple food." Lanlan said that bread is the staple food. She said that many people in Blue Star use bread as the staple food. "Are you from Blue Star? Then go back to Blue Star." Yunli. "Are you sick? Everyone here should be able to see who is sick." Bang! Bree stood up from his chair. It seemed that the two were about to fight. After swallowing the bread with great difficulty, Lanlan quickly said, "No. No. Don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. Daddy Yun? Daddy Buri? Lanlan likes soup and bread. Lanlan eats both. Lanlan eats both." After being interrupted, Lanlan also forgot what she was going to say before. The little girl just took a bite of the bread and drank another sip of soup. Mian Chuju didn't say anything before, mainly because there were 3 men around her, and it was inevitable that they would quarrel occasionally. She was used to it. But she couldn't hurt Lanlan. Don't be so anxious. Be careful not to choke. Mian Chujio didn't let Lanlan stuff food into her mouth. She turned her head and glanced coldly at the two childish men. Bree also felt guilty, coughed lightly, and sat back on the chair. Yunli hurriedly put another bowl of soup that had been blown cold next to Mian Chujiao's hand. Although it was noisy, it was still obvious that the three fathers doted on Jiaojia's mother, who shed tears of envy. Oh, it was me. Unfortunately, Jiaojia's mother loved Lanlan the most. Jiaojia's mother could not feed the three handsome boys, but she could feed Lanlan and wipe Lanlan's mouth. Woohoo! Jiaojia's mother loved Lanlan, and the three fathers also loved Lanlan. So rounding it off, Lanlan was the little baby loved by everyone. There were also Yufeng's father and Jules' father. They all loved Lanlan. So the question was, how many fathers and mothers did Lanlan have in the Death Star? Lanlan was not hungry originally, but because she wanted to make her parents happy, she ate a lot of food, and her little belly was already round. The little girl pouted and hugged her belly. Mian Chuji wanted to laugh when she saw this. She pinched her daughter's face and said, "When you're full, just sleep here for a while. Your father Gu cleans your room every day." Lanlan had always had the habit of taking a nap, but because she had to send Jules' father home today, Lanlan hadn't taken a nap yet. Now that she was full, Lanlan was indeed sleepy. She yawned a little and was carried into the room by Jiaojia's mother. Mian Chuju carried her daughter to the pink crib and changed her into pajamas. The camera had privacy protection, and the lens automatically turned away, so the process of the little girl changing clothes was not filmed. Soon, Lanlan lay down in the quilt, and when Mian Chuju came out, she closed the door. When she passed the corridor, she caught a glimpse of the surveillance camera. The woman stopped in front of the camera. She suddenly reached out and flicked the camera with her slender fingertips. It was just a light flick, and the lens was crooked, but it didn't fall off. The woman said softly, "Don't disturb Lanlan nap. Go out." Ah, Jiaojia's mother is so gentle. Jiaojia's mother plays with me. She has me in her heart. After careful consideration for a long time, I decided to be Jiaojia's mother-licking dog. Jiaojia's mother said, "Pack your luggage and go with you." Kai Xiaoyang has now lost the control authority of the camera. Although he also wants to listen to Jiaojia's mother and let the camera go, he can't do it. But at this time, the camera that has been handed over the authority actually turned its head and flew out honestly. Kai Xiaoyang quickly reacted that this was the cooperation of the police station. TSK. These police uncles, looking at thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually listened to the beautiful sister so much. One by one, they are not serious people. The camera flew outside and began to shoot the road and the surrounding environment. The audience was not very satisfied. The anchor is filming the parents. Why film the scenery? The scenery won't move away. And if the parents can't film it, it will be gone. Can you film the naughty scenes of adults? Shy. Cover your face. I want to see it. Naughty ass. Jiaojia's mother clothes are just a little low. The mosaic is almost covering my face. But filming these scenery is meaningless. Soon, the camera scanned the nearby geographical environment, and finally turned the camera back to the people in the audience's call. Just at this time, Mian Chujiao's optical computer rang. Shock! Prisoners also have optical computers? It's normal to have optical computers, but it should be the kind of internet optical computer that can't connect to the external network. After all, the Death Star is so big. If there is something, you can't notify every household. The prison guards will be exhausted. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a prison guard since I came to the Death Star for so long. There are no prison guards on the Death Star. Only one warden. After all, only 3S ability users can live on the Death Star. Where do so many 3S prison guards come from in the interstellar space? There are not even 2 3S generals. There is only one warden. Can he control these 3S prisoners? It seems that he manages them well. I haven't seen anyone fighting on the streets. While chatting in the bullet screen, Mian Chujiao glanced at the light brain. Then she frowned and said, "Another alien entered the Death Star." Xiaoshan said that she destroyed an alien starship. She asked me if I could bury the person to avoid being discovered by Zhou Qin. Bray casually said, "Then bury it. Remember to sink the starship into the sea and leave no traces. Yunli asked at this time, aliens? Are they sampling again? Mian Chuju went back to the room to change clothes and said, they said they were from the investigation team. And no one led the way. It should be from the inspection and investigation committee. Gu Lung came out of the kitchen at this time. He walked into the room and skillfully zipped up Mian Chujiao's skirt after she changed it. Mian Chujiao kissed the man on the face and went to the dressing table in the bathroom to choose a lipstick and earrings that matched her clothes today. After packing up, she said, let's go. Let's go take a look together and help Xiaoshan bury the body. How could they talk about such a terrible thing as burying a body so casually? The investigation team is the one that investigated the missing researchers? Have they gone in? Why is there no one to lead the way? Aren't they dead now? Fuck. These prisoners are so skilled at killing and burying bodies. They didn't really kill the researchers before. Did they? But when the researchers came before, wasn't there a man named Val who led the way? Wouldn't they be harmed if someone led the way? That's hard to say. This is the vicious Death Star. Don't think that these parents, who look kind and benevolent, are really sweet. They are just pretending to be good in front of Lanlan. Look! Lanlan took a nap, and they went to bury the body right after. Lanlan. In the fatal training ground. She saved everyone she saw. But her parents killed everyone they saw. This is too different. How did a group of devils raise an angel? Help! The camera obviously knew that the safety of the investigation team members was very important. The moth carefully attached to Mian Chujiao hovercraft. The hovercraft flew into the sky in Bree's hand. Because the speed was too fast, the camera was almost thrown away by the wind. Sure enough, there are no traffic rules on the Death Star. This is too fast. Spitting out blood from her throat again, Yi Ling looked at the woman in front of her who had snatched her weapon and was looking at the 3S laser gun with satisfaction. Her face was very ugly. In her military career, Yi Ling had never been as embarrassed as today. One move. Just one move. He was knocked down by the woman in front of him with just one move with bare hands. The mecha Count resisted most of the damage for him. Otherwise he would probably be dead now. At this moment, the sound of the engine of the hovercraft came from behind. Yi Ling subconsciously looked towards the sound. And the woman in front of him also looked over. The hovercraft landed. The door opened. And inside, a delicate woman in a long skirt walked down. Juju. The woman who attacked Yi Ling before turned around and ran towards the woman in the long skirt. Just as she was about to throw herself into the woman's arms, her forehead was pushed back by a man palm. The woman staggered and almost fell down. She stamped her feet in displeasure. Brother. Yuli didn't bother to care about his sister Yinshan. He glanced at the damaged starship over there, and the boy standing in front of the starship, wearing a 3S mecha and trying his best to protect the starship. He raised his eyebrows. These are the ones. Outsiders? Yushan rubbed his forehead and muttered, it's them. I stopped them and asked them who they were and where they came from. They were so good. Guess what they said? Yuli was displeased. No matter what you say, you can't just do it directly. That's right. It's always wrong to do it directly. Yunshan snorted. They said, prisoner number 1120 Yunshan. Now order you to hold your head with your hands. Squat on the side of the road. And accept questioning. Yunli, Barrage, I'm a little bit bad at speaking. Yunli was silent for a while. And said, so rude. Then kill them. We've brought the tools to bury the bodies anyway. Yunshan smiled brightly. Okay. Brother. Mian Chuju patted Yunli at this time. Don't teach your sister bad things. Woo woo. Jiao mother is really the kindest. Mian Chuju said, just feed the beasts. On the way here just now, I suddenly thought that Sophia Fire Wolves had eaten very little since Lanlan left. Give them some extra food. It's just right. We don't have to dig the soil and damage the environment. And their bodies won't be wasted. Jiao mother. Do you want to hear what you are saying? You are quite environmentally friendly. Right. Yi Ling, on the other hand, suddenly heard a familiar name. And he was stunned. And then blurted out, Lanlan. The parents who were discussing how to destroy the bodies of these outsiders immediately looked at him when they heard the words. Yi Ling frowned. And after a while, he muttered again, Sophia? Sophia mother? Sophia mother. Isn't she the mother that Lanlan said she would give a volcanic mud mask to? Yi Ling was still a little dazed. But several parents narrowed their eyes suddenly. Yunshan chuckled, it seems that I hit them. And I really hit them. He knows Lanlan. So he must die. Hiding Lanlan identity is the consensus of all parents. Yi Ling was startled and immediately took a fighting posture. Fool! What are you posing for? Tell me you know Lanlan. Tell me now. Yi Ling didn't want to say it. But he didn't figure out how these people knew Lanlan. Before he could determine the exact relationship between these people and Lanlan, he didn't dare to involve Lanlan. At this moment, the woman on the opposite side had already rushed forward quickly. Yun Shan was not unarmed. She was wearing gloves. This energy glove could condense her mental power, allowing her to punch with a speed and power that broke through the limit. Yi Ling saw the fist coming and wanted to avoid it immediately. But the opponent was much higher than him. With a bang, the energy cabin of the Mecha Earl was broken. The next second, countless mutant air surrounded Yi Ling. Yun Shan chuckled and was about to throw a second punch. Swish. But at this moment, an energy cannon flew towards her. Yun Shan stepped back subconsciously and saw a strange private starship in the sky, swooping down at the speed of light. The private starship quickly protected Yi Ling. Yun Shan raised his eyebrows and pinched his joints. Another outsider? In the private starship that had stopped, a young man in black, without wearing any protection, slowly walked into the turbid and suffocating mutant air of the Death Star. Yun Shan, Mian Chuju, Gu Lung, Yunli, and Buri looked at the young man indifferently. He is a 3S kid. But, so what? Killing such a child is just like crushing an ant. Yun Shan clenched his fists and was about to take action again. But he saw 3 robot servants behind the boy, carrying large and small bags. Coming down. Several parents. 2 minutes later. Densely packed bags were piled on the ground. Several parents looked at each other. Mian Chujiao sneered. What? Shirshu said, gift. Then he pursed his lips again. A gift for uncles and aunts. Several parents. Oh! This child is quite polite. Yi Ling, who is dying in the private starship. They want to kill me. And you still give them gifts. Are you polite? Chapter 92. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became subtle. There were so many gifts on the ground that Yun Shan, who was simple-minded and strong-limbed, was a little overwhelmed. Yun Shan turned her head to look at her eldest brother, then at her eldest sister-in-law, and then at her sister-in-law's other 2 boyfriends. Seeing that everyone had a dull expression, Yun Shan coughed lightly and still didn't give these outsiders a good face. Don't think that you can buy us off with a little favor. Who are you? Who is your aunt? Shirshu's eyelids drooped slightly, and his attitude was always polite. Shirshu, your daughter friend. Yun Shan took a half step back and quietly asked her eldest brother, Brother, who is your daughter? Yunli knocked his sister's head. Shut up. Yun Shan, Yunli looked up and down at the boy in front of him. After a while, he raised his eyebrows. You said you know my daughter? Do you know how old my daughter is this year? 4 years old. The boy replied. Yunli narrowed his eyes. What's my daughter name? Lanlan. Yi Ling in the private starship suddenly grabbed the handrail of the bulkhead. He forced himself to stand up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at the prince outside in disbelief. At the same time, in the investigation team starship whose energy cabin had been damaged and could only rely on backup energy to protect itself, several members of the investigation team also changed their faces. When they saw the prince appear, they were shocked. But now? What is the prince talking about? Lanlan? That little girl? But isn't that little girl the daughter of the violent god? Shirshu? Gu Ling suddenly spoke at this time. The surname Shur is not common in the Interstellar. Which Shur? Shirshu looked at the man, his tone still respectful. Sure of time. What is your relationship with the current president? Father and son. Yun Shan was shocked. Are you the president, father? Shirshu, Bullet screen, Yunli looked at his sister again, and his expression clearly said, Didn't I tell you to shut up? Yun Shan muttered, Just a joke. Mian Chuju asked at this time, How do you know Lanlan? Shirshu hesitated. She helped me. Speaking of this, Shirshu turned back and glanced at the 2 starships behind him. Please let them leave. Okay. The backup energy of the investigation team starship can't last too long. Yi Ling has been attacked by the mutant air. They must leave immediately. If they delay any longer, they will surely die. Bree chuckled, with a leisurely expression, after showing off on the Death Star. You still want to retreat unscathed? What? Is the Death Star your backyard? You can come and go as you please? Shu lowered his eyes. They didn't mean it. What's the difference between intentional and unintentional? Mian Chujia raised her eyebrows slightly. Little friend. You are still good. Auntie can give you face and not kill you. But they are asking for trouble. Your daughter will not want to see them die. Shu's eyes also showed some sharpness at this time. Mian Chujia narrowed her eyes. And the next second, she saw a northern light passing by in front of her. When everyone came to their senses, Shu had actually retreated a big step. And then, he actually spit out a mouthful of blood. Not far in front of him, Gu Long was standing there with a cold expression. And at the same time, he slowly put down his right hand. What's going on? What's going on? What happened? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything either. I thought I didn't blink. I quickly replayed it, but still didn't see anything. I slowed it down 68 times, and finally saw it clearly. It was Father Gu who suddenly stepped forward to strangle the prince's neck. The prince quickly dodged it. And then Father Gu slapped the prince's chest with a palm. The prince couldn't avoid it, and flew far away. Vomiting blood. Is this the power of a 3S ability user? So many things can happen in 0.1 seconds. What kind of speed is this? The prince's strength seems very strong in the fatal training ground. But he was actually beaten to vomit blood by Gu Daddy's palm. And just now, Major Yiling 3's mecha was actually blown up by Yun Daddy's sister with one punch. What the hell? What a bunch of perverts. Major Yiling is only a 2's ability user. Although the prince is a 3's ability user. He is a new generation after all. And he has suffered a great loss in combat experience. The highest intensity training that the prince has ever undergone is probably the few months in the fatal training ground. But the intensity of the fatal training ground, in the eyes of these big guys, is probably not even kindergarten level. While the barrage was full of exclamations, Shu's face had changed drastically. The boy has always been serious. In the training ground, no matter how badly he was injured or how many strange beasts he was besieged by, he could always keep himself and still have spare strength. But now, the feeling of his sternum faintly shattering made large patches of cold sweat appear on his back. And his mental power. It seems that his mental power was also hit by this palm, which made it a little unstable. Little boy, are you still talking nonsense now? Mian Chujia spoke slowly at this time. Shu raised his eyes and looked at the people in front of him with deep eyes. Mian Chujia's tone was soft, as if she was really a gentle and considerate good mother. But what she said was extremely cold. Don't think that you can use Lanlan to threaten us just because you say you know Lanlan. Do you really think that the son of the president has privileges? I tell you, even if your father comes today, you have to keep your tail between your legs. Ah! Jiao mother is so scary. Jiao mother is no longer the Jiao mother half an hour ago. I almost don't recognize Jiao mother. Prince, please don't say anything. Don't provoke them. They will really kill you. They are lawless. There are many people. And you are still in their territory. You really can't afford to provoke them. Shu endured. He gritted his teeth, feeling the sweet taste that was about to flow out of his throat. But his attitude was still tough. Please, let them go. Leave. Buri spread his hands. Why? They are public officials. Shu stared at the few people with cold eyes. Killing them is very troublesome. Yun Shan was tired of listening. She scratched her ears. How troublesome. Are you going to execute us? Sure. Come on. Shu pursed his bloody lips. You openly attack public officials. And your social credibility will be reduced again. The scene was silent at first. Then, ha ha ha. Bray suddenly laughed out loud. You are a very interesting kid. Social credibility? Ha ha ha. Puff. Sorry. I know I shouldn't laugh in this situation. But I couldn't help it. Ah. Prince, do you want to listen to what you are saying? They are not afraid of death. Do you think they are afraid of a reduction in social credibility? What is social credibility? Can it be eaten? Did the prince get stupid by that slap? It's over. It's over. It looks like he really got stupid. Not only did the parents and the comments think it was ridiculous, but Yi Ling, who was listening to the whole thing, also pressed his forehead. Shu, what are you talking about? What? What social reputation? What the hell is that? You are talking about social reputation with death row prisoners? How can they have any social reputation at all? Your social reputation is currently 0, but not negative. Cough cough. Shu coughed lightly. He pressed his chest, his mental power slowly repairing his broken sternum. The Education Bureau stipulates, if parents' social reputation is negative, their children will not have the right to receive public education. That is to say, Shu continued to stare at the people in front of him. Your social reputation is too low. Your daughter will not be able to go to school in the future. For a moment, the world seemed to be still. Bray, who was laughing wildly just now, had his smile frozen on his face. Yiling, who was still covering his head at the back, suddenly raised his head. The investigation team members and the investigation team Starship thought they had heard it wrong. And the barrage. The barrage was silent for half a second. The overwhelming question marks flooded the entire screen. Fuck. A road never imagined. So is this true? The Education Bureau really has such a rule? Parents' social credit is too low, so their children cannot go to school? I searched the Star Network. Help. It really exists. The social credit of ordinary people is 100. If the social credit is less than 60, they will not be able to get a loan. If the social credit is less than 30, the signature will not have legal effect. If the social credit is negative, not only will they no longer enjoy any interstellar citizen rights, but their children's education, medical care, employment, etc. will also be affected. So now the question is, will the parents kill these people in the investigation team? If they kill them, Lanlan will not be able to study in the future. After a short period of mental recovery, Shu injuries had improved a little. He put down his hand covering his chest, pursed his lips, and slowly said, if you are willing to let them go, they may be able to help Lanlan future enrollment. While speaking, the speaker of the investigation team Starship suddenly sounded, and the voice of the investigation team leader, Guanxi, who had a somewhat dry voice, came out. I know the person in charge of the Capital Star Education Bureau. If you need it, I can reserve a place for you in the first public elementary school in the star system. Several parents were silent. Guanxi said again, tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived. Single dormitories are arranged, and candies are distributed before lunch break every day. And you can choose any flavor. Guling suddenly said after a long silence, she can't eat too much candy. It's bad for her teeth. Guanxi said very politely, then don't give out candy. Mian Chuju said, but she will be sad to see that others have it and she doesn't. Guanxi said, then cancel the candy for others. Bree said, will it make us look overbearing? My baby doesn't like to be overbearing. She will be unhappy if she knows that she caused others to have no candy. Guanxi said, then cancel the candy activity a year before she enters school, so it won't seem that the rule is changed for her. Yunli said, but it's okay to eat candy occasionally. Children like to eat, and we can't always deny her. Guanxi said, then give it out once a week. Yun Shan said, she likes strawberry-flavored candy and mango-flavored candy. Guanxi said, strawberry and mango-flavored candies are distributed to the whole school. Mian Chuju said, besides these, what about the usual meals? Her nutrient solution must be specially prepared by nutrition experts. Oh, by the way, don't fool her with mass-produced nutrient solution. She must eat handmade nutrient solution made from 3S, fruits and vegetables. And each meal must have a different taste. She will get tired of the same taste, and will suffer from anorexia. Guanxi, ? 3S, fruits and vegetables? Mian Chujio was unhappy. You can't even meet this requirement? This kind of school is also considered the best in the galaxy? Xiaoshan. Do it. Yunshan was about to step forward immediately. Guanxi had no choice but to grit his teeth and change his words. Okay. I buy her food at my own expense. Yunli said slowly, actually, what the school eats and drinks is secondary. The key is to have good educational resources and high-quality teachers. At least they must be experts and professors from the Capital Research Institute. And teach in person. Guanxi, ? Bray added, those who have won the Interstellar Scientific Research Contribution Award will be given priority. Those who have been selected as the top 10 interstellar outstanding talents will be given priority. And what else? Oh, by the way, she likes to sing. And the interest class must be arranged for a 3S level performer to teach her. Can these basic requirements be met? Guanxi, ? The scene fell into a dead silence. Not only did the head of the investigation team stop talking, but Shu and Yiling were also silent. The expressions of the parents didn't even look like they were joking. Is there a possibility that they really weren't joking? Are the people in the investigation team thinking that if they had known the price of saving their lives would be so high, they would have just rotted in the Death Star? I'm afraid even the prince hasn't enjoyed such an elementary school. But what can I do? I actually think Lanlan deserves it. Sorry. I've become a mommy. To be honest, I also think Lanlan deserves it. Lanlan is only 4 years old and already has a 3S ability. She is the only genius seedling in the Interstellar for thousands of years who is expected to have a mental power of more than 3S. Is it reasonable not to give her the best education? Hey, thinking about it this way, the suggestions of the parents are all reasonable. Shouldn't such educational resources be standard for Lanlan? What are the people in the investigation team hesitating about? It's over. The audience in this live broadcast room has gone crazy. Okay. Finally. It was Shu who agreed. The parents immediately looked at the young man. After all, he is the president's son. So he should keep his word. Right? Chuji nodded. Then you arrange someone to go out and get the student status certificate, contract and so on. All done first. Although we may not choose the primary school you mentioned. We will have one more candidate. Once it is done, we will let the others go. As she said, Chuji glanced at Yun-shan, Shao-shan. Go and choose someone. Yun-shan walked into the starship of the investigation team with a sneer on her face. After a while, she stuck her head out. I have chosen. As she said, she was about to pull out a grassroots staff member with a blue face. The staff member was trembling with fear, fearing that he would come into contact with the outside air and die on the spot. Yun-shan was just trying to scare him. And when she scared him, she threw the staff member away with disgust and said to Shu, get him out. Yiling gritted her teeth and said, if only one person is allowed to go, the others won't be able to stay in the starship for too long. Yun-shan smacked her lips. There will be a place for you to stay. Don't worry. I guarantee that you will not die before he comes back. In the end, the staff member, who was not sure whether he was lucky or unlucky, just sat on the prince's private starship and left the Death Star trembling, until the private starship gradually disappeared. Chuji sat back in her own hovercraft. Yunli and Yun-shan stayed to deal with these outsiders. Chuji hooked her finger and said to Shu, you. Shu pursed his lips and looked at him. Bring your gift and follow me. Mom. After only an hour of nap, Lanlan woke up and found that there was no one around her. Jiao's mother was not there. The little girl mumbled something vaguely. Then she lifted the quilt, stepped on the soft carpet with her little feet, walked to the door and opened it. The room was dark, but it was bright outside. There was no transition between dark and bright, and Lanlan's eyes were immediately stimulated by the light outside. The little girl raised her hand to rub her eyes, because she had just woken up. She was still a little confused. She looked outside in a daze. The next second, Lanlan suddenly found something. The figure walking around in the hall, as if moving bags, looked so familiar. Lanlan looked at it blankly, and finally looked hard. After a while, the little girl shouted, "Ah, big brother!" Shu moved the last gift bag from the floating car outside into the hall. And at this moment, in the corridor on the right, a familiar and sweet little girl cry suddenly came. As soon as Shu turned around, the little girl in pajamas, like a small cannonball, rushed over. And then, Shu's waist was hugged. Chuji was trying on the new earrings given by the boy. Through the mirror in the hall, she watched her daughter run into the arms of another bad boy for no apparent reason. Chuji narrowed her eyes, put down the earrings, crossed her arms, and turned around. Bree came in from outside, frowned when he saw this, and directly pulled his daughter out of the boy's arms. He hugged his daughter and looked at the boy with vigilance. Gu Lung was the last one to come in. He looked unfriendly. You and Lanlan, are you familiar with each other? He said he was Lanlan's friend, but he didn't expect that Lanlan would hug him when she saw him. Shu stood still. His attitude returned to the respectful attitude when facing his friend's parents. We are familiar with each other. Lanlan was trapped in the arms of Bree's father. She twisted and turned, and tried hard to look at the big brother, and then asked, Big brother, did you come to find Lanlan because you saw Lanlan note? I'm sorry, big brother. Lanlan left too quickly that day and left without saying hello to big brother. But Lanlan left a note for Big Brother. And it was Grandpa who showed the note to Big Brother. So Big Brother knew that Lanlan had returned home. So he came to find Lanlan at home. Shu, who didn't receive any note at all, thinking of. In the Dark Star Manor. The old man who didn't look very good to him. The boy was silent for a while, but finally nodded under the inquiring gaze of the little girl and her 3 parents. Yeah. Lanlan was very surprised. She hugged the neck of Bree's father and quickly introduced to Bree's father, Gu father and Jiao Jiao mother, mom and dad. Big Brother is Lanlan very good friend. He came to play with Lanlan. Lanlan wants to play with Big Brother. Mian Chujiao glanced at the boy with cold eyes, and then gently touched her daughter's nose and said, okay. Lanlan wants to play with Brother. So let Brother stay and play with Lanlan. The little girl was very happy and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah. 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 But thinking of something. The little girl said, but now is not. While playing, Val's father and Muyu father disappeared. And Lanlan had to go to the Black Sea to find Val's father first. Well, it's late. Lanlan has to go now. And then Lanlan has to come back before night. Because Lanlan promised Maple Leaf's father that she would go to Maple Leaf's father's house to sleep at night. Gulung frowned at this time. Muyu disappeared? Bray was also surprised. When did Muyu disappear? Isn't it only Val who disappeared? The little girl scratched her head. It was Inno's father who said that. Inno's father said that he would go to find Muyu's father and Val's father and let Lanlan go home by herself. Lanlan was going to go home. But Lanlan met Jules' father. And then heard from Bray's father that Val's father disappeared at the beach. So Lanlan wanted to go to the beach to find Val's father. Lan was going to the beach after dinner. But she ate too much and was too sleepy. Now that she was awake, she had to go to the beach quickly, or it would be dark. Bray, Gu Lung, and Mian Chujiao looked at each other. After a while, Bray said, then Lanlan should change her clothes quickly. You can't go to see your dad Val in pajamas. Right? Lanlan looked down at her pink piggy pajamas. Mian Chujiao smiled and hugged her daughter, saying, Mom will change for you. Until the mother and daughter entered the room. Bray changed his soft voice to his daughter. He squinted at Shu and said, you will accompany Lanlan to the Black Sea later. On the way, find a reason to take her to other places. It doesn't matter where you take her. In short, don't let her really go to the Black Sea. Shu said nothing. Did you hear that? Bray frowned. Shu finally said, okay. Gulung said, if you don't give her a means of transportation, she won't be able to reach the Black Sea tomorrow. Bray was stunned, thinking that this was the truth, and said to Shu, that's fine. You just play with her. You can go anywhere. They asked the boy to come with them. Not only to confirm his relationship with Lanlan, but also because Lanlan didn't have any playmates of the same age. So it would be good to have more playmates. After a while, Lanlan came out after changing her clothes. As soon as she came out, she pulled her big brother outside. The 3 adults were very reasonable and let the 2 children go wherever they wanted to play. Anyway, there was no one in the Death Star who didn't know Lanlan. So it was okay for Lanlan to go anywhere. That's it. Mian Chujiao suddenly thought of something and asked, did you remind the kid not to mention those outsiders in front of Lanlan? Gulung and Bree were stunned for a moment. But then Bree said, it's okay to mention it. He has no evidence. Yunli and Yunshan threw those outsiders into the temporary space capsule. Not to mention that the kid didn't know where the temporary space capsule was. Even Lanlan didn't know where the temporary space capsule was. She always thought it was a utility room. Mian Chujiao thought so too. So she didn't say much. Half an hour later, Lanlan drove her little golden dragon mecha and flew above the temporary space capsule. The little golden dragon was carrying the big brother on its back. Lanlan poked her head out of the little golden dragon and asked the big brother, you said that Brother Zero isn't here? Is it true? Shu raised his left hand. He has my Earl on him. The optical brain can't be wrong. The little girl pouted, but Lanlan parents will not hurt Brother Zero. Parents are very good people. Shu nodded. No one hurt him. He accidentally inhaled the mutated air. Brought you here. Just want you to see if his condition is serious. After all, the little girl parents only promised that the investigation team would not die, and did not promise to treat Yiling. Lanlan muttered, Brother Zero is too careless. How did he breathe in the bad air? I don't know where he breathed in the bad air. Was it a very bad place? Is your home considered bad? The boy pursed his lips and lied. I don't know. Lanlan sighed. Then Big Brother. Sit down. Lanlan is about to land. Chapter 93. The environmental problems of the Death Star need to be solved. The Empire has not completely given up on the Death Star. From time to time, some so-called new products that can purify the mutated air are sent to the Death Star for trial use. The place where these purification products are placed is the temporary space capsule. Because the shell materials of the purification products are all ordinary metals, they may be corroded by the air if placed in ordinary places. So a temporary space capsule was built to store these broken copper and iron. Because the function of this space capsule is similar to that of a utility room for ordinary supplies. Lanlan has always thought that this is also a utility room since she was a child. The temporary space capsule was built at the foot of a mountain in a remote area. From this construction location, it can be seen how perfunctory Zhou Qin's attitude towards these garbage purification products is. After Lanlan put away her little golden dragon mecha, she walked to the electronic lock at the door of the space capsule and tried to tiptoe. Lanlan facial recognition can open the locks anywhere in the Death Star. But I can't reach it. I can't reach it. I still can't reach it. Lanlan's toes were stretched straight, but they were still not as high as the electronic lock. So there was no way for the electronic lock to scan her face. Shu saw this and curled his lips slightly. He stepped forward and picked up the little girl. Finally, the electronic lock locked onto the little girl's facial features. And with a click, the space cabin door opened. Push open the heavy door. Creaky. The iron door made an unpleasant sound. But it was pitch black inside. There was no one. Only a lot of discarded iron cans piled together. Lanlan blinked her eyes. She looked up at Brother Shu and asked, Big Brother, is Brother Zero really in there? Shu glanced at his light brain. The light brain showed that the distance between Earl and him was less than 500 meters. Further inside, Shu said, holding the little girl's hand. And the two walked into the depths of the space cabin. On the investigation team side, it was not people who were thrown into the space cabin, but the entire starship was thrown into the space cabin. They were thrown into the innermost part of the space capsule. The outer space capsule was pitch black, so they stayed in the starship. But the starship's energy was almost exhausted. How long can the treatment cabin last? In the outer cabin, the person in charge asked. A staff member looked very bad and said, it can last for 2 hours at most. If the treatment cabin is not opened, the starship's backup energy is enough for us to stay for a day. But the treatment cabin consumes too much energy. Guanxi was silent for a while and asked again, how is Major Yiling now? The staff shook his head. The treatment cabin is still not effective, and his health is still slowly decreasing. Obviously, the treatment cabin cannot cure diseases such as infection by the mutated air of the Death Star. But lying in the treatment cabin is at least better than not lying in the small cabin, because the current situation is unclear. All the members of the investigation team fell silent. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, a staff member encouraged them, everyone cheer up. Signing the documents and treaties will be quick. Those who go out will tell the people outside about our situation. And the Capital Star will communicate quickly with the primary school. This process will take at most 2 hours. Maybe before dark. He will come back with the documents. And we can leave. The problem is, we are not here to leave. We are here to investigate the missing experts of the Research Institute. Another staff member retorted. The previous staff member was stunned. Guanxi also said at this time, yes. We are a special investigation team. Our mission is to investigate the truth. Even if we go out today, we have to come back tomorrow. What we need is not to be rescued, but to get in touch with the Warden of the Death Star. Only with his support can we conduct an in-depth investigation on the Death Star. But we can't contact the Warden of the Death Star. Is he missing too? In fact, it is not impossible. It is understood that those researchers were led by a prisoner named Val to the sampling site. When they reported it later, 3 of the researchers had been confirmed dead on the beach. As the warden in charge of the Death Star, he must have known about this matter. So will he personally investigate it? Now that the warden cannot be contacted, it is very likely that the warden also had an accident during the investigation. Bang! Several people were having a small meeting, and the hatch next to them was suddenly opened. The staff responsible for taking care of Major Yiling in the medical room said anxiously, no, it's not good. Major Yiling has apnea. Everyone immediately got up and ran into the medical room. After entering, I saw on the monitor connected to the treatment cabin that Major Yiling health value had dropped to 12 points. It was 50 points before, but it suddenly dropped to 12. It seems that the situation has worsened. Everyone looked very bad. Increase the dosage. At the critical moment, Guanxi said, "Where are the emergency medicines?" "There are 3 bottles." "Put them all in." 2 bottles have been put in. No improvement. "Put the last bottle in." Dong dong dong. The last bottle of emergency medicine was put into the treatment cabin transmission pipeline. But on the display, Major Yiling health value was still decreasing. Team leader, what should we do? Dong dong dong. Who among you knows medicine? Do you have any other emergency methods? This is Marshal Yi-sun. Dong dong dong. Why don't we go find those prisoners? Didn't they promise to help us? Before they come back, they will make sure that none of us will die. Who will go to look for them? We are locked in a sealed space capsule. There is no light outside. How can we contact them? They are all gone. Should we go out to look for them? How to get out? Who can get out? What should we do? Should we just watch Major Yiling die? Where's the optical computer? Take it out and record the video. At least we have to prove that we didn't kill him. Knock. 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 Who is it? Knock. 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 It's so annoying. In the messy medical room, everyone was in a bad mood. And some people kept knocking on the table regardless of the occasion. A staff member who was annoyed by the knocking sound suddenly roared. And then the whole treatment room suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at each other. And 2 seconds later, knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. But it came from outside. It's a knock on the door. The prisoners are back. The devil that was avoided before has now become a living bodhisattva that no one can wait for. Everyone immediately rushed out to open the door. The starship door opened. And outside, the 4-year-old little bean was still holding the knock gesture. And the little girl stood there with a confused look on her face. Beside the little girl, a lonely and cold boy in black was holding her hand. Guanxi looked at Lanlan in front of him. And then looked at the prince. His pupils dilated rapidly because of shock. Shu didn't waste any words and asked directly, "How is Yiling?" Guanxi came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "The situation is very bad." Shu frowned. And Lanlan was also shocked. Is Brother Zero not well? Guanxi looked at the little girl and shook his head. The health value has almost dropped below 10 points. Shu said nothing more, and took the little girl to the treatment room quickly. As soon as he entered the treatment room, Lanlan saw Brother Zero lying in the treatment cabin at a glance. Lanlan knew the treatment cabin, because there was a treatment cabin in Val's father clinic, and Lanlan could also look at the display screen, seeing that Brother Zero's health value had stopped at 11 points. The little girl's round cheeks suddenly stiffened. Lanlan walked to the side of the treatment cabin. She wanted to check Brother Zero's condition, but the treatment cabin was too high and she was too short. She could only tiptoe and tried hard to reach the edge of the treatment cabin. Lanlan climbed the edge and tried hard to touch inside with her little hand. But she couldn't touch Brother Zero's hand. Shu brought a chair over from the side and asked the little girl to sit on it. Then took Yiling's hand out of the treatment cabin and gave it to her. Lanlan finally hugged Brother Zero's hand. She felt his pulse. Then leaned forward and flipped Brother Zero's eyelids. Then she frowned and touched Brother Zero's chest again, listening to the heartbeat in her chest. Lanlan pursed her lips and said, "Brother Zero seems to have the same disease as Fei Fei." Shu said. "Fei Fei?" Lanlan nodded. Fei Fei is a little piglet living in the mountains. When it first came to the Death Star, it was also like this. It was in pain, and its heart beat very slowly, as if it was about to die. Then Lanlan took care of it every day and fed it. After a few days, it got better by itself. Now it still lives in the mountains. By the way, it is on the mountain behind this utility room. Can it get better by itself? Major Yiling was infected by the mutated air. Even emergency medicine can't save him. How can he get better by himself? A member of the investigation team couldn't help but blurt out. He thought that this little girl would use her magical acupuncture method. But she was talking nonsense. If the people who inhaled the air of the Death Star could get better on their own, the Death Star would not be a forbidden interstellar place. Lanlan turned her head and looked at the strange uncle. She frowned, but Lanlan didn't lie. Fei Fei got better on her own. The staff member was about to say, How can people and pigs be the same? The person next to him pulled him and told him not to meddle in other people's business. The prince is here. The staff member had to shut up reluctantly. At this time, Lanlan took out a bottle of nutrient solution from her pocket. This was what Jiao Jiao mother filled for Lanlan when she just went out. Jiao Jiao mother also put some other snacks in Lanlan pocket. Lanlan opened the small bottle of nutrient solution for children. And she muttered, "How about letting Brother Zero eat something first?" Thinking that Feifei would get better after eating. Lanlan felt that Brother Zero should be a little better after eating. Right? Guanxi winked at his subordinates and asked them to take the nutrient solution and feed it to Major Yiling. But the prince suddenly said, "You feed it." He said it to the little girl. Lanlan looked at Brother Shishu. And she didn't think it was a big deal. She nodded, and then tried to get closer, holding Brother Zero's head with one hand, and feeding Brother Zero with the other hand. Because Lanlan had taken care of the injured Brother Zero in this way when she was in the forest. Lanlan fed him smoothly. No one said anything at the scene. But the barrage started to quarrel. What does the prince mean by this? Why doesn't he let others feed Major Yiling? Lanlan is so young. How can he feed her? And he doesn't let others get involved. Does he want Major Yiling to die so that he can put all the blame on Lanlan? The prince can't be such a person. He has always been very good to Lanlan. What is he doing now? Lanlan's hand that is supporting Major Yiling's head is shaking. Didn't he see that? He doesn't even go to help. Fuck. He's dead. But the prince obviously likes Lanlan very much. Like her ass. Facts speak louder than words. You can't see such a big live broadcast. While the barrage was noisy, the nutrient liquid slowly flowed into Yiling's pale and colorless lips. Shishu certainly saw that the little girl was struggling to feed. But he couldn't help. The boy's eyes sank slightly. He looked ahead. The little girl dragged the little hand behind Yiling's head, and saw a little bit of inconspicuous white airflow in the palm of her hand, passing through that hand, and into Yiling's cerebral cortex. This is the energy release that only 3S ability users can see. Just like before in the fatal training ground. She used this method to turn those ordinary herbs into 3S herbs. The little piglet can't get better on its own. After hearing the little girl say that the little piglet will get better on its own, Shishu guessed that she should use this method. Drip, 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 on the display screen next to him. As the little girl energy was transmitted more and more, Yiling life value had increased from 12 to 40. The members of the investigation team suddenly widened their eyes. The barrage was also shocked. Shit. Is he really getting better slowly? It definitely didn't get better on its own. It was obviously the nutrient solution that did it. There must be some healing agent in this nutrient solution. Do you remember what Jiao Jiao mother and the others said before? That the nutrient solution that Lanlan ate at home was handmade nutrient solution made from 3S fruits and vegetables. 3S fruits and vegetables. What Major Yiling is eating now is not nutrient solution. He is eating 3S fruits and vegetables. The vitality energy of 3S food is enough to pull him back from the gates of hell. Wow. I also want to eat 3S fruits and vegetables. But speaking of it, the environment in the Death Star is much richer than I imagined. I thought the Death Star was a barren planet before. But when I looked at it, there were green plants everywhere. Everywhere. 3S green plants. Yes. Looking at it this way, the 3S vegetation in the entire galaxy combined is probably not as much as the 3S vegetation in a flower garden on the Death Star. Right? So, the Death Star may be the largest 3S vegetation planting site in the galaxy? Did the government people ever think of picking the vegetation and selling it? What you can think of. Can the government not think of it? These 3S vegetation grew up in a mutated environment. Probably not normal 3S vegetation? I'm afraid there will be some side effects. Is Major Yiling okay after eating it? His health value is returned. So it should be okay. Lanlan also eats this. Yiling health value is returned to more than 60. But he has not woken up yet. Shishu observed the little girl expression, and saw that she was not tired or uncomfortable after transmitting energy. Just like she did not feel uncomfortable after changing the quality of the herbs in the fatal training ground. While he was relieved, Shishu calmed down again. So where did this child magical ability come from? Lanlan put the empty nutrient solution bottle aside. She touched Brother Zero's pulse again, and then said happily, Brother Zero's heartbeat has returned to normal. The people in the investigation team looked at each other. And after a while, Guanxi suddenly said, "Hello, Lanlan. My last name is Guan. You can call me Uncle Guan." Lanlan looked at this strange uncle. She bit her lip, and still called him obediently, Uncle. Guanxi smiled, although it's a bit presumptuous. But with that kind of nutrient solution, you can. No. As if he had guessed what the team leader Guan was going to say. Shu directly refused with a cold tone. Guanxi was stunned and looked at the prince. Shu picked up Lanlan and said calmly, "Take good care of Yuling." After that, he took the little girl and left. Guanxi immediately winked, and his men hurriedly chased out, but found that because the space capsule outside the starship was pitch black, he couldn't see which direction the two were going. The men came back to report in disgrace. Guanxi didn't say anything, but only looked at the empty nutrient solution bottle that the little girl put next to him. There were still 2 or 3 drops of nutrient solution in the bottle. He screwed the bottle and planned to take it back for testing. The boy took the little girl out of the space capsule and closed the door again. There was finally light outside. Lanlan was held by her big brother hand. The little girl didn't know why the big brother seemed angry. She pouted, "Big brother, did Lanlan do something wrong?" The boy was stunned. He lowered his eyes and looked into the little girl's clear and pure black eyes. After a while, he raised his hand and rubbed her head. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's all someone else's fault." Lanlan blinked, not quite understanding. Shu exhaled and was about to say something else, when suddenly, he glanced out of the corner of his eye. The boy's dark pupil shrank suddenly. He looked up and saw a giant alien pig with 4 wings, black body, and hard hair standing there silently on the roof of the temporary space capsule. I don't know how long it has been standing there. The barrage also saw the giant pig at this time. Fuck. Why is there a pig on the roof? When did such a big pig get here? It has wings. What kind of beast is this? It looks so scary. This is a 3S flying pig. Help. Isn't the 3S flying pig extinct? There is still one in the Death Star. The flying pig is too big. It should have been standing on the roof for a while. When it saw people coming out, it slowly stood up. It has a broad body and 2 sharp fangs in front of its mouth, which are thicker than the arms of a normal child. It slowly shook its 4 huge wings, and its pair of pure black animal eyes stared gloomily at the 2 humans below. Shu looked at the 3S flying pig, and a strong sense of oppression came over him. This was the first time Shu really faced a 3S level beast. Although he had fought against a group of 2's beasts, there was a huge gap between 2's and 3's. Shu led the little girl and slowly retreated. Noticing his retreat, the flying pig on the roof suddenly opened its jagged mouth. The next second, it spread its wings and swooped down from the roof. Roar! At the same time, the roar it made actually shook the camera next to it. Ah! It's so scary. Is this the 3S beast? This thing looks much more ferocious than the 3-headed nightless beast. Nonsense. Its size is at least 20 times that of the 3-headed nightless beast. The flying pig pounced on the boy below. Shu's face was stern. His first reaction was to protect the little girl beside him. And Lanlan. Lanlan only saw now that there was a pig standing on the roof. The pig flew down. The pig was about to pounce on their faces. The pig would crush them. Sit! Just when the boy was about to hold the little girl and retreat quickly, accompanied by the little girl's super loud command, the big black pig with its wings spread suddenly stopped. The hurricane stirred by the wings came to an abrupt end. The vicious flying pig stopped all its attacks. It retracted its 4 wings and closed its mouth full of saw teeth and fangs. Then, the 2 short hind legs of the alien pig were twisted back, and the huge pig really sat down honestly. Shu, Barrage, Humph. The flying pig sitting on the ground made a soft pig hum, and its green eyes looked at the little girl in front of it with grievance. Lanlan let go of her big brother hand. She ran to the big pig with a small curly tail swinging. She slapped the big pig's forehead with her small palm and said fiercely, "Fei Fei, you are not obedient again. Didn't Lanlan say that? Fei Fei is too big now. She can no longer throw herself into Lanlan's arms and act like a spoiled child like she did when she was a child. Fei Fei now will crush Lanlan." The fierce flying pig named Fei Fei snorted again. Its black head arched forward, gently bumped into the little girl, and then bit the corner of the little girl's clothes. Lanlan pulled the corner of her clothes, but couldn't pull it back. She pulled again. Because she couldn't pull it back, Lanlan had to hug Fei Fei and muttered, "Has Fei Fei been waiting for Lanlan at the door?" Lanlan just thought about it. "Doesn't Fei Fei live on this hill?" "Fei Fei, you came here specifically to find Lanlan? You miss Lanlan too, right?" Lanlan also misses Fei Fei. The flying pig licked the little girl's face with its tongue, and the little girl giggled and dodged. Then, the next second, the flying pig suddenly grabbed the corner of the little girl's clothes, threw the little girl onto its back, and with a snap, Lanlan fell onto Fei Fei's back. Then, the flying pig's 4 big wings, swoosh, all spread out, and then, it actually carried the little girl and flew into the sky. Shu immediately stepped forward, but he heard the little girl above shouting, "Big brother, Fei Fei likes to carry Lanlan on his back. Lanlan will play with Fei Fei for a while, and Lanlan will be back soon." Shu paused and had to stop, watching the pig carrying the little girl flying farther and farther. The camera immediately caught up with Lanlan. The wind in the sky was very gentle. Lanlan lay on Fei Fei's back, thinking of something, and asked Fei Fei, "By the way, Fei Fei, you fly in the sky every day. So have you seen Dad Val and Dad Miu recently?" The flying pig turned his head and looked at the little girl in confusion. The little girl slowed down and raised her voice. "That's it. Wall, Dad, and Moo. You, Dad, Fei Fei. Have you seen it? Why do some people always think that others can understand if they speak loudly?" Lanlan. "Fei Xiongju doesn't understand what you say. Not that it can't hear you. Hee hee." Suddenly, Fei Xiongju seemed to have really extracted 2 familiar words from the little girl words, and it reacted. Then, it turned around and flew directly towards the Black Sea with the little girl on its back. 10 minutes later, Shu looked at the sky, and the little girl hadn't come back yet. 20 minutes later, Shu looked at the sky, and the little girl hadn't come back yet. An hour later, Shu looked at the sky. Chapter 94. The Black Sea is located on the eastern coast of the Death Star. It is a large sea area with an endless range that is almost proportional to the land area of the Death Star. The water of the Black Sea is black all year round. It is said that this is because the bottom of the Black Sea is the source of the first explosion of the alien pathogen. So the whole land was burnt black, and the water floated on it. So naturally the water looked black. The camera followed the flying pig to the top of the Black Sea, and the beach was below. Before the audience saw the Black Sea, they thought it must be a dangerous sea with endless waves and turbulent waves. But when they got here and took another look, what are those colorful townhouses built outside the beach? What are those densely packed parasols and barbecue grills on the beach? What is the winding elevated road in the sea that is comparable to the roller coaster mountain trail? What is that steep and long slide? What is the maze that surrounds the city in circles? What are those marine buildings in various animal shapes? What is that trampoline? What are those swimming rings floating on the sea? In summary, what the hell are these? Fei Fei, go there. Go there. The little girl directed the flying pig to fly in front of the villas. Soon, the flying pig landed in front of a blue villa. As soon as it landed, the little girl immediately ran into the villa. The villa was decorated very exquisitely, with a wide and soft sofa, a cute coffee table, color-coordinated walls, and many flowers planted on the terrace. Sitting on the rattan chair on the terrace and looking down, you can just see the entire Black Sea. Lanlan looked from the first floor to the second floor, from the second floor to the third floor, and looked at every room, but still found nothing. The little girl came out of the blue villa in disappointment, and then she ran into the red villa and the white villa next to it. After searching all the 7 color villas, the little girl pouted and walked back to the big pig, Fei Fei. It seems that Dad Val and Dad Muyu have never been here. The decorations inside are still the decorations when Lanlan came here for vacation with her parents last time. Lanlan likes to play in the water, so every summer, her parents will take Lanlan to the beach for vacation. Her parents also built a sea park on the beach, with water slides, water mazes, water factories, water forts, water boats, trampolines, rafting, skateboards, water balls, water houses and water gyroscopes, etc. Lanlan likes to play games in the water and find small fish in the deep sea. Some of the parents play with Lanlan in the water. Some play cards and billiards in the colorful villa. And some parents like to bask in the sun on the beach. For example, Jules' father likes to eat, so he will bring a lot of ingredients to barbecue for everyone. Lanlan likes to eat grilled kelp the most, which is especially delicious with Jules' father's sauce. But Lanlan can't eat too much. Yaya's mother said that if she eats too much junk food, it will not be nutritious, and Lanlan will not grow taller. Before Lanlan left the Death Star, the last time she came to the beach to play was a month ago. But now, the things here are still the same as when Lanlan left, which means that the parents have not come again. Without finding any trace of Muyu Dad and Val Dad, Lanlan looked at the Black Sea ahead and tilted her head. How about Lanlan go look for them in the sea? But Fei Fei, you can't go into the water. You wait for Lanlan here. By the way, are you hungry? Lanlan will get you something to eat, the little girl said, and ran into the villa again. Then she went into the kitchen and found a large box of nutrient solution. Lanlan took out another basin and poured 5 bottles of nutrient solution into it. Seeing that the basin was almost full, Lanlan carefully held the basin in front of Fei Fei. Smelling the energy, Fei Xiongju wailed and drank the nutrient solution in a row. After drinking it, Fei Xiongju licked his mouth, hummed twice, and nudged Lanlan with his round nose. Lanlan smiled, hugged Fei Fei's big head, and touched its big ears like a fan, saying, Fei Fei, you wait for Lanlan here. Lanlan will be back soon. Why does this sentence sound a little familiar? Isn't it familiar? Didn't you just say it an hour ago? Now you remember. The prince is still waiting for you at the same place as before. The little girl thought and thought, but couldn't remember why she felt familiar. So Lanlan didn't care. She turned around and ran directly into the garage of the white villa. Soon, she drove out a motorboat. This motorboat was modified by Muyu's father. It can be driven on the beach, in the sea, and even for diving. Lanlan can drive a motorboat. And the car flew out with a whoosh, and then fell directly into the dark black water. The moth camera quickly followed. Then the audience saw that Lanlan reproduced her boat driving skills in the devouring sea. She galloped wildly in the Black Sea, and the motorboat raised huge waves. The height of those waves could even splash into the sky. Wow! It feels like Lanlan's boat driving skills have improved again. So fast! It should be because she is more familiar with the route at home. The motorboat drove in the sea for nearly half an hour. Finally, half an hour later, something suddenly appeared in the boundless sea. Hey, is that a big rock? How come there is a bump on the flat sea surface? It doesn't seem to be a rock, it looks like grass. It's an island. But why is it a black island? Why is the island black? No, it's the vegetation on it that is black. Look! Look! Lanlan is going to the island. The island is the only way to enter the Black Sea. Lanlan went to the island to see if there are any traces of Muyu Dad and Val Dad left on the island. If Muyu Dad and Val Dad are on the island, it would be even better. Lanlan entered the island from the east side of the island. There happened to be a small sign full of childishness next to the place where the motorboat was moored. On the small sign, several very familiar, crooked Chinese characters appeared. Lanlan Island Number 1. Wow! Is this island Lanlan Island? So Lanlan has been to this island before. Then, there should be no danger on this island. But you see the trees inside. They are really black. It looks so weird. After searching the star network, it is said that black vegetation usually means that these vegetation are poisonous. So this is a poisonous island? Ah! Is Lanlan really going to go in? Of course Lanlan is going to go in. And she has already gone in. Black leaves are everywhere. It is still daytime. But once you enter the island, it seems that the sky has suddenly darkened. Especially after walking into the woods. There is no sunlight in the forest. When you walk in, it seems that you have walked from day to night. The camera can't help but turn on the night vision mode. The lens firmly shoots the little girl in front of her. But she sees the little girl humming a nursery rhyme, and jumping, and shuttling quickly in the woods. The overwhelming darkness does not affect her vision, and she will not be unable to see the road clearly in a dark environment. Soon, the little girl walked to the center of the island. There is the most sunlight there, and the leaves above finally have a gap, and some mottled light falls from the gaps in the leaves. The little girl stood under the star-like light. She looked at the towering tree in front of her. Her big eyes curved into the moon. She smiled and said, "Grandpa Tree, Lanlan is here to see you." Instantly, a breeze blew, and the whole island seemed to wake up suddenly. The wind rustled the leaves, and Lanlan's soft little hands pressed against the branches of Grandpa Tree. And then, swish, swish, swish. It turned out that a bunch of vines flew quickly from the branches. Those black vines tied up the little girl in front at the fastest speed. Fuck. Attack. Attack? Is it an attack? It was said that this is Lanlan Island. There is no danger. This tree looks bigger than the man-eating tree in the dense forest. And why do those vines look like the vines of the man-eating tree? So similar? Is this thing also a man-eating tree? Look carefully. This island doesn't seem to be black, but dark red. It's the dark red color of dried blood. Help. The way this giant tree binds Lanlan is the same as the way the man-eating tree entangles Major Yi Ling and Yu Sang. Fuck. Lanlan is hung up in the sky. It's not going to wrap her up and suck her dry. The audience screamed in fear at the sudden attack of the giant tree. Even the president, who always kept a straight face, sat up straight in an instant. His brows were deeply wrinkled, and his fingers touched the screen of his office computer. He was about to dial out the call. But the next second, the vines that were wrapped around the little girl stopped. The dense vines tightly wrapped the little girl's lower body. The vines turned into a baby seat, holding the little girl suspended in the air. And then, swinging and swinging, it began to gently take the little girl to swing in the black forest. President, Barrage, Lanlan grabbed the vines on both sides with her two little hands. She turned her head and tried to look at Grandpa Tree. And then said, Grandpa Tree? Lanlan is not here to play on the swing with Grandpa Tree. Lanlan has something to do with Grandpa Tree. Grandpa Tree. Grandpa Tree. Because the vines swung farther and farther. The Grandpa Tree behind her was also farther and farther away. And Lanlan could only shout to the back. After a long while, Grandpa Tree swung Lanlan back and put the little girl on its thick branches. The audience took a closer look and saw a tree house made of vines between the dark branches of the giant tree. Lanlan was put in the tree house. The little girl poked her head out and asked hesitantly, Grandpa Tree. Lanlan, Father Val and Father Muyu are gone. Has Grandpa Tree seen Father Val and Father Muyu? The giant tree did not move. Only a few vines hooked up their pointed treetops and poked the little girl arm with their treetops. Lanlan looked around, and the vines did not move again. Lanlan scratched her head and asked again outside, Grandpa Tree. Have you seen Father Val and Father Muyu? The giant tree still did not move. Lanlan pursed her lips. She knew that this meant that Grandpa Tree had not seen Father Val and Father Muyu either. Lanlan felt a little disappointed. She murmured quietly, Where did Dad Val and Dad Muyu go? Puff. Puff. Lanlan's arm was poked a few more times. Lanlan lowered her head. This time, the little vines did not hide so quickly. Lanlan held down the slowest little vine and said loudly, Ha ha. Lanlan caught the little vine. The little vine was caught red-handed. It did not resist and just collapsed softly in the palm of the little girl's hand. Then it slowly slid up and went around the little girl's wrist. Lanlan untied the little vine from her wrist and said seriously, Little vine. Lanlan can't play with little vine anymore. Lanlan has to go find Daddy quickly. Lanlan will come to play with little vine and Grandpa Tree next time, the little girl said as she climbed out of the tree house. Then she stuck out her little butt, hugged the tree trunk with her two little hands, and slowly moved down from the tree. Vines from all directions rushed over at the same time. They caught the little girl again and sent her to the ground. After Lanlan stood firm, she said obediently, Thank you, Grandpa Tree. Thank you, little vines. At this time, a thin and soft little vine hooked the corner of Lanlan close. Lanlan thought it was accidentally hooked on Lanlan, so she wanted to untie the little vine. It turned out that the little vine hooked on Lanlan on purpose. And when Lanlan wanted to untie it, it dodged. Lanlan was a little confused. Little vine. What are you doing? The little vine used a little force. It pulled Lanlan and pulled Lanlan in a certain direction. Lanlan was confused at first, but later, she understood. Little vine. Where are you going to take Lanlan? The little vine didn't speak, so she continued to pull the little girl. Lanlan hurriedly followed the little vine, and a large group of vines followed behind them. Not long after, the little vine took Lanlan to the beach on the north side of the island. The little vine stopped at a clearing on the beach, and then its treetops began to dig into the sand. Lanlan immediately understood something, and she quickly squatted down and dug with the little vine. The other vines who came to watch the fun also rushed over at this time, and everyone was in a mess. And soon a big pit was dug on the beach. At this time, A piece of clothing buried in the soil was also exposed. Lanlan pulled out the white clothes, looked at it again and again, and then she shook her head and said, "Little Vine, although this is also a white coat, this white coat is not Val's father. Val's father white coat does not have these words on the chest." The little girl pointed to the red capital Star Research Institute on the chest of the white coat and explained to the little vines, "So this is not Val's father clothes." The little girl said it lightly, but the barrage was about to explode. "It's the clothes of the scientific research experts. How could the clothes of the scientific research experts be buried on the island? Fuck. It can't be what I thought. Right? Eaten by the strange plants on the island? It's really possible. The bodies of the 3 scientific researchers were found, so the others might have been killed. The identities of the 3 scientific researchers have been confirmed. But I wonder whose clothes this is." How do you pronounce this word?" Lanlan touched a work number plate from the pocket of the white coat. There were 2 words on it, but Lanlan only knew the first word, not the second one. "Chio. The second word is Chio. My baby? Chio. I searched on Xinguang, but didn't find this person's name. Fuck. Chio is my senior. I heard that he went on a business trip with his mentor. Did he go to the Death Star? Well, does anyone know that Chio is Major Yiling younger brother? That is, Marshal Yi's second son. Oh my god. No wonder Major Yiling went to the Death Star himself. Now both of Marshal Yi's sons are trapped on the Death Star? Well, the eldest son is trapped on the Death Star, but the second son may have. Indeed. The clothes are buried in the soil. The person is probably Marshal. In the temporary office building of the investigation team at the port of Death Star. Marshal Yi looked at the work card of his second son on the big screen. He closed his eyes tightly, and his breathing became rapid. The staff around him were a little worried, and were ready to support him at any time. Marshal Yi just waved his hand to show that he was fine. He opened his eyes, and continued to look at the big screen in front of him with a deep gaze. He seemed resolute and indifferent, but the fingers hanging on both sides of his body were shaking more and more. Lanlan folded the white coat, then held it in her arms and said, "If you pick up something you don't recognize, you have to give it to the warden dad. Lanlan wants to take this clothes away." Xiao Tingting. Thank you for bringing Lanlan to dig clothes. The little tree vine ran over and wrapped around the little girl ankle. Looking very happy, Lanlan asked the little vines if they knew of any other suspicious places. But the little vines said there were none. Only here. Finally, Lanlan looked at the sky and could only say, "Little Tung. It's time for Lanlan to go. Lanlan still needs to continue looking for Papa Val and Papa Muyu. Little Tung. Let's go back." The little girl jumped into the woods again. She was obviously very familiar with the woods. She went here and there, and soon returned to the east side of the island. Her motorboat was still parked there. Lanlan put the folded clothes on the motorboat. She pressed a button. When the motorboat turned and left the island, Lanlan waved to the island from a distance, and tried to say goodbye to her friends on the island. The motorboat quickly got farther, and farther away from the Black Island. There was still a misty and boundless sea in front of it. The sunlight in the sky set off the Black Sea water with a golden light. The motorboat drove on the sea for another half an hour. Suddenly, it stopped unexpectedly. Huh? Lanlan looked at the driving panel of the motorboat, and saw that the panel data was jumping around. It seems that the motorboat has malfunctioned? How could this happen? Has the energy been used up? It looks more like it has entered an environment with chaotic magnetic fields. The dashboard is about to explode. Lanlan also seemed surprised. Wasn't the magnetic field like this when she came here before? Why won't it move? Lanlan pressed the reset button several times to restart the motorboat, but it didn't work. None of the buttons she pressed responded. The 4-year-old girl looked at the calm sea in front of her in confusion. She frowned, and then she suddenly stood up and took out a candy from her clothes pocket. When the candy was opened, it didn't look like a normal candy, but a candy that looked like a circle. Lanlan put the candy in her mouth, and then she actually blew a whistle with the candy that looked like a circle. Hush! The high-pitched whistle echoed in the calm Black Sea. Suddenly, something seemed to be surging under the sea. Fuck! Candy can whistle. Wait! Now is not the time to be surprised that Candy can whistle. Something is coming out of the sea. Look! The sea is beginning to surge. What a big wave! The huge waves first rose high, and then they fell heavily, like a heavy rain. And suddenly a golden water curtain was sprinkled in the middle of the sea. After one big wave, there was another big wave. The speed of the waves was getting faster and faster. And finally, a huge wave suddenly appeared. As soon as the wave rose, it instantly covered the motorboat below and the little girl on the motorboat. Seeing that the big wave was about to fall, the motorboat might be overturned by this huge wave. But at this moment, a huge silver-white fishtail broke out of the water in the sea, and the fishtail suddenly rushed towards the motorboat. At the same time, the waves fell, and the Black Sea water was blocked by the giant fishtail. The fishtail protected the weak motorboat and the little girl on the motorboat. The white fishtail moved away at this time, and the little girl on the boat was standing there with a smile on her face. The fishtail fell back into the sea, and the next second, its body emerged from the sea. But it was not a normal fish body. It was actually a human body. This is a woman with a human body and a fish tail. The woman had long blonde hair, and she wore a dress made of shells on her upper body. She floated in the sea, and the huge tail behind her swayed up and down. She looked at the little girl in front of her, and tilted her head to the little girl. But she didn't seem to know the little girl. She looked at the little girl with doubts in her eyes. Lanlan stood on the motorboat. She cupped her hands into a microphone shape and shouted loudly, "You mom. It's Lanlan." The humanoid fish obviously didn't remember the little girl, but she had an instinctive desire to protect the little girl. So she swam over and lay on the motorboat, her hands folded, her chin resting on her arms, and asked the little girl in a somewhat strange tone, "Who are you?" She can speak? Ah. What is she? A strange beast? She is actually in human form. Alien beast. Help. How is it possible? But Lanlan called her mother. She should be a human. Right? I know. She is a mermaid? Mermaid? What is a mermaid? Tell me more. Mermaids are a kind of mermaid in the legend of Blue Star, with human body and fish tail. And they are very beautiful. It is a mermaid? Ah. She is a mermaid? There are mermaids on the Death Star. Oh my god. Marshall Yi frowned and looked at the innocent female fishman shaking her tail on the big screen. He sighed softly. Not a mermaid. Just a poor girl. I didn't expect that after Yufeng and Gu Lung. There was actually a victim of that experiment living on the Death Star. A deformed person who was forced to merge his body with an alien fish in the first batch of experiments. Chapter 95. Who are you? Yu Mama. I'm Lanlan. Faced with Yu Mama's inquiring questions, Lanlan squatted down on the motorboat. She touched Yu Mama's wet hair, and under Yu Mama's confused and puzzled eyes, she smiled and said, Yu Mama has forgotten Lanlan again. Yu Mama is Lanlan mother, and Lanlan is Yu Mama's daughter. The mermaid continued to swing her tail, still looking very suspicious. She said in a weird tone, I don't remember. Lanlan nodded. It's normal for Yu Mama not to remember Lanlan, because Yu Mama is the memory of a fish. And the memory of a fish is only 1 to 3 months. Yu Mama is the kind of fish that only has a memory of 1 month. So Yu Mama only remembers what happened within a month. But this month Lanlan went out. So Yu Mama forgot Lanlan? The mermaid seemed to accept this statement, and she pouted her little mouth again, as if she wanted to blow a whistle, but couldn't blow it out. Lanlan smiled, took out the candy from her pocket, opened it, and fed it to Yu Mother. The mermaid ate it hesitantly, and found it sweet. So she chewed it hard. Ah! Lanlan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Yu Mother had already chewed the candy and swallowed it. After eating a candy, the mermaid looked at the little girl hand with sparkling eyes, wanting to eat that sweet thing again. Lanlan had to open another candy, but she reminded Yu Mother, don't chew it first. Hold it in your mouth first. Although the mermaid didn't understand why, she still did it obediently. The mermaid's mouth was full of saw teeth. She carefully held the candy in a place where the saw teeth could not bite, and then looked at the little girl on the boat obediently, as if asking, is it right for her to do this? Lanlan nodded immediately. Yeah, that's it. Then Lanlan also opened a candy, and quickly put it in her mouth. She held the circle of candy vertically. And then, shh! A whistle sound came out of the round hole. The mermaid widened her eyes in surprise. The barrage also widened their eyes in surprise. It really is a candy that can be whistled. Lanlan explained. This is a whistle candy made by Yaya Mother. Blue Star also has this kind of whistle candy. Many Blue Star children especially loved to eat this kind of candy when they were young. Lanlan and Yu Mother have an agreement that as long as Lanlan blows this whistle, Yu Mother will come up to see Lanlan. Although Yu Mother doesn't remember who Lanlan is, she still remembers the whistle. The mermaid imitated the little girl and whistled, but she couldn't blow it out. After trying several times, she got angry and chewed the candy into pieces and swallowed it. Lanlan found it funny. She took out another snack from her pocket. Does Yu Mom eat jelly? Yu Mom likes jelly very much. The soft and bouncy jelly entered the mermaid's mouth. The mermaid was immediately captured by the jelly. She swallowed the jelly into her throat. And then she suddenly jumped into the air. And the silver-white fish tail behind her swung. In an instant, she was actually on the motorboat. Her tail was in the water. And her butt was sitting on the motorboat. Her two slender arms, like those of humans, gently touched the little girl pocket. She knew that there were many delicious foods in this pocket. When she sat up like this, the audience in the live broadcast room found that her body was really beautiful. And the silver-white fish scales covered her waist. She has a slender body, beautiful features, and long golden hair that is as dense as seaweed. Her tail is wide and smooth. In this dark water, she seems to be glowing all over. Plop, plop, whose heartbeat is as loud as thunder. Oh, it turns out to be mine. Jiao Mother. I'm sorry. I've changed my mind. I actually fell in love with a fish. No matter. I don't care even if she is a strange beast. From now on, she is my dream lover. Lanlan saw Yu Mother poking Lanlan pocket, and shook out all the snacks in her pocket. Sure enough, the mermaid saw so many snacks, and immediately grabbed them, and stuffed them into her mouth. Lanlan quickly stopped her. You have to peel the packaging bag. That's it. Lanlan taught Yu Mother to peel the packaging bag. Then she fed the candy to Yu Mother mouth again. The mermaid held the candy in her mouth, and her scaly fingers peeled the packaging bag like a little girl. After trying for a long time, she finally managed to peel it. She was so happy that her big tail slapped the water. Lanlan nodded quickly. Yeah, that's it. As she spoke, Lanlan also peeled a candy and put it in her mouth. The big and small sat on the motorboat, happily basking in the sun and eating snacks. When they were almost full of snacks, the mermaid suddenly, plop, jumped back into the water, and she happily invited, come play. Lanlan hesitated. Did Yu Mama let Lanlan go to play in the water? But Lanlan didn't bring any swimming clothes. If she goes into the water like this, Lanlan clothes will all get wet. The mermaid tilted her head suspiciously, as if she didn't understand what happened if her clothes got wet. Lanlan pursed her lips. Actually, Lanlan asked Yu Mama to come out because there was something. Lanlan wanted to see if Yu Mama was okay, because Lanlan motorboat suddenly stopped moving when it got here, as if it was disturbed by some energy. There seemed to be something wrong with this sea. Lanlan was afraid that Yu Mama would get into trouble, so she whistled to ask Yu Mama to come out. The mermaid blinked her eyes, and she swam to the motorboat again and said to the little girl, play. Lanlan hesitated, but Lanlan really can't go into the water. After struggling for a while, the little girl suddenly nodded heavily. Forget it. The clothes will get wet. Lanlan also wants to go into the sea to see what's going on in the sea. As she said that, the little girl jumped into the Black Sea with a splash. My baby! This is the deep sea. What if you drown? We all know that the Black Sea is weird. How dare you go down there? No wonder Jiao Mother and the others said that they would never let you get close to the Black Sea. You won't continue to dive, will you? What if you suffocate? A 3S ability user can hold their breath for up to an hour. Lanlan is also a 3S ability user. She should be able to hold her breath with her mental power. I don't think Lanlan can. Lanlan has always acted on instinct, but using mental power requires long-term practice. Has she practiced it? Oh no! Lanlan really went under the water. The mermaid was very happy to see the little girl go into the water. After circling around the little girl for a long time, she began to wonder again. She poked the little girl's legs with her fingers. Why is there no tail? Lanlan sighed. Fish Mom. Lanlan doesn't have a tail. Lanlan is a human. But Lanlan can swim, because she often goes to the water park. Lanlan is very good at swimming. Swoosh, swoosh. Lanlan paddles very far with a dog paddle. Although she swims strangely, she swims very fast. The mermaid immediately chased her. The man and the fish played in the water, until the mermaid went under the water. The little girl also dived under the water. What no one saw was that after the little girl entered the water, a small hole appeared behind her ear, where it was covered by her hair. The small hole is very similar to the gills of fish. The audience finally felt relieved after watching the little girl swim under the sea for a long time without any problem or difficulty breathing. Yes. Yes. She can hold her breath. It seems that Lanlan is good at using her mental power. Is this the talent of a young 3S ability user? Woohoo! I'm so envious. The advanced camera naturally has a diving function, but the bottom of the sea is also black, so the camera has to turn on the night vision function. The audience finally saw the scenery of the bottom of the sea clearly. In the turbid underwater world, there was nothing except a few sparse seaweeds. There were no other fish schools or other strange beasts, as if the entire sea was empty. In the field of vision covered by the camera, only the silver-white mermaid and the little girl paddling with a dog could be seen. After one person and one fish swam in the water for a long time, the little girl suddenly gestured to swim in another direction. The mermaid didn't understand, but still followed her there. After swimming for a while, they arrived at a darker place. After a closer look, they found that there was a huge rock on the bottom of the sea in this place. The huge rock was so huge that it was pressed heavily on the seabed, as if it had grown there naturally. After seeing the rock, Lanlan continued to swim forward. After a while, she saw another rock, another rock, another rock. After swimming for half an hour and seeing 4 or 5 such rocks, the little girl finally poked her head out from the seabed. She floated to the surface of the sea and wiped her face with her hand. Splash! There was a splash of water around her, and the mermaid also came out. The splash of water from the mermaid drenched the little girl, but she seemed very happy, and her long fish tail began to pat the sea surface again. Lanlan wiped her face again, and at the same time, the little girl frowned and began to mutter, "The rocks below are not damaged. But if they are not damaged, why can't the motorboat move?" Lanlan has heard her parents say since she was a child that there are 3 holes in the sea, and these 3 holes need to be sealed with many big rocks. One hole needs 11 large stones to suppress it. 3 holes need 33 large stones in total. If one of the stones is broken, bad things will come out of the hole. Those bad things will put the Death Star in danger. Ah! Lanlan suddenly clapped her hands. Her eyes widened. Lanlan knows. The mermaid was startled by the little girl action. She looked at the little girl in confusion and pinched her face. Lanlan let Yu mother play with her face. She thought of something very important. It's the alien pathogen. Lanlan has always known that the alien pathogen can be sealed. So when she sensed the alien pathogen in the forest of Yaxing before, Lanlan immediately ran over to seal it. And that time Lanlan also communicated with Li Dad. In the communication, Li Dad told Lanlan that Lanlan actually knew how to seal the alien pathogen since she was a child, and said that there were 3 alien pathogens in the Death Star. These 3 alien pathogens were sealed when Lanlan was 6 months old. Lanlan doesn't remember what happened when she was a child, but now Lanlan suddenly thought of the 3 holes in the sea. Could they be the 3 alien pathogens that Li Father mentioned? Yes, it must be like this. But there is another problem. But the big rocks are obviously fine. The big rocks that seal the alien pathogens are fine, which means that the alien pathogens have not been leaked, since there is no bad energy leakage. Why is the motorboat unable to move when it arrives in this sea area due to energy interference? And Val's father and Muyu father are missing. Could it be related to this energy interference? There is something wrong in the sea. But this is not right. It is not caused by the leakage of 3 alien pathogens. Then, the little girl suddenly looked at Yu mother again, and she blurted out in surprise, "Is there another new one? Is there a new alien pathogen nucleus growing in the sea?" But Lanlan didn't feel it. No! Lanlan has to check all 33 stones first. First, make sure it is not the problem of these 3 alien pathogens, and then look carefully to see if there is really a new alien pathogen nucleus. Lanlan flattened her mouth. She spread her palm and looked at the small black mole on the palm of her hand. She poked the small black mole and muttered, "Haihei is asleep. It should have nothing to do with Haihei. Right?" If she didn't know Haihei, Lanlan would definitely say that dark matter is a big villain. But Lanlan knew Haihei, and Lanlan subconsciously felt that it should have nothing to do with Haihei. Alas, if Haihei wakes up now, no one knows more about alien pathogens than Haihei. So what was Lanlan talking about when she was startled? She said she thought of something. What did she think of? I don't know. But why is she talking to the little black mole on her hand again? Does Lanlan still think that the mole is alive? Mom. Lanlan is leaving. Lanlan is going to check if the big rocks in other places are also fine. The mermaid didn't understand what the little girl meant. So she still pulled the little girl, wanting her to continue playing with her. Lanlan thought for a while. How about Mom and Lanlan go together? The little girl said, and immediately pulled Mom's hand, and took Mom to swim to the north. Lanlan paddled hard towards the north. Mom followed the little girl, and the mermaid swam very gracefully. She didn't seem to need to exert any effort at all. She paddled a few times with her tail, and swam a long way away. So where are we going? We don't need the motorboat anymore. Lanlan is not going to swim all the way to the shore. Right? Then we have to swim until the next life. Right? Oh. No. Look. There is another small island ahead. The audience looked into the distance, and saw another small bulge in the Black Sea. This small bulge is different from the previous black bulge. This bulge is green, which means that this is not a black island, but a green island. The island is green, although there are no trees on the island. Only lawns. The clusters of lawns look very beautiful from a distance. Wow! Is this Lanlan number 2 island? It feels like it. But number 2 island seems to be much smaller than number 1 island. Hurry up and go ashore to take a look. I'm curious about what this island looks like. As the audience urged, the little girl got closer and closer to the island. And then she suddenly stopped. The island was right in front of her. But Lanlan didn't seem to plan to go over. Huh? Why not swim? The answer to the barrage was a little girl who folded her hands and suddenly shouted towards the green island. Sha! Sha! A gust of sea breeze blew, and the green island in the distance was still calm in the last second. And the next second, the whole island was floating. The island moved? It didn't move. What? Was I dazzled? Why do I feel that the island seems to have become bigger? It didn't get bigger. It was the island that was cracking. The island was scattered. What the hell is the island scattered? The island was indeed scattered, and pieces of green grass split from the island. And then, they slowly drifted in the sea. No! That doesn't seem to be an island. It seems to be a group of turquoise sharks gathered together to sleep. It's a group of 3 turquoise sharks. Time for popular science. The turquoise shark is a 3 sea beast, a shark species with strong lethality. It is named the turquoise shark because of the whole patch of emerald green floating hair on its back. The turquoise shark likes to lurk near the island. They are very good at integrating their bodies with the island. The turquoise shark is a solitary sea beast. Usually, only one turquoise shark will appear in a sea area. 1? Do I look like a fool who can't count? There are at least 20 turquoise sharks in front of me. Okay. Yes. It's so strange. Just like the water beast before. The water beast is obviously a very cruel sea beast to its own kind. It will fight to the death when it sees its own kind. It is impossible for 2 water beasts to appear on the same planet at the same time. But there are actually 5 water beasts in the Blue Fountain. There are still many people posting and analyzing this on the Star Network. Not only posts on StarNet, but also the campus forum of our Institute of Exotic Animals was blown up by Lanlan today. Sometimes it was the exotic animals that did not conform to the survival habits. And sometimes it was Principal Yufeng. Our school's campus forum has never been as lively as today. By the way, the tutors and professors groups were also blown up. The professors were too distracted by the live broadcast to attend classes, so they let us study on our own. By the way, is it because of the air on the Death Star that the strange plants and exotic animals are completely different on the Death Star than outside the Death Star? So on the Death Star, the emerald sharks also changed from solitary sea beasts to group sea beasts? Look! The emerald sharks are all rushing towards Lanlan. 10 minutes later, Lanlan, who did not have a motorboat to sit on, sat on an island made up of 20 emerald sharks. Lanlan was still explaining to the sharks, Sasha, Lanlan has to check all the big rocks. But Lanlan swims too slowly, so she has to trouble Sasha to carry Lanlan. However, Lanlan has already checked 5 big rocks, so Lanlan only needs to check 33 minus 5. How much is it? The little girl couldn't figure it out, so she asked the fish mother swimming next to them, Fish mother, do you know how many big rocks Lanlan has to check? The mermaid was swimming with the emerald shark to see who could swim faster. When she heard the little girl calling her, she broke out of the water, wiped her face, and then tilted her head to look at the little girl. Lanlan made 2-3 gestures. That's it. 33 minus 5. Is it 30? The mermaid smiled and nodded. Lanlan was satisfied. It's 30. Thank you, Mother Yu. After getting the answer, the little girl continued to say to the sharks, Lanlan just needs to check 30 more big rocks. Sasha, we have to hurry up, because every shark looks the same. Lanlan can't tell them apart. So Lanlan calls them all Sasha. The emerald sharks obviously understood the word fast, and they immediately sped up, and the island seemed to fly out in an instant. The mermaid was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and the fish's damn desire to win was at work. So she swam hard and had to swim faster than the other fish. But the problem is, 33 minus 5 is 28. It's useless. Lanlan can't figure it out. And Mother Yu can't figure it out either. Why should Mother Yu know how to count? Mother Yu is just a fish. Why should fish know how to count? Okay. I know that Mother Yu already has a fan club. I apologize. The Green Island was moving fast in the Black Sea. And at the same time, Zhou Qin and Ino also arrived at the periphery of the Black Sea. There were densely packed water entertainment facilities in front of them. Ino looked at the sky that had already darkened and asked, Are you sure you want to go into the sea at night? Zhou Qin sank his eyes. Didn't they disappear at night? After Ino took Lanlan off the spaceship at noon, he came to the Black Sea by himself. He did not enter the sea from the water park. He knew that Val had taken those who were doing scientific research to the sea from the south. So he went to the south. As a result, he saw Zhou Qin as soon as he arrived there. Zhou Qin returned to the Death Star one day earlier than Ino. He had observed the southern sea area for a day and a night, and finally concluded that there was indeed a problem in the Black Sea. But this problem was not obvious during the day, but more obvious at night. After the two confirmed that they would go into the sea tonight, they went around to the water park, thinking of bringing food in a car and going into the water as soon as it got dark. But Zhou Qin suddenly asked again, Are you sure Lanlan has gone home? Ino smacked his lips and frowned. How many times have you asked me? I have said that Lanlan must have gone home. I sent her to the station and asked her to wait for the bus. Anyway, no matter who is on duty today, as long as they see Lanlan, they will definitely send Lanlan home safely. Don't worry. Zhou Qin pursed his lips. Lanlan can't come to the Black Sea. Ino nodded. I know. She won't come to the Black Sea. Now that there is a problem in the Black Sea, it is still unclear whether this problem is caused by the leakage of the alien pathogen. In fact, if it is caused by the alien pathogen, it is better. After all, Lanlan can seal that thing. I am afraid that it is not a problem with the alien pathogen, but an unknown new problem. In short, before getting a definite conclusion, Lanlan must stay away from the Black Sea to avoid any trouble. Seeing that Ino was so sure, Zhou Qin did not ask any more questions and just said, Go and drive. Ino then walked into the villa, intending to take the nutrient solution and the motorboat. 3 minutes later, Ino walked out of the villa empty-handed. He scratched his head and said a little confusedly, Well, Zhou Qin, there is no nutrient solution in the kitchen, and there is no motorboat in the garage, but there is a snoring flying pig on the big bed in the room. Chapter 96. Time passed by minute, and the Green Island was still speeding on the Black Sea. After checking 6 more big rocks, Lanlan looked at the gradually darkening sky and began to get anxious. The mermaid was tired of swimming, so she climbed onto the backs of the emerald sharks and slept lazily in the shark's soft back hair. Seeing that the little girl was still concentrating on finding the direction of the next big rock, the mermaid hooked the corner of the little girl clothes and asked the little girl to lie down and sleep with her. Lanlan turned back and held Yu Mother hand, muttering, Yu Mother. Lanlan promised Feng Yi Father that she would go to Feng Yi Father house at night. Now it's getting dark, and Lanlan will be too late. But Lanlan has only checked 6 more big rocks. 30 minus 6. Yu Mother, how many more big rocks does Lanlan have to check? The mermaid looked at the little girl in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. Lanlan counted on her fingers. 30 minus 6. Is that 36? The mermaid smiled and nodded. Lanlan was a little disappointed. Hey, why do we have to check 36 big stones? There are so many. But baby, it's 22. It's 28 minus 6. 22. But even if it's 30 minus 6, it can't be calculated to be 36. That's addition, not subtraction. Lanlan, didn't you notice that there are only 33 stones in total? How did you calculate 36? Don't ask your mother, you. She doesn't know how to count at all. Sasha. A little faster. A little faster. Lanlan could only urge Sasha. And the Green Island speeded up again. The sun slowly descended from the sea level. And as the sky became darker and darker, it didn't take long for the entire Black Sea to become pitch black. The camera turned on the night vision mode again. It's only 7 o'clock. And it's dark so quickly? Looking at the coordinates of the Death Star and the stars on the star network, it gets dark quite early there. What stone is Lanlan checking? Her clothes are not dry yet. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to wear wet clothes? Don't get sick later. When the barrage was worried, Lanlan had already checked 2 more big stones. At this time, it seemed that with the disappearance of the sun, there were some changes in the sea. The mermaid who was lying down suddenly sat up. Her dark eyes looked at the sea water below, and then she pulled the clothes of the little girl beside her. Lanlan turned around and looked at you mother. Move. The mermaid pointed to the sea and said. Lanlan didn't understand. You mama. What did you mean by moving? Moving. The mermaid said it again, and then seemed to know that she didn't say it clearly enough. She added another word in a strange tone. Moving. Moving? Is the sea moving? Hey. It seems to be true. At first, Lanlan thought that it was just the waves that got bigger. After hearing what Mama said, she calmed down and felt that the whole sea seemed to be shaking. Why is it like this? The mermaid thought for a while and said, at night. Moving. Lanlan understood. Mama. Do you mean that the sea will move at night? The mermaid nodded quickly immediately. That's what she meant. Ah. Is the sea moving? Is it a tsunami? Or an earthquake? The sea can also have an earthquake. No matter what it is. Hurry up and get ashore. It's dark again. And there are unknown dangers in the sea. It's really unwise to stay in the sea. Lanlan is obedient and go back quickly. Of course, Lanlan can't see the dissuasion of the barrage. The emerald sharks were still moving forward. And soon they arrived at the location of the next big rock. At this time, not only did the sea vibrate slightly, but some strange sounds also emerged from the seabed. Listening to the strange sound, Lanlan thought it seemed like the cry of a baby. Lanlan was about to listen carefully, but suddenly felt her palms warm. She looked down and saw that the small black mole on her palm suddenly turned red. Lanlan was surprised. Black? The next second, Lanlan's entire palm suddenly burst into a dazzling red. The red suddenly enveloped Lanlan completely, and within the range of the red light radiation, the nearby sea area was illuminated as if it were daytime. Click! Within the red light, the live broadcast camera was out of control due to the flash of light, and it turned off automatically and fell into the sea. The frequency has increased here. It seems to be this side. Eno looked at the direction indicated on the detector and said carefully to Joe Chin, who was driving beside him. The ready-made motorboat in the villa disappeared. Eno had no choice but to find a floating car that could go into the water, and then imported the model data of the motorboat into the floating car to track the motorboat. Finally, after tracking for almost an hour, the target was in sight. But Joe Chin beside him looked worse and worse. Eno did not dare to say anything. The flying pig was too suspicious. Why would it go to the bed in the villa to sleep? The flying pig obviously lived in the mountain behind the temporary space capsule, not the seaside. The only possibility that the flying pig ran to the seaside was probably it was brought by Lanlan. This pig only recognized Lanlan after growing up, swallowing his saliva. Eno stared at the gradually closing distance between the positioning board and the motorboat, praying silently in his heart that it must not be Lanlan. It must not be Lanlan. Soon, under the illumination of the headlights, they really saw the white motorboat floating on the sea in front. Joe Chin pressed the accelerator, and the hovercraft quickly drove towards the motorboat. But until the two approached, they found that there was no one on the motorboat. But there were a lot of snacks and candies in the car. Joe Chin picked up a piece of candy. His face became more gloomy, and he turned to look at Eno beside him. Eno looked at the snacks that only Lanlan would eat, and his face turned pale with fear. But I really sent her to the station. Lanlan also promised me that she would take the bus home immediately. Pop! Joe Chin threw the candy into the car. And he quickly turned on his light brain and entered a string of numbers. After searching the numbers, he did not find the location. Joe Chin's face became even uglier. The motorboat stopped here, but the people inside disappeared. In this case, the biggest possibility is that the people in the car had an accident. This sea area is where the prisoner number 88392, the fish-deformed person, Jioin, lives. Joe Chin searched for Jioin's location to ask Jioin if he saw Lanlan today. But now, Jioin disappeared. She is no longer in the sea area. Ino shrank his neck and muttered in a low voice, "Is Jioin with Lanlan? There are so many candy bags in the car. They must have eaten a lot of snacks." Joe Chin looked into the car and found that there were indeed many food garbage bags in the car's trash can. Thinking that Lanlan and Jioin both love to eat snacks. Then why is the car here? At this time, the motorboat car no longer had the disordered state after being disturbed by energy. It was just a normal motorboat car. Therefore, if there was no accident, they couldn't figure out why Lanlan left the car here. Ino tried to think hard and racked his brains to find out why Lanlan would leave the car here. But at this moment, wow! Suddenly, a red light suddenly lit up in the distance. Ino and Joe Chin immediately looked up and looked forward. The red light soared into the sky, illuminating half of the sea, but soon disappeared again. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, the hover car and the motorboat next to it had disordered control panels and data jumping. Ino held the handle of the hover car. His eyes widened. Is the sea shaking? Joe Chin. What's going on? Joe Chin quickly pressed the buttons of the hover car a few times. And seeing that the car didn't respond at all, he opened the door and used his optical brain. A silver-black mecha suddenly appeared. Joe Chin entered the mecha without saying a word. The mecha soared into the sky and quickly flew in the direction of the red light just now. Hey! Joe Chin! Joe Chin! Ino didn't have a mecha. He sat in the malfunctioning hover car and shouted outside. But he just watched the mecha fly farther and farther. Ino yelled, "Take me with you." The vibration of the sea surface became stronger and stronger. In the upheaval, Ino tried to hold onto the handrail of the hovercraft. But the narrow body of the vehicle was like a lone boat in the vast and bumpy ocean, unable to move. After several big waves, seeing that the hovercraft and the motorboat were about to be destroyed, Ino gritted his teeth, opened the door, and jumped into the sea with a splash. On the other side, Joe Chin rushed to the place with red light before at the fastest speed. But in the dark sea, only 20 green sharks were floating on the sea. They seemed to be looking for something. And 2 of them even drilled their heads and went directly to the bottom of the sea. Joe Chin looked at these green sharks and thought that only Lanlan could drive the green sharks. Joe Chin looked at the gloomy black sea with a dark face. The next second, he took off the armor that could not enter the seabed without hesitation and jumped into the sea alone. The black sea water wrapped his body, and Joe Chin swam towards the depths of the seabed. After a while, he saw a wide black stone. This is the stone that seals the alien pathogen. Is the seal really leaked? Joe Chin walked around the stone and looked for a long time, but did not see Lanlan figure. He hesitated and touched the stone. The next second, the stone gave off a suction force. Joe Chin immediately wanted to withdraw his hand, but his palm was connected to the stone. He was like being bitten by a ferocious beast, and he couldn't pull his hand out at all. Mental power. Joe Chin felt that the stone was absorbing his mental power. Lan Xing? Lan Xing? Lanlan heard someone calling her. The little girl frowned. She rubbed her eyes confusedly, opened her eyes, and saw a blurry little figure in front of her. Lanlan tried to sit up. She shook her head, opened her eyes again, and finally saw clearly that there was indeed a person in front of her. It was a little boy who was not wearing any clothes, but only a pair of little yellow duck shorts. Lanlan looked at the little boy. The little boy's body was white. He seemed to be about the same age as Lanlan, but he was thinner than Lanlan. He squatted on the ground, holding his knees with his 2 little hands. He swallowed his saliva, and looked at Lanlan innocently with his big black eyes. He looked away again, revealing only the tip of his red ears. Lanlan stared at the little boy for a long time. After a while, she scratched her head and called out tentatively, "Hi hey?" The little boy was stunned for a moment. His hair was short, but his bangs were a little long, and his eyebrows were covered by his bangs. He was a little surprised and stammered, "You, how do you know I am?" "Hi-hey," Lanlan suddenly said loudly, "You are Hi-hey." "Right. Hi-hey. You look exactly like the Hi-hey that Lanlan imagined." As she spoke, the little girl grabbed the little boy's hand. The little boy's hands were soft. When his hands were held, his two little ears suddenly became redder, and even his face and neck instantly turned red like tomatoes. The little boy wanted to speak, but his voice was even more awkward. I just look the way you think." He lowered his head and swallowed his saliva. Because of shyness, his little face was almost buried in his chest. He muttered, "I'm afraid I don't look like what you think. You won't like me." Lanlan raised a bright smile. "Lanlan likes it. Lanlan likes black very much." The little boy stopped talking. He was already blushing, and his head was about to smoke. The little girl then asked again, "But how come Hi-hey is here?" "Ah." Lanlan remembers the red light, and the sound of the baby crying. "Is it Hi-hey crying?" The little boy immediately raised his head. He was very beautiful. As beautiful as a porcelain doll. His jelly-like lips quickly opened, and he said anxiously, "No. I am a man. I won't cry. It's not me who is crying. It's a thief." Lanlan tilted her head. "Thief?" In order to prove his innocence, the little boy quickly pointed to the Black Sea and said, "That's right. This planet is so broken, so it's easy to grow new ones. Energy core." "Oh, energy core is what you call alien pathogens. There have been 5 alien pathogens growing in this planet. The first and second exploded, and the third, fourth, and fifth were all sealed by you." Lanlan nodded immediately. Lanlan knows. Lanlan knows. Dadley said that Lanlan has sealed 3 alien pathogens. The little boy hurriedly said, "But now the 6th energy core has grown." "But I didn't make it grow." The little boy wanted to distance himself from the relationship. As long as the environment is suitable, energy cores will grow by themselves. This is based on the climate and environment. It was decided by the author. Not me. Lanlan saw that Hey was anxious. So she patted Hey little hand and said, Hey, please speak slowly. Lanlan believes in Hey. Hey is definitely not a bad boy. Hey promised Lanlan that he would not do bad things. The little boy nodded quickly. Yes. I promised you. I will definitely do what I promised you. Lanlan smiled with her eyes curved. Yeah. So Lanlan believes in Hey. The little boy relaxed a little bit. And with a pretty face, he looked at the Black Sea again. The 6th energy core is not big because of insufficient energy. Maybe it is anxious. So it started. It began to steal energy from the other 3 energy cores. It didn't dare to steal during the day, fearing that it would be eaten by the 3 energy cores. So it stole quietly at night. The vibration of the sea you felt before was its movement. And then you heard the cry of the baby, which was also its temptation. It wanted you to enter the water and steal the energy from you. The little boy said here. And then he straightened his chest. So I took you away directly. You see? We are now on the shore. Lanlan looked at where she was sitting again, and found that she was sitting on a reef. And next to her was the beach. Lanlan nodded. She probably understood. So it was Hey who made Lanlan fall asleep? The little boy shook his head. His face turned red again, and his voice became much softer. I'm sorry. Lan Xing. You weren't asleep. It was the energy that exploded when I took shape that knocked you out. It was that red light. Lanlan opened her eyes wide. The little boy quickly said, I didn't mean it. But you are too weak now. You are too small. Your energy is suppressed. You. Lanlan is not angry. Lanlan is not angry. Lanlan saw Hey was so excited, and quickly patted Hey little hand and said, it was Hey who saved Lanlan. Lanlan should thank Hey. The little boy looked at the little girl holding his hand. His lips moved, and he lowered his head again. Actually, the small energy core can't hurt you. I was afraid that you would kill the energy core, so I showed up and took you away. The little boy said this, and then he glanced at the little girl expression. Hesitating, you are too fierce. Lanlan's smile was a little hard to hold. So, Hey was actually protecting the bad energy core. So he took Lanlan away? The little boy shook his head and explained, No. Your method was too rough. I was afraid that you would be too heavy-handed and destroy the energy core. Or suppress it. So that your father would never come back again. Lanlan was stunned. And then her eyes lit up in an instant. Hey. You mean? You know? Where are Papa Val and Papa Muyu? Right. The little boy nodded obediently. Yes. I know. Lanlan stood up immediately. Then Hey will take Lanlan to find Papa Val and Papa Muyu now. Okay. The little boy was about to say yes. But the next second, he suddenly, sounded. And then, his big black and white eyes suddenly turned red. And crystal tears burst out directly from his eye sockets. Lanlan was shocked. She squatted down and quickly wiped Hey tears. And asked, Hey, why are you crying? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The beautiful and delicate little boy not only had red eyes, but also his nose tip. He looked like a peach with water drops hanging on it. He looked at the little girl tremblingly, then nodded, hummed and pointed behind himself, and said in a crying voice, I don't feel well. My butt hurts so much. Lanlan was shocked and looked behind Hey, and saw that Yu mother swam over from behind the big reef. Maybe she thought that Lanlan was kidnapped by Hey, and Hey was a bad boy. Yu mother didn't say a word, but opened her jagged mouth with a ferocious look and bit Hey butt. She bit off a piece of meat on Hey butt. Chapter 97. Why is the screen black? What's going on? What happened? Is the live broadcast interrupted? What the hell is that red light that suddenly appeared just now? Is it something that affects the magnetic field? Just like the motorboat before. The camera is also out of order? So the live broadcast is over? Nothing will happen to Lanlan. Anchor. Come out and say something. The live broadcast of the Death Star was suddenly interrupted. But the audience in the live broadcast room did not leave. They kept brushing the bullet screen. And the black text gradually filled the entire screen. At the same time, in the Black Sea, after an unknown period of standby, the camera, that was automatically shut down by the red light, and fell into the seabed finally started to restart. Automatic shutdown is a protection mechanism. Advanced machines have automatic overload protection. The red light of the camera flickered weakly twice. And soon, there was a picture in the live broadcast room again. In night vision mode. It was still the Black Sea. And there were still 2 or 3 emerald sharks on the sea. But there was no trace of Lanlan and Yu mother on the back of the emerald shark. Damn! Where's Lanlan? Where did Lanlan go? The camera was also looking for the little girl trace. But because the camera was equipped with a follow function on the little girl, after searching on the sea without success, the camera began to lock the direction specified by the follow function. At the same time, on the beach, Lanlan squatted in front of Yu mother, trying to explain to her, Yu mother, this is Hey. This is Hey. Please open your mouth. Hey is not a bad boy. Hey is Lanlan's friend. The mermaid didn't open her mouth. She still held a piece of meat that was about to be bitten off in her mouth. And the bright red blood dyed the little boy yellow duck shorts red. Woo! Woo! The little boy covered his mouth and cried very uncomfortably. He wanted to turn his head and push away the man-eating fish behind him. But if he moved, the flesh on his butt would fall off. Yu mother, loosen your mouth. Loosen your mouth. Finally, Lanlan almost pried open Yu mother's mouth and finally rescued Hey but, once rescued, Hey immediately turned around. He lay on the black reef in agony, crying and gasping for breath. Lanlan let go of Yu mother and hurried over to check on Hey condition. Seeing that Hey was crying so painfully, Lanlan carefully reached out her hand and wanted to touch Hey but, what are you doing? The little boy cried and was suddenly shocked. Lanlan was afraid that Hey would pull the wound. So she quickly said, Hey, don't be excited. Lanlan is just checking whether your butt is serious. If it is serious, we have to bandage it quickly. The little boy's face was red. And he pouted his mouth and shook his head quickly. No. I don't want you to look at my butt. Lanlan didn't understand. She was very anxious. Why? Lanlan wanted to show Hey the wound. Hey, let Lanlan see his butt. Lanlan can see the wound. When in the forest, the wounds on the older brothers were all healed by Lanlan. Lanlan will not heal Hey badly. The little boy buried his head very low. He still shook his head. No. It's not because of this. Then what is it? Hey, you can't hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. The little girl said earnestly. The little boy didn't know how to explain. Finally, seeing that the little girl still insisted, the little boy could only say with red ears, "If you must see it, then you can see it." Lanlan was immediately satisfied. She hurried to the back of Hey Hey. Just as she was about to pull up Hey Hey pants, Hey Hey suddenly grabbed his pants waistband and said with gritted teeth, I don't feel any pain. I'm fine. I'm fine. I won't cry anymore." Hey Hey sniffed and stood up with great effort. The wound was pulled so hard that it was painful. But compared with exposing his buttocks, this pain was nothing. A man can bear it. Hey Hey had already tried hard not to cry. He even managed to squeeze out a smile and said with difficulty, "You see, I really don't. No. No. It doesn't hurt anymore." After saying a few words, sweat broke out on his head from the pain. Lanlan looked at Hey Hey's twisted little face in shock. At this moment, the mermaid slowly buried her head in the water. She swam and swam in the Black Sea. After a while, with a splash, the mermaid circled behind the little boy again. She bit the other half of the boy's buttocks with a grunt. "Hi Hey, hi Hey, ah! You mom? You mom? Open your mouth. Open your mouth." The beach suddenly became chaotic again. Time passed by, and after going through countless hardships, the camera finally locked onto its tracking target. On the beach ahead. Victory is just ahead. Look! Look! Is there a person lying on the reef in front? Yes. There is a person. Looking at the body shape, it seems to be a child. Is it Lanlan? Oh! That's not right. Why is that person not wearing clothes? Not even pants. That person doesn't seem to be Lanlan. That person's hair is shorter than Lanlan. As the camera got closer and closer, a few minutes later, the audience in the live broadcast room finally saw clearly that the person lying on the reef on the shore was indeed not Lanlan. This is a little boy. And the little boy is not completely naked. He is still wearing a pair of shorts on his lower body. But the shorts are pulled down, revealing his two bloody buttocks. Because the live broadcast room has an automatic coding function, the audience has not seen the scars on the two buttocks clearly. And the next second, the buttocks are coded. And they can't see anything. What's going on? What's going on? Who is this kid? Hey! Look! That's you mother next to the reef. What is you mother doing? Why is she burying her head and pinching her ears with both hands? As if she is admitting her mistake? No. Where is Lanlan? Where did my Lanlan go? After a while, my Lanlan is changed from a little girl to a little boy. There are 100 questions in the barrage. So at this moment, I saw a little girl figure running towards this side quickly on the beach in the distance. Hi Hey! Hi Hey! Lanlan is back. Everyone looked over and saw that it was indeed Lanlan who ran over. Wow! Thank God. Lanlan is fine. What is Lanlan holding in her arms? It seems to be a box. Lanlan is holding an emergency medicine box, which Lanlan just ran back to the beach villa to get. Lanlan ran so hard that her forehead was sweating. As soon as she came over, she immediately ran towards the little boy on the reef. But the little boy raised his hand to refuse. Don't come over. You said you won't look? Lanlan was stunned, and her body could only stop on the spot when she was halfway through running. Lanlan smacked her lips and muttered, Okay. Lanlan won't look at Hey Hey but. Lanlan won't look at Hey Hey but. As Lanlan said this, she squatted down, opened the first aid kit, and took out the healing ointment from it. Lanlan waved to Yu mother, who was still standing there pinching her ears. Yu mother, come here. The mermaid looked at the little girl hesitantly. She had just bit the little boy butt again. And then she was criticized by the little girl. The little girl was so fierce that she didn't dare to provoke her. Yu mother, come here. Lanlan called again. The mermaid then swung her tail carefully and tiptoed towards the little girl. Lanlan stepped into the water with the ointment. She said to Yu mama, Hey Hey is shy and doesn't allow Lanlan to look at his butt. Lanlan can't help Hey Hey with the ointment. Yu mama, can you help Hey Hey with the ointment? Just like this. Squeeze out the white ointment and apply it to Hey Hey injured area. The mermaid watched the little girl demonstration for a long time. She seemed to understand and took the ointment and swam back to the reef. Lanlan continued to open the first aid kit in the distance and asked, Hey Hey, are you really not going to drink the healing potion? Lanlan looked at her parents. Every time we get hurt, we drink the healing potion. The little boy put his chin on the back of his hands and pouted his lips and said, the healing potion is useless to me. Lanlan didn't understand. Why doesn't the healing potion work on Hey Hey? When Lanlan drinks the stinky healing potion, the wound will get a little better. The little boy muttered, it's useless. In fact, Hey Hey wanted to say that this ointment was useless to him. But Lan Xing insisted on applying the ointment to him. If he didn't agree, she would be unhappy. He had no choice but to agree to apply the ointment. His body was condensed by his own energy. So the good or bad of his body can only be controlled by his own energy. It's just that he just condensed into a human. And the stored energy has almost been consumed. So he can't heal himself. And these things that treat humans are useless to him. Lan Xing has a human body. So these things work for her. But he is not a human. He just pretends to be a human. And his physique is not a human physique at all. The cold and sticky substance fell on his buttocks. Hai Hei was feeling uncomfortable. The next second, Bad Fish's rough big hand suddenly rubbed the ointment on his buttocks. Ugh! Hey Hey head was smoking in pain. And his beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with tears again. Lanlan tiptoed to look over there from a distance. Hai Hei. After applying the ointment. Are you feeling better? What else could the little boy say? He could only say with tears in his eyes, okay. Better. Much better. Ugh! The action of applying the ointment on the buttocks became more fierce. The little boy quickly covered his mouth, fearing that he would scream out in pain. After the bloody, but became even bloodier. Hai Hei quickly pulled up his yellow duck pants. He endured the severe pain and climbed up from the reef. The farther away from the mermaid, the better. Lanlan ran towards Hai Hei, seeing that the little boy could stand up. She was very happy. Hai Hei. You see? The ointment is still very effective. Right. The little boy wanted to cry again. But he still nodded yes. Lanlan took out another bottle of healing potion and muttered, Hai Hei. You should drink some potion. They will drink it when they are injured. Hai Hei, What can Hai Hei do? He has already used the useless ointment with the intention of dying. Is he still afraid of drinking this useless potion? The little boy gritted his teeth, took the potion, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, he couldn't help but spit out his tongue. It's so hard to drink. A sweet and fragrant candy was suddenly placed on the tongue. The little boy opened his eyes wide and looked at the little girl beside him. Lanlan put the candy wrapper back into her pocket. She pursed her lips and said, after taking the medicine, you can eat candy. Eating sweet candy won't be bitter. Right? The little boy's cheeks began to turn red again. He held the candy in his mouth and nodded gently. So am I the only one who still doesn't know what's going on now? This little boy is called Hai Hei. I remember that Lanlan called the little black mole on her palm Hai Hei. The previous sentence doesn't mean that this little boy is transformed from that little black mole. Ha ha ha. No. I just said that maybe this little boy is Lanlan's friend. And Lanlan missed her friend too much in the fatal training ground. So she gave the mole on her palm the same name as her friend. But who is this little boy? And why are there other children in the Death Star? This child looks just a little older than Lanlan. So he is also a 3S ability user? Help! Is there another child who is confirmed to be a 3S ability user at a young age? What do children nowadays eat to grow up? Don't make innuendos about all children. I have never seen other children who broke 3S at such a young age. In the thousands of years of interstellar history, there have only been 2 3S children, and they are the two in front of us. The appearance of Hai Hei caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. On the Star Network, entries such as Lanlan Hai Hei quickly rushed into the top 10 hot searches. In Lanlan Forum, the name Hai Hei was also widely mentioned in new posts. Everyone was curious about the relationship between Hai Hei and Lanlan, why he appeared on the Death Star, and who his parents were. Could he have a father and mother from the same planet like Lanlan? The president looked at the little boy who suddenly appeared on the big screen. His dark eyes narrowed deeply. And after a moment, he clicked on the optical brain communication. At the same time, the military starship from the capital star to the Death Star. Li Jia looked at the screen in the live broadcast room and frowned. He had a bad expression and a full of vigilance in his eyes. He cursed. Where did this stinky boy come from? He was wandering around in front of Lanlan without clothes. He was not a decent child at first glance. He looked so ugly. The subordinates next to him did not dare to say anything. but only dared to think in their hearts that if this was considered ugly, there would probably be no good-looking children in the world. This Haihei was of course good-looking. But there was a big difference between his and Lanlan good looks. Lanlan is smart, soft, cute, and sweet, just like the little angel in the Blue Star ancient god system that can heal people's hearts as described in history books. But this Haihei is indeed delicate and handsome. But no matter how you look at him, he is more like a porcelain doll carefully molded by someone. He is beautiful, but his flawless beauty lacks the vitality of a living person. But no matter what, Haihei has nothing to do with ugly. No! This Haihei is suspicious. We have to investigate. The daughter-slave father is getting more and more annoyed with the bad boy around his daughter. Li Jia made a call and asked his subordinates to investigate immediately and make sure to find more information about Haihei. Li Jia is sure that there must have been no such person as Haihei on the Death Star before. He suddenly appeared, and no one knew who he followed to get in. He is a 3S ability user, and he is so close to Lanlan. He must not be a good person. Haihei, your butt is injured. Can you not go into the sea now? Then can you still take Lanlan to find Val Dad and Muyu Dad? Lanlan mind is still full of her Val Dad and Muyu Dad. Lanlan is very afraid that the situation that Haihei said before, that Val Dad and Muyu Dad will never come back, will happen. Haihei touched his little butt lightly, and he muttered, "It's okay. I can go into the sea. The worst has already happened. So there is no need to worry about going into the water with an injury." Lanlan hesitated. The little boy sipped the sweet candy in his mouth again, lowered his head, and stretched his little hand forward. Lanlan looked at Haihei's outstretched finger in confusion. The little boy mumbled, "You? Hold my hand? I take you." Lanlan didn't even think about it, and immediately took Haihei's hand, smiling like a crescent moon. Yeah. Yeah. The little boy limped along the beach, and the little girl behind him followed him obediently. In the sea beside them, the mermaid washed the sticky ointment on her hands, then quickly flicked her tail and caught up with the two little kids. Under the dark sky, the two children did not walk fast. Finally, they reached the end of the shore. The little boy took a deep breath and said to the little girl, "I'm going into the water." Lanlan looked at Haihei but again. Haihei quickly covered his buttocks and muttered, "Don't always peek at me." "Okay. Okay." Lanlan won't look at Haihei anymore. "Haihei, is it really not painful? I'm a man. I'm not afraid of pain." The little boy seemed to have forgotten that he was crying and gasping for breath just now. He closed his eyes, pinched his nose, and jumped into the sea with a splash. The little boy disappeared after entering the dark sea water. Lanlan was stunned. She blinked and shouted quickly, "Haihei! Haihei! Have you left?" "Wait for Lanlan. Which direction are you going?" "Wow! Help! Help!" Before Lanlan finished speaking, a small figure suddenly emerged from the black water, flapping non-stop. Haihei fell to the bottom of the sea as soon as he entered the water. Then he struggled hard and finally got out of the sea. Haihei screamed and his face turned pale with fear. He stammered, I can't swim." Lanlan, Haihei just teleported from the sea with launching. He didn't know he couldn't swim. Seeing that the little boy was about to fall into the sea again, Lanlan looked at Yu Mother next to him, and saw that Yu Mother was still laughing and watching the show. Lanlan was anxious, and had to jump into the water with a splash. She pulled Haihei's arm, and tried to drag Haihei to the shore. When Haihei finally got to the shore, the little boy instantly lay on the beach like a salted fish, and didn't move at all. Lanlan squatted down, and poked Haihei's white cheek. "Haihei, are you okay?" Puff. The little boy spit out the last mouthful of seawater. He turned his head, and looked at the little girl. His nose red. Am I stupid?" Lanlan blinked her eyes. She touched Haihei's hair, and laid down with Haihei, comforting Haihei. Haihei is of course not stupid. Haihei now is just like Lanlan when she was very young. When Lanlan was a child, she had no teeth, couldn't speak, and wet the bed. But Haihei can speak, walk, has teeth, and doesn't wet the bed. Haihei is already super good. Super good. A little boy who looks at least 5 years old, who can talk, walk, grow teeth, and not wet the bed, shouldn't be considered particularly great, right? Wow. Lanlan's requirements are really low. So rounding off, am I also a super great person? Wow. I didn't expect that I could be so great. Thank you Lanlan for your affirmation. Lanlan's requirements for Haihei must be different from those for others. Haihei only became a human today. Now Haihei should be just like a baby. When Lanlan was a baby, he really didn't know anything. Parents said that Lanlan could only smile foolishly at that time. But the baby Haihei has grown so big. He is taller than Lanlan. Haihei is super awesome. But Haihei doesn't think he is awesome. He thinks he is useless. His bottom hurts. And he can't swim. The little boy drooped his head, dug a hole on the beach, buried his little face in the hole, and said sullenly, "Your daddy is fine for now. He can't digest them so quickly. Daytime is when he is weak. It's best to go to your daddy tomorrow." Lanlan nodded quickly. Yeah. Lanlan believes Haihei. Haihei said he will go to his daddy tomorrow. Then Lanlan will go to his daddy tomorrow. Haihei, don't be unhappy. Haihei, do you want candy? The little boy lifted his gray face from the sand pit. He opened his mouth aggrievedly. Yes. Lanlan sat up quickly, opened a candy, and fed it to Haihei. Haihei ate it in one gulp. Then he climbed up with his butt sticking out, sniffed, and wiped the tears from his eyelashes with the back of his hand. He licked the candy with the tip of his tongue and turned it around in his mouth. The little boy wrapped the candy in his left cheek, and his left cheek suddenly bulged up. He pointed to Haihei and said, "Although your Miyu father and Val father can only be rescued tomorrow, your other fathers are all right now." As the little boy said this, in the middle of the distant sea, Ino suddenly felt that the sea surface began to calm down. The huge waves disappeared. The strong wind disappeared. He wiped his face, and after making sure that everything was fine, he quickly turned the overturned hovercraft right, and then climbed into the car with his whole body wet. At the same time, on the other side, Joe Chin, who was being sucked by the black big stone, suddenly pulled hard, and finally, he pulled his hand out. Joe Chin's face was a little pale. He stared at the stone tightly, but saw that the suction originally attached to the stone seemed to be slowly disappearing. Other dads? Lanlan didn't know what Haihei was talking about. She tilted her head, but Haihei didn't say anything anymore. After the little boy chewed the candy in his mouth, he looked at the little girl again, and then tentatively opened his mouth. Lanlan smiled. She took out another candy, tore it open, and fed it to Haihei. Awah! At this moment, Yu mother suddenly rushed over, took the first step, ate the candy in one bite, and then dived into the sea again. Hey! Suddenly, her hands were empty. Lanlan looked at the shocked Haihei, and then looked at the sea with only splashes of water beside her. She blinked her eyes. Haihei, whose candy was taken away, had tears in his eyes again. Lanlan was startled, and hurriedly opened another candy in a hurry, quickly stuffed the candy into Haihei's mouth, and coaxed Haihei at the same time. Haihei, don't cry. Haihei, don't cry. Yu mother didn't mean it. Lanlan was afraid that Yu mother would bully Haihei again, so she quickly led Haihei back. But while walking, Lanlan couldn't help but secretly turn back to look at Haihei's little face. Lanlan didn't know if it was her illusion. She just felt that Haihei was very strong, but Haihei seemed a little delicate. Haihei seemed to be the most delicate child Lanlan had ever seen. Chapter 98. Have you brought the contract and the enrollment certificate? Are you sure you have everything? In the temporary operations room, outside the Death Star port, Marshal Yi looked at the staff of the investigation team sitting on the side and frowned. The staff seemed to have just come to his senses, and he said in a panic, All. Marshal Yi pursed his lips. You are just an errand boy. They won't make things difficult for you. Give them the things later, and then bring the rest of your investigation team out. Understand? The staff nodded pitifully, indicating that he understood. Is the starship ready? Marshal Yi asked others again. After getting a positive answer, Marshal Yi looked at the staff of the investigation team again. The staff took a deep breath and was about to go outside to board the ship. Suddenly, outside the operations room, a rebellious and sharp voice suddenly sounded. I go too. Lanlan led Haihei and walked from the beach to Lan Villa. Lanlan put the first aid kit back into the drawer in the hall, and then she took Haihei and walked into the big room on the first floor. This room is pink because it is Lanlan room. Lanlan lifted the dust cloth on the big bed with a rustle sound, and then she touched the soft quilt and said, Hey, you can sleep in Lanlan room tonight. Lanlan will go back to Maple Leaf Dad house soon. Will Hey Hey be afraid to sleep alone at night? The little boy looked at the little girl in horror. Are you leaving? Lanlan blinked. Yes. Lanlan promised Maple Leaf Dad that she would go to Maple Leaf Dad house to sleep tonight. It's very late now. And Lanlan has to leave quickly. The little boy grabbed the little girl close. But I want to go with you. Lanlan scratched her head. But Maple Leaf Dad house is too far away. And Hey Hey is injured. So it's not suitable for him to walk a long way. The little boy didn't say anything, but just pulled the little girl close tighter. Lanlan thought for a moment, opened the quilt, and patted the mattress. Hey Hey, be good. Go to bed first. The little boy bit his lip, and finally he climbed onto the bed after hesitating for a long time. His butt hurt, so he couldn't lie down, so he could only lie on his stomach. He lay on the bed, but he kept turning his head to look at the little girl, fearing that the little girl would take the opportunity to run away. Lanlan didn't take the opportunity to run away. Lanlan just gently covered Hey Hey with the quilt, and then said, Hey Hey, be good. Hey Hey, have a good sleep. And when Hey Hey wakes up tomorrow morning, he will see Lanlan. And Lanlan will definitely come to find Hey Hey very early tomorrow. The little boy stared at the little girl and muttered, You won't lie to me, will you? I am very useful to you. After I wake up, I can help you revive your energy. You will grow up quickly, and you will also return to your previous appearance faster. You are too weak now. Although Lan Xing can now nourish all things and make them grow healthily, she can only nourish, but not give birth. The greatest ability of a planet is actually to breed. But it doesn't matter. With his help, the blue planet will soon be able to breed everything. It's to recreate new species. The little boy tried very hard to prove his worth. Why don't you try it? You try it tonight. If you succeed, you will be good to me in the future. Okay? Lanlan didn't quite understand. What does Hai Hei want Lanlan to try? The little boy scratched his head and couldn't explain clearly. Just to test your ability. Lanlan still didn't understand. The little boy didn't know how to say it. It was a feeling of bondage, and he didn't know how to describe it. Lanlan saw that Hai Hei was so anxious that he almost scratched his hair bald. So she quickly said, Okay. Okay. Hai Hei. Don't think about it. Lanlan won't lie to Hai Hei. And Lanlan will be good to Hai Hei. Hai Hei. Go to bed quickly. Finally. Probably because he was really tired. The little boy closed his eyes in a daze and really fell asleep. After Hai Hei fell asleep, Lanlan turned off the lights in the room quietly and left the villa. As soon as she went out, Lanlan saw Fei Fei stretching outside the villa, waiting for her. Lanlan ran towards the big pig, climbed onto its back, and then touched its thick ears, saying, Fei Fei, let's go! Fei Fei, do you know how to get to Maple Leaf's father house? Fei Xiongju shook his ears, and the next second, he flew into the sky, and his round black pig figure soon disappeared into the black night sky, just as Lanlan was heading to Maple Leaf's father house. Another starship entered the Death Star from the other side. The investigation team in the starship looked at the violent god sitting next to them, and their originally uneasy hearts finally settled down. Everyone in the capital star said that the violent god was fierce and violent, and had a weird personality. But in fact, the violent god was not bad. Their investigation and investigation association often interviewed and investigated the violent god because of complaints from other officials. The number of interviews increased, and the relationship between the two sides became very tense. But unexpectedly, when something happened to their investigation team today, Baoshan actually put aside his past grudges and personally went back to the Death Star with him just to rescue their staff. Woohoo! Baoshan is so nice. The starship flew to the exclusive reception area on the east side of the Death Star, because basically no one comes to the Death Star. This reception area is like a garbage station, full of garbage, and no one cleans it up. The staff saw from a distance that there was a small building with a red light on next to the reception area. The staff immediately straightened their backs and complained, Baoshan. That's it. The prisoners must be waiting in that small building. Li Jie took a sip of water and glanced down, with no expression on his face. Yeah. Seeing Baoshan so steady, the staff immediately felt more relieved. Their Baoshan is also a 3S ability user, and a famous interstellar war god. These prisoners are nothing. They can be as powerful as Baoshan. Baoshan will definitely stand up for their investigation team. thinking so in his heart. The staff pressed the landing button. And soon, the starship slowly landed on the reception area. Yun Shan was asked by her brother to wait here for Lanlan admission certificate. When she was almost asleep, the outsider who was out running errands finally came back. Yun Shan was upset and came out of the lounge. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw a tall, handsome and arrogant figure coming out of the starship gate. The staff of the investigation team stuck to the window and saw the prisoner named Yun Shan. He was about to be scared, but when he saw the prisoner was stunned after seeing their violent behavior. The staff suddenly felt proud again. See, he has been impressed by the heroic appearance of their imperial war god. At this moment, Yun Shan suddenly rushed forward. The staff members were suddenly nervous. Are they going to fight? Just as they were thinking, Yun Shan had already rushed to the front of Bao Shen, and the battle horn was about to sound. The next second, Yun Shan hugged Li Jie and shouted, "Brotherly, why are you here?" Staff, ? Li Jie pushed his sister Yunli away unhappily and smacked his lips. Okay. Why are you still so irritable? I find your brother. My brother went back. Yun Shan jumped and said, "It's my sister-in-law's house. This worthless man. People. They just hang around my sister-in-law every day. They are useless." Li Jie pursed his lips. Then he pointed to the starship behind him and said, "I brought the things. I have read the enrollment contract and the demand contract. There is no problem. Let those people go. Don't kill anyone." Yun Shan smiled. Okay. Brotherly. You just need to read it. On the entire Death Star. If there is anyone who can still have a good impression of Li Jie, it can only be Yunli. The simple-minded, well-developed limbs, and the sister who especially worships the god of war. The two brothers and sisters of the Yun family. Yunli makes money with wisdom and brains, and Yun Shan relies on force to be her brother bodyguard. The two brothers and sisters focus on a family business, rely on each other, and even go to jail together. There is no way, without her brother watching, Yun Shan, the silly sister, will definitely be cheated when she goes out. Li Jie turned his head again and said to the staff in the starship, "Xiao Shan will send you away. Tell your team leader that someone will notify him when he can investigate, before receiving the notification. He is not welcome on the Death Star." The staff member was dumbfounded. He said in a daze, Bao Shen, do you know the prisoners on the Death Star? None of your business. Li Jie replied angrily, and greeted Yun Shan again. Then he summoned a mecha, sat on the mecha, and flew towards the direction of the Black Sea. Huh? Lanlan was lying on Fei Fei, with her chin resting on the top of Fei Fei's hairy head. Suddenly, she sat up straight, looked at the flashing starlight in the distance, and muttered, "Is that someone flying?" Blinking, the starlight disappeared again. Lanlan didn't take it seriously. She lay back on Fei Fei again, yawning and saying, "Well, Fei Fei, Lanlan is sleepy." Half an hour later, Lanlan finally arrived at Fengyi Father House. After taking a bath, the little girl didn't care to chat with her parents. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She fell directly into the laboratory, in the soft little bed that belonged to her. Yu Feng tucked the corners of the quilt for his daughter. When he turned around and was about to leave in the wheelchair, he was suddenly stunned. The thin and weak man stared at the little girl with closed eyelashes, and even breathing on the bed for a long time. After a long time, he raised his eyebrows hesitantly. "It seems a little taller? Unlike when I saw Lanlan today during the day." Lanlan in the daytime did grow up significantly when she appeared again after leaving for a month. But Lanlan at night seemed to be a little taller than Lanlan in the daytime. It was as if she suddenly grew 1 centimeter taller in just one day. A full centimeter. Yu Feng stared at his daughter, thinking, Li Jie saw Lanlan just now. But knowing that the camera was there, he did not take the initiative to meet Lanlan. Li Jie arrived at the Black Sea beach. He got off the mecha and pushed open the door of the blue villa without saying a word. Clang. He kicked open the room where the little boy slept. Click. And turned on the light in the room. Just as he was about to pick up the brat sleeping on his daughter's bed, Li Jie was stunned the next second. In the room, the bed was in a state where someone had slept. But there was no sign of the little boy on the bed. Li Jie narrowed his eyes, and after a while, he muttered, "Sure enough, it's suspicious." After that, he sighed, left the villa again, got into the mecha, and flew towards the Black Sea. Try it. Try it tonight. Lanlan fell asleep. Lanlan knew she was asleep. And she also knew she was dreaming. In the dream, Lanlan dreamed of what Hey said before. Hey said that he asked Lanlan to try it tonight. But Lanlan didn't know what she was going to try. No. Lanlan seemed to know? What did Lanlan know? Well, did Lanlan know? Lanlan was confused and couldn't figure it out. Lanlan simply stopped thinking about it and fell into a dream happily. In the dream, Lanlan saw a blue star. Not the later blue star, but the blue star from a long time ago. At that time, there were no humans on Blue Star. Only mountains, rivers, seas, birds, beasts and insects. Lanlan's eyes could see every inch of land and every animal on Blue Star. The wind blew gently, and the rain fell gently. Lanlan felt so comfortable. Lanlan hadn't felt so comfortable for a long time. It was already 2:30 in the middle of the night. Yufeng hadn't slept yet. He was still sitting in his wheelchair, occasionally looking at his wife's brain in the vessel opposite, and occasionally looking at the little girl sleeping sweetly next to him. Seeing that his daughter didn't know what she was dreaming about, an intoxicated smile appeared on his face. Yufeng was silent for a while, and then he gently took off the patch on his daughter's temple. He put the patch into the dedicated instrument, and soon, data started jumping on the instrument. Looking at the red and green lines, Yufeng's eyes narrowed. She is really growing. As if she had suddenly become enlightened. Lanlan's physical fitness has become that of a normal child. Her physical fitness had stagnated in the previous year. But now, it's like a blocked pipe has been unblocked. Her physical fitness has returned to the normal range. No, not to the normal range. She even seems to have surpassed the normal range. Yes, it's as if the body wants to return all the stagnant growth of this year to her. Her current growth data is a bit shocking. Was she stimulated by something? Or was there any external help? Yufeng saved his daughter's physical data first. Just like stagnant growth, rapid growth is also strange. This matter needs to be communicated with others. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the window next to him. Yufeng paused, looked out the window, and saw that the wind was blowing outside, and the wind was slapping the window violently. Yufeng waved his hand, and the whole house sensed it, and the window was automatically locked immediately. Looking at the shadows of the trees outside the window, swaying like ghosts, Yufeng waved his hand again and let down the curtains. In the dream, Lanlan dreamed that the wind was blowing on Blue Star, and under the huge wind, the shadows of the trees swayed like ghosts. And in this dark and wanton wind, Lanlan suddenly saw a huge figure. The figure was an animal, and the animal was slowly moving forward in the wind and rain. Ah! It was a dinosaur. A cute Tyrannosaurus Rex. It turned out that this was Blue Star in the Cretaceous period. Lanlan thought so in her heart, and sighed that she hadn't seen a dinosaur for a long time. Lanlan wanted to play with dinosaurs. So she turned into wind and rain. She turned around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. She watched it open its big mouth full of serrations, and its two thick hind legs left huge and deep pits on the ground. Its tail swept the lawn almost bald. Tyrannosaurus Rex was not afraid of rain. It even liked it a little. It raised its head and roared in the rain, and the roar shook the whole mountain. It was like an excited child. The more Lanlan dreamed, the happier she became. The smile on her face couldn't help but grow bigger. Muxing is a nameless third-level small planet on the left side of the solar system. Muxing has a small population, backward industry and few jobs, which has led to most of the people of Muxing living in poverty, and poverty all year round. The permanent population of Muxing is about 200,000. Among the first-tier planets with hundreds of millions of people. A small planet like Muxing with only 200,000 people is basically nothing. But Muxing is still a planet in the solar system. As everyone knows, the solar system is too far away from the main interstellar universe. So this area is basically a rural galaxy. Whoosh, whoosh. In the evening of Muxing, the residents basically went to bed early. But the wind suddenly started to blow outside. It was clearly indicated that tomorrow would be sunny. But the wind blew as if a storm was about to come. In the strange beast forest east of Muxing, a lizard that was sleeping on a stone suddenly felt that the ground under it moved. It opened its eyes and looked around suspiciously. At this time, the ground moved again, and the amplitude of the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, it began to rain. The overwhelming wind and the pattering rain made a noisy sound. Bang! Bang! It was the sound of footsteps. The lizard finally found it. The shaking of the mountain was not because the land was moving, but because some large beast appeared in the forest. When the beast moved, the whole mountain began to tremble. The lizard began to drill in the grass, and it ran towards the source of the footsteps curiously. Finally, it saw the beast. Huge body, towering figure, big mouth full of serrations, long tail, and thick hind legs. The lizard didn't know that the beast was called Tyrannosaurus Rex. It only knew that it had never seen this huge beast in the forest. It was as if the beast suddenly appeared with the wind and the rain. At the same time, in the seaside villa of the Death Star, on the pink big bed, Hi-Hey, who had disappeared just now, returned to the big bed after the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in the faraway Muxing in the solar system. The little boy touched his little butt and continued to sleep on his stomach with satisfaction. It turned out that Blue Star had always wanted to see the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. It just so happened that there was a small planet called Muxing in the solar system, and there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex egg buried there that was abandoned here a long time ago. Normally, Blue Star does not have the ability to breed species with its own soul. But he is here. He can catalyze her growth and make her use the sealed energy in advance. He can also use the omnipresent dark matter as a conductor to transmit her spiritual energy to a medium that is compatible with her soul. That is the dinosaur egg. See, he said he is useful. He is of great help to her. He can help her regain the ability to create species again. He could also help her create a blue star again. Chapter 99. Lanlan had a very satisfying sleep. When she woke up the next morning, it was just dawn outside. The laboratory was empty. Lanlan got out of bed and folded the quilt neatly. Then she ran to the container with liquid and said to the human brain inside, "Good morning, Mom." The electronic circuit of the brain lit up. It was Mom who was also saying good morning to Lanlan. At this moment, the door of the laboratory opened, and Yufeng and the mechanical woman walked in. "Dad." Lanlan ran over and hugged Feng at Dad. The man touched his daughter's hair, with a faint smile on his weak face. "Don't you want to sleep for a while?" The little girl shook her head. "Lanlan is going to find Hi-Hey." Yufeng didn't hear the little girl mention Hi-Hey last night. He raised his eyebrows. "Little animals?" Lanlan often gave some messy names to the strange beasts and plants in the Death Star. "No." Lanlan raised her chin. "Hi-Hey is." Lanlan originally wanted to say that Hi-Hey is a human, but then she felt that it was not right. Hi-Hey is not a human, but dark matter. But Hi-Hey is not dark matter now, but looks like a human now. The little girl began to rack her brains to think about what Hi-Hey is. Yufeng did not think much about it. He said, "Wash up first, then have breakfast." Lanlan's little stomach made a gulp sound at the right time, and the little girl blushed immediately and said quickly, "Okay." After Lanlan washed up and changed into clean new clothes, when she went downstairs, she saw that the mechanical mother had prepared nutrient solution and milk. Lanlan sat on her child chair, picked up the big milk cup, and drank a mouthful. A circle of white milk mustache suddenly appeared on her mouth. Lanlan licked her lips, pouted her little mouth, and drank the second mouthful. Whether Lanlan drank milk or nutrient solution today, she drank it super fast. After drinking in big gulps, the little girl got off the table, wiped her mouth, and ran to the door. "Dad, Lanlan is going to find Hi-Hey." Yufeng frowned. "Run slower." Lanlan shouted from a distance. "Lanlan is not running. Lanlan drives the bound starship. Lanlan bound starship is not on her, but in her own home. Lanlan has her own home. Lanlan usually goes to different parents' homes to play, but the place where Lanlan stays the most is still her own home. However, because the location is far away, if Lanlan wants to go back to her own home, she has to take a bus back. Soon, the little girl arrived at the bus stop. There was no one on the street in the early morning. Lanlan waited and waited, and after waiting for 10 minutes, the bus finally came. The bus flew into the station. The front door opened, and Lanlan was about to get on the bus when she heard the voice of Jules' father suddenly rang out from the driver's seat. "Lanlan." Lanlan's little hand grabbed the handrail of the front door of the bus. She looked at the bald and big dad in front of her in surprise. Blinking her eyes, "Jules' father? Why is Jules' father driving the car today?" Lanlan remembered that it was the parents who took turns to drive the car. Jules wanted to cry but had no tears. Didn't I leave early for half a day yesterday? I have to make up for a day's shift today, the big man said, and immediately showed his daughter, Lanlan. Look, Dad has no wine bottles here. Not a single wine bottle. After Lanlan got on the bus, she stood outside the driving area and looked inside on tiptoe. The bus is very clean today. And Dad really didn't drink. Lanlan was satisfied. Dad just needs to correct his mistakes. When the time came, Jules closed the car door and muttered, Dad has written a lot of self-criticisms, and it will be handed over to Lanlan for inspection soon. Lanlan was even more satisfied. The car was about to start. Lanlan found a seat to sit down first, and then said, Dad, don't talk while driving, and concentrate on the road. Jules quickly agreed. In the rest of the car, Jules drove very fast, making sure to send Lanlan to the destination as quickly as possible, because it was too early now. Except for Lanlan, no one in the Death Star would take the bus. After 5 stops, the bus finally arrived at Lanlan home. In the live broadcast room, more viewers came in at this time. Come to see Lanlan early in the morning. Kiss Lanlan, baby. Wow, where is this place? Finally arrived at a more lively place in the Death Star? There are many shops on the street in front, but they are not open. It looks like a scenic town here. Damn. Look at the names of those shops. They make me laugh to death. Blue Flower Shop, Blue Bookstore, Blue Studio, Blue Children's Clothing Shop, Blue Hanfu Shop, Blue Model Shop, Blue Toy Shop. So the shops opened by people from the Death Star are all named with the 3 words blue. Right? No. The most outrageous thing is, sisters, look at the name of this station. The name of this station is actually called Lanlan Station. Ha. Okay. I know Lanlan home is nearby. But where is it? There are only shops here. And I can't see any houses. After getting off the bus, Lanlan hummed a song and entered the wide and clean street in front. The street is paved with cement, so the road here is not bumpy at all. It is very flat. On both sides of the street, you can see all kinds of shops. And there are signs of Lanlan hanging at the door of the shop. After a while, Lanlan walked to the outside of one of the shops called Lanlan Bump Starship Shop. After unlocking with the face, the audience in the live broadcast room saw that the door of the shop opened automatically, and the lights inside were also lit at the same time. In this white house, 20 children's starships of different shapes were neatly placed. Lanlan chose the strawberry starship that she usually drives, with the shell painted with strawberry graffiti. The little girl opened the door of the starship and sat in directly. The starship drove out of the store, and the door behind it closed automatically. Hey, don't you have to pay? How can Lanlan open the door of the store by herself? I feel that this is not good. If you take things from the store, you should still tell the store owner. Although the store owner may be Lanlan's other father and mother. My father runs a small commodity store, but I also have to pay for things in the store because I have to reconcile the accounts. Alas, it is not good for Lanlan to take things away directly like this. Lanlan drove the bumper starship and continued to drive all the way to the front of the street, because the starship is now in ground mode. The audience can also follow Lanlan's perspective and appreciate the scenery of the street bit by bit. This street is really long, and there are many shops on both sides of the road, and each shop seems to sell different things. Finally, the little starship reached the end of the street, and in front of it was a wide and clear river. There are boats, fish, and many lotuses in the river. Wow! This river is so beautiful. The bridge on the river is also beautiful, and the shape is so unique. Recently, for Lanlan, I have made up a lot of history of Blue Star. This kind of bridge shape is actually an ancient bridge shape that can only be seen in ancient Blue Star, called an arch bridge. The bumper starship drove onto the arc-shaped arch bridge, and after crossing the arch bridge, I saw a huge lawn on the opposite side, and in front of the lawn, there was a lush, colorful sea of flowers. The barrage instantly filled the screen with exclamation marks. Wow! A sea of 3S roses? Is this a sea of 3S roses? Such a large sea of 3S flowers? This is too rich. Look to the right. There is also a sea of 3S sunflowers on the right. I have only seen sunflowers this big in books. It is worthy of being a 3S flower. Wow! There are also small daisies. What kind of dream flowers are 3s, small daisies? Pieces of flowers are densely spread all over the hillside. And in the middle of the sea of flowers, mountain roads have been opened up. The bumper starship passed through these mountain roads at its own speed. Not long after the camera shuttled through the entire sea of flowers, another scenery appeared in front. It turned out to be a large field of fruits and vegetables and rice fields. The magnificent farmland shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. Ah! I'm going to faint. What kind of magical place is this? There are so many crops. These are worth thousands of gold. Where is this? This is the Death Star? Bullshit. This is not the Death Star. This is heaven. It must be heaven. Apples. Grapes. Strawberries. Banana. Oh my god. Oh my god. When the barrage was out of control, the bumper starship continued to move forward. Soon, after passing the last watermelon field, a big house could finally be seen in front. No, that should not be considered an ordinary big house. It is a manor. There is also a castle in the manor. The strawberry starship soon stopped outside the castle. Lanlan got off the starship and jumped into the castle. The castle gate sensed the owner's return and opened automatically. And inside the castle, the first floor hall was decorated as a special play area, with cute children's graffiti all over the walls, soft carpets on the floor, and low sofas to match the height of children. There was also a trampoline, a ball pool, a carousel, and even a large rocking chair where you could see the stars while lying down. The comments were dazzling. Such a house is the dream of every child. But Lanlan was already accustomed to these things. She didn't look at them, but ran straight to the second floor. There were many large rooms on the second floor, but most of the room doors were slightly open, and only the robots parked inside could be seen, which were automatically charging. Lanlan reached the end of the corridor on the second floor, where the largest room in the villa was. There was an extra-large princess bed in the room, and a huge photo of Lanlan hung at the head of the bed. This was Lanlan's room. Lanlan was still humming a tuneless nursery rhyme. Then, Lanlan passed through the room and walked into the cloakroom connected to the room. Lanlan's cloakroom was about the same size as the room, and there were many clothes hanging in it. Lanlan walked to the innermost part of the cloakroom and chose a red backpack from the small backpacks on the wall. Lanlan held the small backpack and walked back to the hanging area. The little girl searched for a long time in a pile of small skirts, and finally found a few small clothes that could be worn by both genders. Lanlan put all the clothes into the small backpack, and then she went downstairs and returned to the first floor of the castle. Going downstairs was faster than going upstairs. When going upstairs, Lanlan had to hold the small handrail and walk up little by little. But when going downstairs, Lanlan sat directly on the slide and slid down. Soon, Lanlan went into the kitchen again, took out a box of nutrient solution from the refrigerator, grabbed some snacks, and then went to get the ointment. After a while, the small backpack was stuffed full. Lanlan put the small backpack on her shoulders, and after making sure that everything she wanted to take was taken, she left the castle, drove the starship, and went down the mountain the same way. When she went up the mountain just now, there were no people in the farmland, flower fields, and fruit fields. But now when she left, because it was already past 7 o'clock in the morning, the pastoral robots also started to work. So the audience saw that there were many more hardworking robots in the fields. They watered, fertilized, and pruned branches, and the originally empty mountaintop suddenly became more lively, including the birds and other small animals in the mountains. They also began to run out one after another. Sika deer, sheep, and big yellow cattle all like to eat grass in the lawn. Birds and bees all like to fly into the sea of flowers. As the sun came out, some small animals lay directly on the roadside and began to bask in the sun. After a while, Lanlan Bumper Starship returned to the street at the foot of the mountain. None of the shops on the street were open, but Lanlan suddenly stopped at the door of Lanlan's studio. The little girl used facial recognition to open the door of the studio. Inside, the whole shop was full of paintings. Some paintings were graffiti, some were sketches, and some were oil paintings. Where? Lanlan searched and searched, and finally found a picture frame among the layers of picture frames. Taking out the painting that was already a little dusty, Lanlan wiped the dust off the frame with her sleeve, then stroked the two young dinosaurs in the painting, muttering, "Tyrannosaurus Rex." Lanlan dreamed of Tyrannosaurus Rex last night. Opening the frame, Lanlan took out the dinosaur painting alone, then rolled it up, and returned to the strawberry starship with the dinosaur painting. As the little girl left, the door of the studio closed automatically. The strawberry starship entered the driveway outside, and then Lanlan soared into the sky, and the bumper starship began to drive towards the Black Sea. Family members, I suddenly have an immature guess. That is there a possibility that the shops we just saw are not shops, but Lanlan warehouse? I have thought so for a long time. The bumper starship store looks like a garage for parking bumper starships. The paintings in the studio have Lanlan name on the lower right corner. Those are all painted by Lanlan. So those model shops and toy shops are filled with the models and toys that Lanlan plays with? Or are they the models and toys that she has grown tired of playing with and put away? Oh my god! What kind of princess life is this? No. Princesses don't even have this kind of treatment. Right? She even has a warehouse dedicated to storing Hanfu. Ah. Lan Xing's existence party. Chinese clothing lovers are envious. And now Lanlan is only 4 years old. As she gets older, she will use more things. By then, how can a warehouse on the street be enough for her to store them? Haha. You only care about Lanlan's things. Unlike me, I am obsessed with the 3S herbs and 3S flowers on that half mountain, as well as the edible fruit and vegetable farmland. Can Lanlan eat all these crops by himself? Of course he can't finish them. So we can see that Jules' father has a lot of food that he can't finish. Because he really can't finish it. Absolutely can't finish it. Wow. No wonder this station is called Lanlan Station. So from the moment you get off the bus, the entire area as big as the town is Lanlan home. Right. Ding ding. Dang dang. Hey Hey was awakened by the sound of dishes colliding outside. The little boy slept on his stomach all night, and half of his white little face was pressed with red marks. Hi Hey wanted to sit up, but as soon as his butt touched the bed, he was immediately awakened by the pain. The little boy sniffed in grievance. After a nap, his energy recovered a little. He tried to use the energy to repair his butt. A few minutes later, his butt finally didn't hurt so much. The little boy walked to the door of the room barefoot, quietly opening the door of the room. Hi Hey immediately saw the familiar figure of a little girl, pouring the milky white nutrient solution into the glass on the table. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lanlan looked over, and then she grinned. Hi Hey, you're awake. Lanlan brought you breakfast. Oh, by the way, this. The little girl put down the cup, picked up the small clothes on the stool, and ran to Hi Hey. Hi Hey, take a bath first, and then change into this clothes. This clothes is Lanlan clothes, but it is prepared by Mom and Dad for Lanlan. Lanlan needs to be a little older to wear the clothes. Lanlan thinks Hi Hey should be able to wear them. The little boy was forced to hug a thick pile of clothes, and he puffed his cheeks. You didn't lie to me. He really woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes, and saw her. Lanlan tilted her head. What? What did Lanlan lie to Hey Hey about? The little boy was so happy that his face turned red, and he shook his head vigorously. Nothing. I take a shower first. 10 minutes later, after taking a shower, Hey Hey, whose hair was frizzy due to the drying function, came out wearing a white top and black pants. Lanlan clothes were still a little small for Hey Hey, and the trouser legs were a little short. Lanlan muttered, when I see Mimi Mother later, I can ask Mimi Mother to help Hey Hey make his trouser legs longer. The little boy didn't care much. It fits too. As he said that, he sat on the chair, because his butt was a little better. He didn't feel so much pain when he sat down. The little boy grabbed the glass and asked again, Did you have breakfast? Lanlan nodded. Lanlan had breakfast at home. Lanlan was afraid that Hey Hey would be hungry, so she brought a lot of nutrient solution for Hey Hey. The little boy shyly drank a sip of the nutrient solution. She brought him food and clothes. She really had him in her heart. By the way, Hi Hey, Lanlan has something to show you, the little girl said, and took out a scroll from her backpack. After opening it, she saw 2 cartoon-style dinosaurs painted on it. Dang dang dang. Hi Hey, look what this is. The little boy opened his eyes wide. Is it a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Yes. The little girl was very happy. Lanlan knew it. Hi Hey would definitely recognize it. The little girl handed the scroll in her hand to the little boy. Lanlan dreamed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex last night. And then she thought of this painting. Lanlan took out this painting and gave it to Hey. The little boy was a little surprised. He took the painting hesitantly and blinked his eyes. Why? Did you give it to me? Lanlan smiled. Because Lanlan wanted to share Lanlan's beautiful dream with Hey. The little boy's face suddenly turned red like a tomato. He cherished the scroll and muttered, Actually, I also dreamed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lanlan was stunned. Hey was a little embarrassed. He stood up and looked around the room. Soon, he found paper and pen. And then the little boy began to doodle on the small notebook. The picture drawn by Hey was even clearer than a photo. With just a few strokes, a very real image of a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared on the paper. Hey tore off the picture, wrote his name on the lower right corner, and handed it to Lanlan. He said shyly, I will share my dream with you. Lanlan took the picture with a smile. Hey drew it very well. Hey, how come the Tyrannosaurus Rex that Hey dreamed of looks so similar to the one that Lanlan dreamed of? The little boy picked up the nutrient solution cup, took a sip, and said vaguely, Because it's the same one. What? Lanlan didn't hear clearly. The little boy swallowed the nutrient solution and was about to say it again. But suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the villa. The two children were stunned for a moment. And the next second, they ran to the window at the same time, and saw that there was black smoke floating on the sea, as if there was an explosion. Hey frowned. His delicate face wrinkled into a small bun, and he pouted unhappily, Your fathers are messing around. This is going to be bad. Lanlan paused. Hey said, We have to go into the sea immediately. Let's go, the little boy said, and returned to the dining table, put away the painting just now, and drank up the nutrient solution in one gulp. Lanlan also put Hey painting into the small backpack. After packing up, the two children ran out of the villa and sat in Lanlan's strawberry starship together. When the two children entered the Black Sea for the second time, they started discussing the dinosaur painting just now on the Star Network. Have you read today's social news? It is said that a giant alien beast was suddenly discovered in a third-class planet in the solar system early this morning. The photo of the alien beast is almost exactly the same as the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Hey painting. I also read the news. It seems that because a new type of alien beast appeared, the third-class planet must be immediately blocked. A new type of alien beast? But don't Lanlan and Hey know each other? How can it be considered a new type if someone knows it? They say it is called Tyrannosaurus Rex? I searched on the Star Network. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a kind of dinosaur. According to historical records, Tyrannosaurus Rex is an animal that lived in the early days of Blue Star. But it has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. What does it mean? A species that has been extinct for tens of thousands of years has reappeared? Or in the solar system? By the way, I seem to remember that Blue Star is said to be a planet in the solar system. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. We are saying that if the new beast in the solar system is really a Tyrannosaurus Rex, then the history of the stars will be overturned. Why overturned? I still don't understand. Silly. Dinosaurs are a species unique to the blue planet. If dinosaurs really appeared, it means that the blue planet also appeared. Otherwise, who gave birth to it? Who created it? Do you understand what I mean? If that is really a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it means that the blue planet appeared. The blue planet. The living blue planet. The blue planet that can create life and give birth to life. It appeared. Don't you understand yet? We are going to have a mother. Chapter 100. Waking up again. Ichio can't remember how many times he has woken up. Every time he wakes up, there will be a corpse next to him. Their research team originally had 13 people in total. But now, there are only 3 people alive. One is him. One is his mentor. And the other is the vice president of the Capital Research Institute, who is the person in charge of this sampling team who invited their mentor to go with him. The starship cabin exudes an unpleasant stench of corpses. And outside the starship is a vast expanse of Black Sea water. The clock on the wall shows that they have been trapped here for more than 10 days. Without water and food. And unable to use mental power for 10 days. Maybe they could endure it before. And they could still hope that someone would come to rescue them. But now, seeing that everyone is about to die, Ichio feels that he seems to have no will to survive. Click. Click. It is the sound of keyboard tapping. Ichio's pale and thin face slowly turned around. And he saw the vice president. The old man was obviously at the end of his strength. But he was still recording everything that happened during this period line by line. Probably to provide research clues for those who would see this information in the future. So selfless. Yi Chio felt that he himself could not be so selfless. He resented why things had developed to this point. Closing his eyes again, accompanied by the slow sound of the keyboard, Yi Chio felt as if he had returned to the first day of arriving at the Death Star. On that day, they met the man named Val. Mr. Val said that he was sent by the warden to receive them. Although he did not see the warden throughout the whole process, the vice president seemed to know Mr. Val. Since they were acquaintances, it seemed that it would be more convenient to have Mr. Val accompany him than to communicate with the official warden, because there was no 3S ability person in the scientific research team. The 13 of them could not leave the starship. Mr. Val didn't stay with them all the time. His optical brain was always ringing. He was busy and always had a lot of things to deal with. On the first day, they collected air samples from the Death Star. After testing, they found that the air condition of the Death Star was actually in a very terrible state. The vice president was shocked. Such a concentration was more than double the infection concentration during the second explosion of the alien pathogen. The vice president took another tube of Mr. Val's blood for testing, but found that after living in such an area with a 300% infection concentration for such a long time, Mr. Val not only did not have mental weakness, but even seemed to be healthier. The vice president wanted to know Mr. Val's daily living habits and diet, but when it came to more things, Mr. Val was unwilling to cooperate. He disappeared more and more. He set several routes for them, saying that they could drive the starship back and forth freely on these routes. But once they entered other air routes, he would not be able to guarantee their safety. The Death Star was full of Class A war criminals. The vice president made it clear that they would not walk around and provoke those war criminals. Their purpose this time was just to take samples. Air sampling is not just about collecting air from one place. The Death Star is very large, and at least the air in each area must be collected once before planning low pollution and high pollution areas. They spent 2 days collecting 5 bottles of samples, and when they arrived near the Black Sea, they found that the pollution concentration near the sea had reached 500%. This is a severely polluted area, but the more the vice president wants to go deeper into the sea. Mr. Val finally agreed to their request and said that he would take them to the Black Sea at noon the next day. But during this process, there was a disagreement within their research team. If their team really wants to split up, the vice president, the tutor, Yi Chio himself, and Yi Chio's senior, the 4 of them, are considered to be on the side of the vice president, and the other 9 are the people of another senior professor, Professor Max. Professor Max is the general director of the Alienation Research Department of the Capital Research Institute. The tutor said that Professor Max and the vice president are competitors. Professor Max brought 8 people to join the team just to take credit from the vice president. Professor Max does not trust Mr. Val. He thought that the route Mr. Val had given them was too limited. They were scientific researchers. If they wanted to make scientific achievements, they needed to study the Death Star thoroughly. They should go to every place on the Death Star. But now, Mr. Val was obviously hiding something. He just didn't want them to fully understand the Death Star. Professor Max thought that they shouldn't listen to Mr. Val. They were senior scientific research experts at the imperial level. They didn't need to look at the face of a prisoner. Once the dispute occurred, the internal team was instantly divided into 2 factions. Yi Chio's mentor, senior, and Yi Chio himself were not internal staff of the Capital Research Institute. They came at the invitation of the vice president. They had no position to argue with Professor Max. In the end, Professor Max had 80% of the right to speak in the team. The accident happened on the Black Sea. After seeing that something was wrong with the sea area, Mr. Val said that he must return immediately. Professor Max disagreed. He said that because something was wrong with the sea area, more samples could be extracted. This opportunity was rare. The associate professor did believe Mr. Val more and expressed his willingness to return. But Professor Max's students grabbed the right to drive the starship. It was in such a struggle that the accident suddenly happened. First, the starship's operating panel began to lose control. Then the entire starship began to shake. Mr. Val drove the mecha outside to command them. But they, the civilian staff, had no strength to control the starship. Finally, the starship collided with Mr. Val's mecha, and they fell straight into the sea together. Then, it was a long imprisonment. There was always Black Sea water outside the window. Their starship was damaged by more than 60%. Although the core energy cabin was still intact, the operating system could not be restarted. They couldn't drive the starship away, and there was no voice from Mr. Val outside. Then, when they woke up, Professor Max was dead. There were no wounds on his body, but he seemed to have been sucked dry by something. And he was so thin that only skin and bones were left. On the first day, it was Professor Max. On the second day, it was Professor Max's secretary. And on the third day, it was Professor Max's student. Suspicion was magnified in a small space. Some people said that it must have been done by the vice president. Otherwise, why were all the people who died on Professor Max's side? Professor Max is a 2S user, and his students and secretary are all S-level users. Everyone thinks that even if something unexpected happens, the high-level users on Professor Max's side will definitely be more resistant than the 4A-level users on the vice president's side. So why should the people on Professor Max's side die? Of course, they later discovered that the thing hidden in the darkness likes high-level users. Just like food. It likes to eat delicious food first, and then eat not-so-delicious food. Yichio never thought that he, who was just an A-level loser since he was a child, would live to the end one day just because he was just an A-level user. The senior died the day before yesterday. This time, when Yichio opened his eyes again, the person lying next to him was the last person on Professor Max's side, who was also an A-level user. And he was a little assistant, because he just died. He didn't have any bad smell on his body, but it would soon, according to experience, he would start to stink at most tonight. There are still 3 people alive in the starship. The vice president, who works diligently and records the information. The instructor who has been in a coma for 2 days. And Yichio himself. The feeling of fatigue is getting heavier. Yichio feels that the next person to die should be himself. He actually hopes that he will die sooner, because living in this way is really too painful. He admits that he is a coward. Thinking in a mess, Yichio gradually closed his eyes again. Let him die, he prayed silently. The diffuse black smoke on the sea's surface became thicker and thicker. Li Jie, Zhou Qin, and Inuo, sitting in the hover car and the motorboat, looked at each other. Li Jie found Zhou Qin and Inuo in the middle of the night last night. Fortunately, both of them were fine. After briefly telling them about the live broadcast and Lanlan, the 3 did not return to the coast immediately, but continued to investigate at night. After a night of investigation, they finally locked on the current sea area. It's just that the magnetic field here is chaotic, and electronic equipment will randomly go out of control when it approaches. Just a minute ago, this kind of out of control happened again, which directly led to the combat mode of the hovercraft being turned on. The small laser cannon fell into the sea. And then, there was the explosion. The black fog became thicker and thicker, and there was a foul smell coming from the bottom of the sea, as if a gap in the grave had been opened. Okay. It can move. At this time, Inno suddenly said with surprise. The motorboat can move. Li Jie lowered his head and pressed a button. And the hovercraft can also move. The 2 cars immediately left the sea area quickly. And at the same time, at the bottom of the ocean, the blue strawberry starship had entered the bottom of the sea. Here, there. Haihei sat in the co-pilot seat, giving directions to Lanlan all the way. Lanlan turned east and west according to Haihei instructions. I don't understand. Isn't the bottom of the sea completely black? How can Haihei tell the direction in such darkness? I know that 3S have sharp 5 senses and amazing night vision. But no matter how amazing they are, they can only see 3 or 4 meters away at most. Why does Haihei act as if he knows the layout of the entire ocean? The key is that Lanlan still trusts him very much. She listens to whatever Haihei says. It's just in front. Go faster, Haihei suddenly urged. Lanlan directly pressed the accelerator key, and the entire starship seemed to fly out. Haihei was shocked by the little girl's rough driving skills and quickly grabbed the handrail next to him. 5 minutes later, Haihei suddenly shouted, "Stop!" With a squeak, the strawberry starship braked violently, stirring up a large piece of black dust on the seabed. After Lanlan stopped the starship, she stuck to the window and stared outside to search. But there seemed to be nothing outside. Lanlan was a little confused. "Haihei, are you sure it's here?" The little boy said confidently, "It's here, but it's hidden." "Ah." Lanlan said it. It turned out to be hidden. The little girl was awakened by the words. And the next second, she pressed a button. The two hatches on the left and right sides of the strawberry starship suddenly opened. And two mechanical arms stretched out from the hatches. And the mechanical arms began to dig in the land in front. A large piece of dust completely covered the seabed view under the night vision lens. The audience was confused. But the little girl dug more and more vigorously. After digging for an unknown period of time, a little yellow halo appeared from the deep sea. Ichio woke up again. He didn't know how long he had slept since the last coma. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh! Only an hour had passed. He subconsciously looked around him. Hey! The vice president lying in front of the light brain disappeared? Did he go to another cabin? I didn't expect that the vice president still had the strength to walk. Look at the instructor on the other side. Hey! The instructor is gone too? Wait! Where are the other bodies? How come the other bodies in the cabin? The assistant of Professor Max's team who just slept next to him are gone too? At this moment, a clattering sound of footsteps suddenly came. Ichio frowned and looked forward, and saw a little boy wearing white clothes and black pants, who was extremely delicate and beautiful, standing at the door of the cabin. Ichio's eyes widened because of shock, and the little boy, after staring at him for a few seconds, suddenly ran over quickly. Ah! You're awake. The little boy took out a tube of nutrient solution from his pants pocket, opened the lid, and asked a little stiffly, "Do you want to eat?" Ichio stared at the nutrient solution. His eyes were so hot that they almost shot out lasers. He mustered up his last bit of strength, like a starving wolf, grabbed the little boy's hand, and then bit the mouth of the nutrient solution bottle with his mouth, because he hadn't eaten for too long. He seemed to have lost his sense of taste. He swallowed quickly, and felt that his blurred brain seemed to have finally come up with ideas. He then grabbed the empty bottle, poured it heavily back on the ground, and then gasped for air. The little boy seemed to be frightened by his appearance just now. He stepped back half a step and said dryly, Since you are awake, I won't drag you to other rooms. Can you walk by yourself? This room is too smelly. You have to go to other rooms to rest." Ichio opened his eyes again at this time. He looked at the little boy with a warm look, and then looked behind the little boy. Are you from the rescue team, Where are the others?" The little boy blinked. "I don't know what the rescue team is. It was me and Lan. She is now called Lanlan. Yes, it was me and Lanlan who dug you out together." The little boy described, "You are in such a deep in the sea. This is the nest of the small core. It grew out from here. It dragged you to the bottom of the nest, and then slowly ate you. It absorbs energy slowly, and can only eat one of you a day. Then it also caused chaos in the magnetic field in the sea, just to prevent people from finding you. Actually, it is quite smart, but its brain is not in the right place. Look, now it has made her angry." Ichio didn't understand what the little boy said at all. What core? What nest? What are they talking about? But Ichio did notice one thing. "You said Lanlan?" The little boy nodded, and he pointed his little hand outside the window. Ichio immediately looked out the window, and saw that it was still the dark seabed outside the window. But the light inside the starship shone through the glass window, and he could still barely see that a little girl was clinging to a big rock, and then breaking the big rock with her bare hands. Ichio? Ichio looked dazed. He stretched out his hand, and pinched his thigh to make sure whether he was dreaming or not. The little boy sighed again. Inside the big rock is the small core. It is a plateau or produced after the Black Sea submarine plateau. Because of good luck, a new energy core was generated inside. Normally, it takes 30 to 40 years for this energy core to grow. But it is too greedy, and wants to use other methods to speed up its growth. Now it is gone. Ichio couldn't understand the little boy's words even more. What? Gone? The little boy said, as a matter of course, because she is too fierce. Anyway, I have already cut off the relationship. This small core has nothing to do with me. I don't have such a son. If we count according to the relationship between humans, the small energy core is also the son of dark matter. That is, the son of Heihei. But Heihei's son ate Lanlan people, and captured Lanlan father, as a reserve food. Then Heihei can't have this son. It doesn't matter whether you have a son or not. The key is not to implicate him. Ichio tried to understand the boy's confusing words again, and his head hurt. He covered his head, closed his eyes in pain, and cried out, "Ah!" Hey, you. What's wrong with you? Haihei was shocked. Oh? The small core leaked. Even if it's across the starship. Your low-quality mental power can't withstand this kind of impact, the little boy said, and hurried to the window, patting the window with his white little hands. Lanlan, who was breaking stones outside, heard the sound and turned his head to look over. Haihei gestured to Lanlan with his hands and eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room, who were watching Lanlan breaking stones, were completely confused. What is Haihei saying? If you have anything to say, please speak up. Who can understand what you are talking about? As soon as this barrage was sent out, Lanlan, who easily understood what Haihei meant, immediately stopped breaking the stone. She turned her head and made gestures and winked at Haihei in the window. Then Haihei continued to make gestures and winked. Lanlan also made gestures and winked. After a few silent self-made sign language communications, Haihei made an OK gesture. Lanlan also made an OK gesture. The communication ended. Oh my god. How can you understand it? Encrypted communication. Right? What are you two talking about? Tell me quickly. The black smoke seems to be thicker? Above the sea, Zhou Qin, Li Jie, and Enyo all looked unhappy as they looked at the sea area that was almost shrouded in darkness. Li Jie suggested, I can go to the bottom of the sea to take a look. Enyo frowned. It's too dangerous. Li Jie pursed his lips. It's better than watching here. While talking, Zhou Qin suddenly said, I go. As he said that, he stroked his ring and was about to press the button on it. The next second, he heard a splash and a child starship broke through the water behind them. Bump starship? Enyo recognized it as Lanlan's strawberry bump starship at a glance. He was shocked. Is it Lanlan? The bump starship drove towards the three men. The next second, the hatch of the bump starship opened. Inside, it was not Lanlan, but a strange but amazingly beautiful little boy. The little boy said crisply, She asked me to give this to you. While speaking, the two arms on both sides of the bump starship stretched out from under the water. Then, Zhou Qin, Li Jie, and Enyo watched the bump starship holding up an ordinary starship with a 60% damage rate. And click, throwing the starship to them. Splash, the ordinary starship fell into the water. And the three fathers on the hovercraft and the motorboat were drenched in sea water. After handing over the things, the little boy swooshed back into the bump starship. And then he drove the starship and turned back to the sea. It was not until the strawberry starship disappeared in a flash that Li Jie seemed to remember something and roared loudly, It's that stinky boy. Fuck. Dead kid. Get out of here. Seeing that Li Jie was about to jump into the sea to find the little boy, Enyo quickly grabbed him and asked, What stinky boy? Explain it clearly? Li Jie quickly complained to Enyo, saying bad things about that stinky boy. At this time, Zhou Qin looked at the ordinary starship floating next to them, and was thrown up. He frowned and looked inside through the window of the starship. At this sight, his eyes narrowed instantly. The people of the scientific research team? After Haihei Express completed the delivery of the goods, it drove the bumper starship back to the nest of the small energy core. The little girl over there was still breaking the stone. But because the plateau mine was really big, the little girl's hands turned red while breaking it. This is too much. Haihei quickly came out of the strawberry starship. He blocked the little girl's hands from breaking the stone. And then, crack, he broke it himself. The trembling little energy core now frightened the entire plateau mine. Lanlan pouted her lips and watched Haihei breaking the stone. Because she couldn't talk in the water, she gestured. And then Haihei also gestured. After the two children had another encrypted call, Lanlan handed the important task of breaking the stone to Haihei. And then she returned to the strawberry starship and continued to look for Papa Val and Papa Muyu in the direction pointed by Haihei. Haihei said that Papa Val and Papa Muyu were buried underground a little further ahead. Before leaving, Lanlan emphasized to Haihei twice through the window. Haihei made 5 OK gestures in a row, and Lanlan left with satisfaction. After the strawberry starship left, Haihei looked at the big ore in front of him. The little boy shook his head and used his energy to transmit a homologous energy signal to the small core. The signal probably means that she said if I show mercy to you, she will no longer be friends with me. There is no other way. I can only listen to her and say go to hell. Chapter 101. The situation of Val's father and Muyu's father is not good. Lanlan dug out the mechas of the two fathers and found that their mental power was almost empty after checking. They were only 1% away from losing their lives. And it was because they held on to the last 1% that they did not die and still had a breath. The left and right hands of the Strawberry Starship grabbed the father respectively. Lanlan increased the speed and drove the starship to the sea surface. After leaving the sea, Lanlan immediately ran out of the starship to open the father's mechas. As soon as the mecha helmets were opened, Lanlan immediately saw the bloodless faces of Val's father and Muyu father. "Dad? Dad!" Lanlan shouted anxiously. But the two fathers did not respond at all. Lanlan took out the nutrient solution again and tried hard to feed it to the fathers. But the fathers had completely fainted and could not pry open their mouths at all. The nutrient solution flowed down from Dad's mouth. Lanlan frowned, holding Dad's head with one hand and trying to pour the nutrient solution into their mouths with the other hand. "You can't not eat. You must eat. Otherwise you won't recover." Ino tied the starship of the scientific research group behind the motorboat. Because of the buoyancy of the water, even if the motorboat is small, it can still drag the starship. "I send them ashore first," Ino said, and was about to drive the motorboat away. Suddenly, he looked ahead and was stunned. "What is over there? Why is there a golden light?" Zhou Qin and Li Jie turned their heads and saw that there was indeed a golden light of unknown origin flashing on the sea in the distance. Zhou Qin pressed the driving button, and the hovercraft immediately drove over there. This golden light reminded Zhou Qin of the red light he saw last night. Is it the same thing? Zhou Qin narrowed his eyes, fearing that the golden light would disappear, and couldn't help but speed up a little. Fortunately, when they arrived, the golden light had not disappeared. But the petite girl was enveloped by the golden light. The little girl was sitting on a bumper starship, and there were two men lying beside her. The two men fainted, and the little girl held one of them and poured nutrient solution into his mouth. Half of the nutrient solution was drunk and half flowed out. The little girl kept adjusting her feeding action. She needed to hold up the man's head with one hand and hold the nutrient solution with the other hand, so that the nutrient solution could be poured in. And in this process, the golden light flowed out from the palm of her hand that was against the man's head. Yes, this fierce, majestic, and dazzling golden light came from the little girl's hand. It was different from the past when she only infused a little bit of meager energy into the animals and plants. At this moment, the little girl was actually forcibly transferring huge energy to the man in her arms. Zhou Qin and Li Jie's faces suddenly became not so good. Li Jie saw the moth camera floating next to him at a glance. Normally, Lanlan transmits energy, which is invisible to others except for 3S ability users. But the energy she transmitted today was so obvious that they could see it on the other side of the sea. He wondered if the audience in the live broadcast room could also see it. If they saw it, Li Jie was about to step forward to stop him with his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. But his arm was held down by Zhou Qin. Li Jie looked at Zhou Qin and said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you that it was live broadcast?" Zhou Qin had recovered from his shock. He looked deeply at Lanlan's movements, and then looked at Val in her arms. Val's condition must have been very bad. So Lanlan would transmit so much energy to him unprecedentedly. Thinking of the situation yesterday, when the big stone sucked his mental power, Zhou Qin pursed his lips. So, Val was also sucked mentally, and the wooden fish. Zhou Qin drove the hovercraft and continued to go to the Strawberry Starship over there. Hearing the sound of the car, the little girl turned her head and saw who was coming. Lanlan immediately shouted, "Warden Dad! Li Dad! Lanlan! What are you doing?" Li Jie jumped onto the Strawberry Starship. He was about to ask Lanlan to stop the energy transmission, but accidentally touched Val's arm. In an instant, the inadvertent exploration made Li Jie horrified. Val's mental power is empty? Looking more carefully, it's not empty. Only 3% left. Li Jie frowned, and the next second, he touched the wooden fish next to him. The wooden fish's mental power was only 1% left. At this time, the golden light suddenly disappeared again. It was Lanlan who stopped the energy transmission. After Lanlan fed Val's father the nutrient solution, she opened another bottle of nutrient solution. She said anxiously, "Val's father and Muyu father are not well. Li Dad, Warden Dad, you guys help Lanlan quickly. Lanlan needs to let Muyu father eat a bottle of nutrient solution." As she spoke, the little girl hugged Muyu's head again. While infusing the nutrient solution, the golden light appeared again. She was transmitting energy to Muyu again. from 1% to 3%. When the golden light ended, Muyu and Val both became 3% of their mental power. 3% is a threshold. It indicates that the two have escaped from life danger. Li Jie looked deeply at Lanlan at this time. Lanlan was sometimes very contradictory. She obviously transmitted energy, but never transmitted too much energy. Whether it was saving people, saving strange beasts, or saving strange plants, she would always help the other party to cross the threshold of life. It was as if, instinctively, she knew that even if she wanted to save them, she could only give them a chance to survive, and could not feed them into fat people in one go. After drinking 2 bottles of nutrient solution, the health of the two fathers improved visibly. Lanlan didn't know that it was because she transmitted energy. She thought it was all the credit of the nutrient solution. She breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Thinking of something, the little girl said again, "Oh, there is also Haihei," Lanlan said, looking eagerly at the two fathers next to her. "Warden Dad. Li Dad. Can you help Lanlan send Val Dad and Muyu Dad back first? Lanlan wants to go find Haihei. By the way, the big starship before. Dad. Did you receive it?" Lanlan asked Haihei to give it to the fathers. Li Jie threw Val and Muyu into the hovercraft and said, "I received it. Your father Inuo took the people back. But Lanlan, Daddy tells you that you are still young and can't believe what boys say. That Haihei talks nonsense all the time and talks incoherently. I don't think he is a good person. Don't get so close to him." Lanlan looked at Li Father in surprise. "Ah," Li Jie said, "didn't you notice that Haihei didn't even wear clothes?" Zhou Qin hadn't. What reaction? Hearing this, he suddenly looked at Li Jie. "No clothes?" Li Jie hurriedly said, "Yes. You saw him wearing clothes just now. Right? But he was not wearing any clothes yesterday. He only had a pair of yellow duck shorts. Nothing else. Whose good child is running around without clothes in the middle of the night?" Lanlan was stunned. Li Father actually didn't like Haihei? Lanlan hurriedly explained, "But Li Father, Haihei and Lanlan have known each other for a long time. Haihei finally became a human." Li Jie was speechless. It took a lot of effort to become a human. Then what was he before? Is he an alien? Beast? Is it a strange plant? You don't mean to say that he really turned into the little black mole on your hand? Lanlan opened her mouth. Haihei is. Okay. Zhou Qin suddenly interrupted the two people. The man glanced at the live camera, and then said to his daughter, "Lanlan, you go back with Dad first." Lanlan's mouth was pouted high, and she muttered, "But Lanlan wants to find Haihei, and the small core has not been eliminated." Li Jie was puzzled. "What small core?" "Then you come back early." Zhou Qin interrupted Li Jie again. Li Jie looked at Zhou Qin with dissatisfaction. Zhou Qin just said to his daughter calmly, "Dad is waiting for you at home." Lanlan felt that the warden father was still the best. She hurriedly nodded to the warden father, and secretly glanced at Li Father. Lanlan flattened her mouth, and didn't talk to Li Father. She went back to the strawberry starship. When the strawberry starship returned to the bottom of the sea, and the camera followed, Li Jie asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Zhou Qin looked at Val and Muyu, who were dying in the back seat, drove the hover car, and said, "Aren't we live streaming? Some things are hard to say." "That's what I want to say." "What do you mean? You don't care about that live streaming?" "I don't care." Li Jie was stunned, and looked at Zhou Qin in astonishment. After a while, Li Jie seemed to think of something, and he asked, "Do you still firmly believe that Lanlan is Lan Xing?" Zhou Qin said before that Lanlan is not a person, but a blue star. Of course, they didn't believe it, but Zhou Qin was very persistent. Finally, they decided to try and test whether Lanlan would stop growing when there was no more belief. They originally planned to try for a month. During this month, Li Jie would do everything he could to reduce Lanlan's popularity on the Star Network, so that the name Lanlan would gradually be forgotten by the interstellar people. Unfortunately, before a month was up, something happened on the Death Star. Then, an unscrupulous live streamer came into the Death Star, and then Lanlan returned to the Death Star. In just 2 days, the entire Death Star was exposed, and Lanlan's relationship with the Death Star became known to everyone. After Li Jie told Zhou Qin and Inuo about the live stream last night, Inuo was very excited and said he would stop it immediately. But Zhou Qin didn't react. Li Jie originally thought that Zhou Qin was just habitually serious, but he didn't expect that he had this idea. He wanted Lanlan to continue to accept the faith. even if the price was to let the Death Star enter the public eye. Li Jie had a headache. Aren't you going to discuss it with others? The live broadcast would allow all the prisoners to appear on camera. And they always have the right to know. Yeah. Zhou Qin said calmly, go back and talk. Will others agree? Li Jie was not optimistic. These prisoners were not willing to reveal their privacy. If you don't agree, you will be detained in solitary confinement. And you will be guaranteed not to be on camera. Zhou Qin had obviously thought about it. The water prison over in Dongshan has never been used. Li Jie, threat? Right. If you don't agree, you will be locked up in a water prison cell as small as a sesame seed. And let people fend for themselves. Right? Li Jie said nothing more after exhaling. But it's none of his business anyway. He's not a prisoner of the Death Star. And to be honest, even if people outside really see the Death Star, it won't be a big deal. First of all, they can't get in at all. Secondly, those who can get in can't beat this group of vicious Class A war criminals. There are only about 303 ability users in the interstellar world, of which 210 are from the Death Star. How to fight? Hit with the head? Forget it. You decide. Zhou Qin is the warden, and he has the final say on the Death Star. When Lanlan returned to the bottom of the sea, Haihei had not finished breaking the stone. The little girl came out of the bumper starship. She walked over and kicked the big oar. The little boy was startled and his eyes widened. Lanlan was very angry, and gestured to Haihei, saying how pitiful Dad Val and Dad Muyu were. Haihei felt guilty, and his eyes rolled around. And then he kicked the big oar, saying that he had long been fed up with the little core, and he was definitely against the same enemy as Lanlan. Lanlan was very happy. So the two children continued to destroy the big oar. When I have money in the future, I must buy a light computer that can understand sign language. The problem is that they created this sign language by themselves. I still don't understand the brain circuits of these two kids. Is it only me who is surprised that Baoshan also entered the Death Star? And the one before was the warden? The warden dad is so handsome. Although the parents of the Death Star are very interesting. They are criminals after all. Except for some parents who were wronged and framed. Others are still not worthy of forgiveness, let alone being praised and loved. So, I decided that I would only follow the warden dad with the cleanest background. The warden dad is a civil servant, and is in charge of the entire Death Star. The warden dad is super awesome. It's worth joining the warden dad. Sisters are so good at talking. Take me with you. I also joined the warden dad. I really admire you. You have so many hearts, and can follow this and that. Unlike me. My heart can only hold Lanlan. Okay. Stop talking about this. Look. Why are there waves on the seabed? The seabed suddenly started to wave. Because the little energy core that was beaten up by the joint doubles got angry. The little energy core was beaten black and blue. And it also has a temper. So, it started to resist. First, the black sand was flying. And then large and small whirlpools appeared on the seabed. It seemed that the whirlpool was about to suck in Lanlan and Haihei. The 4-year-old girl suddenly raised her eyebrows at this time. The bad core dared to lose its temper? Lanlan's cheeks were bulging, and her chest rose and fell rapidly, because he was close. Haihei looked at the little girl like this, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. The next second, I heard a clang sound, and it turned out that the little girl punched through the plateau mine. Haihei, ? Zhou Qin and Li Jie, who had not left the Black Sea yet, suddenly felt the sea began to shake. What's going on? Li Jie encountered this situation for the first time. Zhou Qin was familiar with the situation. It's okay. Lanlan got angry. Li Jie, ? Zhou Qin explained. It's just that the Death Star is shaking. Li Jie, shock. The shaking is getting stronger and stronger. In the interior of the Death Star, Jiaojia's mother, who was applying lipstick, suddenly had her lipstick smudged. Jules' father, who was eating lunch, suddenly had his water bottle fall over. Maple Leaf's father, who was waiting for the test results, looked at the swaying tree shadows outside the window. The sleeping flying pig rolled from one side of the cave to the other side of the cave with a gurgle. The entire Death Star seemed to suddenly become agitated. But it was only for a moment. 3 seconds later, the agitation stopped again. Jiaojia's mother calmly wiped off the lipstick that went out of bounds with a tissue. Jules chewed a hamburger, thinking, I don't know who is unlucky again. While picking up the fallen water bottle, Yufeng heard the detector sound the end of the test. and withdrew his eyes from the window without any expression. The sleeping flying pig had no idea that the planet had shaken. It changed its sleeping position in a daze, and continued to sleep. Some people didn't take it seriously, while others were horrified. Yun Shan, who was playing games at home, suddenly got up from the carpet. She opened the window and looked out. She saw the 400-year-old Grandma Hong coming out of the house opposite. Yun Shan shouted, "Grandma Hong, is the Death Star shaking?" The old woman called Grandma Hong frowned. "Lanlan is back?" Yun Shan spread her hands. "I don't know." At this moment, those who knew that Lanlan was back in the Death Star were very calm. Those who didn't know that Lanlan was back were talking and asking around. The entire Death Star was instantly very lively. And the bottom of the Black Sea after the shaking. Looking at the plateau mine that was penetrated, Hai took a half step back. Couldn't help swallowing his saliva. And his whole body was stiff. The noisy waves suddenly ended. And the small energy core dared not move. The next second, Lanlan touched the inside of the plateau mine with both hands. And then her hands were shining with golden light again. After a few seconds, the world was quiet. The barrage didn't know what happened. And they couldn't see the golden light that only 3S ability users could see. They could only see that Hai had retreated to the side of the strawberry starship. And his entire back was pressed against the wall of the starship. He looked as if he wanted to get under the starship. The golden light completely enveloped the center of the plateau mine. After a few seconds, suddenly, the energy of the surrounding energy core disappeared. Hei's eyes widened instantly. She stared at the little girl glowing hands without blinking. Why did the energy core disappear? Could it be absorbed by her? Hai didn't dare to speak now. And didn't dare to breathe. She. What's wrong with her? Why did she eat dark matter? She wouldn't eat him too. Burp. Lanlan was very angry just now. So she wanted to grab the small energy core and beat it. But for some reason, as soon as her hand touched the stone, the small energy core drilled into her body. Lanlan burped. And she looked at her little hand inexplicably. After looking for a long time, Lanlan still couldn't understand what was going on. She looked to the side again, but she found that there was no one around her. She turned her head again, and saw that Hai had retreated 8 meters away. Lanlan tilted her head, and silently asked Hai what happened. And Hai opened his mouth and burst into tears. Lanlan, shock! Lanlan was startled and hurried over to comfort Hai. But for some reason, the more she comforted him, the harder Hai cried. And the look in Hei's eyes when he looked at her was very scary. As if she was some kind of man-eating villain? Chapter 102. Lanlan didn't know what happened to Hai. But since the energy atmosphere around him had disappeared, Lanlan decided to take Hai to the sea first. But Hai was still crying until they got out of the sea. Lanlan asked him what happened. But he didn't say anything. He just cried, and refused to sit next to Lanlan. After a while, the strawberry starship returned to the beach villa. As soon as Lanlan got ashore, Hai opened the door of the starship and ran out in a hurry. Lanlan grabbed him. Hai was pulled back. He turned his head and looked at the little girl hand grabbing his clothes. He shrank his neck and his eyes were still red. Lanlan pulled Hai back and asked in confusion, Hai, why do you seem to suddenly dislike Lanlan? The little boy didn't say anything and buried his head. Lanlan tilted her head to look at his face. Hai? The little boy pursed his lips and muttered, you have changed. Lanlan was stunned. Ah. The little boy scratched his hand. You can't be like this. Blue Star was originally unable to absorb dark matter. The planet and energy cannot be integrated. But now, Blue Star can suddenly absorb dark matter. If she can absorb and filter this energy, then it is possible that the species she breeds in the future will become a new species that can adapt to the interstellar environment, but will not be harmed by the side effects of mental power. Mental power is something that Hai brought to the species of Blue Star in order to enable them to live in the interstellar. However, mental power has extremely strong side effects. For example, after overload combat, mental power will be damaged. And damage is irreversible. After mental power is damaged, the person is basically useless. His physical strength, intelligence, and physical qualities will be reduced. He will be more susceptible to illness, and his lifespan will be greatly reduced. This is the price that non-native creatures must pay for forcing themselves to live in the local environment after absorbing local substances. But now that Blue Star has evolved, it means that the new species of Blue Star she breeds in the future will be born with spiritual power. And this spiritual power will no longer have side effects. After all, the nature of forcibly absorbing energy with impurities is completely different from the energy that has been filtered and cleaned by nature. Sure enough, she shouldn't experience the joy of breeding so early. She just bred the Tyrannosaurus Rex last night. And today she started to think about how to make the new species she will breed in the future adapt to the interstellar environment more perfectly. She is always like this. She is a mother who dotes on her children. When the children stumble and fall, she doesn't think about letting the children learn by falling and falling, but thinks about helping the children to smooth the bumpy road so that they can walk more smoothly. Hi-Hey just doesn't like Blue Star being too pampering to her children. Now, she not only pampers them, but also pampers them by absorbing dark matter. Hi-Hey is now angry with Blue Star and afraid of Blue Star. The little boy turned his head away and refused to say more. Lanlan puffed up her cheeks, thought for a while, and suddenly said, Hi-Hey, look. Hi-Hey turned his head and saw the little girl sticking out her tongue. Her eyes turned into cross eyes, and she pressed a pig nose with her fingers. She hummed and made faces, saying, Don't be unhappy. Hi-Hey, don't be unhappy. Puff. Hi-Hey couldn't help but laughed out loud. After laughing, he immediately covered his mouth and pretended that he hadn't laughed. But Lanlan had already seen Hi-Hey laughing, and the little girl said softly, Hi-Hey, you accompanied Lanlan to see Papa Val and Papa Muyu, and the 3 unknown grandfathers and brothers. Okay? Lanlan wants to see how they are now. Hi-Hey sniffed his nose. He wanted to continue to hide from Lanching, but Lanching made faces to coax him. After struggling for a while, the little boy finally flattened his mouth and said him in a small voice. Lanlan was happy. She immediately restarted the Strawberry Starship, and the Strawberry Starship immediately drove towards the interior of the Death Star. So is Lanlan back? You don't know? You don't know either? Yun-Shan, ask your brother and sister-in-law to see if they know. In the small square in front of the warden's office building, many people have gathered. Everyone came to find the warden to ask what happened to the Death Star shock just now. Yun-Shan supported Grandma Hong and sat on the stone platform next to the small fountain. When someone asked her, she answered, I just met my brother and sister-in-law last night. If they knew that Lanlan was back, they would not have told me. That's right. Yun-Shan said again, maybe it's not Lanlan who is back, but those outsiders who did it. But those outsiders have left. Other people nearby heard it and hurried over to ask, what outsiders? Yun-Shan told what happened yesterday. Before he finished, someone outside suddenly ran over and shouted, Don't wait here. Zhou Qin is not coming to the office building. He is in Val's clinic. Someone immediately asked the man, Is Val back? He is back. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhou Qin and Li Jia moved Val and Muyu into the clinic. Inyo was also there. By the way, there was a tattered starship behind the clinic. Did you see Lanlan? Lanlan? Then, there is no. Let's go. Let's go to the clinic first. The people who were blocked under the office building swarmed towards the clinic again. At the same time, Lanlan's Strawberry Starship had arrived at the door of Val's father clinic. Oh, it's Dabing Dad. And Lily Mother. Oh, Son Dad is here too. Lanlan saw several people gathered at the door of Val's father clinic. She was about to get off the starship when the parents also found her. Lanlan? Lily Mother, who was a little chubby, shouted loudly. Only Lanlan can open this strawberry bump starship in the entire Death Star. As Lily Mother said. The others who were gathered at the door looked over immediately. Lanlan opened the door of the starship, and with a whoosh, her little head popped out. Lily Mother. Oh! It's really Lanlan. Lanlan is back. 4 or 5 people ran over in a hurry. Before Lanlan could react, she was hugged by her father, a soldier who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall. Lily Mother happily pinched Lanlan's little face. Chio's mother touched Lanlan's little hand, and Son's father asked when Lanlan came back. Lanlan was surrounded by the enthusiasm of the parents and couldn't speak for a long time. And at this moment, Tang Tang's mother suddenly exclaimed, Oh, what is that? Everyone looked with Tang Tang's mother eyes, and saw that a little boy appeared at the hatch of the Strawberry Starship. The little boy was timid. He was very beautiful, with delicate features like the most perfect porcelain doll. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the little boy shrank his neck and shrunk his head back into the starship. Is it a robot? A simulation robot? It looks like a real person. The technology in the star system seems to be getting more and more advanced. Lanlan. Is he a specialty you brought back? Lanlan finally got her little face back from her parents' hands. She covered her face and said vaguely, Mom and Dad. Hey is not a robot. Hey is Lanlan good friend. Huh? Lily Mother was surprised. He is also a little 3S? It's strange. There are so many little 3S outside the star system now? I thought that in the entire star system, our Lanlan was the most special? Lanlan is of course the most special and the cutest. What are other wild children? That's right. Lanlan is the best behaved. Soldier. You are almost there. Baby Lanlan. Come to your mother to hold you. Everyone started to fight for Lanlan again. Bang. Maybe it was too noisy outside. The door of the clinic in front suddenly opened. Zhou Qin glanced outside unhappily. Just that one glance. The entire entrance of the clinic suddenly became silent. Zhou Qin looked at his daughter, who was squeezed and flattened by the adults. With a chill on his face, Lanlan. Come in. The 2-meter-5 soldier was about to say something. But under Zhou Qin's gloomy and indifferent gaze, he choked for a while. And finally put Lanlan down honestly. Lanlan landed crookedly, and was about to run to the warden father. But when she thought of hey, she hurriedly shouted, Hey. Come on. The little boy shyly got out of the starship again. As soon as he came out, he immediately ran to the little girl. Lanlan held Hey little hand. And the two children ran into the clinic door. Ah. So many parents. Has any class representative found any information? Only some of them were found. To Bing, the main culprit of the 811 terrorist attack. Lily Copham, a habitual jewel thief, involved in a case involving over 100 billion yuan. Zhao Tang, once the leader of the first Interstellar pirate organization. Ghostbreaker. Sun Tan, once the leader of the first Interstellar pirate organization. Ghostbreaker. Such a distant name. It seems that Ghostbreaker has disappeared for a long time. All the people have been arrested. So of course it disappeared. It's not that they have been arrested, but that they have changed their skin. Ghostbreaker is no longer a star pirate. After the replacement of the old and new leaders, the new leader of Ghostbreaker led the people below to change their careers and change to a more stable and profitable business. Who is the new leader of Ghostbreaker? Who knows? The identity of this big guy is still a mystery. It is said that even the military's top secret files do not have this person's information. Zhou Qin looked at his baby daughter, and the wild boy tightly clasped hands calmly. He closed the door of the clinic and said in a low and cold tone, Let go of your hands. Lanlan was stunned. And Hey had quickly retracted his little hand, with his cheeks red and behind his back. Lanlan blinked and muttered, Dad. Zhou Qin touched his daughter's hair and asked, Are you here to see Val and Miyu? Lanlan nodded quickly. They are all inside. The treatment room of the small clinic is small, and can only accommodate 2 treatment cabins. Now, these 2 treatment cabins are full of people. Val's father is sleeping on the left, and Miyu's father is sleeping on the right. Li Jia was filling medicine for the 2 people. When he saw Lanlan coming in, he was about to say something. But when he saw the brat who followed him in, he didn't want to say anything. And his face was downcast, and he didn't say anything. Dad Li, Lanlan shouted crisply. She quickly ran to Li father and looked at the medicine in Li father's hand. Oh, Li father, this medicine is useless. Lanlan took out a bottle of medicine. Then she ran into the pharmacy, picked and chose for a long time. And finally she took out 2 medicines. This is useful for the treatment of Val's father and Miyu's father. Li Jia looked at Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin nodded. Lanlan was more familiar with Val's pharmacy than Val, and she had inherited Val's knowledge of medicine. Li Jia put the 2 potions into the treatment cabin. At this moment, Eno came in from the back door. He had just delivered the treatment potion to the 3 people in the broken starship in the backyard. Now among the 3 people, only the one named Ichio was awake, and the other old man and the middle-aged man were not awake. Eno came in and saw Lanlan, and was very surprised. Lanlan. Lanlan smiled and hugged Eno's father. Eno picked up his daughter and looked up to see the little boy standing in the corner of the door. Eno raised his eyebrows and tapped his daughter's nose. Why do you always make some weird friends? The prince who chased to the Dark Star last time was annoying enough. Lanlan paused. The little girl suddenly froze. And after a long while, she said hesitantly, "Inuo, Dad?" "What did you say?" Inuo coughed lightly. "Dad is not interfering with your making friends. But your fatherly said that this kid is not wearing clothes." "Brother Shirshu." The little girl screamed. And she struggled in Inuo's father's arms. "Oh! Oh!" Lanlan forgot Brother Shirshu. Lanlan went out to play with Feifei that day, and asked Brother Shirshu to wait for Lanlan at the door of the warehouse. The little girl twisted and turned, and Inuo couldn't hold her, so he had to put her down. Lanlan ran outside as soon as she landed. Lanlan wants to find Brother Shirshu, as she said. When she passed by Haihei, she grabbed Haihei again. "Lanlan, run slower," Inuo shouted from behind. Lanlan replied from a distance, "I know." The door of the clinic closed and opened again. The parents gathered at the door, and were talking when they saw Lanlan coming out again. They tried to stop the little girl, but she had already rushed through them, and entered the strawberry starship. "Lanlan, where are you going?" "Lanlan, come to Lily Mother house for dinner tonight. Lily Mother has learned to make your favorite sandwich cookies." The strawberry starship quickly rushed into the sky, and then disappeared. At this time, the people who had been waiting at the door of the warden's office building for half a day also rushed over vigorously. Seeing Lily yelling at the sky, Yun Shan immediately ran up and asked, "Lily, who is that?" Lily smiled and said, "Lanlan. Lanlan is really back, and brought back a specialty." "Specialty?" "Yes, a little boy." "Did Lanlan make a new friend outside?" "What kind of boy is it? What does he look like? What's his character like? What does his family do? Is he a liar?" And there's more. Bang. As they were talking, the door of the clinic opened again. When everyone saw that it was Zhou Qin who opened the door, they all shut up instantly. Zhou Qin looked at everyone, was quiet for a moment, and suddenly said, "Just right. There is something to inform you." The strawberry starship drove at an unprecedented speed. But when the strawberry starship arrived at the door of the temporary space capsule, there was no one here. Lanlan looked around, and after a while, she ran to the front of the electronic lock, tiptoed, and tried hard to unlock the face. But Lanlan was too short, and no matter how she jumped, the camera couldn't capture her full face. At this time, there were two buzzing sounds, and it was Haihei driving the strawberry starship. Moving forward a little, the strawberry starship moved in front of the electronic lock, and Lanlan climbed on top of the starship. When the electronic lock was finally unlocked, Lanlan pushed open the door of the space capsule and ran straight inside. Lanlan searched for a long time inside, but couldn't find Brother Shirshu, including the starship where Brother Zero was originally. Lanlan walked out with a flat mouth, and as soon as she came out, she saw Haihei standing at the door waiting for her. Lanlan was a little sad, and her nose was red, and she said, "It's over. It's over." Brother Shirshu must be angry with Lanlan. Haihei comforted her. "No, he won't be angry with you. We should think about the good side. What if he just died?" Lanlan, Lanlan was stiff. "Brother Shirshu is dead?" Haihei scratched his head. "Not necessarily dead. Maybe just half dead? Or half alive." Lanlan stamped her feet anxiously. "Oh, Haihei, don't scare Lanlan. Help Lanlan think about where Brother Shirshu went." Haihei's eyes turned around. "Maybe he is at your mother Jiao house?" When Haihei was still a little black mole, he could actually see what was happening outside. Lanlan was stunned, and the next second, she immediately returned to the strawberry starship, and Haihei quickly sat back. The strawberry starship flew into the sky again and headed directly towards Jiao mother home. But halfway through, Lanlan changed direction again, and soon, Lanlan returned to her own home. The starship stopped at the door of a certain shop on the street at the foot of the mountain. Lanlan opened the shop and looked around inside. Hey. After seeing Brother Shirshu, Lanlan has to apologize to Brother Shirshu. "Do you think these things are suitable for apology?" Haihei stared at the glass cabinets in the room, and then at the jewelry in the glass cabinets. He was confused. Does he like to wear necklaces? I like it. I like it so much. Wow. I have never seen such a big pink crystal. That green mountain mine is too green. There are natural black crystals here. Ah. This thing is an auction-level treasure. A few years ago, there was a black crystal ring, 5 grams, which was auctioned for 60 million interstellar coins, and was on the hot search. Lanlan black crystal must be at least 10 grams. Help! How can Lanlan have so many jewelry? Lanlan mumbled. Lanlan doesn't know. But parents said that these sparkles are very expensive. Lanlan thought that if she wanted to apologize, she should give her something very expensive. Right? Hey didn't know. He looked at these bracelets and necklaces and tilted his head. Are these what you usually wear? Lanlan shook her head. Lanlan doesn't like to wear them. But parents like to make them for Lanlan. Lanlan thinks these chains are too easy to break. She wears these bracelets to dig fish ponds. And the bracelets disappear after digging. Lanlan has lost many bracelets. So she doesn't like to wear them anymore. Baby, these are luxury goods. And they are not for you to use when digging fish ponds. Fish ponds. Right. Let me in. I want to dig fish ponds. I want to pick up the black jade stones that Lanlan lost. I think if you want to apologize, you should give the other person something they need. Hey suggested. Lanlan scratched her head, but Lanlan doesn't know what Brother Shershu needs. Hey said, light computer. It seems that everyone needs a light computer. Lanlan said and left the jewelry store and entered the nearby light computer store. As soon as she opened the door, there were 3 counters full of children's light computers. This one can play Minesweeper. This one can play Speed Motorcycle. This one can play Tetris. This one can play Mario. Yes. There is also this one. This one can play Candy Crush. Lanlan touched the children's light computer with the Minesweeper game and was a little reluctant. Lanlan's favorite game is Minesweeper. Hey suggested. Then what game do you dislike playing the most? Lanlan searched and finally found a bunny-shaped watch light computer, saying, This light computer can play fruit cutting. Lanlan is tired of playing it. Lanlan turned on the light computer and let Hey experiment. Then, the little boy saw that some falling fruits suddenly appeared on the screen, such as watermelons and bananas. People could cut them in half by waving their hands. And then, they could score points. Hey eyes became brighter and brighter as he watched. And he shouted, I want to play. I want to play. Let me play. Please let me play. Hey seemed to want to play. So Lanlan had to let him play. But Hey couldn't stop playing. And Lanlan had no choice but to give the light computer to Hey. Finally, Lanlan gritted her teeth and took the light computer with the Minesweeper game. The duck-shaped light computer. She puffed her cheeks and put the light computer away with heartache, intending to use it as an apology gift for Brother Shershu. After returning to the strawberry starship, Hey kept playing fruit cutting on the way to Jiao Mother House. When they arrived at the place, Hey was still concentrating on cutting fruit. Lanlan didn't call Hey anymore, and went downstairs to knock on the door herself. There was no one at Jiao Mother House. Lanlan knocked on the door for a long time, and finally had to return to the starship with regret. Dark eyes were glued to the screen, and couldn't be pulled away. He was so happy cutting fruits that he asked, Is there no one? Lanlan started the strawberry starship. Jiao Mother may have gone to Yin Father House, or Gu Father House, or Buri's Father House, the little girl said, and drove the strawberry starship to Yin Father House first. There was no one at Father Yin House either. Then he went to Father Gu House. There was no one at Father Gu House either. The only place left is Father Bri's house. Father Bri and Mother Jiao knew each other the earliest. Lanlan has never seen him return to his own house. He has always lived at Mother Jiao house. Lanlan went to Father Bri's house without much hope. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived at the nearby street, she saw that it looked like no one had ever cleaned it in their lifetime. Lanlan parked the strawberry starship outside a very dilapidated small house with almost no roof. She got off the starship carefully. Hey thought it was so scary here. He didn't dare to let Lanlan go down alone. So he temporarily gave up the fun fruit cutting game and went with Lanlan. The 2 little kids held hands and carefully stuck together. They walked tentatively to the door and were about to knock on the door. As a result, with a creak, the door suddenly opened by itself. Hey was so scared that his hair stood up instantly. Lanlan was also so scared that she dared not move. The 2 children decided not to get closer. Lanlan hugged Hei's arm and trembled as she tilted her head and shouted inside, Is there anyone? Burui's father? Shershu brother? Are you there? She shouted twice. But there was no movement. Hei hurriedly said, No. Go! Lanlan turned around and was about to run. At this moment, In the room behind, a cold and chilly voice of a young man suddenly sounded. Gloomy and word by word, "You still know to look for me." Lanlan, shock. Hi-hey, shock. The two children's eyes widened at the same time. They turned their heads tremblingly, and saw that the wind had blown the door completely open. Inside the house, in the dark without lights, a slender and gloomy figure was standing there with murderous aura all over his body. Like a dead man. 1 second later. Ah! There's a ghost! Blue Star. The mother of all things. And dark matter. The overlord of the universe. Thought they had seen a ghost, and were so scared that they rolled and crawled into the strawberry starship. As soon as they pressed the button, the strawberry starship flew away without even turning its head back. Xirshu in the room. Chapter 103. Outside the shabby house. Xirshu sat on a rotten wooden chair on the street. In front of him stood a little girl with her neck shrunk. Lanlan glanced at brother Xirshu quietly. She carefully handed over her children's optical computer with a guilty look. Big brother. This is Lanlan apology gift to big brother. Lanlan and Hey thought they saw a ghost just now, and they ran away in fear. But when they ran far away, they remembered that there were no ghosts in the world. So they sneaked back again. This time, Lanlan saw brother Xirshu standing at the door. His face was darker than ever before. Lanlan realized that what she saw just now was not a ghost, but brother Xirshu. After coaxing brother Xirshu to sit down, Lanlan quickly presented the gift she prepared as compensation. Xirshu looked at the children's optical computer handed to him indifferently. He did not say anything, but just looked at the little boy on the other side. Lanlan was so smart. She immediately introduced, "Big brother. This is Hey. Lanlan good friend." Hey raised his little neck and looked at the prince a little arrogantly. Lan Xing was afraid of him. But he was not afraid of him. 3S ability user? Xirshu raised his eyebrows. Hey tail was up to the sky, yes. Xirshu pondered for a moment. I didn't expect that there was a young 3S ability user on the Death Star. Lanlan saw that Xirshu was at least willing to talk. So she quickly stuffed the optical computer directly into Xirshu's hands and forced him to accept it. The little girl also emphasized, This optical computer can play Minesweeper. It's super fun. Xirshu spread his hands and looked at the optical computer in his palm. Lanlan muttered again, "Big brother." Lanlan didn't forget big brother on purpose. Lanlan went to the sea. Lanlan went to find Dad Val and Dad Muyu. Xirshu looked indifferent. "Did you find it?" The little girl nodded. "I found it." Xirshu was stunned. "Found it?" Lanlan nodded again. "I found it." Xirshu frowned slightly. "Where did you find it?" Lanlan told Xirshu what happened in the past 2 days in a messy way. The little girl didn't have a point in her words. She said that you mother bit Hey butt. And then she dug out a big starship. And dug out the mecha of Dad Muyu and Dad Val. She didn't speak clearly, but Xirshu roughly understood. His eyes were deep, and his sight moved between the little girl and the little boy. After a while, he exhaled lightly, looked at the laptop in his hand again, and said, "I accept the apology gift." Lanlan's eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped happily on the spot. "Great. Big brother is not angry anymore." As she said that, she looked at the shabby house of Bree's father not far away and asked, "But why does big brother live here?" Xirshu waited at the door of the space capsule until dark that day. But the little girl didn't come back. He thought she went home. So he went back to Mian Chujiao's house to ask. Mian Chujiao and Yunli and others only then knew that he had lost the little girl. It was late at night. After all, she was his daughter friend. And after discussing it, they just found a place for him to live first. It was this shabby house. Lanlan held Xirshu's brother hand. "You can't live in Bree's father house anymore. Big brother. Don't live here. Live in Lanlan house." Xirshu said calmly, "I can live anywhere." He thought the little girl was going to take him back to Mian Chujiao house. So it would be better to live here. At least it's quiet. "Let's go. Big brother is leaving." Lanlan pulled big brother's hand hard. Xirshu had no choice but to follow her. The small strawberry starship suddenly had one more person. And Hai was squeezed into the corner. The little boy was not very happy, puffing his cheeks and not saying a word. Half an hour later, the starship flew to the castle on the top of the mountain. On the way up just now, Xirshu saw the scenery of the entire mountain. Until he got off the ship, his mood was not calm. Lanlan had already stood at the door of the castle, shouting happily, Big brother. Hi-hey. Come quickly. Hi-hey was a child who had seen the world. And he didn't show any surprise about these farmlands, flower gardens, and fruit forests. But when he entered the castle, he was surprised. Wow! The wooden horse, the ball pool, and the slide. Ah! And the dance mat. I want to play on the dance mat. Can I play on the dance mat? The first floor of the castle is completely an amusement park. It's not too big, and there are almost all the game facilities here. Lanlan said with a smile. Of course you can. Lanlan turned on the dance machine, and the dance machine played cool music. In front of the door, under the bridge, a group of ducks swam by. Come and count them. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Quack, quack, accompanied by the sound of music. The corresponding up, down, left, and right symbols appeared on the screen. Hey stood in the middle of the dance mat, and his short legs hurriedly stepped on this and that, stepping clumsily and attentively. At this time, Shu also walked into the castle. Lanlan stood at the stairs and shouted to Shu, Brother Shu, your room is upstairs. Come quickly. Shu pursed his lips and went upstairs. There are many guest rooms on the second floor, and they are very clean because they are cleaned by robots every day. Lanlan pointed inside and said, Big brother, sleep here. Shu looked at the room. He walked to the window. Through the window, he could see half of the hillside outside. On the hillside, scattered robots were busy. The boy looked back at the little girl. Did you plant all these? Lanlan also ran to the window with a smile. She leaned on the window frame and looked outside and said, Yes. Every seed in the small garden was planted by Lanlan herself. But later, they grew more and more, and Lanlan couldn't plant them all. So parents came to help Lanlan plant them together. But parents couldn't plant them all. Finally, the warden father said, Let's use robots. And then Lanlan family had many more robots. Shu frowned slightly. Small garden? The little girl mentioned it in the fatal training ground. She said that she had a small garden at home. They always thought that the so-called small garden was a small yard of more than 10 square meters. Unexpectedly. Yes, a small garden. The little girl said crisply, It's this small garden. Lanlan pointed to all the scenery that could be seen outside the window. For a planet, the area of a mountain is just a small garden. Isn't it? Shu said nothing more. At this time, a little boy wailing came from downstairs. Lanlan ran over and saw Hi-hey sitting on the dance mat, and on the screen in front of him, the two red words failure were shocking. Lanlan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She went down to the first floor on the slide and pressed the restart button. Hi-hey. Look at Lanlan dancing. The two children began to play downstairs. And at the same time, at the door of Val's clinic, a large group of prisoners looked at each other. And finally, Yun Shan, as a representative, came out and asked, Brother Zhou Qin, are you saying that the Death Star is being broadcast live? Zhou Qin said in a deep voice, Yes. Sun Tan, a former senior member of the Ghost Breaker organization, was the first to express his opinion. I don't care. Zhao Tang, who was also a senior member of the Ghost Breaker organization, then said, I don't care either. With two people taking the lead and expressing their opinions, the others couldn't think of any disadvantages of this matter for a while. But there didn't seem to be any advantages. But why broadcast it live? Why should they broadcast them to the people outside the interstellar space? Zhou Qin said indifferently, If you don't want to be on camera, just don't see Lanlan. The camera follows Lanlan. And if you stay away from Lanlan, you naturally can't take pictures. The entire Death Star is so big. It's not easy to find someone. And it's not easy to avoid someone. Then, can I talk to my brother? A young man suddenly spoke up from behind the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw the man who spoke. I was arrested too quickly. And then I was not allowed to visit my brother. I haven't seen my brother for 30 years. Prisoners also have families. Some have parted ways with their families long ago. But some still care about their relatives. Although the live broadcast is one way. If the family sees that they are living well in the prison planet, the family may feel more at ease. It's up to you. Zhou Qin didn't care much. Another person smiled and said, There is such a good thing. Then I can transmit encrypted instructions to my younger brother. Right? As soon as these words came out, the scene was boiling instantly. Death Star is an isolated place. Not being able to see family is actually a small matter. After all, most criminals who go astray do not come from happy families. It doesn't matter if you can't contact your family, but if you can keep in touch with your younger brother, the meaning is different. Live broadcast may become a public way for criminals to convey information to the outside world. Thinking of this, the value of this live broadcast is immediately reflected. Okay, Zhou Qin said slowly. Hearing Zhou Qin actually agreed. The man was stunned for a moment. But thinking about it again, Zhou Qin is indeed such a person. As long as you don't violate his rules, he will never meddle in other people's business. Let you kill and set fire. As long as the blood doesn't splash on him, he won't even bother to look at you. Okay, then I have no objection. If you want to live broadcast, then live broadcast. Others have their own thoughts. After thinking about each other for a while, most people said that it doesn't matter. Those who do think so think that at worst they can stay at home, or change into a mechanical mask when they go out. So it doesn't matter. Anyway, Zhou Qin has determined that it is useless for them to oppose. Zhou Qin's attitude doesn't seem to be asking for everyone's opinions, but just notifying everyone. After saying everything that should be said, Zhou Qin ordered again, those who are not present, tell each other. Yun Shan raised her hand and said happily, I tell you. I tell you. Obviously, Yun Shan treated this as a fun thing. Zhou Qin didn't care and handed the task to her. Grandma Hong asked, is Val okay? For the oldest elders in the Death Star, even the warden would be more polite to Grandma Hong. Very good. Don't worry. Grandma Hong nodded. I'm glad she's okay. That day, before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone in the Death Star knew that there was such a thing as a live broadcast. When the news was passed to Yufeng, Yufeng read the information on the optical computer and then dialed an internal communication directly to Zhou Qin's optical computer. Zhou Qin picked up the call, and Yufeng said directly, come and get Lanlan physical examination report. Zhou Qin paused. Yufeng looked at the series of bizarre data amplitudes on the screen and pursed his lips. I tested her last night. Is there something wrong? Zhou Qin said, come over later. Lanlan and Hei played games for a long time. During this time, Shu also went to take a shower. Shu changed into the clothes left by Lanlan's unknown father. The boy had a slender figure and was not as muscular as that father. The clothes were a little big for him. Lanlan saw it and said, Mimi mother is the best at sewing clothes. Hey, your trouser legs should also be longer. Let's go find Mimi mother. You go. Shu looked at the farmland behind and said, I want to see the vegetation. The mutation rate of interstellar vegetation is getting higher and higher. As the crown prince of the empire, he is more interested in civilian farming. Since there is such an opportunity, he wants to see if the little girl planting method can be introduced into the interstellar to solve the problem of the declining quality of nutrient solution raw materials and the increasing price of edible crops. Lanlan didn't know what was so good about flowers and plants, but Shu wanted to see them. So he let her see them. Big brother, if you're hungry, take the nutrient solution from the refrigerator. By the way, put this on. The little girl found a cherry hairpin from the cabinet. Lanlan pinned the hairpin on the corner of her big brother clothes and said, if we meet small animals, they may attack me because they don't know me. But if I smell like Lanlan, they won't attack me. Shu looked at the hairpin on the corner of his clothes. Yeah. After that, Lanlan and Hei boarded the strawberry starship. They said they were going to find Mimi mother, but because it was the first time that a friend came to their house, Lanlan was too excited and took Hei to play games directly. Hei, this is a roller coaster. You have to sit in this car. Lanlan pulled Hei into the special car of the roller coaster and pressed a button. The next second, the special vehicle began to automatically drive into the mountain road. When going uphill, the car drove very slowly. But when it came to going downhill, wow! The special vehicle was moving up and down the undulating mountain road at a high speed. Hei held the horizontal bar in front of the car with both hands. His whole face was flushed with excitement. Lanlan was also very happy. Lanlan was not happy because she had played the roller coaster too many times, and it was no longer so fresh. She was happy because she felt that her favorite game was also liked by her good friends. So she was very happy. Ah! It looks so fun. I want to play it too. There are also some fun children's projects in the children's amusement park in Capital Star, but none of them are so exciting. The boss of the amusement company, Please take a look at this. Please make a copy for me. Please make a copy for me. Let me play. I am willing to buy a ticket to play. Haihei was not satisfied with playing the roller coaster once. He played it 3 times. And his head began to dizzy. And then, he reluctantly got off the special vehicle. Lanlan said with a smile, Hey, let's go to the water park next time. It's more fun there. But we have to wait until it's hot. You catch a cold if you play in the water in cold weather. The little boy straightened his neck. I won't catch a cold. Lanlan nodded. Lanlan won't catch a cold either. But Mom and Dad will. Mom and Dad have to go with Lanlan. Otherwise they will be worried. Hey pouted and finally nodded. Okay then. It's okay. Hey. Do you want to play the Ferris wheel? Hey eyes lit up and he nodded. Let's think about it. The two returned to the strawberry starship. And Lanlan took Hey to the direction of the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel was built on the left side of the central city of the Death Star. Before getting close, you can see a large wheel towering into the sky. Lanlan pointed below them. You can also bungee jump here. Hey nodded repeatedly. Yeah. Lanlan pointed in the opposite direction of the Ferris wheel. There's a pirate ship over there. Hey looked yearning and suspicious. But why don't we put these fun things together? Putting one here and one there will make it difficult to play. Lanlan said helplessly. The Ferris wheel was built by Au father. So the Ferris wheel was built near Au father house. The bungee jumping platform was built by Sophia mother. So it is near Sophia mother house. The pirate ship was built by Tong Tong's mother. So it is near Tong Tong's mother house. The roller coaster was built by the warden's father. So it is near the warden's father office building. Hey understood. So that's how it is. Only if it is built near your home. It means that you own the ownership of this game facility. I learned something new today. Lanlan nodded. Yeah. That's it. 2 little fools. That's what they are. I swear. It must be that the parents want to snatch Lanlan heart. So they only build game facilities in front of their own house. Just to trick Lanlan to go to their house. I can see that everyone in the Death Star is unwilling to let Lanlan go. So who is Lanlan child? With so many parents, there must be one biological child. Right? Au father was not at home. Lanlan took Haihei to play the Ferris wheel and bungee jumping. When Haihei was still not satisfied and wanted to play the pirate ship, Lanlan finally remembered that they came out to find Mimi mother to sew pants. Towards dusk, the 2 crazy kids finally arrived at Mimi mother house. The moment they saw the gentle and generous Mimi mother, the barrage immediately began to check her identity. But they couldn't find it. She should be wearing a mechanical mask. Maybe she doesn't want us to see her true face. Take off your pants. Mingwei, who already knew about the live broadcast, glanced at the moth-like camera next to her. And her mood was not fluctuating. She smiled and asked the shy boy to take off his pants. And said to Lanlan, go out first. Lanlan obediently left the room. After a while, she heard Mimi mother calling her. You can come in. Lanlan walked into the room and saw Hey covered with a blanket, curled up in the corner, with his cheeks getting redder and redder. Lanlan sat down next to Mimi mother and watched her sew pants. Mingwei asked softly, does Lanlan want to learn? Lanlan hugged Mimi mother waist. Lanlan, don't learn. If Lanlan clothes are torn, come to Mimi mother. Mingwei smiled and embraced her daughter body. She kissed her daughter forehead. Although I don't know the true identity of Mimi mother. Mimi mother is really gentle. Mimi mother was also very gentle to Haihei. This was the first mother who had a good face to Haihei in 2 days. Right? After sewing the pants, Mingwei personally sent the 2 children away, watching the starship soaring into the sky. Mingwei was about to enter the house when she suddenly covered her heart. Mingwei supported the wall with one hand and took several breaths before the severe pain in her heart eased. She stood up and touched the cold sweat on her forehead with her hand. Her face became a little ugly. Mingwei was a twin. She also had a twin sister. She had telepathy with her sister since she was a child. When she was hurt, her sister would feel it. And when her sister was hurt, she would also feel it. She was now having a heartache. If nothing unexpected happened, it was her sister who was in danger. Slowly suppressing the pain, Mingwei regained her composure and re-entered the room. She just hoped that her sister would not do anything stupid again. She even dared to kill the president brother. She took the blame last time. Who could help her next time? Mingxing covered her chest. She stood far away from the giant beast and watched the beast called Tyrannosaurus on the Star Network eat one of their companions alive. Mi Mingxin has lived in Muxing for 3 years. When she woke up this morning, Muxing was suddenly banned. It was said that a reversion beast appeared on the planet. Soon, the planet chief issued a notice, saying that they needed to collect the basic skin tissue and hair tissue of the Tyrannosaurus rex for testing. The planet chief issued a reward. Whoever is willing to take this task and complete it will receive a generous reward. In front of such a terrifying beast, most people retreat, but Mi Mingxin is tempted by the so-called generous reward. She thought, if she can take the skin tissue of the Tyrannosaurus rex, can she use this credit to reduce her sister's sentence? She signed up, but after a day, only 6 people signed up in the entire Muxing. The 6 of them entered the forest. But just now, Mi Mingxin was injured, and one of her companions was eaten by the strange beast. Crunch crunch. The Tyrannosaurus rex chewed the food in its mouth. It ate deliciously while rolling its eyes. Soon, its sight fell on Mi Mingxin in the corner. Mi Mingxin felt a chill on her back. She turned and ran, and behind her, the Tyrannosaurus rex's slow footsteps followed her all the time. Well, then Hai and Lanlan will go to bed first. Lanlan and Hai played games for too long. When they returned home, it was already dark. Brother Shershu had already gone to bed. So Lanlan said goodbye to Hai and returned to her room. Lanlan took a quick shower, then put on her furry pajamas and got into bed. Children fall asleep quickly, and Lanlan had a dream while sleeping. At the same time, Hai next door suddenly frowned in his sleep. Maybe it was because the breeding of Tyrannosaurus rex was too smooth last night. Lanxing seemed to be addicted, and today she also wanted to breed species. Hai had no choice. The next second, his body suddenly disappeared in the bed, and then he turned into a drop of water, transmitting his energy to the next room. The footsteps of the dinosaur were so loud that the whole Muxing began to tremble. Mi Mingxin had already seen the starship ahead. As long as she ran onto the starship, she would be safe. She ran very fast. But the more anxious she was, the worse things went. Paw! She fell to the ground. She turned her head in panic and looked back, only to see that the Tyrannosaurus rex had actually come over. She felt her heart almost jump out of her throat, seeing the figure of the Tyrannosaurus rex completely covering her. Mi Mingxin was so depressed that she held her head and shouted, "Aw!" As soon as she shouted, the forest shook again. Mi Mingxin was stunned, and she looked up in a trance. But she saw that the Tyrannosaurus rex in front of her was not moving, and it was also looking into the forest. The dangerous breath was gradually approaching, and the Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly felt very uneasy. But after a while, as the vibration became more and more intense, an Allosaurus, which was larger than the Tyrannosaurus rex, actually walked over slowly. Mi Mingxin, shock! Tyrannosaurus, shock! As we all know, Allosaurus is the natural enemy of Tyrannosaurus rex. In the early Cretaceous period, Allosaurus even ate Tyrannosaurus rex as its staple food. The huge Tyrannosaurus rex suddenly looked delicate in front of the even larger Allosaurus. Mi Mingxin was panicked. The Tyrannosaurus rex was even more panicked. At the same time, in the Death Star, Lanlan, who had completed the breeding, continued to sleep happily. Hai, who helped Lanxing complete the breeding, turned back into a little boy. He turned over and muttered, "I have to talk to Lanxing tomorrow. We can't breed so many dinosaurs. Lanxing hasn't appeared yet. There's not enough space for so many dinosaurs in this small planet." Smacking his lips, the little boy was curious again. "I just don't know." After she absorbed the dark matter, the Allosaurus she bred is different from the original Allosaurus. In Muxing, the Allosaurus, as big as a building, slowly approached the petite Tyrannosaurus rex. Mi Mingxin no longer had any luck. She was sure that she was dead today. She could have run just now, but her legs were too soft, and she couldn't move at all. But what Mi Mingxin didn't know was that the legs of the Tyrannosaurus rex were also soft. The Tyrannosaurus rex was more afraid than her. The Tyrannosaurus rex looked at the Allosaurus that was slowly lowering its head, just when it was thinking of making a desperate effort and taking the initiative, or jumping up and hitting the Allosaurus knee. The Allosaurus suddenly used its short front claws to dig at the Tyrannosaurus rex's head. Tyrannosaurus rex, ? Then, the Allosaurus pulled the Tyrannosaurus rex up, grabbed a handful of grass, and stuffed it into the Tyrannosaurus rex's mouth. Tyrannosaurus Rex, ? Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't eat grass, the Allosaurus felt a little strange. It grabbed a handful of grass, ate it in its mouth, and then showed it to the little dragon. This is the duck that eats grass. Why don't you eat duck? Tyrannosaurus, ? Allosaurus thought Tyrannosaurus was cute, so he simply threw it on his back, then grabbed 2 handfuls of grass, chewed the grass, and carried Tyrannosaurus into the forest. Tyrannosaurus, ? Miming Haihei, who shared a dream with Lanlan, ? Haihei suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, turned his head, and looked in shock in the direction of the next room. Lanlan actually let Allosaurus eat grass. Haihei had a headache. She is a meat eater, and eating meat can have a balanced nutrition. Let's just say that she is not suitable for breeding species now. She is not mature at all. She is really addicted to food. Chapter 104. The fact that Mu Xing had one more dinosaur became a hot topic on the Star Network the next morning. In the news footage, a huge monster as tall as a building was seen sitting on a bald mountaintop that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog in the boundless forest captured by the flying camera. Next to it, there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a bruised face and nose. This Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was only half the size of the new dinosaur, was obviously beaten badly, and its hind legs were a little unsteady. It huddled there cautiously, not daring to raise its head. The camera flew a little closer at this time, as if it wanted to take a better picture of the 2 dinosaurs. Then, the camera was discovered by the big dinosaur. The big dinosaur stopped eating grass, stood up, and looked up at the camera on the tip of its nose. Achoo! It sneezed, shaking its rough head. The big dinosaur suddenly started to hit the camera with its head. The camera was controlled by someone, so it moved away immediately. But the big dinosaur seemed to find it interesting. It actually jumped up and tried to bite the camera. The camera flew away again, and it happily chased after it. If it weren't for its terrifying size, it would look like a cat chasing a butterfly. The news video ended here, and the evaluation of the exotic animal expert was inserted later, saying that this giant dragon was different from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was carefree by nature, like a playful child, but its combat power was amazing. However, what people didn't expect was that it was actually a harmless herbivore. Because of the sudden appearance of these 2 dinosaurs, experts from various planets began to rush to Mu Xing to conduct a frontline investigation. The incident caused by the 2 dinosaurs also fermented quickly on the Star Network, because the first identification of the Tyrannosaurus Rex started from Lanlan live broadcast room. So there were more and more voices pouring into the live broadcast room, asking what kind of species the bigger dinosaur was. Of course, Lanlan couldn't see these inquiries. When the little girl woke up, she found that there was another person in her room. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the little boy sitting beside her bed in confusion. Haihei, because she had just woken up. Lanlan's voice was a little tender and soft. Haihei had a lot to say, but he swallowed it back in his throat under the little girl cotton candy voice. He hummed and said, "Your father asked you to go downstairs for dinner." When Haihei left the room and Lanlan washed up and went downstairs, she saw the warden father preparing nutrient solution for Lanlan in the kitchen. Lanlan ran over and hugged the warden father's legs. "Dad." Usually when she was at home, Lanlan followed the warden father the most. But the warden father was very busy, and usually Lanlan could only see him in the morning and evening. The man patted his daughter on the back and said, "Go sit outside." Lanlan ran to the restaurant outside and sat down. Haihei was riding on the small wooden horse next to the sofa, playing with the small wooden horse. Lanlan called him, "Haihei, it's time to eat. Eat first and then play." The little boy came over with a pout and sat next to the little girl. Zhou Qin quickly brought out Lanlan breakfast: a cup of nutrient solution, a cup of milk, and 2 big apples. Lanlan was holding the milk and was about to drink it when she saw that Haihei next to her was empty. Lanlan immediately looked at the warden father, and Haihei also looked at Uncle Zhou Qin, being stared at by 2 pairs of dark eyes. Zhou Qin said TSK and finally took out a bottle of nutrient solution and put it in front of the little boy. Haihei was very polite and said obediently, "Thank you, Uncle." Zhou Qin didn't look at him, but said to his daughter, "Eat yours." Lanlan gulped and drank a mouthful of milk. And when the warden father entered the kitchen, she quickly gave one of her apples to Haihei. The little boy knew that he was not welcome, so he grabbed the apple and drank the nutrient solution in small sips. Lanlan suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, Brother Shershu hasn't come down yet." As she said that, she was going upstairs to call Brother Shershu. Zhou Qin took out the sausages that had just been grilled from the kitchen. He handed the sausages to his daughter and frowned and said, "He went out?" Lanlan was stunned. "Huh?" Zhou Qin said casually, "The farmland. He came here at 6 in the morning. When the starship went up the mountain, he saw a young man walking around in the farmland. Brother Shershu really likes flowers and plants." Lanlan muttered and sat down to continue eating breakfast. After breakfast, Zhou Qin went back to the second floor to change clothes. He usually lived here or in the dormitory of the office building, so most of his luggage was in the house here. After changing clothes and coming down, Zhou Qin tidied his sleeves and said to his daughter, "Dad is busy today. Lanlan, you can eat by yourself at noon." Lanlan agreed crisply, "Okay." Zhou Qin glanced at the cute little boy next to him. "Did you go bungee jumping last night?" Lanlan was stunned. Zhou Qin put his hands on his waist and said sternly, "It's dangerous." Lanlan lowered her head guiltily. Among so many games, the warden's father didn't like Lanlan to play bungee jumping the most. Although it was only 3 meters high, the warden's father still thought this game was too dangerous. Zhou Qin saw that his daughter didn't say anything, so he came over again, rubbed his daughter's hair, and said, "You can go fishing for cats and cats, ride the giant swing, etc." Lanlan lowered her head. "Oh!" After Zhou Qin left, Hai, who had wanted to tell Lan Xing not to breed species for the time being, suddenly asked with sparkling eyes, "Is it fun to fish for catfish and ride the giant swing?" Lanlan bit the big apple in her mouth and nodded. "It's fun." Hai immediately stood up. "Then let's go play now." In the end, Lanlan was dragged out by Hai. On the other side, Zhou Qin also drove the hover car to Val's clinic. Val and Muyu were not awake yet, and Inno had been here to take care of them for a day. Seeing Zhou Qin coming over, Inno yawned and sat up from the recliner. "The mental power loss is too serious. I don't know if they can recover in this situation." Zhou Qin didn't say anything, just took a document and entered the testing room of the clinic. Inno followed to the door of the testing room and saw Zhou Qin clicking on Lanlan's usual physical report inside. And then he opened the document in his hand and compared the data on the screen with the results on the document. "What is this for?" Inno walked in and took a look at the paper document, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "The test report issued by Maple Leaf? What does it say?" Inno is specialized in intelligence, and he can tell at a glance what the difference is between the report format issued by Val and the report format issued by Maple Leaf. "Lanlan Physical Examination Report," Zhou Qin said briefly. "She has abnormal growth." "What abnormal growth?" Zhou Qin looked at Inno. "Have you heard of senility?" Inno's eyes widened. "Lanlan has senility?" "Not sure yet. The child did grow rapidly, which is very similar to the early symptoms of senility. Before, it was not growing, but now it is growing rapidly. Lanlan growth pattern is now completely out of control." Ding ding ding. At this moment, Zhou Qin's optical brain suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. Zhou Qin stood up and walked out. Inno asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" "Office building." Zhou Qin returned to the office building and dialed out according to the code received on the optical brain with the communicator. After a while, a polite male voice came from the other side. "Is it Zhou Qin?" "Warden Zhou?" Zhou Qin pulled a chair over and sat down. "Yes. This is the Prison General Administration. Please notify prisoner number 00933. Yufeng. To communicate." Zhou Qin frowned. He just got Lanlan physical examination report from Yufeng last night. "Someone outside wants to contact Yufeng today." Zhou Qin's voice was cold. "The reason?" The Prison General Administration paused for a moment before saying, "In the solar system, on a small planet called Muxing, 2 new types of alien beasts that have never appeared before have been discovered. In order to prevent the alien beasts from coming out of the mountain and endangering the people of Muxing, we now need to anesthetize and transport them immediately. But this alien beast is very lethal, and its habits are unknown. The Alien Beast Research Institute has specially reported an application to request prisoner number 00933 Yufeng to provide remote consulting. The Death Star is isolated from the inside and outside. Zhou Qin has been very busy these 2 days, and has not heard of any new alien beasts. However, as the pioneer of the research of exotic beasts, Yufeng knows a lot about all kinds of exotic beasts. He has just appeared on the live broadcast recently. It is normal for the Research Institute to want to consult his opinions. Zhou Qin said calmly, "We need to ask his opinion." The prison administration obviously also knows that according to the Interstellar law, even Class A war criminals have the right to refuse visits and refuse communications. They said, "Please try to persuade Warden Zhou." Zhou Qin hung up the communication and contacted Yufeng using the internal optical computer. Yufeng replied after a while, saying that the new type of exotic beast had nothing to do with him. His answer was within Zhou Qin expectations. After calling back the prison administration and saying that Yufeng was unwilling to serve as a remote consultant, Zhou Qin thought the matter was over. As a result, he received at least 5 or 6 communications in one day, not only from the prison administration, the Exotic Beast Research Institute, but also from the Central Administrative Office. Zhou Qin was annoyed and turned off the communicator function directly, pretending that the line was broken. Towards evening, in the research group starship in the backyard of the Val Clinic, the vice president and Ichio's mentor finally woke up. Eno contacted Zhou Qin. When Zhou Qin arrived, he saw the young man named Ichio feeding his mentor with nutrient solution. Knowing that only 3 of them were left alive in the research team, the vice president and Ichio's mentor were very sad. 13 people died, and only 3 were left. The horror of the Death Star was far beyond their imagination. Zhou Qin casually said, "Li Jie will send you away later." Ichio suddenly said, "The violent god Li Jie? He is also on the Death Star?" Zhou Qin said, The weak and old vice president suddenly asked, "Well, is he okay?" There was an accident at sea at that time. He saw Val and Emeka falling into the Black Sea through the glass window. Val is the biological son of their President Crow. During the 2 days on the Death Star, Val also tried his best to assist them. "No. He is dying." Zhou Qin was straightforward. The vice president's eyes widened. Zhou Qin looked at the time and didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. He said, "Li Jie will come to see you in half an hour." After that, he was about to leave, but heard the vice president say, "The medical level of the capital star is very high. Although I don't know what Val's situation is, I want to take him away. Don't worry. We will communicate with the prison general administration to apply for medical parole for him." Zhou Qin was silent for a moment, and then said, "Let's talk about it after the application is approved." Half an hour later, Li Jie drove a large starship over. He hung the starship of the scientific research team behind his starship. Just like that, he drove out of the Death Star with the only 3 remaining survivors of the scientific research team. The starport had long been blocked by the media, and all kinds of live broadcast cameras were everywhere. The staff arranged by the investigation team immediately sent the 3 researchers to the nearest hospital. Li Jie completed the task and was about to leave, but was forcibly pulled into the office by Marshal Yi, who did not follow the ambulance to the hospital to see his son. Li Jie was speechless. "Just say whatever you want to say." Marshal Yi directly turned on the light brain and showed her the news about Mu Xing's 2 dinosaurs. After seeing the 2 dinosaurs, Li Jie frowned. "What level?" "I don't know. They have been there for 2 days and 1 night. We can't extract their skin tissue to identify their level. But as of now, they should all be 3S. Li Jie said in a deep voice, "It does look like 3S. With this size and this lethality, it is unlikely to be a low-level beast." Marshal Yi then opened another video, which was a video of Lanlan and that brat exchanging pictures in the villa. Li Jie didn't know why Marshal Yi showed him this at first, but when he saw the latter part, his face changed immediately. Marshal Yi said in a deep voice, "Your daughter knows that this is a dinosaur, and also knows that this kind of dragon is called Tyrannosaurus Rex. Look at the news these 2 days. The screen is full of doubts. Why did your daughter take the initiative to mention Tyrannosaurus Rex when the Tyrannosaurus Rex just appeared? Do you think this is a coincidence?" Li Jie's face was gloomy. "She is on the Death Star. What does it have to do with any dinosaur beast? So we need to find out why this dinosaur appeared. You go to the Death Star again and talk to Zhou Qin and Yufeng, and let Yufeng join the research team. This is not for them, but for Lanlan. We have to clear the relationship between Lanlan and dinosaurs." Li Jie fell silent. He suddenly thought of Zhou Qin's words. Zhou Qin firmly believed that Lanlan was Blue Star. If Lanlan is Blue Star, dinosaurs are species of Blue Star. Blue Star is said to be in the solar system, and Lanlan dream. and the appearance of this Tyrannosaurus Rex. For some reason, Ligia suddenly said, "What if it can't be cleared?" Marshall Yi's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Ligia didn't say anything, waved his hand, and left. At 10:30 p.m., Ligia drove the hover car and arrived at Lanlan Mountaintop Castle. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the little girl sitting on the sofa, almost sleepy, being pushed awake by the little boy next to her. The little boy said righteously, "You promised to watch cartoons with me." After playing for a whole day, Lanlan was very tired. She could only force herself to cheer up, holding the little rabbit doll, and said vaguely, "Okay. Watch. Continue watching. How long is it?" Hai glanced at the remaining time of the movie. 1 hour. Lanlan, Ligia couldn't bear it anymore and said directly, "Go to bed if you are sleepy. What cartoons can't you watch tomorrow?" Lanlan yawned and looked at the door. "Dad." Ligia stepped forward, picked up the little girl, let the child lie on her shoulders, and took her directly to the second floor. Hai followed behind and said, "You can't go to bed so early. If she goes to bed too early, she will." And Ligia turned his head and looked at him. "What will happen?" The little boy scratched his head, opened his mouth a few times, and stammered, "Pregnancy." His voice was too soft, and the camera didn't capture it. But Ligia heard it because of the amazing 5 senses of the 3S ability user. Ligia paused for a moment. He looked deeply at the little boy, and then touched the little girl head on his shoulder. After a while, he sent Lanlan back to the room. When he came out, he asked, "Where is Zhou Qin?" The little boy stood at the wall of the corridor, mumbling. He didn't come back. Ligia turned around and was about to leave. Halfway through, he turned back and asked, "What are you pregnant with?" The camera was filming the little girl sleeping in the room, and they couldn't hear their conversation. Hey didn't know what to say, nor did he know whether he should say it. He suddenly ran away, ran back to the next room, and then slammed the door. Ligia's face was not very good. He walked down the stairs slowly. At this time, the sound of the hovercraft parking came from outside. It was Zhou Qin who came back. As soon as Ligia saw Zhou Qin, he immediately said, "I have something to tell you." He told Zhou Qin all the information he heard from Marshall Yi today. And Ligia asked, "What do you think we should do?" Zhou Qin glanced at the second floor, turned around, and walked out of the castle again. Ligia followed him. The two arrived at Yufeng House very quickly. The next day, early in the morning, Ligia left the Death Star again with the news that Yufeng agreed to join the research team and went to meet Marshall Yi. However, Yufeng also had his request. He did not want to be a remote consultant. He wanted to see the dinosaur with his own eyes. Marshall Yi was a little hesitant, but after communication, the higher-ups agreed. The dinosaur problem was imminent, and the countless people of Muxing could no longer continue to bear this imminent danger. When Lanlan woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning, because she was tired last night and went to bed too late. Lanlan had no energy to dream. She slept until dawn and suddenly felt refreshed. Hai was also refreshed. It was right not to let Lanqing sleep. If she slept too soundly, she would think about things. Hai decided to take Lanqing out for fun today, and then drag her to watch cartoons at night. After a few days, she should temporarily forget about the breeding of species. Hai had a good idea, but unfortunately the plan died before it was implemented, because on the way to the first scenic spot, they saw a starship that was loading supplies. Several robots were stuffing piles of paper documents into a starship at the door of Maple Leaf Dad House. Lanlan parked the watermelon starship opposite and walked over curiously to see. Yes, Lanlan had been sitting on the strawberry starship for 2 days and was tired of it. So she decided to switch to the watermelon starship. Hey felt that moving things was not fun, so he pulled Lanlan to leave. Lanlan frowned and said, "But these documents are all very important information for Maple Leaf Dad. Why did Maple Leaf Dad move all the things out? Is he going to throw them away?" Lanlan walked into the starship and saw that it was already filled with documents in a cabin. Lanlan picked up a document at random, and then she opened her eyes wide, pointed at the text on it, and said to Hey, look, this is the improvement report of my mother-brain nerve connection. This is the key information that my mother brain is still active now. This information can't be thrown away. Lanlan held the document in her arms and walked into the box piles. When she saw that another cabin was also full of documents, Lanlan began to look through the contents of this cabin. This can't be thrown away. This can't be thrown away. This can't be thrown away. This is Fei Fei's physical examination report. This is Nyo Nyo's physical examination report. This is Lu Lu's physical examination report. Maple Leaf Dad will do physical examination reports for the small animals in the Death Star from time to time. Hey didn't know what Lan Xing was talking about. He was tired of waiting. So he found a box as a small stool, sat down, supported his chin with both hands, and looked at Lan Xing. Lanlan had more and more documents in her arms. She couldn't hold them anymore. So she stuffed them into Hey arms and said, Hey, help Lanlan take them. Hey hugged the documents and muttered, but your father doesn't want them. Which means they are useless. They are useful. Dad must have thrown them away by mistake. No. Lanlan has to talk to Fengyi father, the little girl said and ran out. Hey, wait for me. Hey put the documents down and hurriedly caught up with the little girl, who knew that at this moment, with a hum, the starship actually moved. Lanlan's body shook, and she quickly held the box next to her. Hey also lay on the box. The two little kids looked at each other, and the next second, they ran to the door of the starship at the same time. The starship door was closed, and through the glass window, the two saw that the ground was getting farther and farther away from them, and the starship actually took off. It's over. Hey shouted, we will also be thrown into the garbage station. Lanlan hurried to the control cabin and wanted to drive the starship back, but found that this starship was not a manned starship at all. It was a cargo starship, and the cargo starship had no operating panel at all. It was driven automatically. Oh! Lanlan stamped her feet, and then her eyes rolled. Don't be afraid. Lanlan will call Daddy, the little girl said, and quickly opened her optical brain, but found that the speed of the starship was faster than they thought. The starship had left the atmosphere, and the internal signal of the Death Star was no longer usable after entering the outside of the planet. Lanlan, Hey, The two children looked at each other, and after a while, they walked to the window, and the two white little faces that had caused trouble were tightly pressed against the cold transparent glass. Lanlan had a double chin pressed by the glass. Hey had a pig nose pressed by the glass. They stared at the black planet that was getting farther and farther away from them. After a while, Hey asked, is the garbage station far away? Lanlan covered her mouth, maybe. Not far? At the same time, Zhou Qin, who was talking to Yufeng at Yufeng House, suddenly heard a sound from the optical brain on his wrist. Zhou Qin looked at the message. It was another call from outside. He said to Yufeng, get ready. The starship will pick you up in 10 minutes. Your information has been sent ahead. Yufeng, said, looking at his light brain, you go ahead. Zhou Qin came out of Yufeng House, and as soon as he went out, he saw a watermelon starship parked across the street. Looking around, he didn't see the two children. Zhou Qin didn't think much, and went back to the office. Enter the code. Call back. The call was just connected, and Marshal Yi's voice came over. You lost something. Zhou Qin was stunned. What did I lose? Marshal Yi had a headache. Your daughter is lost. Zhou Qin, ? Chapter 105. The cargo starship flew and flew, without stopping. Lanlan and Hai were staring out the window at first, but later, when they got tired, they just found a box to sit on, and fell asleep again. After a while, Lanlan woke up from hunger, her stomach growling, and she searched her body, but only found 2 lollipops. Lanlan opened a lollipop and just put it in her mouth. She saw Hai beside her woke up and stared at her eagerly. Lanlan gave the other lollipop to Hai, who opened it and ate it, and muttered, where is the garbage station? Why is it so far away? Lanlan didn't know. Her face drooped. Hai. Lanlan is so hungry. Hai glanced at the time. It's already afternoon. He didn't eat lunch, so of course he would be hungry. Hai touched Lanlan's hair and comforted her. Go to sleep after eating the candy. You won't be hungry when you fall asleep. Lanlan could only nod pitifully. Not long after, the two children fell asleep again in a daze. When they woke up again, they found that the speed of the starship had slowed down. Hai ran to the window to see that the starship was landing on a very small planet. Hai immediately shouted, it's at the garbage station. It seems to be at the garbage station. Lanlan was awakened by Hai. She rubbed her eyes and walked to the window. She saw that the starship had indeed entered a strange planet. Great! It's finally here. An hour later, at 10:30 p.m. Muxing time, the cargo starship finally stopped on the top of a building in Muxing. When the two children heard the sound of the starship door opening, they were about to go out, and suddenly saw a lot of people rushing in from outside. Hai and Lanlan were startled. They quickly retreated and returned to the cabin. The dozen people who ran in were all members of the special research team for new exotic beasts. A new type of exotic beast appeared on Muxing, and the Exotic Beast Research Institute summoned exotic beast experts from various planets to come to Muxing to form a special team to solve the problem of dinosaurs. The temporary office building of the special team is this building. So the starship carrying Principal Yufeng documents and information stopped at this building. Among the people who rushed into the starship, the one who walked in the front was the deputy leader of the special team, whose surname was Chen. After seeing Lanlan and Hai, Leader Chen immediately said to the back, "Inside. They are all safe inside." Other people's voices immediately sounded outside, "Let me in. I want to see Lanlan. My God. I have been following her live broadcast for a long time. I have been following her since she tamed the wind-red wolf in the deadly training ground. Lanlan, can you tell me how you tamed the two's exotic beast? I am more interested in the flying fierce pig. Flying fierce pigs of that size are almost rare in the entire galaxy. The chirping sound is endless." Lanlan was already scared. Hai, who was usually very cowardly, bravely stood in front of the little girl. He grinned at the strangers and said, "We don't know you. Go away. All of you." Team Leader Chen quickly explained, "Don't be afraid. We have no ill intentions. We know that you got on this cargo ship by mistake. We have been waiting for you here for a day. Your parents have contacted us and said that they got off the ship. So let us take care of you first. By the way, Lanlan, your Father Li and Father Fengya are on their way here. They are expected to arrive tomorrow morning." Lanlan heard the names of Father Li and Father Fengya. She showed her little head from behind Hai and whispered, "Lanlan wants Daddy." Team Leader Chen smiled and waved to them. "Then let's go out and make a call. Come. Come to Uncle." Lanlan held the corner of Hai close and didn't go out. Hai continued to stand in front of Lanlan. The two children always remained vigilant. Finally, there was no other way. So Team Leader Chen asked the people outside to call Baoshan. Soon, the communication was connected, and Team Leader Chen immediately handed the communicator to Lanlan. "Come here. Your Father Li. It's really your Father Li." Hai, swoosh, took the communicator and turned to hand it to Lanlan. Lanlan looked at the communicator and saw the image of Father Li on it. "Dad!" Lanlan shouted immediately. Finally, under the guarantee of Father Li, Lanlan and Hai finally agreed to go with these strangers. The two children were finally placed in a lounge, with nutrient solution and fruit on the table, and the others were locked outside. Team Leader Chen asked the two hungry children to eat first. Lanlan and Hai immediately ate the nutrient solution and fruit like two little hamsters. While wiping her mouth, Lanlan said softly, "Thank you, Uncle." Hai followed Lanlan and also said, "Thank you, Uncle." Team Leader Chen's face was so full of laughter that he had watched a lot of Lanlan live broadcasts, including now, which were still being broadcast. He was a bit of a fan and wanted to talk to the little girl more. But at this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded outside. Then someone knocked on the door of the lounge. "Deputy Team Leader. The team leader asked you to go over." The two target objects started looking for food again. Team Leader Chen hurriedly said, "Here they come." Now there are dozens of cameras installed in Muxing Forest, filming the daily life of the two dinosaurs 24 hours a day. Most of the time, the two dinosaurs are wandering, but when they are looking for food, they will show their special fighting power. After Team Leader Chen left, the lounge suddenly became very quiet. Hai ran to the door carefully, glanced into the corridor, and then turned back and said, "No one is here. No one is here. You two won't sneak away again, right? I'm already scared." Lanlan was very well behaved before, but after Hai came, Lanlan became wild. The brat should really stay away from the little princess. Huh? Lanlan also walked to the door, and saw that there was indeed no one outside. The two children stuck to the wall and looked around in the corridor. After walking for a while, they came to the door of a large office. There was a screen on one wall in the office. On the screen, the camera was shooting two dinosaurs from all angles. Lanlan was a little surprised to see the dinosaurs. She pointed at the screen and shouted, "Ah!" As soon as she said this, everyone in the room turned their heads to look over. Seeing this, Lanlan quickly shrank to the side. Hai also hid to the side. The researchers couldn't help laughing. The middle-aged female team leader standing at the front coughed lightly at this time, to make everyone below concentrate. Everyone continued to look at the screen. After a while, Lanlan and Hai poked their heads out again, and the two continued to look at the big screens. In the picture, the Allosaurus was fiercely pulling up a big tree, and then it ate the tree with a roar. Lanlan was stunned. She quietly asked Hai, "Why do those uncles and aunts have videos of dinosaurs? Aren't dinosaurs extinct?" Hai thought for a while and said, "This is not a video. It seems to be a live broadcast." "Ah?" Lanlan's eyes widened. "Live broadcast? But how did they broadcast dinosaurs? Dinosaurs are no longer there." "Yes." Hai looked at Lanlan as if he had no idea what he had done, and sighed. "Two dinosaurs have reappeared. Look, they are all broadcast here." Lanlan stared at the screen dumbfounded, and the whole person didn't react. It's true. Dinosaurs really appeared again. Hai is so smart. He understood it at a glance. Hai is really a clever little ghost. Lanlan's surprised expression is exactly the same as mine. Ever since I knew that these two strange beasts were dinosaurs, the question marks in my mind have never stopped. The history books clearly said that dinosaurs were extinct on the blue planet. Lanlan didn't believe that dinosaurs really appeared again in the world. She continued to watch the big screen carefully. After seeing the tall Allosaurus punch the Tyrannosaurus, who turned his back and tried to secretly put the rabbit into his mouth, Lanlan finally came to her senses. She muttered, "It's really a dinosaur." Lanlan. At this time, team leader Chen in the room suddenly spoke. Lanlan hugged the door frame and looked at Uncle Chen. The others dispersed, revealing team leader Chen in front of the crowd, and the middle-aged female team leader next to team leader Chen. Team leader Chen said, "Lanlan seems to know a lot about dinosaurs. Can we ask Lanlan a few questions?" Lanlan scratched the edge of the door frame with her fingers, and she muttered, "Lanlan doesn't know anything. Lanlan didn't even know that dinosaurs appeared again." Team leader Chen looked warm. "How could you not know? Don't you know a lot about dinosaurs? You know that this dinosaur is called Tyrannosaurus Rex. So what is the other dinosaur called? Do you know?" The front view of the two dinosaurs was frozen on the big screen. Lanlan looked at the small dinosaur on the left, then the big dinosaur on the right, and finally, she pointed to the right and said, "Allosaurus." Team leader Chen showed some excitement on his face, and waved, "Come in. Come in quickly." The two children still trusted him, holding hands, and slowly walked in. At the same time, Li Jie, who was rushing to Muxing, looked at the live video, and his face turned black. He immediately dialed the communication, trying to stop Lanlan from saying more about dinosaurs. Unfortunately, before the call was connected, Lanlan had already said, "Allosaurus is Allosaurus. Allosaurus is stronger than Tyrannosaurus Rex. Allosaurus will eat Tyrannosaurus Rex." The female team leader asked, "Then according to your understanding, what level of alien beasts are Allosaurus and Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Lanlan tilted her head. "Level?" The female team leader said, "I know what you want to say. Dinosaurs are species of Blue Star. There is no level on Blue Star. But they are not appearing on Blue Star now. They are appearing on Mu Star. If they have not been alienated, they cannot survive on Mu Star. That is, do you understand that the air quality of the Interstellar and the Blue Star is different, and the species of the Blue Star will mutate in the Interstellar?" Lanlan knew this, so she nodded. The female team leader asked, "So what do you think these two dinosaurs should be?" At this moment, the assistant next to her came over, handed the communicator to the team leader, and whispered, "Bao Shen." The female team leader was stunned. She took the communicator and went to the side to answer it. Team leader Chen asked again, "Lanlan, we want to take blood samples from these two dinosaurs now. Do you have any ideas?" Lanlan blinked her eyes. Team leader Chen said, "Only by taking their samples can we understand them better. Unfortunately, their skin is too thick. Unless we use laser weapons, it is difficult to blow their skin open. But we dare not use too large weapons to attack them, fearing that they will be stressed. Outside this forest, there are residential houses. We want to use a gentle method to draw their blood, or fur, even a little nail, and do tests first. Do you have any ideas in this regard? Lanlan scratched her head. Blood drawing is okay. Maple Leaf Dad often draws blood for small animals, because they need physical examinations. Lanlan often helps Maple Leaf Dad draw blood for small animals. Lanlan uses such a long needle. The little girl was a little proud. Team Leader Chen smiled. But we can't let you go to the forest to draw blood from dinosaurs. It's too dangerous. Lanlan eyes lit up instantly. Can I? Can Lanlan play with dinosaurs? Lanlan wants to play with dinosaurs. Team Leader Chen, Team Leader Chen said ruthlessly and seriously. Of course not. Don't even think about it. That Tyrannosaurus Rex eats people. Lanlan said, but don't say it. Team Leader Chen stopped the little girl wild thoughts and exhaled. We just want to ask you. Facing creatures like dinosaurs, how can we better collect samples? Because you obviously know more about dinosaurs than we do. Lanlan thought about it, touched her belly, and said, the meat on the belly will be softer. So just draw blood from the belly of the little dinosaur. Team Leader Chen was stunned, thinking, if it was the skin and flesh on the belly, the large needle should be able to pierce it. But other researchers nearby said, the abdomen is the weak point of animals. They will not expose their abdomen. It will be more difficult to collect blood from the abdomen. Yes, that's the problem. Okay. At this time, the female team leader came back and said, Xiao Wang, take the two children to rest. Team Leader Chen frowned. Team Leader. The female team leader shook her head at the deputy team leader and handed the communicator in her hand to the assistant. Team Leader Chen saw the communicator and seemed to understand something at once. So he stopped talking. Lanlan and Hei Hei were sent back to the lounge. The two children slept on the road for a day and were not sleepy at all. Xiao Wang showed them cartoons. Lanlan was still enjoying it at first. But later, she was distracted and thought of dinosaurs again. She asked Sister Xiao Wang, Sister, are dinosaurs on Muxing? Is it far from us? Xiao Wang said, not far. But not close either. We need to take a starship to get there. Speaking of which, Lanlan, can you tell me if your knowledge of dinosaurs really comes from your maple leaf father? Because it is said that Principal Yufeng may have studied dinosaurs a long time ago. So you can draw a portrait of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Did he tell you about dinosaurs? Lanlan thought about it and shook her head. No. Lanlan knew it herself. Xiao Wang was a little regretful. I thought Principal Yufeng knew about dinosaurs a long time ago. So did you learn about dinosaurs from books? What books did you read? Can you tell me? Speaking of which, you have read a lot of books on launching. Where did you get so many books? Lanlan tilted her head. Lanlan had not read any books. Lanlan could not recognize all the characters. Hei Hei suddenly asked, do you want to hurt the Allosaurus and Tyrannosaurus? When Lanlan heard this, she sat up straight instantly. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment and said, there is a strange plant planet in the Hippocampus galaxy. 80% of the area of that planet is covered with strange vegetation. And 20% of the area is water resources. If possible, our best solution is to send the two dinosaurs to that planet. Because the two dinosaurs are still worth studying. We don't want to destroy them unless it is absolutely necessary. Lanlan's heart skipped a beat. Destroy? Xiao Wang smiled bitterly. Yes. If we can't transport them, we can only destroy them. Dinosaurs are too large and are not suitable for reproduction. I heard that Blue Star was once dominated by dinosaurs. You see, dinosaurs squeeze the living space of humans. How can we, as humans, make them stronger? Lanlan said quickly. That's not the case. Dinosaurs and humans did not appear in the same era. The blue planet has experienced 5 era changes. The Archean, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic. Dinosaurs are creatures of the Mesozoic, which is divided into the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. Allosaurus was the overlord of the blue planet in the late Jurassic, and Tyrannosaurus was the overlord of the blue planet in the Cretaceous. After that, the dinosaurs became extinct and the blue planet ushered in the Cenozoic. However, it has been 6,500 years since the extinction of the dinosaurs and the emergence of humans. So there is no such thing as dinosaurs squeezing out human living space. Xiao Wang stared blankly at the chattering Lanlan. After a while, she suddenly stood up and ran out of the lounge. Lanlan was confused. And Hei Hei was also confused. 5 minutes later, a large group of people, including Team Leader Chen and the female team leader, came in. all holding small notebooks in their hands. Someone started to use the small notebook to drive away the moth camera in the room. The camera was chased into the corridor. And then with a bang, the door suddenly closed. The audience in the live broadcast room, question marks. Ligia and Yufeng on the starship, inside the room, following Baoshan's request of don't ask Lanlan about dinosaurs in the camera. The female team leader sat down contentedly, and then looked at the little girl in front of her. Can you tell me more about the 5 eras of Blue Star? Lanlan, The female team leader also had a notebook in her hand. She unfolded the notebook and asked again, where did you know that Blue Star is 5 eras? Is there any specific material to support it? This statement has not been written in history books, including some visible documents, and it seems that it has not been recorded. Lanlan was confused. Blue Planet? 5 eras? But Blue Planet has 5 eras. Isn't that known to everyone? Lanlan remembered that these were the results of human research. Through the study of fossils and geology, they analyzed the past of Blue Planet thoroughly. Those eras were actually what Lanlan said according to human terms. If it were Lanlan herself, she actually didn't know that she had experienced 5 eras. She just knew that some animals would become extinct soon, and then some animals would appear. Team Leader Chen asked, Lanlan, you said that 6,500 years passed between the extinction of dinosaurs and the emergence of humans. Why did it take so long? Lanlan said, because humans did not become humans all of a sudden. Humans also evolved. Dinosaurs were more ferocious. Where there were dinosaurs, other small animals could not survive. Later, when dinosaurs disappeared, the species of small animals grew explosively. When a new ecosystem appeared, apes appeared. After the apes evolved, they became humans. Well, everyone knows this. That is, humans evolved from apes. We know this. It is mentioned in history books. But it is hard to imagine that humans actually evolved from beasts. Hey said at this time, what is a beast? Humans are also beasts. Just smarter beasts. No matter what. It is just a biological creature. And the difference between a wise creature. The female team leader looked at Haihei. You also know about Blue Star? Haihei raised his chest proudly. I often peek at her. Of course I know everything. Peek? Lanlan turned her head, and suddenly looked at Haihei. Haihei was stunned, and quickly covered his mouth, shrinking his neck and said, No, I didn't peek. Are you talking about what book you peeked at? 2 young researchers whispered. Ahem. Team Leader Chen coughed lightly to stop gossiping, and then asked, Can you tell us more about Blue Star and its creatures? Especially dinosaurs. On the research team side, Teacher Lan suddenly started to teach. At the same time, in the Muxing Forest, the well-fed Allosaurus was planning to find a dense hilltop to sleep. As soon as it lay down, it saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex next to it, which had become thinner due to hunger, and wanted to run again. It grabbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex back and pressed it under its butt with a smack. The tail of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was held by the Allosaurus. It struggled with its teeth bared. After struggling for a long time, it was beaten by the Allosaurus again with a bang. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lay on the ground with a limp. It had been eating grass for 2 days, and was about to starve to death. The tip of its nose tried to sniff. And suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have discovered something. It suddenly began to struggle again. And at the same time, it turned its head, and bit the back of the Allosaurus with its mouth. The Allosaurus was bitten and its butt moved a little. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately pulled out its tail. And then it began to run desperately in one direction. The Allosaurus didn't know what happened to the toy. So it chased it, pulled it back, and pressed it under its butt again. This time, in order to prevent its back from being bitten, it also stuffed a big stone into the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was so angry. Its limbs moved around, and at the same time, its big eyes, as big as lanterns, looked straight in a certain direction. The sense of smell of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is more sensitive than that of the Allosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has already smelled that familiar and friendly smell. My mother is coming. Its mother is coming. The Tyrannosaurus Rex bit the stone and turned his head to glare at the hateful Allosaurus. Wait. My mother is coming. I will tell my mother about you. You are finished. Chapter 106. Li Jia and Yufeng sped up and finally arrived at Muxing before 7 in the morning. After the starship landed on the top floor, Li Jia pushed Yufeng, who was in a wheelchair, down to the office floor quickly. As soon as they got out of the elevator, they saw a board moth camera in the corridor, sticking to the door panel of the lounge, wanting to get in, but unable to. Ligia's face darkened, and he walked over quickly and turned the door lock. The door was not locked, so he turned it, and it opened. As soon as the door was opened, the voice of the man inside came out, "Teacher Lanlan. So you can be sure that the Oviraptorosaur really doesn't steal the eggs of other dinosaurs, right?" Then it was Lanlan's voice. "The eggs in the Oviraptorosaur's home are all their own eggs. They really don't steal the eggs of other dinosaurs. That's all misunderstanding." Then Teacher Lanlan, "You said that Tianyalong is the cutest dinosaur among all dinosaurs. Is that true?" Lanlan nodded. "It's true. Because they look ugly and their fur is sloppy. So they are ugly and cute." Teacher Lanlan, "Teacher, hey." The people inside kept asking questions, and they didn't seem to notice that the door of the room had been opened. Outside the room, Ligia and Yufeng, who were about to grab the two runaway kids and spank them, fell silent at the same time when they saw the scene in the room. After a while, Yufeng slowly said, "Lanlan." The people in the lounge came back to their senses, and in an instant, more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked over. Lanlan saw Li father and Feng Yi father, and quickly jumped off the sofa and ran over. "Dad!" Ligia subconsciously hugged his daughter, and then he remembered that he couldn't give her a good face. He glared at his daughter again. "Do you know how anxious Dad was all the way here?" Lanlan quickly buried her head in Li father's neck. Ligia asked her to get up. Lanlan couldn't get up. After a long stalemate, Ligia still couldn't persuade his daughter. "Forget it this time. There won't be a next time." Lanlan immediately raised her little head and smiled with a row of small teeth. "Dad is the best." Ligia pinched his daughter's nose, looked at everyone in the room, and raised his eyebrows. "You two didn't sleep from last night to today?" After he said that, the female team leader was a little embarrassed. "Old Lan." Lanlan said she was not sleepy. Team leader Chen also explained. They slept for a day on the way here, so they were not sleepy at night. Ligia said coldly, "No matter how sleepy they are still two children. This is the truth." And everyone was silent for a while. It was also because they were impatient. Once it came to professional fields, they had no sense of time. They asked questions all night and delayed the rest of the two children. Team leader Chen ordered the others to leave first, when the lounge was empty and only Lanlan, Hai, Ligia and Yufeng were left. Ligia put Lanlan on the simple cot and said, "You sleep for a while." Hai, who was sitting on the cot opposite, said, "We are not really sleepy. Did I ask you?" Ligia stared at the rude boy who interrupted others with displeasure. Hai pouted and lay down in bed without saying a word. Ligia touched his daughter's hair. "Go to sleep." Lanlan fell on the pillow and muttered, "Dad, can Lanlan go to play with dinosaurs?" "No. It's dangerous." This was Yufeng's voice. Lanlan immediately looked at Feng Yi's father. "It's not dangerous." "Dad?" Lanlan. "Okay. Go to sleep." Ligia didn't let his daughter say anything more. He covered his daughter's dark eyes with his big hand and asked her to close them. Lanlan finally closed her eyes. They said they were not sleepy, but within 3 minutes of closing their eyes, both children fell asleep. Ligia pushed Yufeng away. When he left, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the camera. Ligia did not put the camera down until the door was closed. The audience who were locked at the door again, Is this live broadcast just for watching the corridor? I have been watching it all night. How long do I have to watch it? Usually, I can watch Lanlan sleeping. Anyway, it will be automatically censored when it involves personal privacy. Why can't I watch it now? I unilaterally decided that I don't like Bausch and Dad anymore. Lelily. Lanlan slept well this time. But the disadvantage of good sleep is that she dreamed again. An hour later, Hai, who turned from a human into a water drop and then from a water drop into a human, suddenly opened his eyes. The little boy sat up from the bed and looked at the little girl in the next bed with a shocked face. Hai raised his hands to cover his head and wailed, "Oh my God! What have I done? How could I help her breed another species?" In the large office, the monitor on the wall was still showing the picture of two dinosaurs in the forest. After a night's sleep, the two dinosaurs woke up. They were hungry, and the Allosaurus started looking for food. The Tyrannosaurus wanted to eat, too, and then it was stuffed with grass. The Tyrannosaurus was about to shut itself up. How many times did it have to say it? It's a carnivorous dinosaur. A carnivorous dinosaur. Bang. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The Allosaurus was attracted by the sound. And the Tyrannosaurus, with its keen sense of smell, suddenly had a bright spot in front of its eyes. A few minutes later, Deputy Team Leader. Deputy Team Leader. Look! The specialist who was staring at the monitor suddenly spoke. Team Leader Chen was reading historical documents about dinosaurs and turned his head when he heard it. What's wrong? The specialist pointed to the big screen. This. Team Leader Chen leaned over to look and saw a giant, strange-looking beast hitting a tree on a certain screen. The specialist said, Allosaurus and Tyrannosaurus are in the east, but two trees suddenly fell in the forest in the west. I pushed the camera over and saw this. In the consultant's office, Li Jia was helping Yufeng pack up the documents. The female leader of the special group was talking to Yufeng. Teacher, I didn't expect to see you again. We haven't seen each other for 100 years. Yufeng said indifferently. I don't know. The female leader was a little embarrassed. Let's talk about business first. The requirements given to us by the top are that we must solve the problem of these two dinosaurs before next Monday. I believe Baoshan also knows about the military. There are special forces rushing here. My opinion is that I want to keep these two dinosaurs and transport them to other uninhabited planets for research. You are also doing research on exotic beasts. The purpose of our research on exotic beasts is to understand them, not to kill them. Don't you agree? Bang! At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Outside, Team Leader Chen's voice with rapid breathing rang out. Another dinosaur has appeared. The Allosaurus sensed a familiar breath, so he grabbed the Tyrannosaurus and walked towards the forest in the west. Bang! Another big tree was hit. Then, there was the sound of chewing grass and trees. The Allosaurus got closer and closer, and before long, a cute Triceratops appeared in front of it. The Triceratops seemed to be a little ignorant of the world. It chewed leaves in its mouth and looked up at the huge Allosaurus approaching it. A little confused, the Tyrannosaurus was very excited next to it. A new dragon appeared, and it had a new toy. Its unlucky days were finally over. The Allosaurus lowered its head and sniffed the Triceratops in front of it. The Triceratops was also careless. It was afraid of this big dragon, so it simply used its hard horns to push the Allosaurus' chin. The Allosaurus was poked by it and opened its mouth to bite its horns. The Triceratops turned its head away and used its horns to hit the neck of the Allosaurus. The Allosaurus thought it was fun, so it suddenly lay on the ground and used its nose to push the Triceratops. The Triceratops saw that the Allosaurus had fallen, so it quickly jumped on the Allosaurus and bit its neck. The Tyrannosaurus saw that the opportunity was not to be missed, so it also pounced on the Allosaurus, aimed at the other side of the Allosaurus' neck, and bit it. The Allosaurus's two front paws were happily digging. The Triceratops saw that the Allosaurus did not resist, as if it knew that the other party did not want to hurt it. It was originally a herbivorous dinosaur, and was relatively docile. Since the other party did not want to hurt it, it got off the other party. But the Tyrannosaurus was not docile. It held the Allosaurus' neck, and would not let go. The amazing bite force was somewhat personal. It not only bit the Allosaurus' neck, but also pressed the Allosaurus' head with its front paws to prevent it from standing up to resist. Crack! The Allosaurus did not resist, but the Tyrannosaurus suddenly paused. The next second, the Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth, and with two loud noises, several broken teeth fell out of its mouth. The Allosaurus had thick skin and flesh, and the Tyrannosaurus did not bite through its neck, and even broke its own teeth. Tyrannosaurus, The Allosaurus stood up at this time, and in the process of standing up, it easily pushed the Tyrannosaurus, which had no attack power at all, to the side. The Tyrannosaurus rolled on the ground with a gurgling sound. The Allosaurus chased the Triceratops, pulling up trees for the Triceratops to eat. The Triceratops ate the trees with great pleasure, and after eating, it began to follow the Allosaurus's ass. When the Allosaurus walked forward, it walked forward, and when the Allosaurus walked backward, it walked backward, like a little tail. Allosaurus liked the well-behaved Triceratops very much. It wanted to take Triceratops to its mountaintop. Halfway through the journey, it remembered something and looked back. It saw the toothless Tyrannosaurus lying on the ground in a daze, grabbing the tail of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Allosaurus dragged the Tyrannosaurus Rex and led the Triceratops back. Triceratops, Ceratopsida, one of the dinosaurs that appeared in the late Cretaceous period. I have a picture here. It was drawn by Haihei teacher last night. It is exactly the same as the one in his portrait. A researcher was talking about his guess about the identity of the new dinosaur, while taking out his notebook to show his notes to the two team leaders and Principal Yufeng. In the notes, the Triceratops in the picture is exactly the same as the new dinosaur in the surveillance video. At present, it is certain that the three dinosaurs are not from the same period. Allosaurus appeared first, followed by Tyrannosaurus, and finally Triceratops. But the strange thing is that now three dinosaurs appeared at the same time. And we don't know if there will be more dinosaurs in the future. Team Leader Chen said, "We must immediately conduct physical examinations on them. We know too little about them. In addition, we must find out the pattern of dinosaur appearance as soon as possible. I have arranged it. Now the whole forest is under surveillance. If new dinosaurs appear, we will be able to film the whole process of dinosaur appearance in the first time." A staff member said, "We can't solve the problem of two dinosaurs. And now there is one more. The higher-ups also require us to solve it within 3 days." How to solve it? Seeing everyone talking non-stop, Yufeng suddenly said, "Take blood." The female team leader immediately looked at him. "Teacher, do you have any ideas?" Yufeng looked at Li Jie. Li Jie nodded and pursed his lips and said, "I go get it myself." Everyone was stunned at first. And then Team Leader Chen hurriedly said, "Xiao Wang, go get the sampling toolbox. This is to teach Baoshan on the spot. Sampling is not difficult. The difficult part is how to get close to the dinosaur." After simply learning how to use those syringes, Li Jie put away the toolbox. There is no time to lose. Li Jie must go immediately. Before leaving, Li Jie wanted to take another look at his daughter, but hesitated and didn't go. It can't be related to Lanlan. Lanlan is sleeping obediently. How could it be related to Lanlan? Going to see Lanlan now will make them look guilty. Li Jie said to Yufeng, "Take good care of Lanlan." Yufeng nodded. "Don't worry." Lanlan woke up at noon. The little girl yawned, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Haihei staring at her with a pair of unhappy big eyes on the small bed next to her. Lanlan yawning suddenly froze, and she muttered, "Good morning, Haihei. It's not early anymore. It's already noon." Lanlan glanced at the window next to her, and it was indeed bright outside the window. Lanlan got up. "Has Haihei been awake for a long time?" "Yeah, a long time." Lanlan blinked. "Isn't Haihei sleepy?" "It's not important whether I'm sleepy or not. What's important is..." Boom, boom, boom. Before Haihei finished speaking, suddenly, there was a loud noise outside. The two children immediately jumped out of bed and walked to the bedside, only to see that a building was actually collapsing in the distance. Amid the smoke and dust, the scene of the building about to collapse was too shocking, and Lanlan and Haihei were stunned. And just then, ding ding ding, the alarm suddenly sounded in the entire temporary office building. The door of the lounge was opened, and Xiao Wang ran in and shouted, "Lanlan, Haihei, come out quickly. We have to evacuate temporarily." The two children were pulled out, and as soon as they came out, they saw Maple Leaf's father at the door. Lanlan shouted, "Dad." Yufeng hugged his daughter and let her sit on his knees. Xiao Wang picked up Haihei with one hand and pushed Principal Yufeng into the elevator with the other hand. When the elevator went up, Lanlan hugged her father's neck and asked fearfully, "Dad, what happened?" Yufeng tried to comfort her. "It's okay. Dad is here." How could it be okay? The Baoshan failed to take samples and angered the three dinosaurs. Baoshan was injured in the fight, and the three dinosaurs had already left the forest. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex left the forest, it crashed into a building. Fortunately, the houses near the forest were cleared and no one was injured. But looking at the direction, the three dinosaurs were obviously heading towards the house of their research team. It's too scary. I was scared just by looking through the screen. Let's evacuate quickly. I think dinosaurs should be destroyed. Don't study this destructive beast. It's best not to let them survive. But dinosaurs are appearing continuously. If we destroy 3, what if there is a 4th or 5th tomorrow? Now there is 1 a day, or even 1 every 2 days. What if there are 10 a day in the future? While the harm is not great now, research must be conducted. Research is to prevent a greater crisis in the future. The barrage of comments was full of discussions. Lanlan and Haihei were sent to the evacuation starship. As soon as Yufeng entered the starship, he went into the inner cabin. He turned on the light brain and directed the staff to find information for him. The staff went in and out to carry things. Everyone was very busy. The two children were asked to stay in the cabin and not run around. Lanlan and Hei looked out the window and saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex, like being chased by a dog, running towards the building they were in like crazy. Lanlan looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to sense something and also looked over here. Lanlan didn't know if it was her illusion. How could she feel that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was asking for help? Hei. Lanlan looked at Hei. Hei pursed his lips and stared at the little girl pitiful eyes for a long time. And finally he said, "Let's go." After that, the little boy pulled the little girl, and the two collided head-on with the staff who were carrying the detector. The staff almost fell down and quickly stabilized the detector. As a result, when he turned his head, he found that the two children had already run out of the starship. Fuck. Lanlan and Hei ran away again. As he shouted, a staff member immediately chased outside. But the two children had already sat in the elevator, and the elevator went all the way down. The volunteers had not arrived yet. And even though Ligeia mental power was injured, he still sat in the mecha, and with his own strength, he prevented the three dinosaurs from continuing to enter the city. Allosaurus and Triceratops were fine. They fought back when he attacked them. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex, no matter how he attacked, seemed to have made up its mind and rushed in a certain direction. After crashing into another gymnasium, Ligeia's eyes showed a ruthless look, and he raised a laser cannon in his hand. Boom! The cannon fire rushed down, and the flames directly exploded a piece of flesh on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt pain, and it finally stopped. It looked up at the sky angrily, and then it swung its tail, and the broad tail swept over Ligeia, who was already weak in mental strength. The mecha fell in response. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and opened its mouth to eat the little tin man. Ligeia pressed a button that would allow the mech to take off again. But, ding ding ding, a warning sounded. It turned out that the mech's energy cabin was torn apart by the dinosaur's tail sweep. The energy cabin failed, and the mech could not fly. At this time, the dinosaur's bloody mouth was already close at hand. Ligeia reacted quickly. He took off the mech immediately and rolled on the ground, rolling under the belly of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex bit the empty mech and was about to chew it. The next second, spit it out. A familiar voice came from far away, like the sound of wind and rain. So familiar that the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not help but be stunned. Ligeia was also stunned when he heard the voice. He looked in shock and saw Lanlan and the stinky boy named Hei running hand in hand in front of him. Ligeia was shocked and was about to speak, but with a clang sound, the Tyrannosaurus Rex really vomited out the mecha. Mom! 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 The Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to have forgotten the wound on its back, and also forgot that there was a cunning food hidden under its stomach. There was no one else in its eyes now. It saw its mother, and it was so excited that it began to jump, and it rushed forward regardless of everything. When the earth was vibrating, it finally arrived in front of its mother. It lowered its head and put its face close to it to smell the smell of its mother. And then, paw! Its mother gave it a big fight. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ligeia, Staff who caught up, Audience watching the live broadcast, The little girl hands were soft, and it didn't hurt when she hit her. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex still felt it. This was not a touch from her mother, but a slap from her mother. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't understand, and it approached again to smell its mother. Is this its mother? Did it make a mistake? Bang! This time, its mother kicked its nose directly. The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt wrong, and it, paw, fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake again, and it howled angrily, ing. Lanlan was so angry that she was about to die. The little girl looked around, and then picked up a broken branch from the ground. Paw! She hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the head with the branch. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was so scared that it closed its lantern-sized eyes. When it opened its eyes again, it looked at its mother innocently. Lanlan continued to beat the Tyrannosaurus Rex, cursing as she beat him. Look for yourself. Look at what you have done to the house. The big house over there, and the small house over here, and the land, and the green trees. All of them are broken. Who taught you to run rampant on the street? Did you know that destroying public property is what naughty children do? Do you have any family education? Whose child are you? How can you be so bad? Paw paw paw. While cursing, Lanlan continued to beat him. The lethality of the small branches is completely incomparable to that of the laser cannon. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can't feel any pain at all, but it feels scared. Lanlan beat him from the head to the neck, then to the back, and finally to the buttocks. Lanlan climbed onto the tail of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, beat its buttocks hard, and asked, "Do you know you are wrong? Do you know you are wrong?" The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head, stretched its long neck over, and used its nose to nudge its mother. Lanlan pushed its nose away with her little palm to stop it from acting like a spoiled child. "Lie down. Lie down." The Tyrannosaurus Rex carefully used its teeth to grab the corner of its mother's clothes. Lanlan yelled angrily, "Let go! Let go!" The Tyrannosaurus Rex neither let go nor lie down, and it even rubbed its mother secretly. Lanlan saw that it didn't know what was wrong, so she threw the branch in her hand away. The little girl stretched out a short finger towards the nose of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and said the terrifying line that all Chinese mothers would say, 1, 2, swoosh, before the mother counted to 3. The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head away and lay on the ground obediently, not daring to move at all. Chapter 107. Lanlan blew her temper on the Tyrannosaurus Rex for a long time. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't feel anything at all. Not only did it not feel anything, but its big tail was shaking, as if it was very happy. Lanlan cursed until her throat was dry, and slapped the Tyrannosaurus Rex's butt with her little palm. And her palm was also red. She licked her lips, stuck out her butt, and climbed down from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex saw its mother coming down, turned its head, and wanted to come over to bite her mother. Lanlan glared at it immediately. The Tyrannosaurus Rex shrank its neck in fear and stuck to the ground again. Lanlan walked to the front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a snort, put her hands on her waist, raised her chin and said, "You not only destroyed public property, you also want to eat people. Did you want to eat people just now? You are not allowed to say no." Lanlan saw it all. "You bit off Dadly Mecha." Lanlan pointed at the broken mecha in the distance, with conclusive evidence. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked in the direction pointed by his mother, but he didn't see the mecha. But he saw the other two dragons hiding behind. The Allosaurus and Triceratops stood far away. The Allosaurus hid its huge body behind a roadside bus, and the Triceratops hid itself behind the Allosaurus. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the two enemies, he quickly complained to his mother, "Roar! Roar!" Lanlan's eyes suddenly widened. "You dared to talk back. You did something wrong and didn't apologize. But you talked back? Lanlan has never seen a child as thick-skinned as you." Lanlan was so angry that she started to hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was anxious, and shouted at the two huge monsters hiding behind the narrow bus, "Roar! Roar! Over there! Over there!" It seems to be saying over there? Haihei understood what the Tyrannosaurus Rex meant, and faintly interrupted the angry lunching. Lanlan was stunned. She looked to the right, and easily saw the two herbivorous dinosaurs. The Allosaurus was startled and staggered back, but behind it was the Triceratops, and it tripped over it, tilted its body, and fell to the ground with a clang. Lanlan narrowed her eyes, and looked at the two panicked big dragons. She popped up her cheeks and roared, "You two come here too!" Her voice was not loud, but for the beasts with keen senses, this sound was enough to be deafening. How dare the Allosaurus go over? It just recognized its mother, and wanted to run towards her mother. But halfway through it saw Tyrannosaurus being beaten, so it didn't dare to go over. The same was true for the Triceratops. But the Triceratops was still a little tender. When its mother called it, it thought about it, and went over there. As a result, after just 2 steps, it found that the Allosaurus didn't move at all. Triceratops, The Triceratops retreated carefully behind the Allosaurus's buttocks. "Come here!" Lanlan roared again. The Allosaurus and Triceratops realized that their mother was angry, and dared not move. The two dragons hung their heads awkwardly, and moved slowly towards their mother. They walked 2 steps and stopped. Walked 2 steps and stopped again. After walking for a long time, they finally walked to their mother in a cowardly manner. And at this time, their heads were almost touching the ground. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was gloating beside them, grinning happily with its bloody mouth full of serrations. "What are you laughing at?" Lanlan kicked the Tyrannosaurus Rex again, and then pointed to the sidewalk next to him and said, "You go stand over there for punishment." Tyrannosaurus Rex, eh. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up dejectedly and walked slowly towards the sidewalk. After taking a step, it suddenly, whoa, twice, then twisted its long neck in pain and licked the skin on its back that was blown open by the laser cannon. Lanlan sneered, narrowed her eyes, put her hands on her waist, and looked at it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt uncomfortable when her mother looked at her. Hey patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's butt and said, "Let's go. It's useless to pretend to be sick. She can see it." Tyrannosaurus Rex, eh. The Tyrannosaurus Rex finally went to stand on the opposite side as punishment. Lanlan walked in front of the Allosaurus and Triceratops again, with a bloody example of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Allosaurus and Triceratops were scared and dared not move. Lanlan first said to the Allosaurus, "You are the older brother. Why don't you take care of your younger brother? Don't think that you are fine just because you didn't break the house. You are also a bad kid." The Allosaurus looked at his mother with a pair of big watery eyes and didn't dare to say a word. Lanlan looked at the Triceratops again. "Although you are the younger brother, you should call him when he does something wrong. If you don't call him, you are wrong too." The Triceratops's short legs dug on the ground in frustration. Lanlan stared at them for a while, and finally softened her tone. "But you are not as bad as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. A verbal criticism will do. But don't do this again in the future." The two dinosaurs realized that their mother tone had changed, and their eyes lit up instantly, and they began to smell their mother. Seeing that their mother didn't hit them and touch them, the two dinosaurs were very happy. The Allosaurus suddenly started to push her mother, and pushed her to the top of its head, and then it carried her and ran. The Triceratops jumped up and down beside it, and ran with the Allosaurus. The other people at the scene and the audience watching the live broadcast were stunned for a moment. "Oh no! It's going to take Lanlan away." Hi-Hey reacted quickly and rushed up and shouted, "Hey! Put her down!" The Triceratops saw Hi-Hey, and the little guy tilted his big head with 3 corners on it. After thinking about it, it came up, bit Hi-Hey pants, and threw Hi-Hey on its back. The Allosaurus carried a little girl on his head, and the Triceratops carried a little boy on his back. They walked happily towards the forest. But there was a Tyrannosaurus standing on the sidewalk. The Tyrannosaurus was so anxious that it stomped its feet and shook the ground. Ligia shouted at this time, "Lanlan!" Lanlan finally sat firmly on the head of the Allosaurus. She turned her head to look at her father, thinking of something. The little girl hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. Wait a minute." Although the Allosaurus didn't understand, it still stopped obediently. "Put me down." Lanlan instructed the Allosaurus again. The Allosaurus finally put the little girl down again. Lanlan ran towards Lee's father. Ligia immediately picked up his daughter with a cold face. "Do you still want to go with them? Do you know how dangerous it is? Why don't you stay with your maple leaf father?" Lanlan flattened her mouth and explained. Lanlan saw the little dinosaur destroying the building. "What does the dinosaur destroying the building have to do with you?" "Do you know?" Ligia said, glanced at the moth camera next to him, and finally exhaled, and said to the research team staff who were chasing the two children, "Take them back." The staff member hurried forward. Lanlan said, "Dad, didn't the uncles and aunts say that they wanted to draw blood from the little dinosaur?" Ligia paused. The little girl said, "Now that the dragons are here, it's just right to draw blood." Ligia looked at his damaged mecha. The toolbox was inside the mecha. He walked over and saw that the toolbox was still in good condition. The staff member next to him said excitedly, "Baoshan. Sampling is the most important thing now." Ligia looked at the little girl in his arms. "Are you sure these 3 dinosaurs won't hurt you?" Lanlan straightened her neck immediately. How dare they hurt Lanlan? It's them who did something wrong, not Lanlan. Why do they hurt Lanlan? Lanlan is much more obedient than them. Ligia pinched his daughter's nose. "You are not obedient." But in the end, Ligia still put his daughter down. But he didn't dare to let his daughter go to draw blood. She followed Lanlan and planned to take blood when he did. After visual inspection, the Allosaurus and Triceratops are slightly more docile than the Tyrannosaurus. So let's take the blood of the Allosaurus first. The Allosaurus and Triceratops were happy to see their mother coming, but they saw a 2-legged beast following her. When they stopped at a similar position, Ligia bent down, opened the toolbox, and took out a huge syringe. Ligia didn't have a mecha now, so he was a little nervous. He had to enter the abdomen of the Allosaurus to draw a needle. If the Allosaurus got angry, It could crush it with one foot. Dad, don't you know how to draw blood? Lanlan saw that her father was clumsy and slow, and blinked. Ligia swallowed his saliva. I can. Lanlan comforted her father. It's okay if Dad can't. The warden said that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Lanlan can draw blood. Or Lanlan can draw it. Ligia immediately refused. No. What if I hurt you? Lanlan wanted to say something, but Ligia reminded her, just stand here. After telling his daughter not to get close, Ligia took the syringe and walked carefully to the abdomen of the Allosaurus. The Allosaurus had just fought with this two-legged beast before, so how could it let this two-legged beast get close to it? It immediately retreated. Because of its mother presence, it did not attack the two-legged beast, but just avoided it. Ligia stepped forward again, and the Allosaurus retreated again. After going in and out like this for several times, the Allosaurus seemed to be annoyed. It looked at its mother from time to time, and then at the two-legged beast. Finally, it suddenly growled and threatened the two-legged beast with anger, warning it to stay away from itself. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because my mother is here. Ligia felt the killing intention of the Allosaurus, and couldn't help but stop. At this time, the Allosaurus had circled around and came to the mother, then nodded at the two-legged beast in front with its head, and complained to the mother that there was a strange beast here. Lanlan sighed, and finally walked over, took the syringe from his father's hand, and said, Dad, let Lanlan do it. Ligia, Lanlan returned to the Allosaurus and said to it, hand. The Allosaurus didn't understand, but it was in tune with its mother and understood what her mother meant. It obediently stretched out its left front paw and used it to dig at its mother. Lanlan held the Allosaurus's paw and confirmed the thickness of the fur. She found that the needle might not be able to pierce the skin, so she began to touch it downwards. Finally, she got under the Allosaurus's belly and said, it won't work in other places. The skin is really thin only here. The Allosaurus buried its head and looked at its mother under the belly. Lanlan said, be good and don't scream. It will be fine in a moment. While speaking, Lanlan stabbed the needle under the Allosaurus's belly. The skin was pierced, but the flesh was not pierced very deep. The Allosaurus felt itchy and wanted to scratch. At this time, the mother had left, so the Allosaurus scratched its belly and looked at the mother strangely as she put something into a small box. The staff's eyes were full of surprise. We got it! What a big tube of blood! We can do a lot of analysis and comparison. Lanlan put the syringe away, picked up another syringe from the toolbox, and turned to walk towards the Triceratops. Hai had just gotten off the back of the Triceratops. Lanlan also got under the belly of the Triceratops. After a while, the second tube of blood was taken. Then, Lanlan walked towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that his mother had finally come over, he lowered his head pitifully and acted coquettishly with his mother. In return, his mother pushed his stinky head away without even raising her head. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was so aggrieved that he had seen it just now. His mother didn't beat those two bad dinosaurs, but beat him. Why? It was obviously the first to smell his mother's scent. Those two stupid dragons couldn't smell it at all. Lanlan also drew blood from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But she didn't stop after drawing blood. She actually climbed onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and tore a large piece of its skin and flesh on its back. Tyrannosaurus Rex doesn't like things falling off its body, so it bites that piece of flesh. Paw! It was slapped by its mother again. Lanlan walked back to the staff uncle and father, and said with her head raised, sometimes. Maple Leaf's father also wants the fallen skin. Ligia took the syringe and flesh with a complicated look, and frowned and said, let's go back after it's done. Lanlan turned her head to look at the three little dinosaurs who were ignorant of the world. But Dad, Lanlan has to send the little dinosaurs back to the forest first. If Lanlan leaves, the little dinosaurs will definitely not be obedient, and they may go to hit the house again. Ligia said in a deep voice, but, Dad, the little dinosaurs will not hurt Lanlan. They were very well behaved when the blood was drawn just now. They are very well behaved. So Ligia is not worried about this now. He is worried that Lanlan is from launching, and he will not be able to hide it. Before, they refused to believe Zhou Qin words. But now, it is obvious that Zhou Qin is right. But how can a person be a planet? This matter was too incredible. They themselves had not figured out what Lanlan would do in the future. If possible, They did not want the relationship between Lanlan and Blue Star to be exposed too quickly. And this dinosaur was a species of Blue Star. Li Jie had almost guessed that the appearance of this dinosaur was 80% related to Lanlan. Dad? Dad? The little girl held her father's legs tightly. Li Jie was exhausted and hesitated for a long time. He finally said, Dad will follow you. Lanlan smiled immediately. She turned around and ran back to the Allosaurus. The Allosaurus obediently arched her to his head again. Hei Hei also climbed back on the back of the Triceratops. Lanlan raised her little hand and shouted in the direction of the forest, Little dinosaur, go home. The Allosaurus and Triceratops ran happily towards the forest. But at this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex behind them was anxious and began to stamp its feet again. Lanlan shouted, Come too. The Tyrannosaurus Rex got his mother's consent and hurriedly followed. Li Jie followed them calmly. The crisis on Muxing appeared quickly and was resolved quickly. When Lanlan entered the forest, she found that the forest was in a mess, with broken lawns and branches everywhere. Lanlan touched the broken tree on the roadside and muttered, It seems like I've returned to that time. Hei Hei blinked. When? Lanlan puffed her cheeks. It was when that planet hit the blue planet. Hei Hei suddenly knew what she was talking about. The asteroid hitting the Earth. The main cause of the extinction of dinosaurs. Lanlan muttered. Lanlan remembers that after the planetary collision, many species on the blue planet disappeared. After the ecological chain was severely damaged, dinosaurs, which had to eat a lot of food every day, suddenly had nothing to eat. After another 200 years, non-avian dinosaurs became extinct. The peeping maniac Hei Hei nodded. I know. Because dinosaurs with wings are easier to find food. Dinosaurs with wings can still survive, but other dinosaurs can't. Lanlan nodded. Under the situation of insufficient resources, the larger and bulkier the creatures, the more they lost their survival advantage. On the contrary, the smaller the creatures, the more they could survive. At that time, the blue planet changed from survival of the strong to survival of the fittest. Then, the flying dinosaurs became smaller and smaller. In order to survive better, they became smaller and smaller again and again. Finally, they became birds. Dinosaurs disappeared completely. Hei Hei didn't know why she suddenly said this. That was a long time ago. Don't be unhappy about it anymore. Lanlan turned her head to look at Hei Hei, and she opened her eyes wide. Is Lanlan unhappy? Hei Hei choked. Your little face is down here. Hei Hei pointed to his belly. Lanlan chuckled. Lanlan just saw the destroyed forest and suddenly remembered that dinosaurs really grew too big and ate too much. Lanlan turned her head to look at the 3 dinosaurs next to her. How can their mother feed them? Hei Hei was excited. You finally know how to think about this problem. Muxing is so small. If there are only 3 dinosaurs, they can still eat for a year or 2. But what if there are more dinosaurs? What if she continues to breed dinosaurs? And don't think he can't see that these 3 dinosaurs are just little cubs that have just hatched. He couldn't imagine how big they would become when they grow up. Hei Hei, you are right. There can't be more dinosaurs. The little girl suddenly puffed up her chest and said, So Lanlan decided. Hei Hei immediately looked at her with sparkling eyes. She figured it out. She finally figured it out. She finally decided not to breed dinosaurs anymore. The little girl pointed at the 3 dinosaurs and said crisply, Lanlan has decided that in order to prevent wild dinosaurs from overbreeding and causing a survival crisis, Lanlan will sterilize the 3 of them. That's the egg. Hei Hei was stunned at first. And then the next second, he covered his pants with his hands. The 3 dinosaurs sensed the meaning of their mother words, and they clamped their hind legs in an instant. What is the mother saying? Is she speaking human language? Is she a biological mother? Chapter 108. They said they wanted to sterilize the dinosaurs. But since the dinosaurs were so big, there would definitely be no surgical tools available. Lanlan stared at the 3 dinosaurs and began to look them over. The 3 dinosaurs felt uncomfortable being stared at by their mother, and they retreated one after another, and finally moved behind Hei Hei. Hei Hei released his hand that was covering his pants. He coughed lightly, and said something nice to the little dinosaurs. They are still young. Yeah. Lanlan nodded. It is best to sterilize them around 1 year old. They are still young now. Hei Hei breathed a sigh of relief. Let's talk about it a year later. Anyway, this forest looks like it will be enough for them to eat for a year. Lanlan frowned and turned her head to look at the broken tree trunk next to her. But Lanlan thinks that we can't let them continue to destroy the forest. If all the trees are eaten up and there are no plants, the climate of the planet will be unbalanced. And then, there will be many natural disasters on this planet. Haihei blinked. Then what are you going to do? Lanlan sighed. That's why Lanlan said, how can their mothers afford to feed them? How much nutrient solution do they need to eat? Haihei understood that if the dinosaurs were fed with nutrient solution, their food problem could indeed be solved. Haihei thought for a moment and said, but didn't those people say they wanted to send them to other uninhabited planets? Lanlan nodded. It's good to send them to other planets. Otherwise they might hurt people. Thinking of the collapsed houses and damaged streets in the city just now, Lanlan puffed up her cheeks and looked at the 3 dinosaurs, wanting to bring up the past. The 3 dinosaurs were frightened and didn't dare to breathe. After sending the 3 little dinosaurs home, Lanlan took them around the forest for a while, set a range for them, and asked them not to leave a certain boundary. After that, she left with Haihei. Dadli was waiting for them outside the forest, and Lanlan ran to her father as soon as she went out. Ligia picked up his daughter and looked at the forest again. He could still see the shadowy figures of dinosaurs. He pursed his lips and said nothing after all. After returning to the temporary office building, Lanlan thought that Maple Leaf's father would scold Lanlan. But Maple Leaf's father did not scold Lanlan. He just looked at the little girl with complicated eyes for a long time, then turned the wheelchair and entered the office. Lanlan pouted and asked Li Dad, is Maple Leaf's father very angry with Lanlan? Ligia rubbed her head. No. You stopped the dinosaurs from destroying the city, which is a good thing. But what? Lanlan was puzzled. Ligia shook his head. Nothing. You and Haihei go back to the lounge to play. When the 2 children returned to the lounge hand in hand, Ligia looked at the disappearing camera and sighed. But your secret is also exposed. The adults were busy all day, because they took samples of dinosaurs. They almost soaked in the analysis room. Lanlan and Haihei watched cartoons all day, and they ate nutrient solution and fruit in the middle. At night, the 2 children also went to bed early. That night, Haihei paid special attention to see if Lan Xing would give birth to dinosaurs again. Sure enough, the little girl started dreaming as soon as she fell asleep. Haihei was shocked. But soon he found that she was not giving birth to dinosaurs in her dream again this time. She was actually searching her own memories. Lan Xing lost her past memories. These memories did not disappear, but were hidden in her subconscious. He had said before that when she grew up and had enough energy, she would naturally remember these memories. Recently she was growing up. Of course, this was because of his help. But on the other hand, it was because of her own efforts. He knew that her parents thought that she needed human faith to grow up. What belief? Although she is a planet, she does not need to believe in such illusory things. She only needs energy. But energy does come from these humans. Let's put it this way. The blue star used to be a powerful mother body. She dispersed her energy to every child in her body. But one day, she exploded, and her children died or walked away, and she herself became a broken material fragment. This material fragment has thin energy, and it is difficult to survive. If she wants to become the powerful mother body again, what should she do? She needs to find back the energy that was dispersed to her children, and use that energy to strengthen herself again. Whenever she comes into contact with more humans, strange plants, and strange beasts, she can absorb more energy from them. She has accumulated a lot of energy recently, so she has grown a lot taller recently. But didn't he guide her to use this energy to breed the first species that day to prove that he was very useful to her? He originally just wanted to prove that he was harmless or beneficial to her, so that she would not dislike him. As a result, when the first pregnancy was successful, she was led astray by him. She foolishly thought that the energy accumulated was used to breed species. She was pregnant for several days in a row, and he couldn't persuade her. Until today. Perhaps it was the excitement of seeing dinosaurs face to face. Or perhaps it was the memory of the experience of the asteroid hitting the Earth. Tonight, she seemed to suddenly understand the true purpose of her energy. Memory. The purpose of her energy is to retrieve all her memories. Lanlan had a dream. She dreamed of some things when she was just born. At that time, she was not a sphere at all. She was just a little bit of residual residue that was not absorbed by the sun after the star's sun was formed. She was a small substance near the sun, and her small substance, under the action of the sun's gravity, gathered, collided, and merged with other small substances that were also not absorbed by the sun. Like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. She rolled from a small substance at the beginning to a big flint. This big flint is her who finally took shape. But even if she took shape at that time, she was still just a flint. Her body was all magma. And her body temperature was very, very high. Until some frozen comets hit her body. These comets contained water. And this water lowered her body temperature. And even the ocean appeared in her body. With the ocean, microorganisms, photosynthesis, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. About 4 billion years had passed since all these were formed. Yes, although she is 4.6 billion years old, she was not able to really breed non-microorganisms. That is, non-bacterial organisms until 600 million years ago. When she was 4.1 billion years old, she was able to breed marine life. That is, algae and fish. After the crust movement, marine life entered the land, and they slowly evolved limbs. Then, dinosaurs appeared. And then dinosaurs became extinct. And then mammals appeared. The representative of mammals is the upright ape. After the upright ape appeared, they evolved for millions of years, and finally became humans. The scenes in the dream passed by one by one. Lanlan felt as if she had read the Blue Star Chronicle from beginning to end. At the end, she turned back into that small substance. A small residue floating next to the sun. No, that was not her at the beginning. She was not a residue, but a fragment. Yes, she changed from a residue to a planet that embraced everything. And then after the planet exploded, she was split into a fragment. As a fragment, she began to drift aimlessly in the universe. She didn't know where to go, and she didn't know what to do in the future. She has always been a child next to the sun. There are many children like her next to the sun. If she wants to turn back into that child, she needs to be reborn and go through those billions of years again. Billions of years. It's really too long. Hey, there is a voice telling her that she doesn't have to wait so long? Lanlan. Lanlan? When Lanlan opened her eyes, she saw that it was Dadley calling her. The little girl yawned and rubbed her eyes. Dadley. Ligia said, "It's noon." Lanlan looked outside and saw that the sun was already very big outside the window. And the clock on the wall pointed to the number 11. Ligia touched his daughter's forehead. "You don't have a fever. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Usually, his daughter never sleeps so late. Lanlan shook her head in a daze. "I'm not feeling uncomfortable." "Then come down to eat first." The little girl muttered, "Okay." Lanlan walked into the bathroom, and Ligia had already put the small stool in front of the wash basin. Lanlan stepped on the small stool, and Ligia handed his daughter a children's toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed on it. While Lanlan was brushing her teeth, Ligia went out first. When Lanlan finished brushing her teeth, washed her face, and was wiping the water off her face with a small towel, she saw Haihei running over to the bathroom door. Lanlan greeted naturally, "Good morning, Haihei." The little boy didn't say anything, just looked at her. Lanlan didn't understand and blinked. Haihei hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "What did you dream about last night?" "Dream? I don't remember." Lanlan put the towel away and got off the small stool, but Lanlan must have had a very long dream, because Lanlan felt very tired. "Yes, I was very tired." The little boy muttered, "I feel tired for you." "Haihei, what did you say?" Lanlan passed by Haihei, but didn't hear what Haihei said clearly. The little boy shook his head, "Nothing." "But do you feel anything now?" "What do you feel?" Lanlan didn't understand. The little boy stared at her for a long time, and then said, "It seems that you can't find the memory." "What did you not find?" Haihei said, "I mean you should eat." "Let's go!" The little boy took the little girl's hand, and the two quickly ran to the conference room. After lunch, Lanlan and Haihei were still watching cartoons in the lounge, but they suddenly heard some noise in the corridor. The two children walked to the door quietly, opened a crack and peeked outside. See, the sound came from the analysis room, and at the same time, there were bursts of exclamations. This blood data is definitely wrong. The Tyrannosaurus rex is still normal. It was tested to have the alienated components that a 3S alien beast should have. But how can the Allosaurus and Triceratops have no alienation? Xiao Lu, can you measure the data again to make sure that the instrument is okay? Their attack power is so strong. How can there be no alienated components in their bodies? I have measured it 3 times, and the instrument is absolutely okay. I also compared their component data with the component data of other non-mutated animals, and found that the alienated impurities in the two dinosaurs are really 0. While other animals still have more or less 1% to 3% impurities. Are you sure it is an interstellar species? The energy content in the body is so high. The combat power is so strong. But the alienated components are 0. This is simply the physique of a perfect creature. But it is impossible. What's going on? Team leader. Consultant you. The data of the 3 dinosaurs is out. You see? What does it mean? What are they talking about? Perfect creatures? Fuck. 0 alienation? It must be wrong. There has never been a creature with 0 alienation data in the interstellar. To breathe interstellar air, you need a little bit of alienation. If there is no alienation, you can't even breathe. The instrument must be broken. The research team should buy some better instruments. Is the funding so insufficient? Perhaps it was suspected that it was a problem with the instrument. After packaging some samples, the research team leader Chen took people to another larger planet in the solar system to borrow instruments from the research center there. Team leader Chen went there at noon and came back in the evening. When he came back, everyone was eating. Lanlan and Haihei also sat on the sofa and drank the nutrient solution obediently. When she saw team leader Chen coming in, the female team leader immediately stood up. And everyone else looked over immediately. Team leader Chen looked exhausted. He put the document in his hand on the table and said, "It is exactly the same as our conclusion." The team leader opened the document to check. Some of the others did not believe it and followed to check the document. Some looked confused. So, it has a 0 alienation rate, but it can adapt to the interstellar environment. So it will not have any side effects related to mental power? No. Does it have mental power? The mental power of alien beasts is not called mental power, but is collectively called energy. Another staff member said. Yes. Isn't it written in the energy? Its energy threshold has reached the highest value, which is the highest energy level we can currently measure. Level 3, S. The whole office was silent for a moment. The barrage was also filled with question marks in an instant. Lanlan bit the mouth of the nutrient solution bottle with her red mouth, and her big eyes blinked at the adults, who suddenly stopped talking. She didn't understand why. So she quietly leaned close to Haihei's ear and asked, "Haihei, what happened to them?" Haihei also leaned close to her ear and said in a voice that only Lanlan could hear, "You did a good thing." Lanlan was stunned, and she was puzzled. What good thing did Lanlan do? Haihei didn't want to say it, and she wouldn't know even if she said it. All her actions were instinctive. Even if you tell her now that the 3 dinosaurs were all born by her, she herself wouldn't believe it. I think these data are secondary. There is only 1 day left before the 3-day deadline. We have to transport the 3 dinosaurs as soon as possible. In short, let them leave Muxing first. The team leader's voice sounded at this time. She put the file on the table and said in a deep voice, "Before, we assumed that all 3 of them were 3S alien beasts. Now it has been confirmed that their combat effectiveness is indeed 3S level. Let's transport them according to the plan." As she said, she looked at Li Jia opposite, Baoshan. "Is the special spacecraft for your military ready?" Li Jia threw the empty bottle of nutrient solution in his hand into the trash can and said slowly, "It will arrive tomorrow morning." "Okay. Then move it tomorrow morning." The matter was settled. After everyone had dinner, they dispersed. Lanlan and Haihei were also taken back to the lounge. Li Jia found a time to talk to Lanlan alone. "Lanlan, you have to get up early tomorrow. It's up to you to get the dinosaurs on the spaceship." Lanlan nodded. Lanlan will make sure the 3 little dinosaurs get on the spaceship. As long as the 3 little dinosaurs go to the new planet obediently, everyone will not destroy them. Right? Li Jia nodded. Yes. On the new planet, there are many plants for them to eat as snacks. Usually, their staple food is the nutrient solution you said. If no other dinosaurs appear, they will be rare animals. Dad will apply to the higher authorities to apply for them to be the Imperial Special Protection animals. No one will hurt them. Lanlan nodded repeatedly. Yes. 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 But after thinking about it, Lanlan said, "But will Lanlan pay for the nutrient solution? Lanlan may not have so much money. Can Lanlan make the nutrient solution for them herself? Then it won't cost money." Li Jia rubbed his daughter's hair. "You don't have to spend money or do it. Rare animals have government conservation funds, and the government will raise them." Lanlan's eyes lit up. Wow. So good. That night, Lanlan went to bed very early. just because she was afraid that she would not wake up the next day. Hei slept in the small bed next to her. Sure enough, she dreamed again at night, still looking for memories. But what Hei didn't expect was that he was in her dream. That was when microorganisms just appeared in Lanlan's body, because he detected the signs of single-cell bacterial life. He came here to smell the smell and wanted to bring dark matter into Lanlan. Then, he was rejected by her. Dark matter could never enter the atmosphere of Lanlan. He tried to reason with her. I'm not a bad person. I'm really not a bad person. Then, the rejection became stronger and stronger, because the birth of Lanlan was largely dependent on the sun. So she also complained to the sun, meaning, Big Brother, there is a pervert here. So, the protective sun evaporated him in an instant. Hei looked at Lanlan's gray back flying away in his dream, and couldn't help but shed tears of grievance in his dream. It hurt. It was too painful. When she didn't have any ability, she would instigate her parents to target him. Hei remembered that for a long time afterwards, the entire solar system did not welcome him, and he had to go around the solar system when he went out. The dark history of the past reappeared before his eyes. Hei didn't want to peek at this dream. He silently planned to leave. As a result, at this moment, he suddenly saw something. Huh? This is matter reunion? She wants to use this method to recreate the blue star? Is it possible? This requires a lot of energy. After the explosion of the blue star, all the fragments of the blue star were scattered all over the universe. Under the action of gravity, some of these fragments condensed into new lifeless spheres. Some merged with other planets, and some melted and disappeared. The entire blue star can almost be said to be a corpse. But she wants to find them all, and then pull them near the star, so that they can be reunited by the gravity of the sun. This is a bit whimsical. The difficulty is no less than growing a blue star again. Of course, the blue star that grows again will definitely not be the same as before. But growing up again is easier than being resurrected. Hei frowned and continued to watch her dream, wanting to see who gave her such a bad idea. Isn't this just cheating a child? Then as he watched, he saw the instigator of the bad idea. It's her brother again. That damn sun. Chapter 109. Early the next morning, Lanlan was taken to the edge of the forest by Ligia. 3 giant spaceships had already stopped there in advance. Because the dinosaurs were too big, one spaceship would definitely not fit them. So 3 were prepared. The 3 little dinosaurs smelled their mother's scent and immediately ran out. They ran out so loudly that the ground began to shake again. They didn't stop until they ran to their mother's side. Then, they lowered their heads and nudged their mother with their noses. The 3 little dinosaurs squeezed around their mother and acted like a spoiled child. Lanlan noticed that the wound on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex had healed a lot and had begun to scab. Lanlan touched them. She first led the smallest Triceratops onto a spaceship. When she came out of the spaceship, the Triceratops stood by the window with a blank face, as if he didn't understand why his mother brought him to this cave, but she left. Lanlan led the Tyrannosaurus Rex onto the second spaceship. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also didn't understand why, but when he turned his head, he suddenly saw a large basin on the ground of the cave. In this basin, there was a lot of water with an energy aroma. The Tyrannosaurus Rex licked the water curiously. As soon as he licked it, his 2 big eyes instantly widened. It tastes so good. The Tyrannosaurus Rex began to lick the nutrient solution frantically. After being forced to eat grass for a few days, it finally had a full meal. Mom really loves me. Finally, Lanlan led the Allosaurus onto the 3rd spaceship. All 3 dinosaurs were loaded onto the spacecraft. The smooth loading process made the members of the Special Task Force and the soldiers in charge of the transportation all breathe a sigh of relief. The 3 spacecrafts were about to take off. But at this time, the Allosaurus and the Triceratops started to get angry. The Allosaurus used its front claws to dig at the windows of the spacecraft, and the Triceratops used its horns to hit the door of the spacecraft. They also paced back and forth in the spacecraft, roaring, roar, roar, from their mouths. This giant spacecraft was originally made in a hurry, but it couldn't withstand their construction. What if it broke down later? Ligia was about to leave with Lanlan in his arms, but he frowned when he saw this. The military transport personnel's scalp tingled. Baoshan. They seem to be suddenly stressed? Are they scared? Or should we give them anesthetics? Didn't the experts say that they have prepared anesthetics of appropriate dosages based on their physical constitutions? Wouldn't it be safer to let them sleep? Li Jie said coldly. The dosage may not be accurate. It is said that their metabolic capacity has not been tested. If they wake up early, the problem will be even greater. The military personnel had a headache. What should we do? Are they really going to damage the spacecraft? Lanlan put her arms around Li Father's neck. Z then said, Dad, the little animals don't like to be locked up. Why don't you let Lanlan go in to accompany them? Lanlan can just send them to their new home. Li Jie frowned even more. How are you going to send them? 3 spaceships. Can you still divide them into 3 halves? Lanlan looked to the left, then to the right, and then said, Lanlan will accompany the Allosaurus. Hai will accompany the Triceratops. And as for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lanlan stretched her neck to look into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's spaceship, and saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still eating nutrient solution in big mouthfuls. At this moment, there was nothing in its eyes except dry rice. Lanlan said, Don't worry about the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just prepare another basin of nutrient solution for it. Li Jie, Finally, Li Jie communicated with Yufeng, and decided to let Lanlan and Hai participate in the escort work. But Li Jie also went with them. When the Allosaurus saw that its mother had returned, it finally stopped making trouble, and began to circle around her again. Triceratops stared at Hai, and after a few minutes of stalemate, Triceratops gave in and sniffed the little boy. In the end, he stopped making a fuss, but he didn't show much warmth. Hai walked over and poked Triceratops' head. You're still not happy. I haven't said I'm not happy yet. I haven't been separated from her these days. Triceratops' ears trembled when he poked it, but it didn't say anything, and found a soft blanket to lie down by itself. When the spaceship was flying, the 3 dinosaurs were a little frightened. The Allosaurus was frightened and clung to its mother more tightly, and the Triceratops couldn't help but get closer to Hai and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the window behind him, and then looked at the food in front of him. He hesitated for a second, and the desire to eat finally overwhelmed the fear in his heart, and he continued to eat the nutrient solution. When the 3 spaceships flew out of Muxing, there was a cheer on the internet. The crisis of Muxing was finally resolved. The planetary governor of Muxing personally said that the houses and streets damaged by the dinosaurs would be repaired as soon as possible, and people's lives would soon return to normal. Knock. 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 The knock on the door outside interrupted the thoughts of the man who was watching the live broadcast in the office. The president turned his head, glanced at the door, and said calmly, Close. The office door opened, and Secretary Yu walked in, but said, Sir, the wife is here. The man was stunned, and after a moment he said, Bring her in. When the gentle and elegant president wife came in, she saw her husband, who just turned off a screen. She saw the picture on the screen, with no expression on her face, and just put the thermostat box in her hand on the metal coffee table opposite the sofa, saying, I made some edible crops. Would you like to eat? The president walked around the desk, walked to the sofa and sat down, watching his wife put out 3 lunch boxes, a plate of salad, a plate of fruit, and a bowl of soup. The president picked up the soup and sipped it to taste. The president's wife immediately asked nervously, How is it? The man looked at her, swallowed the soup after a while, and nodded, I've made progress. The president's wife snorted and reached out to take the porridge. If it doesn't taste good, don't eat it. The president avoided her hand and said helplessly, Isn't progress a good thing? The president's wife was young, and when she was angry, she looked a little cute. Progress is not delicious. The president said softly, I will finish it whether it tastes good or not, as long as you make it. The president's wife turned her head to look at him, with satisfaction in her eyes, and urged, Then eat quickly. I watch you eat. The office fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding in the middle. More than 10 minutes later, there was another knock on the door outside. The president had finished his soup, porridge and salad and was eating fruit. He glanced at the door and said, Come in. It was Secretary Yu who came in, holding a document in his hand. Sir, it's the charter of the afternoon meeting. The president's wife stood up at this time, packed up the lunchbox, and said, Then I won't bother you. You go ahead. The president watched her put away her things, stood up, and sent her to the elevator. When entering the elevator, she turned around and hugged him again. After a brief intimacy, he watched her enter the elevator and said, Be careful. The president's wife smiled and nodded. Soon, the elevator door closed. Outside the elevator, the man who had just been gentle and doting, his face slowly changed, and he turned back to his usual cold and ruthless appearance. He walked back to the office. Secretary was no longer in the office, and there was no charter of the afternoon meeting on the table. It was just an excuse to get rid of him. He reached into his trouser pocket and put the ring that had just been taken off, which belonged to Sophia, back on his finger. At the same time, on the first floor of the government office building, the president's wife, holding an empty lunch box in her hand, smiled and greeted passers-by along the way, and left the building. There was a hover car parked outside. She sat in the driver's seat and was about to start the engine, when suddenly, a cold object stretched out from behind, like a knife, against her neck. And then a voice came from behind, "Don't move." The president's wife was stunned for a moment, and the next second, she snatched the object against her neck, turned her head, and slapped the person behind her. "Scare me. You will scare me." Sophia laughed in the back seat. "Your favorite cold drink. I brought it specially for you." The president's wife opened the cold water bottle in her hand, took a sip, took out a ring from her clothes pocket with one hand, and stretched it behind. "Here." Sophia took the ring, and her eyes instantly became serious. The president's wife screwed the lid on the drink and drove the car while saying, "He hid it well. He never wore it when he went home." After thinking about it, it could only be hidden in the office. But the fake ring looked quite real. When I saw it, I couldn't tell it apart for a while. Sophia put the ring back in her pocket and pursed her lips and said, "Well, I asked someone to customize an identical ring as soon as I came out. It took more than a month to make it look real." The president's wife sighed. "If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that he had been wearing that ring all these years. I slept in the same bed with him and never saw it." Sophia said calmly, "You know how good he is at pretending." The president's wife nodded and suddenly smiled again. Sophia was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" The president's wife looked at her through the rearview mirror. "I put laxatives in that bowl of soup. How long do you think he will take?" Sophia came up and poked the woman's shoulder in front of her. "You are getting worse and worse." The president's wife was a little shy. "I learned it from you." Sophia was worried again. "But when you changed the ring, were you sure he didn't find out?" The president's wife shook her head, a little proud. "Have you forgotten what my grandfather did?" Sophia raised her eyebrows. "Little thief?" The president's wife frowned. "An antique thief." "Thief?" Sophia was helpless. "Yes. Yes. God. I didn't call him a little thief. My grandfather called him that." The president's wife stopped talking, snorted, and continued driving. Sophia asked again, "When will you get divorced? Are you going to get divorced?" The president's wife hesitated. "If I dare to say divorce, my mother will definitely beat me to death. It was originally a marriage of arrangement." The president's wife thought of something and suddenly turned her head. "Why don't you seduce him? Cheat with him. And then I will catch you in adultery. And it will be legitimate, ah." The head was suddenly patted, and the president's wife turned back to look at the road. Sophia muttered, "Forget it. Don't get divorced. If you don't get divorced, you can still get the inheritance when he dies." As the two talked, the hovercraft quickly drove to the center of the starship. Sophia was leaving the capital star today. After the car stopped, the president's wife couldn't help asking, "Will you come back in the future?" Sophia was silent. "I don't know." The president's wife lowered her eyebrows. She and Sophia grew up together. Their personalities are completely different. Sophia is more generous and bright, has ideas, and has thoughts. And she may be a little clever, but in essence, she is still a good girl who dares not break the shackles of the family. "I wait for you to come back. I haven't seen Lanlan yet." The president's wife couldn't bear to say it after all. Sophia hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay. I will let you see him if there is a chance." Sophia said again, "You should be careful at ordinary times. You know, he is a bad man." The president's wife smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. He dare not do anything to me. Besides, I still have Shershu in my hands. He is not young anymore. There is no chance to cultivate a better offspring than Shershu. There are only 10 years before the next presidential candidate. If Shershu cannot take that position in the next term, then the history of their Sher family will end completely. The presidential system of the empire is essentially an election. A president can only serve for a maximum of 200 years. After the 200 years, the presidency will have to be re-elected. However, Usually, the previous president will focus on training his offspring as the next president in advance, and will also use his own resources to continuously build momentum for his offspring, such as participating in the fatal training ground, letting him appear in the public eye more often, and even letting him participate in politics in advance to win over senior officials. And if this offspring can defeat other candidates in the next election, then the glory of their entire family will continue. However, if this offspring cannot defeat other candidates, the empire will change its name and surname, and the identity of the royal relatives will also change. For example, the eldest princess is the sister of the current president, but if the next president is no longer a member of the Sher family, she will also lose the glory of the eldest princess and become the former eldest princess. Sophia saw that the president wife knew what was going on, so she didn't say anything. After waving her hand, she turned and entered the center of the starship. Now that the ring is in hand, the complete rights left to her by the family have been collected. After that, it's her revenge. Lanlan accompanied Allosaurus on a spaceship for a day. In the evening, they arrived at the strange plant planet in the Hippocampus galaxy, which was full of forests. There were very few strange beasts on this planet, and almost the entire planet was full of strange plants. When landing, Lanlan looked at the flowers and plants below. Her little face pressed against the glass window. Her little mouth slightly opened. Wow! There are really many trees. Allosaurus came over to watch with her, but it didn't know what it wanted to see. It was just joining in the fun. Lanlan turned her head and hugged Allosaurus, smiling and saying, "This is simply your candy house." Allosaurus didn't know what his mother was talking about, and he nudged his mother again. Lanlan was nudged against the glass by it, and was almost crushed. 3 spaceships landed in the deep and dense primitive jungle one after another. As soon as the door opened, Lanlan heard Fatherly calling her outside. Lanlan. Lanlan ran to the door, only to see Fatherly wearing a mecha, all wrapped in iron. He handed a mecha ring to his daughter. "Put on the mecha and come out. It may not fit you well. This is the spare mecha of the military." Lanlan took the necklace, a little confused. Lanlan is going to wear a mecha. Ligia said, "This planet is full of strange plants, and there is natural methane in the forest. You go in." Lanlan took the necklace and walked out of the spaceship directly. She stood in the tall grass in the forest, turned her head and looked around, but didn't feel any methane. Lanlan asked, "Dad, what is biogas?" Ligia looked at his mecha data. The location where they were standing now had a 10% biogas concentration. He frowned. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Lanlan shook her head. "No." At this time, Hey from the spaceship next to him also came out. He was also not wearing a mecha. He came over, held the little girl hand, and said, "We will not be affected by the environment. Even if they stood in a place with a biogas concentration of 1000%, they would not feel uncomfortable." Ligia saw that the 2 children were really lively and active, so he didn't say anything in the end. "But soon," he said again, "let go." "Hi, Allosaurus. We're at our new home." Lanlan turned around and pulled out the Allosaurus, who was standing in the spaceship, looking around with a curious look on his face. At first, Allosaurus was a little wary of the unfamiliar environment, but soon, he saw the man-eating plants, corrosive grass, and some strange flowers, plants and trees on the roadside. "Wow!" Allosaurus raised his head and nibbled a mouthful of corrosive vines. It had a mouthful of rotten liquid, which was extremely fragrant. In the spaceship next to it, Triceratops also tiptoed out at this time. It was a little timid, so it walked to its brother and got close to him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the last spaceship was still not out. Lanlan asked curiously, "Hey, where's the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" The military personnel in charge of checking said with embarrassment, It's, what's wrong?" Ligia didn't understand and walked over there. Lanlan and Hey also walked over. But as soon as they got there, everyone saw that the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the spaceship had eaten up 3 basins of nutrient solution. Its belly was bulging, and it was lying in the spaceship, snoring in sleep. Everyone, Before dark, the 3 dinosaurs were sent to this planet called Sea Plant Star. The Allosaurus loved this place, and the Triceratops also thought it was great. The Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't know anything. It hadn't woken up yet, and it was full. It found a place to sit down and felt sleepy again. Everyone was relieved to see that they were adapting well. Lanlan went over and touched the 3 dinosaurs for a long time, saying to them with affection, "You should be good in the future. Don't fight often. Live a good life. And wait until you grow up." The staff and the audience watching the live broadcast thought that the little girl was very cute when she talked to the dinosaurs. She even promised the dinosaurs that she would come back to see them when they grew up. She was really a gentle child. When you grow up, you can be sterilized. And then Lanlan will come to give you eggs. Everyone, Barrage, Dinosaurs, When Lanlan left, the 3 dinosaurs didn't feel reluctant to leave their mother. They even breathed a sigh of relief until their mother breath completely disappeared. In the spaceship, Lanlan also lay on the big bed in the inner room of the spaceship. It would take more than 10 hours for the spaceship to fly back to Muxing. At this time, it was already night, and Lanlan should go to bed. After the little girl fell asleep, Hey continued to enter her dream as usual. No, it can't be called a dream now, because these are not empty dreams. This is the real universe. She used her accumulated energy to fly to the solar system while she was sleeping, to find the fragments of the blue star that were broken at the beginning. She found a fragment, and that fragment is now a rock on a lifeless planet in the solar system. She found another fragment, and this fragment is now a piece of land on a planet in the solar system where single-cell life has just appeared. Her harvest tonight was amazing. She actually found 2 fragments, and she tried hard to peel the 2 fragments off the 2 planets, and she used her own energy to fight against the gravity of the universe. Unfortunately, her energy was too little. Until the energy was used up, the 2 fragments still did not move, and could not be peeled off at all. She was very disappointed, and when she wanted to give up, suddenly, her body was full of energy. She tried to peel again. Success. The 2 fragments were peeled off. She carefully floated to the vicinity of the sun with the fragments. Under the influence of the sun's gravity, the 2 fragments began to merge. They stopped where they were, their bodies slowly rotating. This was a good start. Lanlan in the dream grinned, and Hey outside the dream also grinned. Even though he had used up a lot of energy. Forget it. Although it was a bad idea. Who asked her to try it? So let's help her try it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 3 spacecraft finally flew back to the solar system. The 2 children in the room were still asleep. Ligia walked into the operation room and asked the soldier who was controlling the spacecraft, "How long will it take?" The soldier replied, "It will land in half an hour." Ligia said him, put a bottle of nutrient solution in front of the soldier, opened another bottle, drank a sip, and was about to leave, but heard the soldier suddenly say, "Huh?" Ligia looked back. "What's wrong?" The soldier shook his head. "Oh, nothing. Just detected some data of a star body. It should be wrong data. I corrected." Ligia looked at the panel and saw that a small star body was indeed detected near the moon. Ligia zoomed in on the panel, but saw that in the remote field of view, there was nothing near the moon. Only an empty universe. "Okay," corrected. Seeing the star data being deleted, Ligia pursed his lips and said nothing. However, for some reason, he walked to the window again and looked at the vast sea of stars in the distance. The huge star was just in front of him, and the dazzling light of the star made his pupils narrow slightly. At this time, Ligia naturally didn't know that in the cosmic area where the traces of the star were detected, there were indeed 2 pieces of star fragments that were rapidly merging, but they were still too small. So small that they could not be seen by the naked eye for the time being. Chapter 110. The spaceship quickly returned to Muxing. For the next 3 days, Lanlan and Hai continued to stay in Muxing. However, at the beginning, the 2 children were very normal. But as time went by, something started to go wrong with him. Every morning when she woke up, Lanlan was more refreshed, but Hai was more tired and haggard. At noon that day, Hai went to take a nap early, but Lanlan was not sleepy yet. She was still in the analysis room, watching Fengye Dad deal with the experimental data. "Fengye Dad? What is this?" Yufeng glanced over there. "Leaves. Why do you need to test the leaves? There is saliva of Tyrannosaurus Rex on it." "Oh. Then Dad? What is this?" "Feces." Lanlan, Lanlan is curious about everything, and occasionally helps Fengye Dad sort out the information. After a while, Ligia came in and took Lanlan to take a nap. After putting Lanlan into the bed and watching her close her eyes, Li Jie returned to the analysis room, crossed his arms, leaned on the table, and said to Yu Feng in a deep voice, "I am almost done with my work here. I will personally send her back to the Death Star tomorrow." Yu Feng paused, and then asked, "That live broadcast still needs to continue?" Li Jie sneered. The live broadcast was originally intended to explore the Death Star and find the missing scientific researchers. In the end, everyone was rescued and left the Death Star. But the live broadcast has not been turned off. Why do you think? Yu Feng was silent. Li Jie said, "I have asked. This live broadcast room is no longer private. It has been confiscated long ago. Someone above wants to continue live broadcasting. They don't want to live broadcast. They just want to find a legitimate reason to monitor Lanlan." Yu Feng frowned. "Does Zhou Qin agree?" Li Jie said, "I agree. Don't you know Lanlan's physical condition? Just like Zhou Qin said, if she is really that, she can only be raised in a different way." Yu Feng frowned and said, "Hair, sebum, blood. I have done all the data analysis. Lanlan is definitely human." Li Jie hesitated. "In fact, I also think Lanlan is that. Look at how close the 3 dinosaurs are to her. Although she used to be able to eat in front of strange beasts and plants. Dinosaurs are different. The sudden appearance of these 3 dinosaurs makes people feel that they are related to her. Moreover, we are not the only ones who think so. Those people in the capital star also think so. So this camera follows her every day." Yu Feng fell silent, and after a moment, he suddenly shuddered. Li Jie saw that his expression was not right and raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Yu Feng pushed the wheelchair to the disinfection cabinet where the test tubes were placed, took out a test tube and handed it to Li Jie. "Take 2 strands of Lanlan hair, preferably with the roots. If not, close to the roots." Li Jie? Question mark. Although Li Jie didn't understand, he still took the scissors to Lanlan lounge. Soon, several strands of hair very close to the roots were sent to Yu Feng. Yu Feng poured some unknown liquid into the test tube. After a while, he analyzed these strands of hair and compared the results with the data of the 3 dinosaurs. Li Jie walked behind Yu Feng and frowned at the lines of graphs. Ding. Accompanied by a prompt sound. The comparison results came out. "How is it?" Li Jie asked immediately. Yu Feng's face was not very good. "What's going on?" Yu Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "Gene overlap? 3%. Li Jie understood as soon as he heard the gene overlap, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "That is to say, Lanlan has nothing to do with the 3 dinosaurs. Right? Their gene overlap is only 3%. Yu Feng turned his eyes. Humans and animals belong to different gene chains. Normally, the gene overlap between humans and animals should be 0. Li Jie was stunned. Then, Yu Feng pursed his lips. "This means that you really guessed right. These 3 dinosaurs do carry some of Lanlan genes. Lanlan and Blue Star are indeed related." As he said, he put the stack of data reports into the shredder again. Soon, the paper documents were destroyed into ash. Yu Feng used his authority to erase the traces of his previous comparative analysis in the experimental light brain. After everything was cleaned up, Yu Feng frowned and looked at Li Jie, who was still a little absent-minded, and said, "See Zhou Qin. Tell him the situation, and discuss what to do next." Li Jie left the analysis room in a daze. After all, the previous guess was just a guess. Even if he believed it, he was a little lucky. But now, Yu Feng put the exact evidence in front of him and told him a real answer. Li Jie felt a little headache. When he looked up again, he saw the moth-like camera in the corridor attached to the door of the lounge. Now when Lanlan sleeps, Li Jie will consciously turn off the camera outside the room to give Lanlan some privacy. Li Jie looked at the camera with a gloomy look. Should this live broadcast really continue? The next morning, Lanlan and Hei Hei had just finished breakfast when Li Jie took them back to the starship of the Death Star. When the starship left the solar system, Lanlan lay by the window, looking at the huge star in the distance, very reluctant to leave. Hei Hei looked at her and said, "According to the current progress, you will be back soon." Lanlan was stunned. "Progress?" Hei Hei yawned, but didn't say anything. "I want to sleep for a while." When Hei Hei went to the cabin, Lanlan followed him. "Hei Hei, are you feeling uncomfortable recently? Why do I see you sleeping every day?" "Of course, you have to sleep when you use up too much energy." When he was a small mole before, he was short of energy and slept every day. I'm just sleepy. Haihei climbed onto the small bed, covered himself with a small quilt, and closed his eyes. As soon as he lay down, I get up later and play with you. Lanlan tucked the corners of Haihei quilt and muttered, It's okay. Haihei, have a good rest. Lanlan feels that Haihei seems to have his soul sucked out by a monster every day, which is a bit scary. Haihei fell asleep as soon as he lay down, but he still replied in a daze, I don't allow you to say that about yourself. Lanlan sighed, Hey. Lanlan is talking about Haihei, not Lanlan herself. Why is my ear still not working well? After Haihei fell asleep, Lanlan left the cabin and leaned against the window again to look at the universe outside. The solar system was getting farther and farther away from them. Lanlan stared at the dazzling star. As she stared, she suddenly said, Huh? Lanlan was suspicious. Why did she seem to see a small black sphere near the star? The sphere was very small, probably only 1/30th the size of Muxing. If the star was a playground, then Muxing was just a basketball on the playground, and the small black sphere was just a glass bead on the playground. It's strange. Such a small sphere. But Lanlan can see it very clearly. Is this a star? In the main operating room, the driver suddenly said to the co-pilot beside him, Look at this small black mark. Is it a mini-star? The co-pilot leaned over and frowned. When I drove the spacecraft back from Haiji Star that day, I found that this position sensed a star. But I couldn't see anything at that time. Why is there another small dot today? The driver smiled. It can't be a new star. Right? The co-pilot frowned. It can't be detected even if it grows new. There are so many planets that are still growing in the red map galaxy. Can't you still only see a piece of matter rotating from a distance? The birth of a new planet requires at least hundreds of millions of years of material fusion. Before the fusion is completed, no traces of stars can be detected. Only traces of the material source can be detected. That's a detection error. The driver didn't care much and said, Just delete it? The co-pilot always felt that something was wrong. But seeing his companion delete the information, he didn't say anything. It should be wrong data indeed. The co-pilot was thinking, and heard. Beep. 2 beeps. The communicator on the operation panel rang. The co-pilot came back to his senses and picked up the communicator. Hello. Operation room. After a while, after listening to what the other party said, the co-pilot's expression changed and the whole person froze. Muxing's journey to the Death Star should take more than 10 hours. But just after 8 hours, the starship began to slow down. Deceleration means that it is about to land. When Li Jia noticed it, he was having dinner with his daughter. When he realized that something was wrong and looked at the scenery outside the window, he was suddenly startled. In front of him, a very familiar, super large golden planet suddenly appeared in front of him. The capital star. The starship did not go back to the Death Star, but to the capital star. Bang! Li Jia immediately put down the fruit knife in his hand. The huge sound scared Lanlan, who was waiting for her father to peel the apple so that she could eat the apple, and her little shoulders shook. Li Jia stood up from his seat, his face full of coldness, and strode towards the operation room. When the 2 pilots changed the route, they expected that the god of storm would be furious, but they had no choice. The co-pilot said, before leaving the solar system in the morning, we received a communication from the capital star. They notified us that the starship should change its route to the capital star immediately, saying that it was an order from the president himself. Li Jia's face was cold. Why didn't you come to report? The co-pilot lowered his head and said carefully, The superiors asked not to report to you. The anger in Li Jia's eyes almost reached the critical point. Li Jia was originally leading the Shah Hunter team to the Death Star. But when entering the Death Star, he did not let his men follow him because he was broadcasting live. And he entered the Death Star alone in the starship of the investigation team. Afterwards, he was entrusted by Zhou Qin to personally send Yufeng to Muxing. After going back and forth, his own confidants were always stranded at the port of the Death Star. And now, the soldiers on this starship are not his people. They are the local garrisons of Muxing. They will naturally listen to the orders of the highest central government. Good. Li Jia suddenly sneered, and his black eyes were full of cold murderous intent. Very good. After the starship entered the capital star, it did not stop immediately, but continued to drive in the capital star until 10 o'clock in the evening. The starship finally stopped at the exclusive parking lot of a villa. The night lights were on outside, and there were patches of building forests in the distance. Lanlan and Haihei sat on the small sofa. The two children looked at the scenery outside the window, looked at each other, and turned their heads to look at the violent man sitting next to them. Haihei then quietly leaned over to Lanlan's ear and asked in a low voice, "What happened to your dad?" Lanlan pursed her lips and leaned over to Haihei's ear. "Lanlan doesn't know. Dad was like this 2 hours ago. He didn't say a word, and he looked very fierce." Haihei asked again, "We're already there? Should we go down?" Lanlan shook her head, looking very considerate. "If Lanlan goes down now, Dad might break Lanlan's legs." Haihei looked at Lanqing's legs, then at the fierce man next to him, and finally nodded in deep thought. His expression now does look like he's going to break someone's legs. The two children thought that no one could hear them whispering, but in fact, because the cabin was too quiet, Li Jie next to them could hear it clearly. The man's expression did not change. He just sat there calmly, as if waiting for something. Time passed by minute by minute. The audience in the live broadcast room were getting impatient. "What is Baoshan doing? Are you not going down? This doesn't seem to be the Death Star. I just saw from the scenery outside the window that this is the capital star. Didn't you say you were going back to the Death Star? Why did you come to the capital star? Is Lanlan really going to school?" The barrage was curiously discussing. And just then, pop! Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room went black. The audience was stunned, and the explosive question marks instantly filled the screen. And just then, a line of words suddenly appeared in the center of the black screen. "Unexpected disconnection. Reconnecting. Please refresh later." The audience hurriedly refreshed frantically. But no matter how they refreshed, they failed to reconnect. Secretary Yu put down the communicator and said to the president beside him, "It has been temporarily disconnected." The man was sitting on a metal bench next to the ship dock. Hearing this, he finally stood up slowly. The starship in front of him had been docked for more than 5 minutes. The door was opened, but the people inside had not come out. He walked in steadily and slowly. It was not until he walked into the main cabin and saw a large and two children sitting on the sofa that the president curved his eyes and smiled gently at the little girl who was already very familiar to him, Lanlan. Lanlan looked at the strange uncle in confusion. She blinked her eyes and was about to speak when she heard her father suddenly say, "Is this kidnapping?" The president turned his eyes away from the little girl and turned to Li Jie. After a moment of silence, he looked back at the little girl, Lanlan. "Take Haihei out first. Uncle wants to talk to your father, Li." "Okay. I have nothing to say to you. And Lanlan can't go out," Li Jie retorted again. The president finally frowned at this time. His expression became unhappy. "Li Jie, do you have to make things so complicated? I have no ill intentions. I just want to see this child. The live broadcast is here, and all the people in the Interstellar can witness her safety with their own eyes." Li Jie glanced at him coldly. "You are forcing me." The president narrowed his eyes. "What am I forcing you to do? Do you want to rebel? How are you going to rebel? Are your people here?" Li Jie suddenly stood up at this time, his hands in his trouser pockets on both sides. He walked straight to the president, his chin slightly raised. "It seems that you really refuse to repent. I have given you a chance." After speaking, he turned around, picked up Lanlan with one hand, held Haihei with the other hand, and walked straight out of the starship. As soon as he left the starship, hundreds of guards had surrounded the docking apron outside, and everyone had a weapon in his hand. Li Jie frowned slightly. At this time, the president also came out of the starship, and his face regained a gentle smile. He said warmly, "The restaurant has prepared edible food. Let's talk about it after dinner. Don't let the children go hungry." Li Jie didn't answer him, but just lowered his eyes and looked at Lanlan. Lanlan and her father looked at each other. The little girl was a little scared. She hugged her father's neck. "Dad, what's wrong?" Li Jie said, "Look at the sky. Are there any stars?" Lanlan raised her little head and looked at the dark sky. There were indeed many little stars in the sky. The president also looked up at the sky at this time, as if trying to figure out what Li Jie wanted to say. Li Jie asked, "Can you find the brightest star?" Lanlan immediately straightened her back. "Yes. That is the brightest star?" The president frowned and looked at the brightest star. The next second, he saw that it was not a star, but the headlight of a battle starship. The battle starship fell quickly, and at the same time, there were several other battle starships falling together. The hatches of these starships opened, and inside, Countless unknown soldiers wearing black mechas rushed down like raindrops. Hundreds of guards shouted instantly, "Protect the president!" The president looked grim. And at this moment, several flash bombs fell from the battle starship. Lanlan was still a little dazed. And then she heard her father say in her ear, "Close your eyes." Lanlan closed her eyes. But at the same time, she felt a chaos around her. The chaos lasted for a long time. And Lanlan almost fell out of her father's arms in the middle. Until an unknown amount of time later, the chaotic sound suddenly disappeared. And Lanlan felt the wind blowing on her face. She asked nervously, "Dad? Can Lanlan open her eyes now?" No one spoke. Lanlan was even more scared. And couldn't help hugging her father's neck. "Dad! I'm not your dad." Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in her ears. Lanlan opened her eyes immediately, and saw that the person holding her was not Dadly. This was a very unfamiliar young face, with a serious expression and evil eyes. And he didn't look like a good person at all. Lanlan looked down again, and found that the stranger was holding Lanlan in the sky. Not only did he kidnap Lanlan from her father, he also drove a mecha without a helmet and illegally carried passengers, completely disobeying traffic rules. Lanlan's big eyes were instantly filled with mist, and she was about to cry, You? Who are you? Are you a human trafficker? Are you going to kidnap Lanlan and sell her?" The young man didn't seem to expect the little girl to say such a thing. He frowned and said with a very unhappy expression, "Can't you see who I am?" The little girl tears fell from her eyes. She cried and shook her head. Lanlan can't tell. Lanlan doesn't know the traffickers. Young man, The young man seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. And he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Look carefully. I am different from those wild brothers outside yours. I look almost exactly like you. I am your biological brother, Donald." Lanlan was stunned. She sobbed. Her eyes were wet. "Tang what? Donald," Donald said angrily. "Your father cussed biological son. The young commander of the Interstellar rebels. Your biological brother. Your real biological brother. Brother." Chapter 111. Lanlan looked at this so-called brother in confusion. She opened her mouth and was about to cry again. "What brother? Lanlan has never heard of it." Donald's face darkened. "You have heard of it now." His attitude was a bit cold and hard. Lanlan still thought he was a human trafficker. The little girl looked around. Her throat choked with sobs. "Dad. Lanlan wants Dad. And hey. Where is hey? Donald saw that she wanted to struggle, afraid that she would fall as she moved around, and frowned to explain. "Father led the team to meet Jie. They are dealing with those guards. Let me take you away first. As for the little boy, he has someone else to take care of him." The little girl bit her lip. Her eyebrows were full of anxiety. Are you really not a bad person?" Donald paused. "Are the rebels bad guys? Why are you hesitating?" Lanlan's eyes widened instantly. You are really a human trafficker, right? Woo. Human trafficker uncle. Please let Lanlan go. Lanlan is worthless. Lanlan can't be sold at a high price. Human trafficker, uncle? It's fine to say he is a human trafficker. You also say he is an uncle, although he is not as young as her wild brothers. He doesn't look that old. Donald pursed his lips and suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "If you cry again, I will really sell you." Burp. Lanlan hiccuped, tears hanging on her eyelashes, and she dared not move for a moment. Donald, who had no experience in taking care of children, did not realize that he looked too fierce, spoke too harshly, was a stranger, and did not obey traffic rules. So the children did not trust him. He just felt that his sister was really difficult to take care of, and was not as well behaved as in the live broadcast room. Half an hour later, Lanlan was taken to a villa in the suburbs. The rebels guarding the house saw the little girl appear and immediately began to whisper, "Wow! It's Lanlan. A living Lanlan. Shh! Call me young master." Lanlan huddled in the corner of the sofa in the hall, her mouth flattened, her big eyes turning around and looking at these fierce-looking strangers. This can't be a human trafficker gang. "Father, are you back?" "Not back yet? How long will it take to come back?" "I'm not questioning you, yes. Your strategy is right, no. Of course, I will follow your instructions, but Lanlan, no. No. She is not injured. We have returned safely. But she is good to me. I will take good care of her." The communicator was hung up mercilessly. Donald stood in the corner of the living room, looking at the communication interface that had completely exited, turned his head, and glanced at the shivering little girl on the sofa again. The men at the door were all looking around, and Donald glanced at them unhappily. The men quickly withdrew, not daring to look around again. Donald walked towards the sofa hesitantly. Instantly, the little girl shrank back into the corner of the sofa. Donald had to stop and said solemnly, "Father can't come back for the time being. The one who brought the child named Haihei is my confidant. He was located by the president personal guards. In order not to expose his position, he had to get rid of them before he could come back. So now, why are you crying again?" Before Donald finished speaking, he saw that the little girl's eyes were red again. But she still remembered that the bad guys didn't allow her to cry. So she tried very hard to hold back her tears. But she just couldn't hold them back. Donald was speechless. He turned and walked out of the living room, asking the people guarding outside, "She always cries. Don't you think of a solution?" One of his subordinates tentatively said, "I heard that when a child cries, it is usually because he is hungry or wet." Donald frowned. "Why don't you go get food and diapers?" Another subordinate said, "But the young master seems to be past the age of wetting her pants. And she has never wet her pants in the fatal training ground. Then just get food." Another subordinate said, "But when I watched the live broadcast before, didn't the young master just finish eating 2 hours ago? She ate a bottle and a half of nourishing solution, 2 apples, a banana, and half a peach. And she won't be hungry for at least 5 hours. Donald was speechless. After all, "I'm asking what you should do now." The subordinates looked at each other. They have been bachelors for thousands of years, and they don't know what to do. They can only raise children in the air, but not real children. 5 minutes later, "Do you like this one? Or this one? Look, it can bark." In the spacious living room, Lanlan looked at the duck doll that could bark and the bunny doll that could jump in front of her with a sad face. She pouted her mouth and said nothing. Donald frowned. "Don't you like it? What about this one?" Donald took the flying bird doll and the tail-wagging puppy doll from his subordinates. He said, "This is a new doll style, made according to the prototype of your Feng Qilang. Don't you think it is very familiar?" Lanlan bit her lip, looked at the doll, and then looked at the bad guy. Still silent, Donald turned around and brought a few more toys. "What about this one? Don't like dolls? What about toy laser guns and toy laser cannons? Or transforming mechas? Racing cars? Don't like any of them?" Seeing that the little girl still didn't speak, Donald stood up on his knees, and his patience ran out. "Then what do you want? Just say something." Lanlan sniffed, kept her head down, and refused to speak. At this time, 2 more men came in from outside the door, carrying a box of things in their hands. Donald turned around and walked over, took out the things in the box, and shook it open. "Where are the beautiful clothes? So many beautiful little skirts, small hairpins, and hairbands. Do you like them?" The little girl looked over faintly, and her expression still didn't change at all. The men muttered, "Her cloakroom is bigger than this living room. How could she be interested in these common clothes on the market?" Donald stared at the men coldly. The men realized that he had spoken out of turn and quickly shut up. At this time, another men came in from outside the door, carrying different styles of interstellar instruments in their hands. Donald said, "Don't you like playing music? I also listened to the 10 sides of ambush you played last time. There must be one of these instruments that you like. Right?" Lanlan lowered her head again, stirring her hands back and forth, picking at her nails. Donald was speechless. "Auntie, what do you want?" Lanlan seemed to notice that the bad guy's tone was getting worse and worse, as if he was going to hit someone. So she spoke very sadly. "Mom and Dad said that strangers gave Lanlan things to kidnap Lanlan, and Lanlan would be sold if she took them." Donald covered his forehead. "I said I'm your brother." Lanlan lowered her head again and didn't speak. Donald asked irritably, "Why don't you believe me? You believe you have an uncle, but you don't believe you have a brother? Your mother Yaya brother is a human, but your father Kasan is not a human?" Lanlan looked at the bad guy aggrievedly. "But Uncle Photo has always been placed on the bedside of Mother Yaya. But there is no photo of you in Cuss Father house. Cuss Father has never said that he has a son. He always said that he only has Lanlan as a daughter." Donald, Subordinates, Subordinates silently glanced at the young marshal. The fact that the commander-in-chief didn't like the young marshal was indeed traceable. Donald wiped his face, turned around, and suddenly left the hall. Seeing the young marshal leave, the subordinates looked at each other, put all the things they moved on the ground, and then left the hall. Lanlan was soon the only one left in the living room. The little girl looked at the things in the room, and then looked outside the door. Why did the bad guy leave without saying a word? Is he angry? It seems that he is not angry, but sad? Ah! Did Lanlan's words make him sad? Could he really be the son of Ku's father? The little girl twisted her fingers faster. After a while, Lanlan slowly moved off the sofa. She rubbed to the side of the coffee table, and then hesitated to rub to the window. She tiptoed to look out of the window, but she saw the bad guy in the garden outside the villa, hunched over, sitting alone on a bench, with his head down, his back facing Lanlan, as if crying. Lanlan was a little flustered. She didn't want to make others cry. Lanlan pursed her lips, and she moved to the side of the gate again. When she stretched her little head out, she saw many people standing outside. She immediately retracted her little head. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, seeing that no one outside came in, Lanlan stuck her head out again. She looked at the people in the corridor, pinched the corner of her clothes nervously, and then stepped out of the door tentatively. No one stopped her. Lanlan took another step. Still no one stopped her. Lanlan's eyes flickered. Don't you lock up Lanlan? A subordinate said. Young master can go anywhere he wants. Lanlan didn't know who the young master was. She swallowed her saliva and suddenly ran away, until she ran more than 10 steps away. She looked back and found that everyone was still standing there honestly. No one really stopped her. Lanlan was a little more energetic. She wanted to run to the door, but halfway through, when she passed the garden, she paused again. Finally, the little girl hesitated for a long time, and finally walked behind the bad guy sitting in the garden. She carefully stretched out a finger, poked the other's arm, and muttered, "Don't cry. You are a big child. If a big child cries, he will be laughed at." Donald was stunned. He took off his holographic glasses. He was just watching the fatal training ground again with holographic glasses, wanting to learn how those wild brothers pleased their sisters, because he watched it carefully, plus the holographic audio and video. He didn't hear the outside sound, and didn't notice the little girl coming out. Seeing the little girl standing beside him with a face full of regret, Donald narrowed his eyes. Why did she look like that? The little girl saw that there were no tears on the bad guy's face, and she was slightly relieved. You didn't cry? Lanlan thought that Lanlan made you cry. Donald raised his eyebrows, and the question of why I should cry went around in his throat, and finally changed it to, I held it in. Lanlan was stunned, and immediately felt more sorry. Are you really the son of Ku's father? Donald said in a low voice. You will know when they come back. Lanlan thought of the toys, clothes, musical instruments in the house, and those who didn't stop Lanlan just now. Although they don't look like good people, they really didn't hurt Lanlan. The little girl muttered, then Lanlan will wait a little longer. As she said, she looked at the bad guy again. Then don't cry. Donald raised his hand to cover his eyes, lowered his head, and said nothing. Lanlan was very conflicted. She carefully sat down next to the other person and gently patted her shoulder with her little hand. Don't cry. Don't cry. Lanlan is sorry. Donald still didn't say anything. Lanlan thought for a while. Do you want to play with a bunny doll or a puppy doll? It's a new model. There are also musical instruments. Do you want to play musical instruments? Or do you like pretty little skirts? Do you want to wear a pretty little skirt? Donald, Good news. My sister is soft but not hard. Bad news. My sister doesn't know that men don't wear skirts. Depending on selling misery. Donald and the little girl quickly got closer. But until late at night, those people hadn't come back. Donald carried his sleeping sister into the room, put her in the quilt, and then he came out and made another call. Lan Xing. Lan Xing. The gentle shaking woke Lanlan up. When Lanlan opened her eyes, she saw Hey Hey standing next to her in the room. Lanlan immediately sat up and said excitedly, Hey Hey, you're back. Hey Hey sighed. It almost happened. Your brother people were too stupid. He was almost injured when he ran. Fortunately, I saved him. But he thought he saved me. Lanlan opened her eyes wide. Hey Hey thought for a while and asked again, I was not here last night. Did you repair Blue Star again? Do you have enough energy? Lanlan tilted her head. Repair. Blue Star? Hey looked at her confused look and finally shook his head. Forget it. It's okay. Your father is back. Lanlan eyes lit up. She immediately jumped off the big bed and ran out. In the hall outside, Li Jia was sitting on a chair next to the windowsill, bandaging himself. In front of him, Cus had scolded his son so much that he couldn't even lift his head. Is this how you train your subordinates? Didn't you say that the 1,000-man squad was an elite force? After fighting for most of the night, they were completely outnumbered. But they couldn't quickly crush the guards. They were slow to react, had a weak sense of group cooperation, and were weak in confrontation. What about their combat effectiveness? What about your training policy? They are all just wasting their time. Right? Donald stared at the tip of his shoes and hesitated to speak. Did I ask you to speak? Cuz's face was cold. At this time, he was no longer the ordinary middle-aged man who was aloof and unsmiling. He was full of murderous aura. Although he was not as brave and lonely as when he was young, he still carried the pressure of a superior. This pressure made Cuz, who was closest to him, sweat on his forehead and his back was wet. It's back. The huge pressure that was suppressed by his father majesty since childhood. And he dared not take a breath under the aura of his father. Is back again. Donald's throat rolled. And the flamboyant poisonous flower tattooed on his neck had now wilted into a ball of dried pickled mustard greens. Did you hear what I said? Cuz suddenly shouted. Donald's body tensed up and immediately said, Listen. Listen. Dad. The little girl crisp and hearty cry suddenly came from the side door. Li Jia was watching the show halfway. And when he heard his daughter's voice, he looked to the side. Lanlan was still wearing the clothes she wore yesterday. She ran out and smiled instantly when she saw Li's father. But the next second, she actually saw Cuz's father again. Oh, it's really Cuz's father. The little girl hadn't seen Cuz's father for a long time. She paused when she ran towards Li's father and turned to Cuz's father. Donald wanted to stop it immediately. My father was harsh and cruel. Although he loved my sister, he was very clear about public and private affairs and enforced the law strictly. Now he was angry and my sister came up to interrupt him, which would easily make him unhappy and vent his anger on my sister. After all, my sister was only 4 years old. If she was scared to tears by her father's intimidation. Whose little baby is this? The greasy and artificial middle-aged male voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Donald looked up in disbelief and saw that his father, who had just wanted to chew him up and eat him, suddenly changed his face 360 degrees. His tense and fierce eyebrows disappeared in a second, and every wrinkle on his face was gentle and kind. Even. His voice became a clip sound. Cuz gently picked up the little girl, and Lanlan hugged Cuz's father's neck, raised her little chin and said, It's Dad, little baby. Cuz's eyes were even warmer. He looked at his daughter's little face and said with some heartache, You were obviously a lot fatter before. How come you lost weight again? Lanlan pouted her little mouth and buried her head in Cuz's father's neck, and arched around Cuz's father. They all say Lanlan is a little pig. Cuz was helpless. Isn't it good to be a little pig? Being able to eat is a blessing. Lanlan is not a little pig. The little girl muttered. As she was talking, she suddenly accidentally saw the young man next to her with his mouth slightly open and stiff as a stone. Lanlan suddenly pointed at Donald and asked, Dad, Cuz. This brother said he is Lanlan brother and Cuz's son. Is it true? Cuz squinted and glanced at his son, holding back his disgust, and said, It's true. Lanlan's eyes widened instantly, and her face was full of regret. Lanlan thought that brother was a human trafficker yesterday. I'm sorry, brother. Donald pulled the corners of his lips dryly, but couldn't find his voice for a long time. Cuz said, Don't apologize to him. Even if he didn't traffic people, he didn't do anything good. Donald was stunned and lowered his head again sadly. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the little girl's disapproving voice, Dad. Lanlan apologized to her brother because Lanlan wrongly accused her brother of being a human trafficker. Her brother is not a human trafficker. So Lanlan should apologize to her brother. Dad can't say that about her brother. Dad also has to apologize to her brother. Donald's pupils trembled, and he looked at the petite and fair little girl in disbelief, thinking that he had heard hallucinations. Cuz frowned. Lanlan. Lanlan puffed up her cheeks, straightened her chest, and stared at her father. Dad? Cuz, eh? Cuz glanced at his eldest son. Donald reacted and immediately said, Father, I dare not. I apologize. Cuz suddenly said. Donald felt his brain buzzing, and he was petrified by shock. The rebels guarding outside the door also looked at each other for a moment. The commander-in-chief's way of educating the young marshal, since he was a child, was wolf-like education. He only hated that he was not strict enough to train the young marshal to be his successor. He always blamed the young marshal, and never said such soft words to the young marshal. Cuss looked at his son's unbelievable eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. His eyes dimmed for a moment. He glanced outside and said, "Go out." Donald almost left the hall at the same time. After he left, Li Jie stood up from the chair and came over and said, "He has limited talent. You are asking too much of him." Cuss was brave all his life, so he naturally wanted to train his only son to be a replica of himself. But his son was not capable enough. He could only train him strictly, but no matter how strict the training was, he could not raise a lamb into a wolf cub. In the end, he raised him and turned him into a cunning fox cub. Li Jie sneered, "When you were still here, the purpose of your rebel army was just to share power with the Empire. At least it would not harm ordinary people. But after you left, what is the difference between the rebel army and the Star Pirates? Notorious. Killing innocent people indiscriminately. Your son. Can you care about these?" Cuss didn't say anything. He had already left the rebel army. If he hadn't been stopped by Donald this time, he would have returned to the Death Star with Zhou Qin a month ago. But he had seen a lot in this month. There are indeed big problems in the rebel army now. Donald can't suppress the people below, except for some of his confidants. Many people have already disobeyed him. Donald doesn't even know about the evil things they did behind the scenes, such as abusing power for personal gain and taking human lives. Lanlan watched Cuss' father's face getting worse and worse because of what Li's father said. She seemed to understand. "Is my brother not good?" Li Jie said, "It's your father, Cuss, who treats your brother badly." Lanlan turned to look at Cuss' father. Cuss didn't want to say anything, and said, "Let someone prepare breakfast." Soon, the people below prepared breakfast. At the table, everyone was eating quietly. But after a while, Lanlan suddenly put her apple next to her brother's hand. Donald looked at the apple. Lanlan deliberately lied and said, "It was Cuss' father who asked Lanlan to give it to my brother." The little girl's eyes were clear, but Donald was stunned, and Cuss was also stunned. Cuss frowned. "When did I?" Bang! Hey kicked the uncle named Cuss on the knee. "Cuss, eh?" Cuss looked at Hey with a serious face, then looked at Lanlan, who was looking up at the sky. And finally, he looked at Donald, who was moved and his eyes were red. "Cuss, eh?" Cuss was silent for 3 seconds, and said to Li Jie, "You are right. His talent is really not good." He actually believed it. "Dad." Lanlan deliberately encouraged at this time, "What do you want to say to your brother?" Donald immediately put down the nutrient solution bottle. He straightened his back and looked at his father seriously. Cuss stammered twice, and finally, in front of his son and daughter expectant eyes, he said, "My knee seems to have been kicked blue." The two siblings, Hi, oh, I forgot to hold back. Chapter 112. Since they couldn't stay in the capital star any longer, Li Jie took his 2 children and left the rebels' temporary residence. Meanwhile, the Star Network had already exploded. Last night, the live broadcast room suddenly went black. After refreshing for almost half an hour, the prompt reconnecting disappeared and the live broadcast room was directly closed. The hot search terms for Lanlan live broadcast disconnection quickly rushed to the front row of the Star Network. After a day of fermentation, there are now many more opinions on the internet. Some people even found the last landing place of the starship through the scenery outside the window when Lanlan's starship landed in the screen recording. "I know this place. Isn't it my villa park? Damn. I heard ping pong over there last night." As if there was a fierce battle. As soon as this comment came out, the entry about Lanlan's safety appeared again. Seeing that the online incident was getting bigger and bigger, the private doctor in the president's office had just left. Secretary Yu looked at his boss with a wound patch on his forehead and said hesitantly, "My wife just called and asked about your schedule last night." The president's cold eyes suddenly swept to Secretary Yu next to him. Secretary Yu quickly lowered his head and bowed. "I deal with it now." After that, Secretary Yu immediately left the office. Just as he reached the door, he heard his boss's voice from behind, "Call someone in." Secretary Yu pushed the door open. In the corridor outside, the head of the personal guard was standing there. He glanced at Secretary Yu, who winked and motioned him to go in. The head took a deep breath and walked in sweating. There was an ambush near the villa that was temporarily arranged. This was a huge dereliction of duty by the head of the personal guard. Besides, those people ran away, and the president was even injured. When Secretary Yi returned to his workstation, he heard the sound of throwing things from the door of the president's office. It can be seen that the president was furious this time. Secretary Yi was uneasy, and moved his fingers to reply to the president's wife, and finally chose to tip off Marshal Yi. The entire military headquarters of the capital star was alarmed that day. The higher-ups issued an order saying that there were rebels lurking in the capital star. The military and political leaders had not reacted for a while, and all the traffic fortresses had been urgently surrounded. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the capital army, which was sent to search a black market port in the west, sent back news that 3 hours ago, someone saw a man suspected of being the god of violence, with 2 children, and had left the capital star. The higher-ups immediately ordered to pursue him with all their strength. The military questioned why they were hunting down the god of violence, although the god of violence was not doing his job, was idle, sloppy, and unruly. He was the interstellar god of war, and a member of the military. Less than 10 minutes after the question was raised, the higher-ups issued the charges against the god of violence, indicating that the god of violence had colluded with the rebels and had betrayed the empire, although it is not known whether it is true or not. The most urgent task is to find the god of violence and explain what happened. The imperial army was divided into 2 teams. One team was fully engaged in the pursuit of the god of violence, and the other team continued to search for the whereabouts of the rebels in the capital star. So you can't go back to the Death Star now? In the Starship operation room, Li Jie leaned back and put his legs on the operation panel, listening to the words on the communicator. His brows twisted into a knot. Marshal Yi on the other side said, "The port of the Death Star has been surrounded, including your team of hunters, all under surveillance." Li Jie's face was ugly, and he said, "TSK. Then I should take Lanlan with me to wander?" Marshal Yi said, "Zhou Qin has already notified you, and he asked you to take Lanlan to hide from those pursuers first, and you are not suitable to show up later." Li Jie understood what the other party meant. He was the imperial god of war. No matter what, he did join forces with the rebels last night. If he was caught again, his crime of treason would be confirmed. Now there is cuss in the capital star, and Zhou Qin is rushing to support outside the capital star. Don't forget that your shoe is still on the Death Star, and Zhou Qin has hostages in his hands. During this period, your task is to take Lanlan away from the station circle. There will be a big battle on the capital star. Li Jie exhaled, and after a while, frowned and said, "Uncle Yi, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble." Marshal Yi pursed his lips. Lanlan first saved Yi Ling, and then saved Yi Qiu. I owe her. Li Jie said softly, "Please be safe." After hanging up the call, Li Jie rested his head on the back of the chair, exhaled, and closed his tired eyes. Suddenly, the young man noticed a sharp sight. He opened his eyes and looked at the door, and saw Hei Hei standing there at some point, looking at him dimly. Li Jie put his legs down, supported his knees, and raised his eyebrows. "Smelly boy. Come here." Hei Hei hesitated, but still walked over. Li Jie rubbed the little boy head rudely. "What's that look in your eyes? What do you want to do?" Hei Hei tidied his hair unhappily and said angrily, "Are you going to take us wandering?" Li Jie narrowed his eyes. "Did you hear that? You little brat. You eavesdropped on the adults talking about the communication. Do you have a tutor? You don't have a tutor." Hei Hei puffed up his cheeks fiercely. "If there is no place to go, go to the solar system." Li Jie said coldly, "Why go to the solar system?" Hei Hei hesitated for a while, and finally said, "The solar system is close, and her energy recovers faster." Energy? Hei Hei didn't say anything, and reminded, "Anyway, it's best to go to the solar system." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. "This little brat," Li Jie muttered, and thought deeply again. Energy? There are 22 planets in the solar system today. There are 8 life planets and 14 non-life planets. Anqing, Muxing, is exactly 2 of the 8 life star systems in the solar system. Li Jie hesitated for a long time, but still took Lanlan to Anqing. Li Jie remembered that Sophia had a manor in Dark Star. As a result, when he arrived at Dark Star, he really saw Sophia. Not only Sophia, but also Hu Qingya and Lanlan. The skinny and handsome boy ran down quickly from the second floor of the old manor, Hu Qingchen had been well taken care of by Hu Qingya in the past 2 months. And his face finally had some flesh. Lanlan didn't expect to see Sophia mother, Yaya mother, and uncle here. Lanlan was happy to get close to everyone. Uncle Ming brought tea. And Lanlan saw Grandpa Ming, who hadn't seen him for a long time, and called him crisply, Grandpa. Uncle Ming's eyes without eyeballs were slightly raised, and there was a smile on his pale face. After leaving the fatal training ground, Hu Qingchen was picked up by Bao Shen. And then he saw his sister again. Then, she followed her sister to Dark Star. They were waiting here for Sister Sophia to get a ring to open the basement of the manor. Sister Sophia arrived 2 days ago, but Lanlan arrived today unexpectedly. Hu Qingchen hugged his niece happily. He looked at Haihei next to him with some curiosity in his eyes. I know you. Your name is Haihei. He also watched the live broadcast. Haihei puffed up his little chest. Hu Qingya glanced at Li Jie at this time and said to Hu Qingchen, take Lanlan and Haihei to the garden to play. Li Jie, go upstairs. The adults obviously had something to say, and Hu Qingchen obediently took the 2 children to the garden. There is not much vegetation on the Dark Star, and there are only dark vines in the garden. When Lanlan saw these dark vines, she shouted to her uncle and Haihei, Uncle! Haihei! Lanlan introduces Lanlan, good friend to you. Little Tington. Lanlan picked up a small potted plant on the shelf and held it high. With a proud face, Little Tington can blink. While speaking, the flower buds of the little dark vine really shook, as if something was about to bloom. Li Jie, Hu Qingya and Sophia went into the room for half an hour. The 3 chatted about something. When they came out, Li Jie saw 3 children outside still playing around the black vine. So he said in a deep voice, Lanlan, go back to the starship. We are leaving. Hu Qingchen immediately stood up. Lanlan is leaving? He looked at Hu Qingya, sister? Hu Qingya was reluctant to leave her daughter, so she walked outside the yard, squatted down, and touched her daughter's face. Lanlan looked at Yaya mother with some grievance, and reached out to hug Yaya mother neck. Yaya mother, is Lanlan going to leave? Will Yaya mother go with Lanlan? Hu Qingya, usually cold face, was a little sad at this time. Yaya mother is not leaving. And Yaya mother also wants to stay with Lanlan for a few more days. But the Dark Star is not safe. Your mother Sophia wants to summon the retainers here again. It will make too much noise, and will inevitably attract the attention of the capital star. Then you will be exposed. Lanlan didn't understand this, and her little face was wrinkled. Hu Qingya chuckled again, don't worry. At most 3 months. When everything is settled, no one will threaten you in the future. At that time, you can go wherever you want. And you can be with your parents every day. Lanlan's eyes widened instantly. You can be with your parents in 3 months? Great. 3 months? Haihei thought beside him. According to the current speed of Blue Star's repair, in 3 months, maybe Blue Star's basic form will be half restored? Before dark, Li Jie took the 2 children and left again. They did not leave the solar system, but went to another planet in the solar system, Baisha Star. The sky of Baisha Star is full of yellow sand all year round, because the foundation is not stable. The people of Baisha Star almost all live in the air. August 10th is the annual Sand Sea Festival of Baisha Star. Lanlan put on new clothes early in the morning and walked around in the living room. Dad! Dad! It's late. It's about to start. We have to hurry. No one answered in the room. Haihei came out from another room. He was wearing a plaid shirt. He pulled his sleeves and muttered, launching. My sleeves are too short. Lanlan walked over to take a look and said, Hey, hands must have grown longer. The little boy puffed his cheeks. Why do I feel that your father is greedy and bought me clothes that will shrink? Lanlan was surprised. No. Lanlan little skirt will not shrink. Haihei muttered, why are you the same? Your clothes cost 10,000 interstellar coins each, and mine cost 10 yuan for 2. And there is a hole in the armpit. Lanlan immediately looked at Haihei's armpit. Haihei quickly clamped his arms together. His ears red as he said, I sewed it myself. Don't look. Come on. Come on. Don't rush me. Li Jie came out of the bathroom in a hurry. His hair was blown up because it had just been dried. The man didn't tidy it up. He just put on a hat to hold his hair down and muttered, What's the point of going so early? It's in time. Lanlan jumped up and down. It's too late. It's too late. Sister Cece said that Lanlan must sit in the first row. If you go too late, there will be no first row seats. Today is the Sea Festival. Staying in Lanlan. Cece, who lives next door to Lan family, invited Lanlan family, who had just moved in, to watch her art performance at school. She will play the role of a one-handed cannon in the program, helping Grandma transform mechanical prostheses into one-handed cannons. Cece attaches great importance to this program, and especially tells her new friend Lanlan to go to school to see her early. 3 months ago, Li Jie, as a divorced single father with 2 children, brought Lanlan and Haihei to Baisha Star. Then, he found a neighborhood that was neither too busy nor too deserted, bought a house, and lived there. For these 3 months, they mingled with the crowd, wearing mechanical masks, and their true identities were never discovered. In order to hide their real names, Li Jie is now called Mr. Li, Lanlan is called Li Xiaolan, and Haihei is called Li Gooden. After changing his clothes, when Li Jie came out again, he saw the 2 children squatting at the door. Lanlan was so anxious that her saws were about to stomp out a fire. Dad! 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 Under his daughter urging, Li Jie finally changed his shoes, and the 3 of them hurried to the parking garage. After arriving at the desert primary school in the eastern district of Baishaxing, Li Jie saw a lot of people at the school gate. Today was a festival performance, and parents from all families came. The auditorium was just in front. Lanlan was just led to the auditorium by her father when she heard someone calling her, Xiao Lan! Xiao Lan! Lanlan looked forward and immediately rushed over. Sister Cece. Cece is 8 years old this year, a head taller than Lanlan, although they have only been neighbors for 3 months. This little sister likes Lanlan very much, and the 2 families are very close. Cece's parents were also here. After greeting each other, Cece was soon called to the back to change clothes. At this time, some other parents came in. Li Jie was about to take Lanlan to sit down first, when he heard someone in the back row say to the parents, "By the way, have you seen the news? It said that this morning, the black planet near the moon in the solar system was discovered to have grown a circle." The person next to him said, "Are you talking about the black star between the moon and the dark star? The planet has grown again? Since such a planet was discovered 2 months ago, it has grown a little from time to time. Now it is almost half the size of our Baisha star." Right? We don't know what kind of star it is, and we don't know when it will stop growing. I heard that because of the special magnetic field, no machine can get close to the star, and there is no way to survey it. We don't know if it is harmful. It should be fine. Or pay more attention to the official account of the Planetary Exploration Bureau. We will definitely notify you if there is anything. While everyone was chatting, Li Jie turned his head and couldn't help looking at the little girl beside him. Lanlan was looking around curiously. In the past 3 months, she was just like an ordinary child, playing with neighbors, going shopping, and building sand castles on the beach. She lived a simple and happy life every day, and she grew taller. But only Li Jie knew that Lanlan was not right. The black planet had something to do with her. Beep, beep. The light brain rang, and Li Jie lowered his eyes and saw that it was a text message from the capital star. He glanced at the content of the text message, and the next second, his pupils trembled. It was a picture sent over, in which the presidential villa was bombed. Fuck. Look at the hot searches. There was a terrorist attack on the capital planet. It seems that a high-ranking official's villa was bombed. I've heard recently that the capital planet is quite chaotic. Sometimes there are gunfights on the streets. That's the capital planet. Why is the public security so bad? There is news that the Star Pirate organization and the rebels have joined forces. And there is also an unknown force. The 3 forces are causing chaos everywhere in the capital planet. And I heard that an official was assassinated. Isn't it a coup? Not that bad. Amid all the discussion, the art performance on the stage began not long after. One by one, the performances were performed. When Cece came on stage, Lanlan was so excited that she stood up and clapped her hands. The performance started at 10 o'clock in the morning and ended at 12 o'clock. The afternoon was just a pure holiday and playtime. The Sea Festival is an important festival on Baisha Star. Looking down from the hovercraft, you can see that the beach below is densely packed with people, and there are lights and decorations everywhere. Lanlan played happily for a day, and when she went to bed at night, she was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. Haihei slept in the room next to Lanlan. After closing his eyes, he habitually released his energy. He entered Lanqing's dream as usual. 49%. In these 3 months, Lanlan has repaired the broken planet to 49%. Only the last 1% is left, and launching can carry life again. The semi-finished blue star is now just a black ball with uneven surface, which is made of scattered fragments and glued together. There is nothing inside it, only endless darkness. But as long as the last 1% is gathered, the blue star today, even if it is still a semi-finished product, can already carry life. In fact, Haihei knows very well that it is impossible for the blue star to return to its previous state completely. It has been broken, even if some of the fragments are absorbed by other nearby planets and are now stripped out. There are still some fragments that have disappeared long ago. Even if all the fragments that can be found are found, Haihei believes that the blue star can only return to 60% at most. It is still a war-damaged planet, which is nearly half the size of the blue star back then. With a mess in his mind, Haihei still helped Lanlan to continue looking for that 1%. Soon, found it. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the staff of the Planetary Exploration Bureau stationed in the Solar System Base Station were observing the data of the strange black planet. He didn't take it seriously at first, and he had been monitoring it in this way for the past 3 months. But suddenly, ding ding, ding ding, the alarm sounded suddenly. The sleepy staff member woke up immediately, and he hurriedly looked at the big screen, and saw that on the screen, the black planet in the distance that could never be surveyed suddenly appeared with a string of precise coordinate numbers. Lania Chaos Supercluster, Virgo Cluster, Local Group, Milky Way, Door Arm, Cool Belt, Local Bubble, Local Interstellar Cloud, or Cloud, Solar System, Third Planet Blue Star. Blue Star? The staff member murmured. The next second, he stood up suddenly, and the chair behind him was knocked over by him. The coordinates of this planet are the coordinates of the legendary blue star? Is it the blue star? After the black planet appeared, there was only a temporary coordinate, and no complete coordinates. But now, it suddenly automatically generated a complete coordinate. The ability to automatically generate complete coordinates means that it is a planet that has long been recorded in the archives. And according to the information, it is actually blue star? Blue star that disappeared for thousands of years? In the dim room, Haihei closed his eyes again, turned over, and muttered stickily, I will take Blue Star back to Blue Star tomorrow. I don't want to stay in this crappy place for a second. Whoever wants to call me Li Gooden can call me the crappy name. Chapter 113. The news of the suspected appearance of the blue planet was almost immediately transmitted back to the headquarters of the Planetary Exploration Bureau. The headquarters was surprised, but also attached great importance to it. They sent a special team of hundreds of people early in the morning to the solar system to continue to survey the black planet. The president naturally received the news. The suspected appearance of the blue planet was not a trivial matter. He asked the Exploration Bureau to draw a conclusion as soon as possible. But everything must be kept secret before the definite conclusion was reached. After giving the instructions, the president sat up from the treatment cabin. Yesterday, his villa was bombed. His wife was not at home, but he was at home. Although he was only slightly injured, the behavior of the rebels had touched his bottom line. Coming out of the private medical room, Secretary Yu outside immediately greeted him. My lord. The president's face was as dark as ink. Has Yuan arrived? Secretary Yu hurriedly said. General C has arrived and is outside. The president walked out quickly. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a clear and straight figure standing there quietly. The president smiled. You must have waited a long time. The man turned around and showed his slightly haggard face. He nodded slightly and said respectfully, Sir? The president walked up to the man, patted his shoulder, and looked him up and down. You look more energetic than before. Are your old injuries healed? The man pulled the corners of his mouth and lowered his eyes sadly. I'm fine. I'm fine. The president turned and walked to the sofa. He sat down on the sofa, raised his eyebrows, and said in a cold tone, If you're fine, don't stay at home all the time. You have been recuperating for 2 years, and you should have rested enough. I will keep your position as deputy marshal of the military for you. Yuan was stunned, and he raised his head. He was injured in the mission to clear the strange plants 2 years ago. At that time, their entire team was attacked by 3S-level mountain god pines. In the end, there were 1,000 people in the whole team, but only he survived. The sequelae of the injury and the psychological trauma. The famous General Yuan who was less than 200 years old, fell silent. In the past 2 years, although his injuries have recovered, he has more and more things to bear in his heart. He no longer wants to return to the front line. He originally planned to apply for a transfer to logistics after his sick leave ended next year. But the president suddenly made an appointment with him. See you on. I trained you by myself. It was originally for you to succeed Marshal Yi. Marshal Yi is old and should rest. The future should be left to the young people to worry about. General C looked at the president. My lord, a lot of things have happened in the capital star recently. You should have heard about it. The president did not give Si Yuan a chance to speak, and said directly, Secretary, you will tell you the specific situation. You will go back to the military headquarters tomorrow. I will transfer Marshal Yi away. The future military defense of the capital star will be entrusted to you. Si Yuan. This time, the capital. I want to wipe out the 3 reactionary forces in capital star. Understand? Si Yuan frowned. The president's words revealed a lot of information. What he meant was that the destructive forces lurking in capital star had not been captured in the past 3 months because Marshal Yi did not try his best. The look in the president's eyes became colder and colder. Si Yuan. Don't let me down. The words of refusal stuck in his throat. Si Yuan looked at his boss obscurely, and finally couldn't help but said, President, go out. The president did not give him the right to refuse. Si Yuan gritted his teeth, and finally clenched his fists, slightly hunched his back, and walked out. Secretary Yu hurriedly followed him out, and communicated the current situation of the capital star with Deputy Marshal C. The capital star was in a state of panic, but Baisha star was always peaceful. Early in the morning, Lanlan stood on a small stool to brush her teeth. Hey voice at the door did not stop. It's time to go home. Didn't you say you would take me to see Blue Star? Let's go to Blue Star. I don't want to stay here. It's not fun at all. Lanlan spit out the mouthwash in her mouth, wiped the foam on her mouth with a small towel, turned her head and looked at Haihei, and said, but, Haihei, Lanlan hasn't found a way to go back to Blue Star. Even if Lanlan wants to take Haihei back to Blue Star, Lanlan doesn't know where Blue Star is. It's next to the moon, the place we went before. Haihei was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Lanlan hung the small towel on the rack, but we didn't see it last time. It's there this time. Go. Blue Star. Blue Star. Go. Go. Haihei said that it was not enough. He also went up to grab the little girl's sleeve, shaking the little girl around, and acted coquettishly with her. Lanlan was so dizzy that her sleeves were pulled a lot longer. In the end, Lanlan had no choice but to say, Okay. Okay. Go. Go. Then Lanlan, go and tell Dad that we will go to Blue Star together. What to tell him? Haihei just doesn't like Uncle Lee. It's just the 2 of us going. Why bring him? Lanlan hesitated, but Dad said that Lanlan has to go with Dad wherever he goes. If she goes out alone, it might be dangerous. It won't be dangerous. How can it be dangerous to go back to Blue Star? Go back to Blue Star? Outside the bathroom, Li Jie, who had just come out of the room, suddenly heard these 3 words. He widened his eyes instantly. What do you mean by going back to Blue Star? Haihei's shock. Haihei turned his head and looked at the biased Uncle Lee in horror. He quickly covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously. Lanlan said obediently. Haihei said he wanted to go back to Blue Star with Lanlan. Whoa! Lanlan's little mouth was suddenly covered by Haihei. The little boy felt guilty, and his big eyes kept flashing. No. 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 We are not going back to Blue Star. We are not going back to Blue Star secretly without you. We are really not. Li Jie, Li Jie stared at the 2 children with a hawk-like gaze. He looked at this one and then at that one. After a while, he smiled coldly. Go back to Blue Star. Right? Okay. How do you go? I take you there. Hey, The support from the Capital Star Exploration Bureau will arrive at least at night. There is still only a 5-person survey team near Blue Star, monitoring the black planet in real time. Hey, what is that? Among the 5 people, the staff member in charge of the East Latitude Observation suddenly said, Why is there another civilian starship heading this way? Didn't we set up a defensive alert? The leader of the 5-person team switched the screen, and saw that it was indeed a civilian starship. He immediately used his authority to issue a warning to the other party, indicating that the other party should stay away immediately. But after the warning order was sent, The other party did not return. Team leader. What's going on? The team leader's face was not very good. It must be those civilian exploration organizations again. After the Black Planet just appeared and became a hot search, many civilian exploration organizations from various planets wanted to get close to the Black Planet and conduct first-hand surveys on it. The official naturally would not let them get close. After several waves of expulsion, these people finally stopped coming. Even if some curious civilian groups wanted to come and check in to take advantage of the hot spots, they would generally leave immediately after receiving the official warning order. But the civilian starship that came today didn't care and rushed in directly without any rules. How about I stop them? Said another team member, who was going to drive the starship over to drive them away manually. The team leader said, forget it. The atmospheric fluctuations of this planet are very violent, and electronic instruments cannot get close at all. If they go in a little further, they will come out by themselves. People nowadays will not cry until they see the coffin. But hurry up and ask the support troops on Muxing's side when the security team they have loaned to us will arrive. A team member immediately went to the side to make a call, while the other four continued to observe the data screen. On the screen, they looked indifferently at the civilian starship that was as small as a fly in comparison with the planet. It's almost done. At most, they will be bounced back by the pressure wave in 5 minutes. Li Jie has been paying attention to this black planet since 2 months ago. He knows that this planet cannot be approached by electronic instruments. It is because it cannot be approached that the Empire Exploration Bureau has not found any results. Seeing that the starship was approaching the outer edge of the planet, Li Jie couldn't help but frown and looked at the little boy beside him. Are you sure you can really go in? Hai turned his little head away unhappily, not looking at Uncle Li at all. Li Jie frowned. Hello? Li Gooden? Dad? You can go in. Lanlan suddenly came to the other side of Li father without knowing when. Li Jie turned his head and looked at his daughter. Huh? Lanlan stared at the big screen in front of her. Her dark little eyebrows wrinkled into a small pimple. Her face full of confusion and shock. When did launching come back? How come Lanlan didn't know at all? Hai next to him finally turned around at this time. He looked at Lanlan and opened his lips a few times, but still didn't know how to evaluate her. Lanlan also looked at Hai, her little face full of seriousness. Hai, do you know when launching came back? Didn't Lanlan still find a way to restore launching? Why is launching back? Li Jie raised his eyebrows. She said, she can restore Blue Star? Although he had suspected these two children for a long time, when it came to this step of confirmation, Li Jie still felt unreal. This black planet is Blue Star? And Lanlan can restore Blue Star? Hai was so angry at the confused little girl. This is what you restored. Lanlan's eyes widened instantly. Huh? Hai covered his head. I don't know how to explain it to you. Anyway, this is what you restored. But it was not done by your subjective consciousness, but by your subconscious mind. When you enter the blue planet, you should be able to remember more. Lanlan frowned and looked at the big screen in front of him again, just waiting for the starship to get closer to the planet. Li Jie couldn't help asking again, is this really a blue planet? Isn't a blue planet blue? Why is it black? Hai sneered. Blue is the color of the ocean. In the past, 70% of the area in the blue planet was seawater, so it looked like a blue planet from a distance. But now it is a recondensed blue planet. There is no water in it, only endless rocks. In short, the current blue planet doesn't even have oxygen. So after you enter, you can't leave the starship or mecha. Otherwise you will die. Li Jie noticed his U-word. What do you mean? I can't leave the starship or mecha. But you can? Hai immediately raised his chest proudly. Of course we can. They are not human beings, and they don't need to breathe. Li Jie was shocked. And when he was about to ask something else, ding ding, the violent alarm sounded again. Li Jie glanced at the pop-up window in the lower right corner of the big screen and saw that it was another warning order from the Planetary Exploration Bureau, asking them to leave immediately. Li Jie turned off the alarm, pursed his lips, and said, I heard that electronic equipment will malfunction when approaching this planet. Hai said indifferently, others will, but we won't. Why won't we? Hai paused, suddenly poked his head, and looked at the little girl on the other side. Li Jie followed his line of sight, and saw Lanlan still concentrating on looking at the black planet that was getting closer and closer to them. Her little mouth was pursed into a straight line, and her expression was very solemn. At this moment, She was too tense to be a 4-year-old girl, and her face was not half sweet and well-behaved as usual. Team leader. Team leader. They went in. Damn. They really went in. How did they get in? Weren't they attacked by atmospheric waves? In the testing room, the 5 staff members all widened their eyes. 2 seconds later, the 5 people suddenly became busy. Some of them reported to the higher-ups, and some retested the atmospheric concentration of the black planet. After confirming that the concentration was still above the standard, the staff was confused. It's obvious that we can't enter. Is the data wrong? Let's drive an unmanned starship over and try. Someone was operating an unmanned starship for exploration. A few minutes later, the unmanned starship had a central system short circuit before it approached the black planet due to a parts failure. The staff immediately withdrew the starship. And at this time, the previous civilian starship had completely merged into the sphere of the black planet and disappeared completely. The 5 staff members slumped in their chairs, looking at each other in bewilderment. Although the black planet looks black from the outside, it is not black when you enter it. The light of the star shines on the interior of the planet, and the mottled and intricate, strange and rugged mountains below are reflected in the eyes of 1 big and 2 small ones. Is this the blue star? The appearance of the blue star was once drawn in history books, and there were also many simulated pictures of the blue star in the 3D imaging atlas. This was not the first time that Li Jie had seen the blue star, but the blue star in front of him was different from all the impressions and knowledge of the blue star. This blue star had no oceans, no trees, no cities, no houses, only endless land and rocks. It was clearly a gray and barren planet, because there was no water resource on the planet, and it was too close to the star. The entire interior of the planet was very hot to the naked eye. Li Jie pressed the test button, and the 800 degrees Celsius logo popped up on the screen. Li Jie was shocked. The temperature inside the planet actually reached 800 degrees Celsius. What a concept. If the starship they were riding was not the 3S starship, it would have been directly melted. Dad? Go over there. Go over there and land. The little girl who had not spoken for a long time suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted anxiously. Li Jie came to his senses and drove the starship straight in the direction his daughter pointed. 20 minutes later, the starship stopped on a flat ground with only stones. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing for hundreds of miles. Li Jie didn't know why he had to stop here, but Lanlan had already run to the door. Li Jie hurriedly said, Lanlan, you can't go out like this. It's too hot outside. You will get burned. Lanlan had already reached the door. She tiptoed to reach the key to open the door, but she was too short, and she couldn't reach the key even after jumping several times. Li Jie went over and picked up his daughter, pulling her back. At least you should wear a mecha. Wait, I get it for you. Lanlan was so anxious that she scratched her head. Dad, Lanlan is not afraid of heat. It's not a question of whether you are afraid of heat or not. It's okay. Hey also came over at this time. The little boy was a head taller than the little girl. He jumped and directly pressed the door opening button. As soon as the door opened, even with the internal and external diaphragms, Li Jie still felt that the heat wave outside rushed in an instant. Hey walked out of the starship so swaggeringly. The sun was shining outside, but he didn't have any injuries on his body. Dad. Lanlan was anxious and struggled on her father. Li Jie hesitated a little, seeing that Hey didn't seem to be uncomfortable at the door. He pursed his lips and finally put his daughter down slowly. As soon as Lanlan landed, she ran out of the starship immediately. Li Jie quickly widened his eyes, but saw that the little girl was indeed fine and not sunburned. Li Jie breathed a sigh of relief, raised his legs, and wanted to go out. But as soon as he reached the door, all his mental strength gathered instantly, and then he quickly retreated. No, the light outside was not something he could bear. He turned back to get his mecha, and when he put on the mecha and came out, Li Jie saw the 2 children had already run dozens of meters away. He chased after them and turned on the camera function of the mecha at the same time. You're right. It's really... Lanlan grabbed a big stone and dug a rock pit with force. Soon, Lanlan dug out a corner of a brand in the rock layer. Li Jie approached there and frowned. What is this? Lanlan wiped the thing clean with her little hand, revealing 2 Chinese characters underneath. Li Jie read out, She, Palace. Lanlan raised her little head, and under the scorching sun, her pink cheeks were full of dazzling light. Yanxi Palace. Li Jie frowned. What is it? It's a plaque. It's the plaque of Yanqi Palace. Dad, this is Blue Star. Lanlan has confirmed that this is Blue Star. And the land we are standing on now is the land of China in the past. The current Blue Star is only half the size of the previous Blue Star, which means that half of the past, if it is gone, it will never be found again. But we still have half. And in this half, there is China. China did not disappear in the universe. It was covered by rocks in the explosion and solidified into a huge stone layer. It then entered the bodies of other planets. When it was peeled off again, it was finally able to return to its mother body after thousands of years of burial. Dad, this is the forbidden city of China. The ancient scenic spot has not been lost. As long as we dig up the stone layer, we can see it again. Chapter 114. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 3 days have passed since the civilian starship entered the Black Planet. During these 3 days, their exploration equipment has never been able to get close to the atmosphere of the planet. Okay. Then come as soon as possible. The leader of the 5-member exploration team hung up the communicator in his hand. He turned his head and looked at the team members behind him and said, the 100-man exploration team from the capital star has arrived and will meet us in half an hour at most. They brought the latest high-performance equipment this time, saying that it should be able to pass through the atmospheric resistance. Is there such an instrument? Did the civilian starship 3 days ago also use this latest technology? Otherwise, how could they get in? A team member couldn't help but said. Another team member shook his head. I have watched the surveillance of civilian starships entering the Black Planet hundreds of times. Although it is a 3S starship, the material of the exterior is not special. The team leader clapped his hands. Anyway, let's meet up with the capital star first and see how they arrange it. 20 minutes later, the 5-member team met the leaders from the capital star. After handing over the situation, Director Vic of the Planetary Exploration Bureau, who came in person, directly ordered, send the news surveyor over. During the sending process, everyone on the scene gathered in front of the large screen in the monitoring room. And everyone was tense. Time passed by. And soon, the news surveyor broke through the atmosphere that was originally inaccessible and continued to move forward steadily. Success? Really successful. It can really enter. The cheering voice has not fallen yet. The next second. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded at a very fast speed. And the staff operating the machine immediately took the machine back. Seeing that the machine returned to normal after leaving the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point in an instant. Failed. The news surveyor could not get close to the Black Planet. After Director Vic was silent for more than 10 seconds, he suddenly turned around and walked out of the monitoring room. Others hurried to follow him. But he waved his hand, indicating that others did not need to follow. Only when he walked to the corridor outside did he turn on his light brain and dial the president. Ding ding. Ding ding. The crisp communication prompt sound echoed continuously in the wide room. The sound was annoying. And Donald raised his hand and touched his neck. Who knew that as soon as he moved, his father's eyes shot coldly at him. And Donald had to put down his hand embarrassedly and looked forward at the same time. They were now in a luxury suite in a hotel. This hotel had been completely controlled by them. 3 days ago, they blew up the president villa. After that, the president seemed to have discovered something. And he undermined martial power and placed his own people in the highest level of the military. During these 3 days, the president lived in a different place every day. But until today, they still caught him. Donald looked at the coffee table in front of him again. There were 2 people sitting on both sides of the coffee table. On one side was the prisoner president, and on the other side was an ordinary and cold man. My father said his name was Zhou Qin, and he was the warden of the Death Star. Who would have thought that a small warden, a low-level government official, was actually the leader of the first interstellar pirate organization, the Ghost Breaker. Now there are only 4 people in the room. The president, Zhou Qin, Donald, and his father Cus. Ding ding, ding ding. The communicator, which had just ended for 1 second, suddenly rang again. Donald frowned more and more, and wanted to go up and turn off the noisy communicator. But at this moment, the president, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Can you answer it? Zhou Qin stared at the other party coldly. The president suddenly pulled a corner of his mouth. I never thought it was you. When I saw you in the live broadcast room, I felt a little familiar. Zhou Qin leaned on the back of the sofa. And there was no warmth in his cold eyes. If you want to make friends, don't say it. I just want an answer. Answer? The president said calmly. No. Zhou Qin suddenly pointed his finger. And a floating screen suddenly appeared in the air. On the screen, two unconscious figures lying on the bed were reflected in the president's dark eyes. The one on the left was his wife, and the one on the right was his son. His family has become hostages of the other party's forces. The president's eyes were fixed on his son in the picture. Zhou Qin suddenly said sarcastically, "It seems that there is no need to arrest your wife. You don't care about her at all. Then who do you care about? Her?" The camera turned at this time. And suddenly there was a person in the picture, lying on another bed, also unconscious. Sophia in the past. When he saw Sophia, the president's calm eyes finally showed some reaction. But he didn't care. He was catching Sophia's fingers. Sure enough, he saw the familiar ring on her hand. The president clenched his fingers slightly. He knew that the ring had returned to her hand. But what would happen if he got the ring back? He was still caught. If the ring was still in his hand, how could he lose this battle? And how could he be captured now? However, the ring is still in Sophia's hand. Does this mean that the pirates and the rebels don't know the function of the ring? Zhou Qin said at this time, "It's just to hold the presidential election 10 years in advance. Sign a signature, start a live broadcast, and announce that your wife, first love, and son will be returned to you." The president's burning eyes were still fixed on the ring in Sophia's hand on the screen. He seemed to have waited in his heart. After a while, he pursed his lips. "Okay." Zhou Qin narrowed his eyes. Then he glanced at Cuss. And Cuss looked at his son again. Donald was dizzy and dazed by the president's non-stop light brain. His mind had long gone to nowhere, and he didn't notice his father's sight until his father pushed him hard. Donald came back to his senses, and quickly turned on his light brain. "Use my light brain." Zhou Qin took the light brain off his wrist, and threw it to Donald. His light brain had been processed, and would not be tracked to the IP address. Donald turned on the light brain, and found the live broadcast interface of the Star Network. As soon as his finger pressed the start button, suddenly, a communication came in. Donald looked at the two words Lanlan on it, was stunned for a moment, and turned the light brain to Zhou Qin. "Lanlan is looking for you." Zhou Qin frowned, and took the light brain over. It was noon. It was lunchtime. And the vast number of Interstellar people who were using the Star Network suddenly received an official live broadcast push. The Empire official account you follow has just started live broadcast. After registering a StarNet account, every citizen who uses the StarNet will be automatically followed by the system. This is the most authoritative and valuable government account in the entire galaxy. And usually only the president has the right to use it. The Empire official account usually only releases an announcement during major holidays, or when something big happens. And live broadcasts are almost never done. The military and political leaders, who have been anxious like ants on a hot pot because the president has been missing for more than 12 hours, also saw this push. Everyone didn't understand, but they all clicked in curiously. In an instant, millions of viewers poured into the live broadcast room of the Empire official account. The audience was confused and was about to send a barrage to ask what was going on. But they saw that two words appeared on the live broadcast screen. Lanlan. What the hell? Why is Lanlan name here? Is this the communication interface? What is this? Who is broadcasting this? Before I came in, I thought I had seen it wrong. So I logged out and took another look. Doesn't the Empire's official account say that only the president has the authority to use it? Is this the president who is broadcasting this? Before the question in the barrage was answered, suddenly, the words Lanlan disappeared from the screen. And the next second, the interface turned into a screen for opening a video communication. In the screen, a white, tender and cute face that everyone is very familiar with suddenly appeared. Fuck. It's really Lanlan. Ah. I see Lanlan again. Dad. The little girl said loudly to the screen. Lanlan has arrived at Blue Star. Dad. What did Lanlan say just now? Zhou Qin sat on the sofa. He looked at the pretty face of the little girl in the video call and frowned slightly. What Blue Star? The little girl on the opposite side said crisply. Lanlan and Dadly have arrived at Blue Star. But Blue Star is not very good now. Dad? Lanlan remembers that we have an excavator at home. Right? Dad? Can you send it to Lanlan? Lanlan needs it very much now. If Lanlan really couldn't find the excavator, She wouldn't call Dad and bother Dad. The hotel room was very quiet, but the little girl voice was very clear. The president, Cuz, and Donald couldn't see the video, but they could hear the little girl words. She said she was on Blue Star and wanted to ask her father for a machine. The president frowned. Cuz and Donald had already walked behind Joe Chin. Cuz said in a deep voice, Lanlan, where are you? The little girl saw Cuz's father and Donald's brother in the picture, and she immediately waved to them. Cuz's father, Donald's brother. Lanlan is on Blue Star now. Look. The little girl raised her short little arms, and she turned the camera of the optical brain to the boundless rocks around her, trying to show her father and brothers the scenery of Blue Star. The little girl was a little shaky. Joe Chin pursed his lips, and Cuz and Donald had no idea what was going on. At this time, Hai suddenly appeared in the camera, and the expressionless little boy spread his hands and said, I help you get it. You tell me. Lanlan quickly took down the light brain and handed it to Hai. Soon, the picture in the camera changed from Lanlan clumsy selfie to Hai precise and steady straight shot. At this time, Lanlan stood in an endless group of rocks. She pointed to the rocks behind her and introduced happily, This is Blue Star. Dad, Lanlan is back to Blue Star. But Lanlan, Hai, and Dadley have been digging for 3 days and can only dig out such a small area. So Lanlan wants to trouble Dad to bring the excavator. Hai, let's show Dad where we dug out, the little girl said, and suddenly ran forward. She ran to a rock and pointed to the bottom of the cliff and said, It's here. Hai walked over with the camera. He stood on the cliff, and at the same time, the camera looked down. In an instant, Joe Chin, who was originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly straightened his back, and Cuz and Donald, who were standing behind, had their pupils trembled. The president couldn't see the screen. His brows frowned more and more tightly, and his hands couldn't help but clenched into fists. At the same time, on the Star Network, what's going on? What's below? Ancient buildings? Is that a building from ancient times? Is the one wearing a mecha digging stones in the ancient building complex the violent god? No. What is this? Is this Blue Star? The Blue Star we know. The Mother Star Blue Star? Wait. Can anyone explain to me when Blue Star appeared? In the official live broadcast room, where the number of people increases by millions per second, the audience's barrage is refreshed very quickly. For the general public, the information they receive now, in their limited cognition, is already seriously beyond the scope. Not only the audience was confused, but also the military and political leaders were confused. What Blue Star? How did a blue star suddenly appear? This planet that looks like a deserted planet is a blue star? Hai held up the camera, and suddenly, he jumped off the cliff and landed steadily on a roof. After he got off the not-so-high cliff, he turned his head and aimed the camera at Lanlan in the sky. Lanlan also jumped down. She stepped steadily on the edge of a large rock, then squatted down and touched the dark gray tiles in front of her. Dad, this is the Palace of Destiny in the Forbidden City, a famous Chinese scenic spot. We have only dug out 1/3 of the Palace of Destiny. This is the plaque at the gate, and this is the doorpost inside, which is carved with patterns. Inside is the doorway, but the doorway has not been dug out yet. Dad, these rocks are very hard, but the things wrapped inside are very fragile. Dadley said that the laser cutter can cut the hardest stones in the world. He said that the laser cutter can be used to mine rocks. But Lanlan does not plan to use the laser cutter. It is not possible to excavate ancient monuments in this way. If we cut too fast and too rudely, it is easy to damage the ruins. We should dig slowly, bit by bit, and use the lightest method. So Lanlan thought of the excavator. Lanlan. Cuz suddenly interrupted his daughter, pursed his lips and said, Are you sure you are in Blue Star now? Let Li Jia come over to talk. Li Jia was not far away. His mecha weapon knife was bent from digging rocks these 2 days. When he heard Cuz's voice, he walked over slowly and said tiredly, Let me start from the beginning. 3 days ago, Hai suddenly said that launching was back. Li Jia briefly explained the matter. His logic was clear and concise, and he explained the cause and effect to the confused people. Finally, he looked at the 2 little kids beside him and said helplessly, Anyway, bring that excavator quickly. Your daughter is crazy now. She won't go anywhere unless she digs out this forbidden city. We dug for 3 days. Only by hand. And we only dug out this little place. If we want to dig it all out, it will take us until our next life. And you? Do you know how hot it is in here? 800 degrees Celsius. This planet has just recovered. There is no water resource. The temperature can't be lowered at all. And there is no oxygen here. I have to go back to the starship for 10 minutes after digging for an hour. I have lost 10 pounds in the past 3 days. Donald suddenly interrupted. There is no oxygen. And it is 800 degrees Celsius. Why is my sister, who looks exactly like me, still standing outside? Ligia didn't know why Donald suddenly said that Lanlan looked exactly like him. Maybe people are like this. The more they don't have something, the more they deliberately emphasize it. Ligia frowned. Is it my fault that she is not affected? Donald wanted to say something else. Zhou Qin interrupted and said, So, you don't know why the blue star appeared? Did Haihei sense the blue star? So you came? Ligia nodded. Yes. Zhou Qin was silent for a while. And then he said, I have someone send it to you as soon as possible and send the coordinates. Ligia said he would send it in a while. And then he suddenly asked, Are you still in the capital star? Zhou Qin raised his eyes and glanced at the president opposite with an ugly face. And said, Ligia said, Hurry up and solve that problem. Lanlan problem is more important. Don't think that the blue star is full of endless rocks now. But these stone layers hide the entire ancient civilization. It's so shocking. By the way, I picked up a treasure yesterday, Ligia said, and suddenly took out a small cube from his mecha cabin. Lanlan said that this is called a mobile phone. I found that there is a lot of information in this small thing. Take out the chip and insert it into the intelligent system. Our system can extract the content inside. But it's a bit slow. Zhou Qin was stunned. Did you extract it? Ligia put the phone back into the mecha cabin. Not yet. It has been analyzed all night. It should be analyzed successfully. I will go in and take a look later. At this moment, Lanlan, who was standing next to him, suddenly widened his eyes. Has the content in the mobile phone been extracted? Is it in the starship? Lanlan wants to see. Lanlan wants to see. Ligia glanced at the time. He has been in this vacuum environment for almost an hour. It is indeed time to go back to the starship to rest. He said, Let's go in and take a look. The three of them walked towards the silver starship that was docked not far from the Yanxi Palace. As soon as he entered the starship, Ligia immediately took off his armor and took a deep breath. He was sweating profusely. As a 3S ability user, he rarely looked so embarrassed as he did now. Zhou Qin and the other two were waiting for them to open the information file extracted from the mobile phone of an ancient human thousands of years ago. At the same time, in the large live broadcast room on the Star Network with more than 3 billion viewers, 3 billion Star Network people were also excitedly waiting for the mobile phone information to be extracted. I still can't believe it now. Blue Star actually appeared. Am I dreaming? It happened too suddenly. My heart is beating so fast now. Am I witnessing history? Ding dong. Chip analysis is complete. Accompanied by the intelligent prompt sound in the starship, Ligia walked to the front of the operation panel with 2 children. Clicking on the big screen, a large string of information was automatically sorted into clearly organized items of information. Lanlan rushed to the front. She couldn't wait to watch the information. And then said enthusiastically, Lanlan can understand these. Lanlan will explain to the fathers. Lanlan is opening personal information now. This is the mobile phone of a male college student named Hemorrhoids Grow on the Forehead. He is a junior student. I don't know what he studies. Hey, here are his study materials. You should know after taking a look. Lanlan clicked on the 5G folder called Study Materials in the phone. And then the next second, a full page of videos appeared. Lanlan was about to click on a video at random. But Haihei felt that the titles of these videos seemed wrong. He glared and suddenly stopped her. Don't! But it was too late. Lanlan had already clicked it. The next second, the ambiguous, boneless woman cry came directly from the video. Snap! Ligia quickly turned off the video. Haihei quickly covered Lanlan's eyes. Lanlan was confused. Her little head twisted and turned, moving restlessly. Hey! What's wrong? What's wrong? Hey palms were sweating. Ligia's scalp was tingling. At the same time, although it was only a short second, Zhou Qin and the other two who had seen the content of the video. More than 3 billion netizens who also saw the content of the video. Hemorrhoids grow on the forehead. Ancestor. I'm sorry to know you in this way. I didn't expect that the first precious legacy that ancient humans brought to the interstellar people would be small pieces. If I were you, I would crawl out of the urn and slap myself. Chapter 115. Hemorrhoids grow on the forehead. It is obviously impossible to crawl out of the urn. And he would never have thought that he, who died thousands of years ago, would be dug out and whipped thousands of years later. If I had known this would happen, my phone should have been rotten in the factory. Dad? Hi hey. What happened? Lanlan didn't know what happened yet. She couldn't see anything now, and there was no sound around. Hi hey made sure the video was turned off and finally put his hand down. Lanlan frowned. She looked at her father in confusion. Then at Hi hey. The little girl pouted. What's wrong? Ligia coughed lightly and touched his nose. Nothing. Just don't look at the screen too close. It hurts your eyes. Lanlan puffed her cheeks. She stepped back a little bit obediently, then touched the button and said, then let's watch the video. No, Ligia blurted out, and then opened another folder first. The learning material has some parsing errors. I just saw that the screen can't be opened. Let's watch this. But what is this? Lanlan looked at the place where her father pointed, and then said, this is his favorites. That is, if he sees any videos he likes on the internet, he will collect them. Another video? When Ligia heard the word video now, his back felt cold. Hi said, it's okay. It's okay. All videos that can be posted online have been approved. There won't be that. Ligia half believed and half doubtedly opened the so-called favorites, and saw that there were indeed hundreds of videos in it. And the earliest collected video could be traced back to 2033. Fuck. 2033? 7,000 years ago. I'm so curious about what video that is. Can I see the real Blue Star 7,000 years ago? Ligia was obviously very curious. He glanced at Lanlan, took a deep breath, and then clicked on the video. But his thumb was still on the close button, just waiting for any strange pictures to appear again, and he would turn off the video immediately. Fortunately, this time it was not a strange picture. At the beginning, it was an ordinary-looking, somewhat honest old grandfather. This video seemed to be a song. The screen quickly switched several shots. Then, accompanied by the jumping accompaniment, a slightly distorted old electronic sound sounded, catchy lyrics, brisk and jumping rhythm. Although I couldn't understand what some of the lyrics meant. But, my honey began to shake its legs. Ligia listened to the song in a daze. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Qin and the other two on the other side of the communicator. Zhou Qin also finished listening to the whole song, and the three fell into silence. After a while, Donald spoke first. Play it again. Ligia frowned. Why? Donald said, it's weird. Listen to it again. Ligia, Ligia played the video again. After listening to it this time. Play it again. Play it again. Play it on repeat. What's going on? Should I say it's worthy of being the first video collected by the ancestors of hemorrhoids? This song is so weird. But I think it's nice. It's already been recorded. And the video even has subtitles. Which are Chi Delong's Dong Delong Dong Chong. What does it mean? This is called Ghost Animal. Lanlan saw that Brother Donald seemed to want to listen to it again. So she explained, these are not songs, but skits. Someone stitched the lines in the skits together and added music, which became Ghost Animal music. The people of Blue Star like Ghost Animal music very much. Donald looked at his sister with a gentle expression. So that's how it is. Are there any others? Lanlan nodded. There are many. Many. But I don't know if Brother has collected any others. Ligia clicked on the second video in chronological order from far to near. As a result, the second video was not ghost music, but a middle-aged man wearing glasses, sitting in front of the camera, telling a small case related to ancient law in a gentle manner. Zhang San is a petty thief. One day he went to steal something, but was discovered by the security guard. He ran away. But on the way, because the security guard chased him too closely, he slipped and fell down the stairs. So he asked the security guard, do you need to bear legal responsibility? The three people on the other side of the communicator, and more than 300 million, almost 400 million viewers in the live broadcast room, Just listen to the 10-minute legal explanation in silence. Although it is an ancient law that is completely useless in the current Interstellar. But I always feel that after listening to the legal explanation, I have become smarter all of a sudden. You are worthy of being the ancestor of hemorrhoids. Although you watch small movies and listen to ghost music, you actually pay attention to serious legal issues. So, it turns out that you are a law student. Not necessarily. On the big screen, Winley father said. Hemorrhoids grow on the forehead. Lanlan retorted. The teacher in the video is a famous professor of political science and law. People from all walks of life love to watch his small law class. Those who watch his videos are not necessarily law students. Thieves will watch it too. Ligia, Barrage, Then continue watching. Ligia clicked on the third video, but found that except for the noisy background music, there was no one in the video. There were only some newly born, tiny, furry kittens. Groups of kittens were shoving under their mother belly to find milk. A row of kittens were sleeping on the carpet. Their colors ranged from black to white. It seemed that the mother cat ran out of ink while giving birth. The two kittens opened their toothless mouths and looked at the camera tenderly. Meow, and tilted their heads. Ah! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. There are so many cats of different breeds on the ancient blue planet. We also have cats in the galaxy. But we only have two kinds of pet cats. Fox cats and tailless cats. Other cats will eat people. Woo woo woo. Their cats have so many colors. They look different too. Ah. So cute. So cute. Let me take a sip. Please let me take a sip. Hey. It's a collection of cats. Lanlan saw so many piles of cats. Her little mouth couldn't help but grin. The little girl looked at the piles of silly little cats on the big screen and smiled silly. The little baby looked at the little kittens. The cats are so cute. Lanlan also. So cute. I want them all. After watching the cat collection, the next video is a dog collection. But it's not a puppy, but a collection of heroic military dogs, police dogs, and fire dogs. Ah! Is it really a dog? Is it really not a wolf? How can it be so handsome? When the big dog rushed into the crowd and pounced on the target accurately, it seemed to be flying. It was glowing. The last time I saw such a heroic canine was the wind-red wolf. There is only one kind of pet dog in the Interstellar. The piebald dog. But the piebald dog has short legs and can't grow so big. The dogs on the blue planet are too powerful. After watching the cats and dogs, the next video was actually a cartoon. The opening song automatically played at the beginning of the video. Calabash Brothers. Calabash Brothers. 7 brothers on a string. Hey. Is it a cartoon? Aren't cartoons only liked by children? How come adults like them too? But I'm curious about what the cartoons on the ancient blue star are about. It seems to be about an ancient plant called calabash, which produced 7 fruits. And then the fruits turned into 7 children, each with different abilities. It seems very interesting. Plants can also give birth to children. There are no plants in our galaxy that can give birth to humans. There are none on the blue star either. Lanlan heard Li father sigh that plants in the galaxy can't give birth to children. Lanlan said helplessly, cartoons are made up. Ligia, Ligia was a little relieved and immediately clicked on the next video. In the next video, a strong man, wearing tight clothes, stands in front of the camera, showing off his body while saying, "This episode teaches you 10 exercises that can effectively increase muscle and reduce weight, suitable for a large base group." What is weight loss? It seems to be getting thinner. Right? Ancient humans did not have treatment cabins, and could not use treatment cabins to change their fatness and thinness. They had to exercise themselves. Ah. It's so hard. Yes. The ancestors of hemorrhoids collected several exercise videos. But why are the contents of these videos similar? If they are similar, shouldn't it be enough to collect one video? But he collected so many. Wow. This is the 6th almost identical weight loss tutorial. Right? That's it. When Lanlan heard Li father wondering why the weight loss videos are so similar, and there are so many of them, she said, because useful videos can be put into the collection folder to collect dust. Ligia looked puzzled. Why collect them if you don't practice? Lanlan thought for a while. They always say that if you collect them, you practice. Ligia, ? Ligia couldn't understand it at all. Soon, the 30 videos collected in 2033 were watched. And finally, it was concluded that 2033's hemorrhoids on the forehead is a simple and pure ancient young man. He likes a little bit of everything. He likes to listen to ghost music, likes to listen to small legal classes, likes small animals, likes cartoons, and likes to collect some weight loss and weight gain videos that he will never open again in his life. The favorites went to the area of 2034. Li Jie clicked on the first video of 2034. But the next second, when he saw the scene in the video, he was stunned. Zhou Qin and the other two on the other side of the communicator were also stunned. The 4 billion viewers in the live broadcast room were even more stunned. Hello everyone. Welcome to my food channel. Today I will teach you how to make a simple home-cooked fried rice. Yangzhou fried rice. First, we need to steam the rice. The middle-aged woman in the video opened a plastic box and scooped out 2 bowls of plump white rice grains. She put the rice grains into a round pot and put the pot under the faucet to wash it. Her movements were careless and not careful. Her attitude towards the rice grains was as if these rice grains were just ordinary food that every household had and was completely worthless. She was not as cautious and careful as the Interstellar people when dealing with expensive and rare edible ingredients, fearing that a grain of rice would be wasted. After she roughly cleaned the rice grains, she put the pot into an appliance. And then she started to deal with other things. Dice the mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and quinoa ham. And prepare some green beans, shrimps, and chicken. Because it is a home-cooked fried rice. You can see what you have at home and adjust the ingredients according to your favorite amount. The woman in the video spoke very carefully. And then she took out different ingredients from the refrigerator. A video is only 5 minutes long. But when the video ends, and a beautiful golden plate of hot Yangzhou fried rice is served on the table, the whole live broadcast room explodes. Oh! My God! The history books didn't lie to me. The history books say that the ancestors of Blue Star used to eat edible food. They didn't eat nutrient solution at all, because they had too much edible food to eat. Ah! What kind of paradise planet is Blue Star? Before, when I saw the farmland of Lanlan family in the Death Star, I was thinking that if I could eat those things in my life, my death would be worth it. But now I am told that anyone on Blue Star has endless edible food at home. Ah! Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Hemorrhoids on the forehead in 2034 seems to like collecting recipes very much. After Yangzhou fried rice, it was not long before it was braised pork. Then fish-flavored pork shreds. Fragrant braised roast duck. The live broadcast room with 4 billion popularity. With each additional food video released, the popularity value can be more than 10 billion. In less than half an hour, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 10 billion. This is certainly due to the large traffic of the official account. But the bigger reason is that the video of Blue Star shocked all the Interstellar people. I used to think that the ancients were backward. Although they were our ancestors, our technology was more advanced than theirs. So we must have lived a better life than them. I didn't expect that. The clown was actually me. Bitter. Even. The clown was actually me. I just learned this joke from watching the video of the ancestor of hemorrhoids. Don't show food videos anymore. Please don't show them anymore. Leave us a way out. As if I heard the pleading of the live broadcast room. The next video was not a food video. But it also had the word food. In the video, a girl was touching a puppy. She smiled and said, "My baby has a bad stomach recently. I plan not to let him eat dog food for a while. Starting today, we will make our own dog food." In the next 7 minutes, 10 billion Interstellar viewers saw how the girl made a nutritious, balanced, and beautiful hot dog food for her dog in order to keep her dog's stomach healthy. There are many ways to insult me. You really don't have to point at my nose and tell me, "Look, my dog eats better than you Interstellar people." Stop talking. Really stop talking. Tears welled up in my eyes. In 2034, 2035, and 2036, the favorites suddenly stopped. Until 2040, the next favorite video finally appeared. Unlike the previous happy, ordinary and beautiful videos, this video was shot in a devastated city. There were many huddled figures on the streets of the city. They lived on the side of the road like beggars. Next to them, medical staff in white coats and sealed suits passed by. Those medical staff put the bodies in carts and pushed them away. The lively live broadcast room stopped for a moment. The atmosphere took a sharp turn for the worse, and the sad emotions filled everyone's heart. When everyone watched the happy and beautiful videos in front, They seem to have forgotten that the ancestors of Blue Star left Blue Star and wandered in the Interstellar because of the end of the world. And now, a quarter of the real doomsday of that year was laid before them unexpectedly, making all the people who were still immersed in those food videos and healing videos seem to be pulled into reality from a dream in an instant. The video was filming the street, and outside the camera, the person filming the video was talking. Maybe it's really the end of the world. It's been 4 years, and the number of deaths is increasing every day. The network is about to be cut off. Even though the government is trying hard to tell us that this is not the end of the world. Even though they are working hard to build refuge cities for us so that people can still survive. But we all know that resources are being consumed. The virus is getting worse. And destruction is only a matter of time. Give up. Then die. Those of us who were born in a peaceful era cannot choose to live. It's hard to die. Can't you choose to die? This is the end of the world. This is the cruel end of the world. The government can no longer protect us unconditionally. So it's time to make a decision. Do you think I'm going to say that my decision is to give up? I don't want to live anymore. No. My fucking decision is to join the civilian volunteer group. Doomsday. Hack your fucking doomsday. See how your father will smash you. The thief god. Natural disasters. Death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm so afraid of you. I'm afraid you can't kill me. You stinky idiot. The video ended with a string of very unclean curses. But whether it was the audience in the live broadcast room, Zhou Qin and the other two, or Li Jie, no one felt uncomfortable at all. It seemed like a fire was burning in their hearts, faced with a devastating disaster that almost destroyed the entire human race. The answer of our ancient ancestors was, if the heavens don't tolerate me, I will fight against the heavens. My heart beat very fast. I can imagine how scared and terrified they were when they faced the sudden disaster, and how many relatives and friends died around them. But they wanted to resist. They didn't want to wait for death. This is our ancestors. Our brave and fearless ancestors. It seems that this video started it all. In the next video, although it is still a gray sky and a devastated city, there are more rescue stations in the city, and more civilian volunteer groups holding iron bars in the city. If there is no ready-made medicine, then plant it now. It doesn't matter whether it is Western medicine or Chinese medicine. It is worth it to make patients infected with the virus better, even if they just die a little more comfortably. They are no longer fighting for themselves. They have gathered into a huge group fighting for life with the heavens. Scientific researchers are stepping up the development of spacecraft. And soldiers are fighting against mutated plants, animals, and even mutated people. At this time, the favorites have been pulled to the bottom unconsciously. The last video is played. Hello everyone. This is rich woman Fan Hunger, who will hold her phone until she dies as long as there is a little internet connection. Today, I will show you how to identify virus carriers. We all know that there are special identification techniques for virus carriers. First, the color of the whites of the eyes. No matter which country we are from, the whites of our eyes are white. If the whites of his eyes are yellow, red, and turbid, then you must contact the civilian patrol group immediately, because it is very likely that he has been infected. Secondly, it is the head. The scalp of virus carriers will be very itchy, and they will like to scratch their heads. As long as you see someone scratching their head, don't say anything, but contact the patrol group immediately. Everyone must believe in our patrol group. The volunteers of the patrol group are very responsible and have very good physical strength. For example, when I went out yesterday, a piece of bird droppings fell from the sky and hit me on the head. I touched my head, and in 1 second, just 1 second, I was directly hit by 7 or 8. A burly man pressed me to the ground and almost killed me, although I broke an arm. I also proved to everyone that our patrol team in a 3 refuge city is trustworthy. Finally, if you still can't tell whether the person is a virus carrier with the previous 2 methods, then you can use the last trick. We all know that carriers have fangs. So first, you extend your left index finger, just this finger, and use it to touch the cheek of the person you suspect. If there is no sharp object in his cheek, then he is not a carrier. If he turns his head and bites you and bites your hand off, then he is a carrier. Isn't it easy to distinguish? Okay. Have you learned today's popular science knowledge? If you have learned it, like and forward it. 1 click, triple click. Chapter 116. The video ended automatically, and the screen fell into darkness. No next video appeared. Li Jie fell silent. And Zhou Qin and the other two on the communicator also fell silent. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed. Although the last few videos showed that the ancestors were still working hard to fight the disaster and trying to have fun in the midst of suffering, the change was too great. In the half-hour video, we seem to have watched the whole process of Blue Star from prosperity to decline. Before 2036, they were so silly, ordinary and cute. But suddenly, all the peace disappeared and the world became purgatory. If they were born in purgatory, they might be able to adapt to this extreme environment well. But they fell from heaven to hell. You gave me peace and happiness, and then destroyed it all, making me insecure, watching the people around me die one by one every day. Ah! No! I cried so loudly. I was so sad. Friends, let me tell you something even sadder. Guess why the video ends in 2040? Fuck. Are you trying to say, because the ancestor of the hemorrhoid man died in 2040? Oh my god. He is still so young. Isn't he a male college student? According to those videos, college students on Blue Star are generally in their 20s. They are in their 20s. Aren't they still children? Too miserable. Isn't this what that word is called? Died young? Yes. Yes. That is. He died young. Hey. Who said that? Baoshan. Baoshan is also feeling sorry for the ancestor of hemorrhoids. Right. Dad. Why are you unhappy? Lanlan saw that Li's father suddenly looked gloomy. She didn't understand. Dad. Are you not feeling well? Li Jie shook his head. He hugged his daughter. Dad is just thinking. After all, he was the first ancient person of Blue Star to know. But he died at a young age. Lanlan blinked. Did you say that hemorrhoids grow on the forehead? Brother? Is he dead? How did Dad know? Li Jie said, if he is not dead, why is there no video later? Lanlan thought for a moment. Maybe he changed his phone? Li Jie, Netizen, Lanlan took out the broken phone from his father's pocket. And after finding the brand of the phone, he said, this brand of phone is notoriously not durable and flashy. It will get very stuck after a few years. You need to get a new phone. Li Jie, Netizen, Tears stuck in my eyes for a while. Neither up nor down. So, should I cry? So did he really change his phone? Who knows? Maybe he died? Maybe he changed his phone. Maybe he lost his phone. Or maybe the disaster was so severe that the network was completely cut off. Since there is no definite answer, it is not bad to think positively. But how did Lanlan know what mobile phone brand was good on Blue Star thousands of years ago? It must be someone who told Lanlan. Lanlan knew a lot about Blue Star before. But I am the only one who thinks that it is not polite to call this ancestor hemorrhoid man. But his name is this. So what can we do? Anyway, we don't know what he looks like. So just treat it as a code name. Apart from the video. Is there anything else? At this moment, Zhou Qin suddenly asked on the other side of the communicator. Li Jie came back to his senses and continued to search in the parse folder. After a while, he said, there are some photos. As he spoke, a selfie appeared directly in the center of the big screen. The facial features of the boy in the photo are not very beautiful and delicate. But overall he is very cute. His face is a little round. His smile is clean and bright. His skin looks good. And his short hair is capable and handsome. Oh shit! Is this the ancestor of the hemorrhoids? The ancient humans on Blue Star actually look similar to us. Of course they do. Over the past few thousand years, our physique has only changed. And our appearance has not changed. He used to look like this. So cute. Screenshots taken. Since he has a face. As the first ancestor of Blue Star known to the Interstellar. Should we erect a monument for him? Or add his voice, appearance and smile to the history book? Yes. Yes. Definitely. The first ancient human on Blue Star to be discovered. So commemorative. Then his name is Hemorrhoids. And there are 5G of small videos in his mobile phone. Should this also be recorded in the history book? To be realistic, it should be recorded. Right? A male college student who lived on Blue Star thousands of years ago, and whose online ID was hemorrhoids grow on the forehead. I don't know if he had his fortune told when he was a child, and whether the fortune teller told him that when he was 7,000 years old, there would be a big disaster. It's not a small disaster like having his grave dug up, but a big disaster that is more serious than having his grave dug up. Flipping through the photos one by one, There were 6 or 7 selfies of the hemorrhoid man, one of which was even a photo of him just after taking a shower, shirtless, and looking handsome in front of the mirror. In addition to the shameful selfies, there were some photos of food, scenery, cats and dogs on the roadside, and photos of beautiful women downloaded from the internet. After flipping through more than a dozen photos quickly, netizens still felt unsatisfied and wanted to see more urgently. Li Jie did continue to search, but in the end, he only found some mobile game apps that could no longer be opened, and there was nothing else of value. Li Jie turned off the screen and said to Zhou Qin on the other end of the communicator, "I sort out these materials and send them to you later. Ask someone to send the excavator here." Zhou Qin, said, then looked at his daughter and said, Lanlan. Lanlan immediately raised her little head. "Dad." Zhou Qin's expression softened. "Dad will come to help you dig stones after he finishes his work here." Lanlan was stunned and immediately surprised. "Really?" "Yes. Yes, Dad. When we dig up all these stones, you will see very beautiful and magnificent, the remains of Blue Star. When the time comes, Lanlan will take Mom and Dad to visit them all. Let's go to the Forbidden City. Go to the Great Wall. Go to the Terracotta Warriors. Go to the Eiffel Tower. Go to the Louvre. It would be even better if we could dig out some museums. There are many ancient and interesting things in the museums. And there are also..." "Okay." Seeing the little girl talking non-stop, Li Jie interrupted, "Let's talk about it after we dig it out. We have been digging for 3 days, and we haven't dug out a single Yinshi palace yet." Lanlan was poured cold water by Li father. She puffed up her cheeks and pouted. Li Jie rubbed the little girl's forehead and said to Zhou Qin, "Hang up." Zhou Qin hung up the communicator and was about to hand the light brain to Donald, asking him to continue the live broadcast to let the president announce the early election. As a result, his eyes suddenly stopped accidentally in the upper right corner of the screen. The dazzling live broadcast. For words were shocking. Look below. The broadcast time is 39 minutes and 22 seconds. 39 minutes and 22 seconds. Broadcast. 39 minutes and 22 seconds. What's wrong? Cus asked puzzledly when he saw Zhou Qin suddenly stopped moving. Zhou Qin turned his head and calmly handed the light brain to Cus. Cus took it and took a look. And then, "Cus, ? What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is there no sound suddenly? And the picture is frozen?" During the live broadcast, a video call happened to come in. So the live broadcast picture was connected to the video window. When the audience watched the live broadcast just now, they could only see the picture on Lanlan's side, but could not see Zhou Qin's side, nor could they hear what Zhou Qin and others said. Now, because the communication ended, the live broadcast picture was cut and frozen. So for the audience, the picture was not moving, and there was no sound. The freeze stayed for about 10 seconds. And 10 seconds later, bang, the live broadcast was closed. "Ah, why is it gone? I still want to see it. Please let me see Blue Star again. Even if Blue Star is now a wasteland, I still want to see it." So the president suddenly used the official account of the Empire to broadcast live, just to tell us that Blue Star has appeared. Right? Wow. So will there be regular live broadcasts of the progress of exploration and excavation of Blue Star in the future? Where is Blue Star located? Do you need stone digging tools? I volunteer to be a volunteer. I want to see it. I want to see it. Wake up. Didn't you hear what Baoshan said? The temperature of Blue Star is hundreds of degrees Celsius now. And there is no oxygen. It is not a place that ordinary people can go to. Oxygen is easy to say. At most you don't have to leave the starship throughout the whole process. But the high temperature is indeed a problem. Is there a way to cool it down? There should be. Just quote water resources from other planets. But it must be a big project. Even though the live broadcast has been closed, many viewers in the live broadcast room still did not leave. They excitedly discussed everything about Blue Star until they were sure that the live broadcast would not be opened again. And then, they changed the battlefield and returned to the Star Network to continue the discussion. The birth of the Blue Planet had become known to the public in less than a day. Director Vic of the Planetary Exploration Agency did not wait for the president to answer the call, but waited for the president live broadcast. After watching the live broadcast, Director Vic realized that the so-called civilian starship that entered the Black Planet 3 days ago was actually Baoshan and his group. Director Vic had many questions in his mind. When the live broadcast ended, he was about to contact the president again. But he received calls from other senior government officials first. Some people asked him the coordinates of the blue planet. And some asked him if there were really any ruins in the blue planet. Director Vic answered well at first. But there were too many people asking. And he couldn't answer them all. So he simply stopped replying. The Planetary Exploration Agency was under great pressure. And the archaeological experts were under even greater pressure. When Blue Star was born, archaeologists should enter the interior of the planet as soon as possible to look for traces of ancient human survival. But the government, for some reason, arranged for Bao Shun, who was not an archaeologist at all, to go in, and even brought 2 children with him. Archaeological experts called the government departments one after another, requesting to go to Blue Star for investigation immediately. And some even heard about the solar system and went there first, seeing that the outside world was in chaos because of the appearance of Blue Star. Zhou Qin looked at the heated discussion on the Star Network. His face was always gloomy and ugly. Donald didn't dare to speak beside him. He really didn't pay attention to it and just broadcast it live. Cuss said, or, forget about the live broadcast announcement. Let him record a video. Zhou Qin stood up directly from the sofa and threw the light brain to Cuss. You handle it. After that, he left directly. Cuss looked at the back of the young man leaving, turned his head, and glanced at his son. Donald didn't dare to speak. Cuss turned on the recording function and said to the president, let's start. The excavator was delivered 3 days later. Inno was responsible for transporting the machine. But Inno could not get close to the Black Planet. In the end, Li Jie and Haihei went out to pick him up. After entering the Blue Planet, looking at the endless wasteland, Inno couldn't help but sigh. I watched the replay of your live broadcast. I didn't expect that there is really nothing here. Li Jie was stunned. What live broadcast? Inno said, don't you know yet? When you communicated with Zhou Qin that day, Zhou Qin started a live broadcast. And all these things on the Blue Planet were broadcasted. Li Jie, Li Jie frowned tightly. Is he sick? Inno smacked his lips. I heard that there was a misunderstanding. I don't know. I have been taking care of Val and Muyu in the Death Star for a while. Li Jie also thought of these 2 in the black. The unfortunate guy whose spiritual power was drained in the sea asked, how are they? Inno said, they have woken up and recovered a lot. After all, the Foundation is here. And there are no advanced medicinal plants in the Death Star. So they can take drugs to get better. Li Jie nodded and said to Zhou Qin, why is he live streaming? Didn't the Capital Star say that everything was going well? Or is he planning to use the news of the birth of Blue Star to do something? Inno said, it's not clear. The 2 most popular things on the Star Network now are the birth of Blue Star and the early presidential election. While chatting, the starship landed on the ground of Blue Star. Lanlan didn't go to pick up Inno's father. The little girl was still cleaning the walls and pillars in the ruins of the palace with a small shovel in the scorching sun of hundreds of degrees. Seeing the starship coming back, the little girl stood up from the ground and tiptoed to look inside the starship. The starship door opened, and Li Jie, wearing a mecha, came out with a chain. Here, your excavator. Lanlan took the chain. Her mouth immediately stretched to her ears, and she pressed the button of the chain. The next second, there was a crash sound, and a huge, strange-shaped large vehicle suddenly appeared on the scene. Li Jie had never seen an excavator before, and seeing that it was so heavy, he raised his eyebrows. Can it dig? Lanlan was very confident. Yes. Yes. This is not an ordinary excavator. This is a precision excavator, made by Lanlan herself. The little girl was about to sit on it, but she was too short and couldn't get on it. The little girl was stuck on the wide tire, and was in a dilemma for a while. Li Jie stepped forward, lifted the girl up, and put her directly into the cockpit. Lanlan began to operate the excavator to move forward. At this time, Inno put on the mecha and walked out. He waved, Lanlan. Lanlan also waved from a distance. Inno, Dad. Look! Lanlan is going to dig. The huge shovel dug from top to bottom. The next second, the hard large rock was suddenly dug into a rotten land, revealing the gray-red wall inside. Lanlan dug a shovel, and did not dig in the same place, fearing that digging too deep would damage the building. She started to dig to the side. The function of this excavator is more like loosening the soil than digging. When the solid rock is loosened, digging with bare hands will be more effective. That day, Ino stayed and followed them to dig the ruins. Now, they have dug out the entire layout of the Yinchi Palace, and also dug out some of the Jingren Palace and Yonghe Palace next to it. Inuo walked between the ancient and towering walls and couldn't help but sigh. People in the past lived in places like this? Lanlan picked up a piece of broken stone and was about to move it away when she heard what Inuo's father said. She explained, because it was a feudal dynasty. The imperial palace was where the emperor lived. The Yinchi Palace, Jingren Palace, and Yonghe Palace are located on the right side of the Forbidden City. The E6 palaces are where the concubines lived. Ino didn't quite understand. Concubine? It means wife. Ino raised his eyebrows. Then the emperor is the president? Lanlan thought for a while, then shook his head. No. The emperor is the head of a country. Who has to manage a country? Ino said. Is it similar to the president? Lanlan threw the big rock into an open space. It's a bit similar. But there are also differences. Lanlan can't tell. Anyway, it's different. Ino asked again, who is the most powerful emperor? Lanlan thought for a while. Qin Shi Huang? Lanlan talked about some things about Qin Shi Huang. Mainly the unification. The profound influence of the Six Kingdoms on later generations. He is known as the greatest emperor of all time. Ino was shocked. Then he is indeed very powerful. So the Yinchi Palace and Jingren Palace we are digging now are where Qin Shi Huang's wife lived? She lived in so many palaces by herself? Lanlan waved her hands quickly. No. No. The Forbidden City was built in the Ming Dynasty. And Qin Shi Huang was a Qin Dynasty person. Well, and he didn't live in so many palaces by himself. In ancient times, emperors could have many wives. Ino raised his eyebrows. So good? How many wives could he have? Lanlan showed 3 fingers. Ino was surprised. To have 3 wives? How happy. Lanlan said, 3,000. Bang! Li Jie, who was repairing the roof, suddenly slipped and fell off the roof. He turned his body and landed steadily. He turned his head to look at his daughter. Duo Xiao? Lanlan blinked. 3,000. Li Jie stood there without saying a word. Ino's chin, which was hidden in the mecha, had fallen to the ground. After a while, Ino sighed. Ancient times are still better. Haihei snorted beside him. Ino noticed it and reached out to rub the little boy. What are you humming about? Haihei pushed away Uncle Ino's mecha hand unhappily and continued to work while saying, you haven't found a wife yet. And you want to find 3,000 wives. Find one first. Swish. An arrow pierced his heart. Ino gnashed his teeth. What's it to you? You are only a few years old. Do you know what a wife is? Haihei puffed out his chest. Of course I know. Ino sneered. You don't even know. Haihei didn't care. I'm not a human. Why do I need a wife? I just want to be with her. The little boy pointed at the little girl on the other side. Lanlan was already dusty and started moving stones again. When she heard Haihei's voice, she looked up at Haihei and grinned. Haihei also smiled. And then he worked more vigorously. Ino frowned and looked at the little boy, then at the little girl. After a while, he asked, are you not a human? Haihei was stunned, and he suddenly covered his mouth with his hands. Oops. He let it slip. Li Jie also looked at Haihei. If you are not a human, then what are you? Haihei panicked. He swallowed his saliva, looked at Uncle Li Jie, then at Uncle Ino, and finally rolled his eyes guiltily. Hesitating, I am Qin Shi Huang. Give me 100,000 interstellar coins, and I will make you a general in the future. Li Jie. Ino, Lanlan, Chapter 117. From the East 6 palaces, to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, to the Imperial Garden, the West 6 palaces, the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the Hall of Supreme Harmony. In a month, with the help of the excavator, the entire Forbidden City has basically been revealed. In the middle of the day, Ino sat in the starship to cool off, and soon he began to doze off due to his sleepiness. Ding ding, ding ding. Ino opened his eyes and looked around in a daze until the sound of the light computer woke him up. It was not his light computer that was ringing, but Lanlan light computer, because it was inconvenient to work. Lanlan took the light computer down and put it in the starship. After looking at the caller ID, Ino walked to the door and shouted outside, Lanlan, your warden father call. Here I come. The gray little girl ran in through several towering old-style red walls like a flexible little monkey. Lanlan took off her dirty gloves, answered the call, and immediately shouted, "Warden Dad." The little girl didn't talk for long, and Ino didn't ask what they talked about. He thought Zhou Qin just missed Lanlan, so he called to chat with Lanlan. As a result, 5 days later, early in the morning, before Ino woke up, he heard the chirping outside. Ino covered his head with a quilt and complained vaguely, "It's probably that stinky boy again," because it was too noisy outside. Ino was annoyed and rushed out of the cabin without wearing shoes, shouting outside, "I'm on afternoon shift today. Can you please stop?" The last word, noisy, hadn't been said yet, and Ino was stunned on the spot. I saw that there were a lot of people standing in the main cabin outside at this moment. Hearing his voice, the people outside also quieted down instantly, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at him in unison. Ino closed his eyes, opened them again, closed them again, and opened them again. Li Jie, who was standing by, could not bear to watch any longer and said, "You are not mistaken. A guest has come. You have met Shu." Shu knew that this was also Lanlan's father. He nodded to Ino. "Hello," Ino said stiffly. "You? Hello." As he spoke, Ino grabbed Li Jie and pulled him into his room, asking him what was going on. Li Jie pulled back his clothes, patted the wrinkles on them, and said, Zhou Qin meant that he was going to support him to take the position. The next president? Ino raised his eyebrows. He is so young. Didn't he say before that he was going to support that finance minister? He said that the deal was already negotiated. The election for the next president was suddenly held 10 years ahead of schedule. There were 5 candidates for this election, and Shu was one of them. However, because Shu was too young and had not made any achievements, he did not get many votes. Since the election began, he has always been at the bottom. Ino had seen someone on Starnet saying that it was a pity for the prince. He was obviously trained and raised according to the president's standards. If he had been late for 10 years, and had been given 10 years to accumulate merits, he would have been a hot candidate in the election 10 years later. As a result, the election was suddenly brought forward 10 years, which made him completely lose his advantage, and only have the disadvantage brought by age. Shu, not bad, Li Jie said simply, and exhaled again. Anyway, let him try. Ino frowned. Try what? Yes. Isn't he busy with the election now? Why did he come to Blue Star? Live broadcast. Ino was stunned. Li Jie said, use Blue Star to build momentum for his election. Ino probably understood, but he still couldn't understand. Even if Shu was not a scumbag like his father. Like father like son. Who knows if he will be an ungrateful person in the future. Ino still felt that Zhou Qin's support for Shu was like raising a tiger to harm himself. And he would be bitten back sooner or later. Li Jie didn't say much to Ino. He left the room and talked to Shu for a while. This time, Shu brought a whole team with him. When the time comes, the footage of him touring the Forbidden City will be broadcasted in full. Lanxing. What are they doing? Hey put a piece of broken stone in a small cart beside him. Turned his head to look at the strangers wearing mechas and looking for angles to place cameras everywhere. And asked the little girl beside him angrily. Lanlan looked over there and said in a low voice, Lanlan actually doesn't know. In the morning, when Lanlan and Li Father went to pick up Brother Shu, Li Father said that Brother Shu came to promote Lanxing. Hey frowned. What's there to promote? Lanxing is your home. What does it have to do with him? Lanlan was stunned for a moment, lowered her head, and continued to move stones without speaking. Hai noticed that the little girl looked strange and asked, What's wrong? Lanlan pursed her lips and said in a muffled voice, Lanlan actually wants to tell everyone how good our Blue Star is. Hai was startled. Yes, he was selfish. He wanted to go back to Blue Star and live with her. Just the two of them. But her dream is not just to go home. Blue Star is the home of her soul. There have been countless big and small, magnificent stories here. These stories are extremely important to her. Every story is a treasure that she is proud of. And she is eager to share these treasures with everyone. Hai took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Okay. Then promote it. I will definitely cooperate. Lanlan opened her mouth and smiled. Yeah. Lanlan will also cooperate. 10 minutes later. In the starship. No. No. Lanlan can't. Lanlan doesn't want to cooperate. Brother Shu. Do it. Dad. Do it. Lanlan can't. Li Jie pulled out the little girl, who suddenly hid behind, squatted down speechlessly, and asked, "What's wrong with you suddenly? Weren't you happy to promote Blue Star in the morning?" Lanlan was stiff, but Lanlan didn't know that she was going to broadcast live. Shu looked puzzled. Live broadcast? What's wrong? Lanlan cheeks flushed. Live broadcast. Isn't it just going on TV? Lanlan doesn't dare. Shu? Question mark. Li Jie, Ino said casually beside, you still don't dare to live broadcast? You are old enough to live broadcast, people. Lanlan scratched her face. Dad? Are you talking about the time in the Asian Star Forest before? But Lanlan didn't know she was live broadcasting at that time. Ino wanted to say that there was also after returning to the Death Star. But then he thought about the live broadcast on the Death Star. It seemed that Lanlan didn't know she had live broadcasted until it ended. Lanlan turned her head and hugged Li Dad. Looking aggrieved, Dad. Lanlan doesn't dare to go on TV. Lanlan is afraid. Li Jie hugged his daughter and gently touched the back of her head. Forget it. Then you can tell Shu the story of the Forbidden City. Let him memorize it. And let him broadcast it himself. Lanlan nodded quickly. Yeah. Soon. Shu followed Lanlan to the side to recite the history of the Forbidden City. 10 minutes later. He still hadn't finished memorizing. 20 minutes later. He still hadn't finished memorizing. 2 hours later. He still hadn't finished memorizing. 3 hours later. Knock. 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 Li Jie knocked on the metal door of the cabin. Lanlan. Are you still not done? It's getting dark. Lanlan sighed wearily, looking at her brother Shu, who was writing furiously across from her, and muttered, I just finished the beginning. Li Jie, question mark. After 3 hours of talking. He only finished the beginning? Li Jie walked in and immediately saw the 3 notebooks filled with Shu copy. He picked up a notebook and flipped through it while saying, just remember the key points. You don't have to remember everything. Shu raised his head and looked at Li Jie dimly. She said, they are all the key points. Li Jie, Li Jie put the notebook down and said, I think it's almost done. Today's live broadcast should be enough. So let's just leave it at that. Shu put down the electronic pen, picked up the first one, and prepared to start memorizing. Li Jie pulled him outside. It's too late. Just recite it while moving. It's already 1:30. Why hasn't the live broadcast started yet? Didn't the prince say that he would go to Blue Star today and broadcast the progress of the excavation on Blue Star? It was said to start at noon. Redefine noon. Don't say tomorrow at noon. Shu's Star Network account has almost never been used. The day before he decided to start this live broadcast, he didn't even have a Star Network ID. Only an initial number of user 9483899302. Because he was going to broadcast live. He temporarily changed his name to his own name. And then Star Network immediately verified him as a real person. Although the account was prepared temporarily, it did not prevent netizens who received the news in advance from squatting in the Prince's Star Network live broadcast room early in the morning. Everyone was waiting so hard that they were almost drooping. Finally, at 2:30 in the afternoon, the dark live broadcast room finally lit up. Ah, here he comes. It's the prince. I see the prince. The prince is so handsome. Behind him is the familiar gray rock. It's Blue Star. Right? The prince has entered Blue Star. Right. Where's Blue? Where's Blue? I want to see Blue. The live broadcast room's bullet screen exploded in an instant. And netizens said their own things. While Shu, who was wearing a customized transparent mecha in the camera, had already started talking. This is Blue Star. The boy was used to being frugal with words. Concise and silent. Even if he needed to face the camera and talk about the ancient ruins, he could only follow his usual rhythm, without too many expressions, and only said what he should say. Shu began to walk to the side, and as he moved, the camera slowly turned to the side. The next second, in front of him, the towering huge city wall suddenly appeared in the field of vision of all the audience. The cameramen in the team were professionals. They used various angles to create the atmosphere and switched different lenses. They filmed Chuntian Gate for more than a minute before they planned to put the picture back on Shu. As a result, where are the people? Where is the prince? Looking again, the prince had already entered the Meridian Gate and walked a long way out. The cameraman hurriedly caught up, and just heard the prince say, this is the purpose of this square. Cameraman, Audience, What? What is the purpose of the square? What did I miss? Prince? Slow down. The cameraman hasn't caught up yet. How come you have finished talking? No one heard it. Tired? Is this a straight man? Shu obviously didn't realize that he was talking to himself. And he looked like he was in a hurry to get off work, which made the audience very dissatisfied. He continued to walk towards the Fengji Hall in front, and said, the builder of the Forbidden City was an emperor of the Ming dynasty. Ming Taizu. Who? Wrong. 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 Lanlan, who was walking behind the photographer with her father, suddenly corrected from a distance, Chung. Chung. Shu paused. He looked at Lanlan and raised his eyebrows. Huh? Yes. Chung. Shu nodded, yes. It was built. Lanlan, Lanlan scratched his head. It's Ming Qingzu. Not Ming Taizu. Ming Qingzu is Ming Taizu's son. Ming Taizu is Ming Qingzu's father. Shu Shu hesitated, thought about it, and took out a notebook from the mecha cabin. In front of the camera, he started to look for it. After a while, he found it and nodded. Oh, it's called Emperor Qingzu of Ming. Looking at the cheat sheet on the spot. Right. How about this? I am willing to vote for the prince. But can someone else explain it? After correcting the mistake, Shu continued to walk inside Fengji Hall. He pointed to the right again. One. Shu frowned, turned around, and looked at the little girl behind the photographer. Lanlan clasped her hands and said from a distance, Wenhua Hall. The plaque is broken, so it hasn't been hung up yet. Hua Hall. Shu nodded. Cultural Hall. Lanlan, There is still a difference between Hua and Hua. Shu pointed to the right again. Wuing Hall. After talking about the hall where the plaque could be seen, Shu walked towards the harem, passed through the narrow palace road, and soon he arrived. Hey, why did he go back to Fengji Hall? No. Is he going this way? Or this way? It seems to be that way. What is he doing? Going around in circles? Great. I'm already dizzy. Prince, if it doesn't work, let's find an AI tour guide. Please. The audience in the live broadcast room really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. And at this moment, suddenly, a petite and timid figure suddenly ran in from outside the camera. Lanlan grabbed Shu's sleeve and led him through a maze. From here to there. From there to here. After 9 twists and turns, she brought Shu to the gate of Sinang Palace. Then shrank her neck and quietly left. Lanlan. Sneaky Lanlan, ha ha ha. Why don't you let Lanlan tell it? Why is Lanlan still shy? We are not strangers anymore. Lanlan. I grew up watching your live broadcast. It's too much to grow up watching live broadcast. But Lanlan has rich experience in live broadcast. In the next 20 minutes, Lanlan watched brother Shu rush through and hastily introduce several palaces. He didn't like to talk, and his introduction words were read without emotion. He memorized most of the words, but there were a few that he memorized incorrectly because of the time rush. Finally, Lanlan couldn't stand him destroying the Forbidden City anymore. She could only walk into the camera carefully, twisting her clothes, and said timidly, I will lead the way. Good. You are finally here. I have waited so hard for you. Lanlan swallowed her saliva. She was normal when she was outside the camera. But once she entered the camera and knew someone was watching her, her body tensed up in an instant, and she even walked with her hands and feet trembling. Here is the Chushio Palace, one of the 6 Western palaces. The 6 Western palaces and the 6 Eastern palaces are where the Emperor's concubines live. You can take a look at the layout inside. After Lanlan finished speaking, after that, they rushed into the main hall. The furniture inside had long gone, leaving only an empty house. Lanlan gestured gently. This is where the screen is placed. There are marks on the ground. This is the room where the cabinet is placed. It should be a wardrobe. There are patterns on the bed. It is a carving of clusters of flowers. Ancient people paid great attention to the meaning. Generally, auspicious patterns would be carved on furniture. And the wood of the furniture was also particular. At first, Lanlan was still very unconfident. But later, she touched on her own knowledge area. And Lanlan talked directly, chattering, like a cheerful and cute little magpie. At the same time, the little story of the Forbidden City was also told by the little girl bit by bit. The concubine finally jumped into the well and died. But she couldn't let others know that she died by jumping into the well. And finally she became a death of illness. Death of illness means death from illness. Death of illness is really a good excuse. Many people who died in an unnatural way died of illness. The palace is magnificent. But there are so many sad stories inside. The palace is like a cage. Not only can the concubines not escape, but even the emperor cannot escape. This is the feudal dynasty. If you are unlucky, you will meet a tyrant. There is a kind of soil called guanine soil. This kind of soil will swell when it comes into contact with water. When there is really nothing to eat, people eat that kind of soil and then drink water. In this way, the stomach will be swollen, as if full. However, all this soil is blocked in the stomach, and the stomach is like cement. People will eventually die of bloating, and it will be very ugly when they die. Why do we need to overthrow the feudal dynasty? It is because later generations want to be the masters of their own house. After the last generation of feudal dynasties was overthrown, after decades of transition, the Chinese people finally lived a good life that their ancestors dared not even think about. They lived a life where they could have food as long as they were diligent, and could live a good life as long as they worked hard. They developed a simple and tenacious character. They firmly believe that diligence can make you rich. They are determined to rely on their own double hands. You will definitely be able to earn a happy life. Lanlan likes the land of China very much, because the people here are really lovely, regardless of gender. They have an indomitable spirit in their bones. They love their civilization very much. Look at these palaces, which have been sealed in stones for thousands of years. But until now, they have not been dug up, and there is not much damage. This is because, even if disaster strikes, people are still protecting their civilization, because the weight of the country and civilization in their hearts exceeds themselves, and that kind of collective honor is not shared by people from any other country. The Forbidden City witnessed a part of Chinese history, which is not only beautiful, but also painful. It is like a graceful and charming beauty, wearing a luxurious long skirt, wearing an elegant hairpin, standing here quietly, watching 600 years. Yes, she looks like this, because she is so beautiful. Lanlan often comes to see her, as if she was trapped in a memory. The little girl gently stroked the dry gray-green wall. She remembered. Haihei said that Lanlan would remember many things when she entered Blue Star. She remembered now that she had seen her. The beautiful woman in palace dress, standing in the Forbidden City. She didn't know if she was someone in the city or a spirit transformed by this magnificent palace. But later, she also disappeared. Lanlan didn't remember when she disappeared, but she still remembered her. From then on, the Forbidden City in Lanlan's mind became the appearance of that woman. Chapter 118. Lanlan didn't say much in front of the camera. She just repeated what she said to Shu today, then shrank her neck and ran away. The camera followed her figure and turned around, and immediately saw the little girl dived into the arms of a black mecha outside the field. The shape of the mecha looked familiar, as if it was the mecha of Baoshan. The black mecha picked up the little girl and glanced at the cameraman over there. The cameraman immediately turned the camera away and aimed at the prince. The little girl had introduced everything that should be introduced, and Shu didn't continue to introduce it. He clicked his finger, and the next second, a large screen suddenly appeared in the sky. On the screen, it was playing the complete appearance of the Forbidden City thousands of years ago. This is a documentary, found in the gift shop outside the Forbidden City. This month, while they excavated the Forbidden City, they also excavated the gift shops on the whole street outside the Forbidden City. There are many small ornaments with Forbidden City elements in the shops, as well as some gift box wrapped hardcover DVD documentaries of the Forbidden City. After reanalyzing these documentaries and changing the clarity, they became the old scenes of the Forbidden City that are being played now. The audience was still noisy and sending barrages, but when they saw those magnificent city walls and palaces, the barrages suddenly quieted down. Wow! No wonder Lanlan said it was a palace beauty. It was really beautiful, magnificent, simple and charming. If I could see the Forbidden City of that year. Of course you can. There are two ways. 1. According to the floor plan of the Forbidden City ruins and the scene arrangement in the documentary. Restore the original Forbidden City to the Star Network 1-to-1. Then we can travel around the Forbidden City of that year without leaving home, just like we travel around the virtual streets. 2nd. Rebuild Blue Star. Blue Star will definitely be rebuilt. Although these ruins look gray now, Didn't the prince go to Blue Star specifically to put the development and repair of Blue Star on the agenda? There are so many things to dig out in Blue Star. Where did we come from? What did our ancestors experience? Only when we understand everything about Blue Star thoroughly, our history will be truly complete. I really want to see what Blue Star will look like after it is completely improved. For the sake of recover Blue Star, I voted for the prince. Although the benefits promised by other candidates are very tempting, such as increasing medical benefits and reducing the gap between the rich and the poor, they all sound like empty promises. I might as well choose Blue Star. If the prince comes to power, he will definitely do his best to repair Blue Star as soon as possible. Right? Well, for Blue Star, vote for the prince. A stumbling live broadcast. But the canvassing effect is unexpectedly good. The other 4 contestants saw the number of votes for the prince on StarNet soaring. In less than 20 minutes, it actually increased by 20 million. The 4 of them were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Especially the Minister of Finance, who had the most votes. He originally thought he had a sure win, but he didn't expect such a change. The Minister of Finance thought about it and called the mysterious person who had discussed cooperation with him before. As soon as the call was connected, a prompt tone came from the other side. You have been blacklisted by the other party. Please verify before calling. Minister of Finance, The documentary is 2 hours in total. When the documentary was played, Xirshu also left the camera and walked to the back. Lanlan was sitting in Li Father's arms at this time, also looking up at the documentary. In fact, Lanlan had watched the documentary when she first discovered it, but now it was played again. She wanted to watch it again. Xirshu said to the little girl, "Let's go in and take a look." Lanlan came back to her senses and slapped her head. Oh, Lanlan still has to clean the palace. Hey is still waiting for Lanlan. The little girl got off her father and rushed into a palace like a rocket launcher. Seeing his daughter running away, Li Jia looked at Xirshu in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that you really want this position." Li Jia was surprised that Zhou Qin would choose to support Xirshu. But he was even more surprised that Xirshu actually worked so hard to canvass for votes for the election. Li Jia didn't know Xirshu very well, but to the outside world, this person always looked indifferent to fame and fortune. And he thought he didn't really care about that position. Some things can only be achieved in a specific identity. Xirshu's answer was simple. Li Jia raised his eyebrows. For example? Xirshu glanced at him. Before the election, I was always on the Death Star, working from sunrise to sunset with those robots every day. Li Jia was stunned. Xirshu said again, "Isn't China a big agricultural country?" Li Jia understood. Xirshu didn't care about the status and respect of the president. What he wanted to do was to make sure that everyone in the Interstellar could afford normal food. He would come to Blue Star and recite Lanlan's introduction to the Forbidden City. It was not because he coveted a high position, but because he knew the importance of Blue Star very well. Only when he became president would the renovation of Blue Star be put on the agenda. Blue Star represents not only the history of the Interstellar, but also the greatest hope for improving the diet of the Interstellar people. Li Jia carefully looked at Xirshu for a moment, and after a while, he nodded. "You think more deeply than those abscesses. Is this how you persuaded Zhou Qin to help you? I'm very curious. Strictly speaking, your father's position was taken away by Zhou Qin. Don't you hate him?" Xirshu frowned. "That's their grievances. What does it have to do with me?" Li Jia raised his eyebrows. "But that's your father. Shouldn't father and son share the same hatred and share honor and disgrace?" Xirshu said in a low voice. "Oh, then if I sit in that position, I believe he will be happy for me. After all, we share honor and disgrace." Li Jia, Li Jia was speechless. "You kid. Whose temper do you take after? You are not as cunning and vicious as your father, nor as naive as your mother. You are mature at a young age. You are neither clear-headed nor indifferent at such a young age." Xirshu was puzzled. "Do you have to be like someone? Can't I be an independent person?" Li Jia was stunned for a while. And after a while, he shook his head. "Forget it. I don't care who is the president. Anyway, no matter who is the president, it can't affect me. As the saying goes, a general is not subject to the orders of the king when he is away. The violent god always has the final say in war. Even the god of the universe can't control him, let alone a mere president. If the current president hadn't reached out to his family Lanlan, he really didn't care how long this person would be president, and he wouldn't have turned against this person. The prince's live broadcast on Blue Star has become once a week. Sometimes Lanlan will go out. But most of the time, Lanlan is unwilling to show up. Because she wanted to vigorously promote Blue Star. Soon more excavators and excavation robots were transported to Blue Star. The excavation progress of Blue Star became very gratifying. And even some archaeologists, who had surrendered to the prince, began to enter the interior of Blue Star. It's so wonderful. So wonderful. This song is really beautiful. An archaeologist sat at the door of an antique shop in the city. The phonograph in the shop was still usable. After putting in an undamaged disc, a song played by an unknown instrument came out from the speaker. The wonderful notes. The melody that made people excited, but inexplicably shed tears. Not only listened to it once, but the archaeologist also listened to it a second, third, and fourth time. The camera in the sky captured the scene and gave the archaeologist a shot. I heard it too. It's really nice. What's the name of this song? Hey, did I see it wrong? Why is it live? Is today live day? No. This is not Blue Star. Why is it like a city? There's also a cover in the sky? Friends in front. Didn't you read the announcement? This is a modern city just excavated on Blue Star. Because there are still many undamaged items in the city during the excavation process. In order to ensure the integrity of those fragile items, a large constant temperature cover was built over the entire city at the beginning of the excavation, which is similar to the city protection cover built on Taro Star to prevent alienated vines from invading houses. Shit! They have dug out an entire modern city? But why is the prince not here? Because it is a new city. The topography of the city will be broadcast live all day for the past 10 days. Without the prince's commentary. No prince's commentary? Then I stay. Family members. Who understands? Every time I hear the prince recite lines, I feel so embarrassed that my toes are tapping the ground. I still like to watch the free live broadcast. Who doesn't? I just like the feeling of the camera randomly flying around the city. And we randomly watch it by ourselves. I heard that it will be made into a hologram in the later stage. That is, we can virtually walk into these streets and shops. And everyone can experience the scenery they want to experience. Ah, I'm looking forward to it. So when will the holographic transformation be completed? We have to wait a little longer. I heard that there are 4 ruins groups being excavated in Blue Star, and 6 constant temperature covers are being built, in order to restore the old Mao as much as possible. The excavated ones, like the Forbidden City, are also covered with constant temperature covers. At that time, the first one to be holographic will definitely be the Forbidden City. Great. Great. I've wanted to go into the Forbidden City for a long time. It's not the virtual model of the Forbidden City on the StarNet, but the real Forbidden City ruins. So no one answered me yet. What song is this? It's so beautiful. Hey. Hi hey. They're playing Butterfly Lovers over there. Xia Xiang was immersed in the wonderful music atmosphere of the single loop, and suddenly heard the voice of a little girl coming from the front, wearing a transparent mecha. Xia Xiang, sitting at the door of the antique shop, opened his eyes immediately when he saw the 2 little kids on the street. He immediately waved, "Hey, Lanlan. Hi hey. It's you? Hello. Uncle Xia." Lanlan and Haihei no longer have to move stones by themselves recently, because every time someone enters Blue Star, Lanlan or Haihei needs to pick them up. So Lanlan and Haihei know everyone who stays in Blue Star now. The 2 children ran to the uncle, who already had white hair. They looked inside the antique shop and asked, "Isn't Uncle Xia going to repair the collection inside?" Xia Xiang chuckled, "Isn't it time to take a break after a busy day?" Lanlan, "What was the name of the song you just mentioned?" Lanlan said, "Butterfly Lovers." Xia Xiang immediately took out his notebook and wrote down, "Liangzu?" Which 2 words? How to write them? Lanlan, Hey hey, Xia Xiang looked at Lanlan, then at Hey hey, and raised his eyebrows. Lanlan suddenly slapped her head and said, "Ah." Dadly asked Lanlan to go back early for dinner. Hey hey quickly echoed beside her, "Right. Right. Right. Right." After that, the 2 children ran hand in hand. Xia Xiang suddenly said from behind, "You don't know how to write it?" Lanlan, Hi hey, Xia Xiang narrowed his eyes. "You don't know a word?" Lanlan, Hi hey, Lanlan turned her head, twisted her clothes and muttered, "Lanlan only studied kindergarten courses." Haihei looked proud. I didn't even go to kindergarten. Xia Xiang, Xia Xiang sighed, left the place for the song title blank, and asked, then do you know what this song is about? Lanlan eyes lit up. Lanlan knows this. It's about the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Lanlan began to talk about the background of the Liangzhu story. Xia Xiang listened carefully, and Hei Hei also listened carefully. 20 minutes later, Lanlan was thirsty. She grabbed the cartoon kettle hanging around her neck, opened the lid, bit the mouthful, drank a sip of water, and closed the lid again. What happened next? Hei Hei sat next to Uncle Xia, holding his cheeks with his two little hands, looking fascinated. Seeing that Lanlan didn't say anything, he immediately straightened his head and urged, did Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai get together later? Lanlan shook her head, no. Liang Shanbua got sick and died. And then Zhu Yingtai pretended to agree to get married. When the sedan passed by Liang Shanbua's grave, she went to pay tribute to Liang Shanbua. And then they turned into butterflies together. Butterfly? Xia Xiang recorded a whole page, but was a little stunned when he heard the final ending. Are they deformed people? Lanlan, Hei Hei, Expert Xiao looked thoughtful. So in fact, there were also deformed people in the ancient times of Blue Star. That is, the combination of humans and animals. Then Liang Shanbua was not dead. He just transformed into a beast. Zhu Yingtai should know that he would transform. So she came to find him. And then the two of them could escape their parents' forced marriage in the form of beasts. So it was a happy ending. Right. Lanlan, Hei Hei, Lanlan scratched her face. A little fooled, is that so? Xia Xiang said, didn't you say they turned into butterflies? Lanlan nodded. In the story, they did turn into butterflies. Xia Xiang asked again, then Lanlan, do you know any other examples of turning into strange beasts? Lanlan thought for a while, then shook her head. Lanlan doesn't remember. Xia Xiang was a little regretful. Okay then. In the barrage, the audience was also very regretful. The story of Liangzhu is really touching. The music is beautiful. And the story is touching. When they became deformed people and escaped the shackles of fate, I was really happy for them. Why do I feel weird? Were there really deformed people in ancient times? But aren't the deformed people in our world the sequelae of human experiments? And they are not born deformed. That means that there were already born deformed people among ancient humans. But we just haven't discovered them. I still feel weird. Are you a little fool? You believe what he says? Hei Hei saw that Lanlan really started to think about whether Liangzhu was a deformed person. Hei Hei was speechless. This is just a beautiful expectation in the story of the ancients. I didn't go to kindergarten, but I know that the ancients of Blue Star liked to use objects to describe people. Lanlan looked at Hei Hei in confusion. Hei Hei reached out and touched the little girl head. Although this is the first time I heard the story of Liangzhu, they are definitely not deformed people. Do you know if there are deformed people on Blue Star? Yes. Lanlan straightened her neck and looked at Uncle Xia. There are no deformed people on Blue Star. We are all ordinary people. Xia Xiang frowned. But didn't you say? Hei Hei bared his teeth. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. Lanlan. Let's go. Don't talk to this weird uncle. He will lead you astray. Hei Hei looked at the white-haired old man vigilantly, then dragged the little girl and ran away. Xia Xiang watched the two little kids running faster and faster. He scratched his head with a pen, and then crossed out the line, there are suspected deformed people on Blue Star in the notebook. Hey. Lanlan. Hei Hei. Where are you going? Not long after they left, a building restorer in front of them, holding a ruler tool in his hand, greeted the two children passing by. Lanlan called out crisply, hello? Uncle Chen. Repairer Chen waved at them. Come here. Lanlan. Take a look at this store. What do you think this store sells? Lanlan and Hei Hei walked over hand in hand. They walked into a store with a lot of odds and ends piled on the floor. There were two banners hanging on the wall. The left one said tomorrow will be demolished, and the right one said last day's sale. Lanlan said, this should be a 2-yuan store. Repairer Chen widened his eyes. So, the things in the store are only sold for 2 yuan. Lanlan nodded. Restorer Chen squatted down, rummaged for a long time, and took out a wilted football, a red thermos, clothes, fishing rods and so on. He was amazed. All these are only sold for 2 yuan? Lanlan shook her head. That's not the case. Expensive things are still sold at expensive prices, and will be marked with special prices. Restorer Chen was puzzled. Isn't it a 2-yuan store? Lanlan blinked, but the final right of interpretation belongs to the store. Restorer Chen exclaimed, Lan Xing's routine is so deep. Lanlan. Hey hey. At this time, someone called them at the door of a small store opposite. Lanlan and Haihei ran to the opposite side again. Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa Zhou is an exploration expert. He asked with a smile, Do you know what this store does? Lanlan looked inside the small store and said, This is a milk tea shop. Grandpa Zhou didn't understand. What is milk tea? Lanlan thought for a while. It's a kind of beverage with a lot of delicious desserts in it. Lanlan counted the varieties of small ingredients. The more Grandpa Zhou listened, the more his throat rolled. After a while, the old man touched the counter that had been wiped very clean inside. It would be great if we can continue to open it in the future, Lanlan said with sparkling eyes. Sure. Lanlan also wants to drink Blue Star's milk tea. Grandpa Zhou laughed and thought that the child was too naive. How to open a store without ingredients? Now the most concerned thing in the Interstellar is the election of the new president. But speaking of it, the election date is coming soon. At the beginning of next month. There were always a lot of people on the street. Everyone was studying every bit of Blue Star. And there were many robots cleaning the streets and shops on the road. Lanlan and Haihei continued to walk towards the starship. Wait! Halfway through, Haihei suddenly stopped and looked at Lanlan and said, I saw you. Lanlan was stunned. Ah, isn't Lanlan here? The little boy let go of the little girl hand. And then he ran into a stationery store next door. 10 seconds later, he ran out happily holding a globe and a map of the Earth. Look! The little boy said crisply, Your action figures. And your photos? I want to take them home for collection. Chapter 119. In the quiet room, there was a deathly silence. The clock on the wall slowly turned to 8 o'clock in the morning. Clang. It was the sound of the door opening. The light from the corridor shone in, and it was found that the room was not on. A slender finger gently stroked the air, and the room suddenly became as bright as day. The dazzling light made the man frown slightly. He opened his dark eyes unhappily, and swept his cold eyes in the direction of the door. Sophia held a cup of nutrient solution in her hand. Seeing that the cup of nutrient solution on the table last night was still full, with no signs of being touched, she frowned and looked at the expressionless man sitting on the chair. Sophia closed the door with her backhand, put the nutrient solution on the table, sat on the edge of the bed, and asked coldly, Is it childish to go on a hunger strike? The man looked at her quietly, without saying a word, but gently rubbed the fake ring on his left ring finger with his right hand. Sophia looked at the ring and raised her eyebrows. They are all fake. Why are you still wearing them? The man turned his head, probably because he hadn't drunk water for a long time. His lips were a little dry. I'm used to it. Silence permeated between the two. After a while, the man asked first, When are you going to do it? What do you want to do? The man chuckled. Don't you want to kill me and take revenge yourself? Sophia didn't say anything. There was a person who you wanted to kill with a knife when he was in glory. But when he fell into poverty, you felt that killing him with a knife would be a bargain for him. He had lived a life of honor and wealth for hundreds of years. Once he lost power, he didn't even have time to feel the pain. And he could die once and for all. He took all the good things? You still don't think you did anything wrong, right? Sophia looked at his calm appearance and found it a little funny. How could she fall in love with such a bad guy back then? The man closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to answer any more questions. Sophia looked at him for a while, and then stood up and left. However, when she reached the door, she paused again and looked back at the man. You agreed to hold the election early. Is it really because you want to see me and get the ring back? At that time, Zhou Qin showed the man 2 videos, one of which was a picture of his wife and son being knocked unconscious, and the other was a picture of her being knocked unconscious. Finally, after seeing her figure, the man agreed to run for election early. At that time, his eyes were fixed on the ring on her hand in the video. At that moment, everyone believed that he was fooled by them in order to get the ring that turned defeat into victory. And the subsequent plot is, of course, he went through a lot of hardships to see her. But she and Zhou Qin were originally in the same group, and this was a trap in the open. But since it was a trap in the open, would such a cunning man like him really be fooled? The man in the room did not answer, and Sophia walked out of the room and closed the door. Downstairs in the hall, The president wife was talking about skin care with Hu Qingya. One said, I used essences extracted from natural herbs in the Death Star. Yes. 3S. Anything other than 3S won't work. The effect won't work. The other said, no wonder you don't have any wrinkles. I can't do that. After I had a baby, I had to go to the beauty cabin regularly. If I missed one, the dark circles would appear immediately. The two were talking happily. And when they saw Sophia come out, they all looked at Sophia. What are you doing? With that expression? Sophia sat between the two, lowered her head, and said nothing. The president wife touched her bestie's head and asked, did he scold you? I told her to just let the robot deliver the food. There was no need to deliver it myself. He must be very angry and hate both of us. Hu Qingya frowned. Susu, you don't feel sorry for him now, do you? That rubbish ruined your family. Sophia waved her hands wildly in the air with a gloomy face. Who feels sorry for him? Don't discuss me. I just think some things don't make sense. The president wife was puzzled. What doesn't make sense? Sophia broke it down and said to the two. First of all, we all know who he is. When Zhou Qin captured him alive, we made a plan to get him out of office in the least disruptive way. The most direct way is to run the next presidential election in advance. But we all know that he will never agree. So we made a trick to make him think that he can get the ring back. And trick him into agreeing. Right? The president wife nodded, yes. And then, he was fooled. When he saw you, he realized that we were all in the same group. Sophia frowned. That's the problem. Why did he fall for it? The president wife didn't understand. Why? We lied to him. And he fell for it. Isn't that normal? This is not normal. Sophia said. Don't you remember that Lanlan mentioned in the live broadcast room and in the fatal training ground that she has a mother named Sophia? Hu Qingya was stunned. The president wife suddenly opened her eyes wide. Sophia nodded, right. I told Zhou Qin at the time. I said that with this man intelligence and scheming, he probably already thought that I was Lanlan's Sophia mother. And Zhou Qin was Lanlan warden father. Then he could guess that we were in the same group with his toes. Besides, his ring was replaced without anyone noticing. Even if he didn't know why it was replaced at the time, he could think of it after thinking about it. The person who betrayed him, who was close to him, and who replaced his personal belongings without anyone noticing, was most likely his wife. Isn't it obvious that we are all in the same group? He is a fool to fall for it. Right? The president wife suddenly realized, yes. Hu Qingya asked in a deep voice, Zhou Qin, what did you say at that time? Sophia sighed. Zhou Qin said, let's give it a try. But I thought it was a no-go at the time. As a result, he actually agreed. So I felt very strange. And I still feel very strange now. The president wife scratched her head. Actually, I'm not afraid to say it out loud. I was also very puzzled at the time. Because he agreed too quickly, and was fooled too easily. I was thinking that it was probably because he still loved you. And when he saw you fainted in the video, he had a love brain attack and couldn't bear to leave you. So he was fooled. Forget it. Sophia was speechless. He is not such a sentimental person. Hu Qingya looked at the two people in front of her. And after a while, her eyes fell on the president wife. After a long silence, Hu Qingya looked at a door upstairs in the chattering of the two women. So that's it. Hu Qingya sneered. This man really calculated everything clearly. Since he had already guessed that even his wife had betrayed him, why was he still willing to cooperate? There is only one answer. He was sacrificing the rook to save the general. He is the rook, and Shu is the general. Everyone said that the president had betrayed his son by running for election in advance. The prince is too young now. If he ran for election in 10 years, he would be able to take office smoothly. But who can guarantee that he can really take office in 10 years? There are too many variables that will happen in 10 years. If the president dies now, the prince will definitely die too. He will not be killed by the rebels, but will be eliminated by the president's political enemies. Instead of trying every means to escape just to be president for another 10 years, it is better to support his son to take office 10 years in advance. Since his wife is in the same group with the rebels will most likely support Shu even for his wife's sake. This means that Shu not only has the support of the large forces in the government that he left for him, but also the support of the rebel forces. With the support of these two forces, not only is he sure to secure the position of president, But he may also use the hands of the rebels to get rid of his political enemies. Sophia and the president wife both think that this man is ruthless and a scumbag. He may be ruthless to women, but he has really devoted his heart and soul to his son. He is sorry for everyone, except for paving the way for his son's success. It's ridiculous to think about it. A person who has been selfish all his life. In the end, the only person he is willing to pay for is his offspring. Zhou Qing probably saw through him a long time ago. So he was sure that the other party would fall for it even though it was a trap full of loopholes. The two women next to him were still talking non-stop. Hu Qingya retracted her gaze to the second floor and interrupted them. Don't talk about those unhappy people. Watch the live broadcast. Hu Qingya turned on the light brain and skillfully entered the live broadcast room of Blue Star. Lanlan. Good morning. Lanlan. Good morning. Early in the morning. Lanlan had just entered the constant temperature protection cover when she heard people constantly greeting her on the streets of the city. The little girl also greeted everyone crisply. Someone asked her, Lanlan, where are you going? The little girl pointed to the front. Lanlan is going to the bookstore managed by Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin said that she doesn't understand the classification of some books, and asked Lanlan to find her today. Everyone joked kindly. Why are you going alone? Isn't your Haihei always with you 24 hours a day? Lanlan pouted her lips and muttered. Haihei doesn't like Lanlan now. He only likes to play with Lanlan figurines. What figurines? Everyone didn't understand. Lanlan shook her head and said nothing. Just quickened her pace to the bookstore. Haihei has been obsessed with collecting globes of various sizes recently. Lanlan asked him to go out and play, but he always said he was busy. Lanlan went into his cabin and saw that Haihei had set up a shelf on the wall, which was full of globes. Haihei also had a globe pillow, a globe-shaped alarm clock, and a globe-shaped phone case. He didn't even have a phone. Haihei has been collecting Lanlan peripherals so much that he has forgotten Lanlan. Lanlan has been going out alone these 2 days. The little girl ran to the door of Aunt Lin's bookstore in small steps. As soon as she entered, she saw Aunt Lin sitting in the corner, concentrating on reading a book. Aunt Lin, Lanlan called out. Aunt Lin didn't hear it, and was still nervously looking at the contents of the book. Lanlan blinked her eyes, and called out again, Auntie Lin? Auntie Lin came back to her senses, and saw that it was Lanlan. She immediately waved, Come here quickly. Lanlan. This book is so good that I forgot to write it down. Have you read it? Lanlan walked over and looked at the cover of the book, because there were 2 words she didn't recognize. She tilted her head. Aunt Lin read, The book is called The CEO's Head Was Hit by His Little Wife. Lanlan, Lanlan opened her mouth in a daze. Lanlan has not read this book. Aunt Lin nodded. You are young, and you really shouldn't read these love stories. Have you read this one? Aunt Lin held up another book. After killing my husband to prove my truth, I soared to heaven on the spot. Lanlan scratched her head and shook her head again. Aunt Lin simply picked up a pile of books. What about this one? I have Polyandry in the Infinite Stream. I haven't read it either. The Seventh Uncle Who Became a Crazy Villain? I haven't read it either. What about the last one? After the whole network was hacked, I followed the network cable to expose all the people who blasted me. Lanlan looked at Aunt Lin with a confused look on her face. These book titles sounded strange. Lanlan asked, Are these really all published books? Aunt Lin put the books in a row in front of the little girl. They are all published. Published by Green Publishing House. By the way, Lan Xing's books are really good. I was originally studying advanced mathematical analysis, but I accidentally read a novel and got into it. I read it all night. Lanlan looked at the books and thought that Green Publishing House was indeed a publishing house with many strange book titles. So she didn't say anything. But Lanlan didn't come here to read novels, Aunt Lin. Why don't we sort them first? Aunt Lin reluctantly put down the half-read. The president's head was smashed by his little wife in her hand, and sighed and began to sort out those serious books. After tidying up until noon, Haihei came to find Lanlan. Let's go back and eat. Lanlan pouted when she saw Haihei and snorted. Don't you say you won't talk to Lanlan? Auntie Lin looked at the 2 little kids curiously. They were on good terms. So were they having a conflict? Haihei stepped forward and grabbed the little girl close. I didn't say I won't talk to you. Lanlan said nothing. Haihei pulled Lanlan again. Let's go back and eat. After dinner, let's go see the water being poured. Pouring water? Lanlan didn't understand. What water is being poured? Haihei pointed to the sky. Starting today, we are going to bring water resources from other planets into the blue star. We will see the water being poured in the afternoon. Let's go swimming. Okay. Lanlan's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. Yeah. 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 Lanlan was coaxed by Haihei in just a few words. She watched the two children go back to the starship hand in hand to eat. Auntie Lin looked at their backs and suddenly touched her chin. A second later, Aunt Lin started searching through a pile of novels. I remember there was a childhood sweetheart novel. Where is it? Aunt Lin searched for a long time and finally found it. But the title didn't seem to have anything to do with CP. Aunt Lin muttered, at the beginning, I found out that my childhood sweetheart was Voldemort. And I was Lin Dayu. Aunt Lin scratched her head. The title doesn't sound like a sweet book. This Blue Star book is weird. Chapter 120. The water pouring started in the afternoon. When Lanlan and Haihei arrived, they saw a huge low-lying valley filled with many people. In the sky, a super-large, endless winding pipeline was suspended in the sky. Lanlan stood on the hillside, tilted her head, and stared at the black hole in the pipeline with her mouth. Haihei, will the water pour down from this soon? Haihei nodded. It seems so. They want to divert all the water from A8373. A8373 is a lifeless planet. The whole planet is water. However, because there is no oxygen, it is estimated that there will be no life for at least the next 700 to 800 million years. So it is best to divert the water resources on that planet. Then they also built near Blue Star. Several artificial planets are used to disperse the temperature of the star. In about 5 years, the temperature of the blue planet will be completely reduced, and the sea water will reappear. Lanlan listened stupidly, and looked at Haihei for a moment. Can the blue planet return to its previous state in 5 years? Haihei pointed to the busy people in the mecha in front. If they spare no effort to maintain it, the blue planet will recover quickly. After all, if the blue planet relies on itself to recover, it will take at least hundreds of years. This is also a good luck that the water comet can come to the blue planet again. Lanlan was a little amazed. There is strength in numbers. Pour the water. At this moment, the deafening shouts of the staff suddenly sounded below the valley. Then, the staff standing nearby at the edge of the valley immediately activated their mechas and retreated. Someone saw Lanlan and Haihei standing under the water pipe and waved their hands. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Haihei dragged Lanlan back quickly. The staff shouted again. Get out of the way again! Get out of the way again! Finally, the two little kids ran to another rocky mountain, and the voice of driving them away stopped. Lanlan and Haihei began to stare at the hole of the water pipe. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After waiting for a full 20 minutes, Lanlan's neck was almost sore. But she still didn't see the water coming down. Lanlan sighed, stuck her butt out, and found a stone to sit down. The little girl pressed her elbows on her knees and supported her chin with her palms. She continued to look at the sky, but her eyes were slowly closing. Haihei, Lanlan is so sleepy. Lanlan didn't take a nap and ran out to see the water pouring. Haihei sat next to Lanlan, patted his shoulder and said, Then you can sleep on my shoulder. Lanlan, Pa, put her head on Haihei's shoulder. After a few minutes, Lanlan really fell asleep. Until cold water drops dripped onto the little girl's cheek. Lanlan felt uncomfortable and touched her face with a frown. The next second, she heard Haihei shouting, Here it comes! It's coming! Lanlan opened her eyes immediately. She looked at the sky in a trance, and saw a small amount of water splashing down from the hole of the water pipe. And then, wow! A thrilling torrent gushed out from the narrow pipe. Like a flood, the water column rushed to the ground and broke the hard rocks into pieces of gravel. Wow! The splashing water was everywhere. Lanlan reached out to catch the water, because they were standing far away. The water did not hurt them, but the splashing water still soaked them. Lanlan was wet all over in a short while. She jumped excitedly on the top of the mountain. There is water! There is water! Haihei wiped his face and turned his head to look at the little girl beside him seriously. Lanlan also looked at Haihei. She covered her eyes with her hands and asked, Haihei, what's wrong? Haihei leaned close to her ear and said, How do you feel now? Lanlan didn't understand. Ah! The sound of water was rumbling. The two children had to be very close and shout to hear each other's voices. I mean, do you feel uncomfortable? Because you are launching. Although you haven't turned back to your original form, your body is in sympathy with launching. These waters are transferred from other planets. Do you feel uncomfortable with the water? Lanlan's eyes sparkled, and she shook her head quickly. No. Lanlan feels very comfortable. Haihei breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed and pointed to the bottom of the valley and said, Then wait until the water level rises a little more. And then we will go swimming. Water is the source of all things. You may feel more comfortable soaking in water. Lanlan nodded excitedly. But the two children underestimated the area of the valley. An hour passed. Then 2 hours passed. And it was almost dark. But the water was still only a shallow layer that did not even reach a person's ankles. There was no water play today. The two had no choice but to return to the starship. As soon as they returned, they were caught by Li Jie. The tall man put his hands on his waist, looked at the dusty face at the door, and glanced at the two little kids who had just crawled out of the mud pit. He gritted his teeth and said, Where did you go? Did you go to dig coal? After the rocks were washed into gravel by the water column, the yellow sand mixed in the stone layer was also washed out. And then the sand mixed with water, and the children ran around on it. Wouldn't they become little dirty dogs? Lanlan pouted and stepped forward to pull the corner of Li's father's clothes. Don't move. Li Jie quickly stepped back to stop his daughter, and pointed to the direction of the bathroom. Go in. Lanlan walked into the bathroom with her head down. Li Jie looked at the little boy again and pointed to another bathroom. You go in too. The bathrooms are all fully automatic bathing, and the intelligent machine will carry out different levels of bathing modes according to the owner's dirtiness. Normal people usually use the normal mode. As a result, after the two mud monkeys entered the bathroom, the intelligent system directly issued an alarm, and then ruthlessly reported, The horror mode is about to start. Immediately carry out heavy cleaning. Then, the noise-like machine roar came from the bathroom, occasionally accompanied by the two children screaming, Gently. Gently. I'm going to rub my bald skin. I'm going to rub my bald skin. TSK? Li Jie listened to the two people voices with a look of disgust. Barrage, ha ha ha. I know. It must be Haihei who led Lanlan astray. My Lanlan is definitely not a dirty little cat who likes to play in the mud. All children like to play in the mud. That's normal. They went to see the water pouring. I saw it just now. It's really spectacular. I'm looking forward to the rivers being filled with water. So excited. So excited. It feels like it won't be long before I can go to Blue Star for a trip. The excavation progress is very encouraging. The construction of artificial planets is also speeding up. And even water has begun to be introduced. Okay. I'm satisfied. I voted for the prince. Prince? Go for it. Vote. Vote. It's about to end. Remember to vote if you haven't voted yet. Lanlan and Haihei came out of the bath, and the two originally white dolls were rubbed into red dolls. Li Jie brought the nutrient solution in fruit, and when the two finished eating, he quickly drove them back to the room to sleep. Dad? When Li Jie was about to leave, his sleeve was suddenly grabbed. The man turned his head and looked at his baby daughter. What's wrong? Lanlan grinned and said excitedly, Lanlan feels so happy today. Li Jie laughed and touched his daughter's head. Because you played in the mud? No. The little girl pouted and muttered, because Lanlan feels that she is becoming complete little by little. The daughter rarely said such words. Li Jie sat on the bed and frowned. Complete? Lanlan thought for a while. That's right. Lanlan suddenly remembered a lot of things today. Things that I didn't know before. I know today. Li Jie stared at his daughter deeply. And after a while, he lowered his voice and said, Lanlan, tell Dad honestly that you will be fine in the future. Right? You won't disappear. Right? Lanlan blinked her eyes. Li Jie rolled his throat. Blue Star has returned. You did not become Blue Star. So you are not Blue Star. Right? You should have a relationship with Blue Star. But you are not it. Otherwise, where did this Blue Star come from? Lanlan lowered her eyelids. Li Jie was nervous. Are you really? Lanlan puffed up her cheeks. Dad. Lanlan is Blue Star. Li Jie's face was ugly. If you are Blue Star, then what is Blue Star now? Lanlan said, It is also Blue Star. Lanlan raised her little hand. A person will grow a head, hands, and feet. It is the head, the hands, the feet, and the body. And Lanlan is here. The little girl stroked her chest. Her voice was very soft. Lanlan is the heart. The heart of Blue Star. Li Jie's breathing became a little rapid. He stared at his daughter quietly. It seemed that there was a ball of cotton in his throat. And he couldn't speak for a long time. Will the heart return to the body? Will she merge with Lan Xing? Lanlan lifted the quilt and sat up. She burrowed into Li Father's arms, tilted her head, blinked her eyes and said, "Yes." Li Jie's face changed instantly. The cabin fell into silence. After a while, Lanlan smiled again and asked, "Dad, can Lanlan go swimming with Hei Hei tomorrow?" Li Jie stared at his daughter deeply. After a while, he smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes." After coaxing his daughter to sleep, Li Jie came out of Lanlan's cabin. He walked to a place where no one was. And then, with shaking hands, he sent a message to Zhou Qin. "Zhou Qin, I have something to tell you. The sky is falling." The next day, after breakfast, Lanlan and Hei Hei ran to the valley excitedly. When they looked down, they found that the water flow was still only up to their ankles. Lanlan pouted. "Why is this happening?" Hei Hei sighed. "It's probably because the sea is too wide. It may take at least a month of water before you can swim. But do you feel that the temperature seems to be a little lower today?" Lanlan felt it for a while, then nodded in surprise. "Really? Water can really cool you down." Hei Hei looked at the sky. It should also be the effect of those artificial planets. Lanlan also looked at the sky, her eyes staring at the bright sun. And the sun stung her eyes so much that they hurt. "By the way, did you say anything to your father?" Hei Hei suddenly spoke at this time. And he glanced at Uncle Li, who came with them not far away from them. Lanlan also saw Dad Li. The little girl tiptoed and waved to her father, and then said, "Last night, Dad asked Lanlan if she would become a blue star in the future." And Lanlan said yes. Hei Hei was stunned. "Did you tell him?" Lanlan tilted her head in confusion. Lanlan can't tell Dad?" Hei Hei stared at the little girl repeatedly. "Did you remember it?" Lanlan looked at the water flow in the sky, after the water entered her body. Lanlan felt very comfortable. So she remembered a lot of things. At this point, Lanlan suddenly squatted down, dipped her fingers in water, and wrote 2 words on the ground. "Hei Hei. Look. What is this?" Hei Hei stared at the words for a long time, and scratched his head in confusion. Lanlan was excited. "This is called Tao. This is called Tai. Together they are Tao Tai. Lanlan can even write Tao Tai now. Lanlan is so smart now. Lanlan has never been so smart before. Lanlan feels as if her brain has been cleansed by water." Hei Hei snorted. "Because you were just a fragment before. But after the source of life was injected, your broken soul began to repair. And your memory will recover very quickly." Lanlan happily swayed left and right. "Anyway, Lanlan can write. And can write very difficult words. Lanlan is going to be a scholar." Hei Hei snorted twice. "What's so great?" I can turn into water." "You can't turn into water." Lanlan pouted. "But Lanlan can turn into a blue star." "Then will you turn back?" Lanlan raised her neck. "Of course Lanlan will." Hei Hei was stunned. He covered his chest. "You really remember everything? Then didn't you tell your father?" Hei Hei glanced at Uncle Li over there again. Although he tried his best to endure it, he could still see that Uncle Li's eyes were a little red and his eyelids were still swollen, as if he had been crying all night. Lanlan also looked at Li Father again. "Tell Dad what?" "That is, although you will merge with Lan Xing when the time is right, you can still turn back into human form as long as you want." Lanlan frowned. Lanlan didn't say it. Hei Hei asked, "Why didn't you say it?" Lanlan looked stupid. "Dad didn't ask. Dad asked Lanlan if the heart would return to the body." Lanlan answered yes. But Dad didn't ask anything else. Puff. Hei Hei covered his mouth and suddenly laughed out loud. He reached out and tapped Lanlan's little head. "You are not smart. You are still stupid." Lanlan put her hands on her waist unhappily. "Lanlan can write Tao Tai. Those who can write Tao Tai are stupid." Lanlan didn't want to play with Hei Hei anymore. Hei Hei scolded Lanlan. Hei Hei saw Lanlan's face puffed up like a puffer fish. So he had to coax her. Okay. You are the smartest. But you should still talk to your dad. Look. He is crying again." Lanlan was startled. She widened her eyes and looked at Li Father in surprise. She saw Li Father covering his eyes with one hand, his shoulders shaking. And he was actually crying. What's wrong with Dad? Chapter 121. Because she could write more words. Lanlan began to love writing a diary. November 10th. Sunny. Temperature 622 degrees Celsius. Today. Lee Dad cried. Lanlan listened to Hey Hey and told Lee Dad that even if Lanlan became a blue star in the future, she could often turn back to a human to visit her parents. Lee Dad tears stopped in an instant. And then he asked Lanlan why Lanlan was breathing heavily when she spoke. Lanlan didn't breathe heavily. Lanlan was breathing normally. The normal breathing rate of a normal person is 12 to 20 times per minute. Lanlan counted and found that Lanlan breathing rate was normal. After Lee Dad stopped crying, Lee Dad asked Lanlan to call the warden father. Lanlan called the warden father and found that the warden father's eyes were bloodshot and a beard grew under his mouth. He looked like he didn't sleep well all night. Lanlan didn't know what happened to the warden father. But when the warden father saw Lanlan, his eyes became redder and veins appeared on his forehead. Then Dadley laughed even more happily. Adults' affairs are so complicated. Lanlan has no idea what's going on with the two dads. November 15th. Sunny. Temperature 539 degrees Celsius. Today, Lanlan helped Auntie Lynn collect a lot of books. Because Lanlan can recognize words now. Lanlan sorted them out very quickly. But Auntie Lynn didn't allow Lanlan to read those books with strange titles, saying that Lanlan was still young and would be corrupted by reading those books. Auntie Lynn also put those books on the top of the cabinet, which was too high for Lanlan to reach. But Lanlan had already made a note that when Lanlan grows taller, he must come back here to get these books. November 25th. Sunny. Temperature 511 degrees Celsius. Brother Shershu returned to the Death Star today. Not only Brother Shershu, but also Brother Yusang and Brother Mianfeng came. Lanlan was so happy. Lanlan hadn't seen Brother Yusang and Brother Mianfeng for a long time. It would be better if Brother Yusang didn't pinch Lanlan's face. Lanlan's face was made into dough by Brother Yusang. December 1st. Sunny. Temperature 449 degrees Celsius. Today, Lanlan can finally go swimming with Hai. Brother Yusang and Brother Mianfeng also went together. Brother Yusang wanted to compete with Lanlan in holding breath. We agreed to bury ourselves in the water together, and whoever couldn't hold breath would lose. As a result, Lanlan accidentally fell asleep under the water. When Lanlan woke up, she saw Brother Yusang rolling his eyes and blowing bubbles. And Brother Mianfeng was giving him first aid. Lanlan was almost scared to death. But after waking up, Brother Yusang didn't go to Lee Dad to complain about Lanlan. That's great. If Dadley knew that Lanlan took other children to play in the water and almost drowned them in the water, he would definitely beat Lanlan. Brother Yusang kept such a big thing a secret for Lanlan, and told Hai and Brother Mianfeng not to tell anyone. He is really a good person. December 9th. Sunny. Temperature 403 degrees Celsius. Brother Yusang is leaving Blue Star today. And he is leaving with Brother Shershu. Brother Shershu seems to have changed. Dadley said that he can't call Brother Shershu anymore, but he should call him President. But Brother Shershu said that he should just call him Brother. And President is someone else's name, not Lanlan. Brother Mianfeng said that Brother Yusang is now the captain of Brother Shershu guard team. So wherever Brother Shershu goes, Brother Yusang will go there. Brother Yusang is so powerful. He is the captain at such a young age. Dadley is also the captain. Dadley team is called the Shahan Team 1. So if you count it this way, Brother Yusang is as powerful as Dadley. Lanlan asked Dadley if Brother Yusang is as powerful as Dadley. Dadley said that even after 500 years, Brother Yusang will not be as good as him. Wow. If you put it this way, Dadley is indeed the most powerful. Lanlan wants to learn from Dadley. Lanlan will also be the captain in the future. January 1st. Sunny. Temperature 348 degrees Celsius. Today is Lanlan's birthday. Lanlan is 5 years old. Dadley was going to take Lanlan back to the Death Star half a month ago, so that Lanlan could celebrate her birthday with all the parents. But Lanlan found a new excavation site temporarily. Because the excavation was difficult, Lanlan could not leave for a while. However, starting from a few days ago, all the parents came to the Blue Star to see Lanlan in person. At noon today, Lanlan also video called other parents. Then the uncles and aunts working on the Blue Star also knew that it was Lanlan's birthday today. Everyone said happy birthday to Lanlan and gave Lanlan gifts. Lanlan's 5th birthday was happier than her 4th birthday, because Lanlan met many new friends this year. When making a wish, Lanlan made 4 wishes, 1. I hope that my parents are safe and sound. 2. I hope that my brothers and sisters are safe and sound. 3. I hope that my uncles and aunts are safe and sound. And 4. I hope that Lanlan and Haihei are also safe and sound. Are 4 wishes too many? Is Lanlan too greedy? January 25th. Sunny. Temperature 320 degrees Celsius. Good news. Good news. The terracotta warriors have been found. The excavation of the terracotta warriors has been included in the important project. Lanlan decided to live in the constant temperature cover at the excavation site from tomorrow. Lanlan wants to see the terracotta warriors being dug out with her own eyes. But it may be a regional problem. From the beginning of the Forbidden City to the current terracotta warriors, Lanlan has only found the ruins of civilizations in Asian countries, and has not found the ruins of civilizations in European countries. Lanlan decided to wait until the terracotta warriors are dug up, and then go to a farther place to find new excavation sites. Only when the civilizations of other countries are found, the inheritance of Blue Star will be complete. March 20th. Sunny. Temperature 219 degrees Celsius. After 2 months of searching, Lanlan finally found half of the Statue of Liberty. It was broken, and I don't know if it can be repaired. Lanlan found that many ruins in the West were severely damaged. This should be the reason why European countries were in chaos after the disaster, and city landmarks and historical sites were looted. Unlike Asian countries, Asian people are still working hard to maintain their civilization after the disaster. But European countries have too high crime rates, and everyone has weapons freely. There were many riots at that time, with robberies and murders every day, and no one cared about those civilizations. This has led to many Western relics excavated now being incomplete. We can only see if they can be repaired. Alas, it is still a pity. May 1st. Sunny. Temperature 199 degrees Celsius. The temperature has dropped very slowly. Haihei said that when it reaches about 200 degrees, it is basically a bottleneck. Now the water resources of Blue Star account for about 1% of the entire Blue Star. If you want to cool it down to a temperature suitable for the survival of organisms, at least 5 oceans must be filled. That is, the proportion must be 50%. How long will it take? May 31st. Sunny. Temperature 199 degrees Celsius. Children's Day. Children's Day. Tomorrow is Children's Day on Blue Star. On Children's Day, Blue Star will be open to the public. After nearly a year of construction and maintenance, Blue Star can now receive tourists. And tomorrow, a limited number of 300,000 tourists can come in. Brother Shu said that the lively city scenes in the Blue Star video will be realized tomorrow. And the large children's playground that was dug out before will also be open for free tomorrow. Tomorrow, all children under 10 years old can enter the playground for free. Free. Play. Why? Did Lanlan say something wrong? Lanlan invited his father to be the prince, and then invited Haihei to be the queen. Is that not okay? But in the story of Snow White, the queen and Snow White are equally important characters. Lanlan is Snow White, and Haihei is the queen. Isn't that just right? Or does Haihei want to be a magic mirror? Or a dwarf? Haihei's heart is so hard to guess. Lanlan really can't figure him out. Chapter 122. Bingtan City is the third large city excavated by China, because it has the largest area and the entire city is almost well preserved. After more than half a year of repair and maintenance work, Bingtan City has completely reached the point where it can be open to tourism. A series of large passenger starships began to travel from the surrounding planets to Blue Star early in the morning, as the first batch of interstellar people to travel to Blue Star. These 300,000 tourists have also been strictly examined by the government. And among the 300,000 people, 50,000 of them are special quotas. Major business leaders and their families accounted for 20,000. There was no way. The subsequent excavation and maintenance of Blue Star was too expensive. We had to attract investment and let others pay. Media people accounted for 10,000 and asked them to promote and broadcast Blue Star in a realistic manner. The remaining 20,000 were given to the military and political circles as civil servants' benefits. Our own people's servants must not be forgotten when there are good things. In addition to the 50,000 special quotas, the remaining 25 tourists were voluntary registrations. However, the government will also conduct background checks on ordinary people who apply for quotas. Dangerous elements and antisocial personality cannot be allowed in. Families with children are given priority. After all, today is Children's Day. It took 3 or 4 months for the preliminary review alone. And now, the day to enter the Blue Star has finally arrived. Yi Ming stood by the window of the starship. Since entering the atmosphere of the Blue Star, she has been taking pictures outside with a light brain. Looking down from above, the Blue Star is full of constant temperature covers of different sizes. The tour guide introduced the functions of these covers in front and showed everyone the outdoor temperature tester, saying that the surface temperature of the Blue Star is now close to 200 degrees. Ordinary people can't bear such a temperature at all. And these constant temperature covers can ensure that the temperature inside the cover is at 26 degrees for a long time. Then the tour guide introduced which cover they were going to visit today, and elaborated on the cultural characteristics of the city. Yi Ming listened to the tour guide's words, and didn't stop shooting until someone patted her shoulder. Her hand shook, and the picture was blurred. Yi Ming turned her head unhappily, and looked at her second brother. "What are you doing?" Yi Qiu pouted. "Mom is calling you." Yi Ming, Marshall Yi's youngest daughter, is one of the 3 children of the Yi family. Yi Ling, Yi Qiu, and Yi Ming, all 5 members of the Yi family, are here for today's trip. As soon as Yi Ming returned to her parents' cabin, her mother asked her to help her pick out clothes. Her mother said that it was rare for them to travel together as a family, and they came to such a memorable home planet, Blue Star, so she must dress up. When Yi Ming was helping her mother choose clothes, she saw her father and eldest brother talking on the balcony. Yi Ming asked in a low voice, "Mom, Dad and eldest brother won't leave again at the last minute, right?" Every time they said they were reunited, it would end up with either her father having something to do in the military or her eldest brother having something to do in the area. Anyway, the family has always been scattered. The Marshall wife frowned and immediately became fierce. "They dare." The voice was so loud that the father and son in the balcony looked over. Yi Ming quickly lowered her head, fearing that her father and elder brother would know that she was fanning the flames. After a while, the father and son came in after talking, and Yi Ling left her parents' cabin. The Marshall wife immediately questioned her husband. "You don't have something to do at work, so you have to leave again?" Marshall Yi sighed helplessly. "Where are you going? We said we are here to work, and this is our business." The Marshall wife didn't believe that traveling could be considered business. She snorted. "Anyway, you are not allowed to leave. When you get there, you have to take more photos of me and Ming Ming." After leaving his parents' cabin, Yi Ling did not return to his own cabin, but turned around and walked into the deepest part of the corridor. For expressionless guards were standing at the door of a cabin over there. Yi Ling pushed open the cabin door, and as soon as he entered, he saw a thin middle-aged man standing by the window, looking out. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the man turned around. I wonder if he had experienced too much in just 1 year. He, who used to be bright and beautiful, now has a few strands of white hair, and even his cold and ruthless eyes have become a little more haggard. Yi Ling nodded slightly to the former president and said respectfully, "There are 10 minutes before landing. Can you get ready?" The middle-aged man stared at Yi Ling quietly, and after a while, he smiled sarcastically. "What to prepare? Aren't you all ready? What to do? What to eat? And what to see? Don't they all depend on your mood?" Yi Ling was silent. His father, and he did come to Blue Star to perform official duties. Their official duties were to supervise the former president Lanlan on a 3-day tour of Blue Star. During this period, they could not let Lanlan leave their sight. The president went to such great lengths to send this person to Blue Star, but just wanted to let the other parties see what our mother planet looks like. The people have nowhere to go, and looking for their home planet is almost the obsession of every president. But the former president obviously didn't appreciate it. From the beginning, his attitude was cold and indifferent, and he was sarcastic to everyone. Yi Ling didn't want to say too much. After fulfilling his obligation to notify, he left the room. 10 minutes later, the starship stopped, and the whole starship began to become noisy. Tourists walked to the door in an orderly and excited manner. After the tourists left, Marshall Yi and Yi Ling put on an electronic mask for Lanlan to cover his appearance, and let him out. Their starship was not the first passenger starship to arrive at Blue Star today. Many people had already arrived before, so when they walked out of the starship hall, they saw that the streets outside were almost crowded. Lanlan was strictly guarded by a dozen orderly soldiers in front and behind. Because there were too many people, they walked very slowly. But the tourists around were very happy, as if they had never experienced such a crowded situation during the peak tourist season. Everyone felt very fresh and everyone had a smile on their face. Half an hour later, Yi Ling led the people and finally arrived at a street with fewer people. All the shops on the roadside were open, and the merchants kept shouting to attract customers. Ice cream. Ice cream. Blue Star specialty chocolate sandwich ice cream. Edible chocolate beans professionally cultivated by the Blue Star Cultivation Center. The president said it was good after eating it. Yi Ling glanced at the former president behind him, coughed lightly, and asked his father, "Do you want to eat it? I'd buy it?" Marshal Yi was also very curious and nodded. Okay. Yi Ling went to line up to buy ice cream, because there were more than a dozen ice cream shops in the nearby streets. There were not many people in this ice cream shop. After queuing for a while, Yi Ling bought a bunch of ice cream and came back. Everyone took a cup. Lanlan didn't want it, so Yi Ling forced the ice cream into his hand. The middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face and was about to throw the ice cream away. But at this moment, a familiar girl voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Hey. No. Gooden. There are ice creams for sale here. Do you want some? Lanlan immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw two children wearing electronic masks. One wearing a blue puffy long skirt, and the other wearing a neat black suit. They were holding free Children's Day balloons on the street and were crowding towards the ice cream shop. Lanlan recognized the two children almost at a glance. Marshal Yi and Yi Ling also recognized them. The father and son looked at each other and were about to take Lanlan away. But the little girl saw them first and shouted, "Ah! Brother Zero." In an instant, a lot of people around looked over. Lanlan, wearing a snow-white skirt, lifted the big skirt and rushed towards the familiar big brother like a small rocket launcher. Yi Ling touched his face. Wasn't he wearing a mask? How could he recognize him? The little girl ran very fast, and her soft little body immediately hugged the boy's thigh. Yi Ling was somewhat helpless, seeing the tourists still watching around. She lowered her voice and said to the little girl, Lanlan, keep your voice down. Lanlan raised her head and immediately covered her mouth. By the way, before leaving, her father said that Lanlan and Hey must be very low-key today. Otherwise it will cause a commotion. Hey also came over at this time. The little boy straightened his suit collar, because Uncle Lee had something to do today. He could be a prince. He was so proud. But at this moment, Hey suddenly noticed a sharp line of sight, and the little boy looked uncomfortably towards the middle of the crowd. Hey, isn't this the president from before? At that time in the capital star. He also tried to kidnap himself and Lan Xing. Hey didn't like this person. He pulled Lan Xing's clothes. Let's go. Don't you want to eat ice cream? You have to queue up. Lanlan nodded repeatedly. She was about to say goodbye to Brother Zero. The next second, a cup of ice cream was handed to her. Lanlan looked up in surprise and saw an uncle. This uncle looked familiar, but Lanlan forgot where she had seen him. Yi Ling, Marshal Yi, and other guards had eaten their ice creams, so it was definitely not good to give them to the two children. However, one of them had not eaten it, and his ice cream was still new. Everyone looked at Lanlan in an instant. Lanlan saw the ice cream handed to her by the uncle and waved her hands repeatedly. No. Uncle. Eat it. Lanlan can go buy it. Lanlan has money, the little girl said, holding up the red bag across her body, which contained a bulging bag of change. It was the holiday funds given by her father to Lanlan and Hey. The little girl smiled and curved her eyes. Uncle. Look. Lanlan stared at the little girl quietly. After a while, he handed the ice cream to the little girl again, and his voice was cold and light. Uncle can't eat ice. Lanlan was stunned, and she looked at the ice cream in a tangled way. Marshal Yi said at this time, Lanlan, be good. Take it if it's given to you. Lanlan looked at the grandfather again, and Lanlan recognized him. Lanlan had seen this grandfather before. Lanlan scratched her face with her little hand, and after thinking for a while, she took off the balloon in her hand, and then grabbed the big hand of the ice cream uncle, put the balloon on the uncle hand, and said with a smile, then Lanlan will exchange with the uncle. The little girl took the ice cream, scooped a bite and ate it. It was super delicious. She scooped another bite and fed it to Hey. After Hey ate it with a mumble, he looked at the bad uncle again, and his eyes were still very vigilant. Marshal Yi and Yi Ling still didn't dare to let Lanlan contact Lanlan for too long. Yi Ling coaxed Lanlan and said that he would go to her house in the evening. Lanlan said goodbye to everyone. Until the two children jumped away. Lanlan looked at the Hello Kitty balloon on his wrist and fell silent. Marshall Yi knew his former boss a little bit. And he said to Yiling, "Go buy another cup." Soon, Yiling bought another cup of ice cream. And Marshall Yi handed the ice cream to Lanlan. This time, Lanlan took it and took a bite. He tasted the sweet and unique chocolate flavor. This is a taste that has never been seen in the previous Interstellar. Yiling said at this time, the president built a large seed cultivation center on Blue Star, with constant temperature cultivation and artificial oxygen. The soil was dug from a nearby planet. But the strange thing is that although it is also mutant soil, the fruits grown on Blue Star do not mutate. This chocolate bean is planted and cultivated according to the planting tutorial in the ancient books of Blue Star. The first batch was not very successful, but the second batch was very successful. There are no side effects after eating it. Marshall Yi also said, the original source of the seeds of this chocolate bean was picked from the 2S level black magic stem. According to research, the chocolate tree, also known as the cocoa tree, is actually the black magic stem before alienation. Now the Blue Star Cultivation Center is replanting various mutant vegetation and has cultivated many new edible crops, which are not only extremely high in yield, but also pure and spotless. The Interstellar has lacked food for thousands of years. And because Blue Star has the ability to purify alienated substances, the construction of Blue Star must be carried out with all efforts. When the temperature of the blue planet is lowered, and oxygen and photosynthesis are artificially promoted, when everything is arranged, the blue planet will not only become the home of the interstellar people, but also the granary of the interstellar people. Their mother planet will eventually shoulder the responsibility of nurturing all interstellar people. Agricultural planets are priceless treasures of the universe. The ice cream in his hand gradually melted. Lanlan did not say anything. He just looked at the noisy and lively street scenes around him and slowly raised his eyes. You want to say that he is better than me, right? Yiling did not answer. Marshall Yi said directly, he cares about the people, is not good at wielding power, and only does practical things. There is a fundamental difference between you. Naive. Lanlan sneered. In his opinion, politics is always complicated. People who can't play politics and can only do things are just immature children. They had different ideas. And Marshall Yi stopped talking and just took him on a tour. If he still couldn't reflect on his past behavior after 3 days of traveling, he would have to live in the prison his son had woven for him for the rest of his life. By then, it would not only be his body that would be imprisoned, but also his rigid thinking and self-righteous character. Gooden. Marshmallow. Do you want some marshmallows? On the other side, Lanlan finished her ice cream and started looking at other delicious foods. The streets are so busy today. There are milk tea shops, hot dog shops, fried chicken shops, pancake shops. There are really all kinds of shops. There are so many delicious foods. Hai tiptoed and looked ahead. Aren't we going to the amusement park? Will we waste too much time on the street? Lanlan pouted and pulled Hai close. But Lanlan wants to eat marshmallows. Hai was helpless. Then I go to queue up. Hai queued for 10 minutes and finally bought marshmallows. His marshmallows were in the shape of a blue dog, and Lanlan marshmallows were in the shape of a red cat. Lanlan grabbed the marshmallow and took a big bite. It was soft and fluffy, just like the marshmallows in the past. It was so delicious. After that, the two children ate and walked along the way, and they heard a lot of tourists coming and going. Oh, there is a bookstore here. Wow. Is this what the Blue Star bookstore looks like? So special. Are all these ancient books from Blue Star? Oh, photocopies. Photocopies are also good. I want to buy them. But there is no holographic mode for books on Blue Star. It seems inconvenient. Oh, is it true? Can I scan the electronic code to read the holographic version on the Star Network? Great. I want to buy more. Boss, what is this? TV series? Is it a TV series from Blue Star? How much is this one? 100 interstellar coins. So cheap. Which TV series is the best? For great classics? Complete works of Jin Yong. Okay. I want to buy them all. Boss, how much is this candied Haws? 20 interstellar coins each. I want two. Is this the candied Haws in the TV series on Blue Star? Wow. It's exactly the same. Buy another one. I want to take it home for my mother to eat. Hurry up. The The colorful fountain in the pedestrian street square in front is about to open. Hurry up and take a seat to take pictures. Hanfu shop. That Hanfu shop can rent Hanfu. Wow. I like the ancient costumes from the ancient times of Blue Star the most. I want to wear it. I want to wear it. Auntie, can you give me another balloon? I want the Frog Princess. Thank you. Auntie! Amidst the noise of the crowd, Lanlan and Hei Hei, dressed in Grand Princess and Prince costumes, finally arrived at the amusement park. This amusement park is super big, and there are a lot of people at the door. There is a super large electronic screen at the entrance of the amusement park, which introduces the amusement park's game facilities. Big pendulum, pirate ship, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, carousel, and a zoo behind. In the zoo, you can see many sea-level wild animals with low lethality, because the staff can control the sea-level animals and will not hurt people. So they dare to put them in the zoo. There is also an open wildlife garden behind, with a small number of A-level animals in the wildlife garden. Because the danger is increased, you must sit in a safety car when watching the wildlife garden. And can get off the bus privately. Lanlan and Hei Hei held hands and squeezed through the crowd. They squeezed into a free sightseeing bus and took the bus to the amusement facilities. There was a long queue at the entrance of each amusement facility. Looking forward, it turned out that the queues were not only parents with children, but also adults playing together. Who said that you can't celebrate Children's Day when you are 100 years old? I didn't play these when I was a child. I want to play them all. Ah! The bungee jumping machine is so fun. So exciting. The bungee jumping machine is YYDS. The roller coaster is the most fun game in the world. Haunted house. Haunted house. Who will accompany me to the haunted house? I haven't seen a ghost yet. There are food for sale over there. What is popcorn? Wow. Popcorn is so delicious. Lanlan and Hei Hei squeezed in the crowd and played two of them with great difficulty. Game. And then Lanlan was tired. We queued for half an hour, and we only played for 5 minutes. Hei Hei touched Lanlan's hair and said, "Let's go watch the parade. There's no need to queue." Lanlan's eyes lit up immediately. Yeah. Yeah. The parade was a long line of staff dressed up as cartoon characters, walking through the streets of the park. When Lanlan and Hei Hei arrived, there were too many people watching the parade, and the two children couldn't see inside even on tiptoe. At this time, a tall and strong uncle saw that the two children were not accompanied by adults. So he directly carried them on his shoulders, one in each hand, and held them up to let them see inside. Lanlan was suddenly lifted up, and was very surprised, and said loudly, "Thank you, uncle." The honest uncle laughed. The atmosphere today was so good. Who could resist helping others? Lanlan and Hei Hei had a lot of fun in the amusement park, and so did the others. At night, the amusement park didn't even close. There were night programs tonight, and tourists could go to the theater to watch stage plays and musicals. Lanlan and Hei Hei played until 11 p.m. before leaving. When they were about to take the bus at the entrance of the amusement park to go home, they were interviewed by a reporter. The reporter held the microphone in front of the two children and asked, "Children, which planet did you come from to travel to Blue Star?" Lanlan said crisply, "Death Star." "Oh, it turned out to be Death Star. So what do you think is the most attractive thing about Blue Star after playing for a day today?" Lanlan pointed happily inside. "Everything is fun. Carousel, Ferris wheel, rapids, and cartoon parade." The reporter asked, "What are you going to play tomorrow? Or are you going back tomorrow?" Hei Hei said, "Tomorrow we are going to the museum. There is a huge museum in East City. There are cultural relics of all the relics of Blue Star that have been excavated so far." The reporter smiled. "Wow. You love to study so much. What will you do after going to the museum?" Lanlan said, "Eat. We want to eat noodles with soybean paste, roast duck, wife cakes, steak, sushi, and crazy potatoes." The reporter smiled and gave each of the two children a lollipop to thank them for accepting the interview. After Lanlan and Hei Hei got on the bus, the reporter faced the live camera and said gently, "The playability of Blue Planet is beyond our imagination. During this trip to Blue Planet, we played special entertainment projects that cannot be played on any other planet. We witnessed the glorious past of our mother planet. We can even eat a variety of ever-changing Blue Planet delicacies. What else are you interested in on Blue Planet? Quickly send a barrage to tell me." The barrage was sent out quickly. What the reporter's sister said was good. But her eyesight is not very good. It seems that she is nearsighted? Not only is she nearsighted, but her ears are not working well either. We are interested in everything on Blue Star, but we are worried about the health of the elder sister. Is she too tired? Should she go back to the hotel to rest? The reporter saw the comments and asked the photographer in confusion, "What's going on?" The photographer said with a smile, "The two kids just now said they were from the Death Star. Didn't you figure it out? They must be blue and black." Reporter, Fuck. Missed 100 million. Chapter 123. After 3 days of tourism, tourists began to be sent away from Blue Star in batches. Today's Blue Star cannot accommodate tourists for a long time, so it can only be open for a limited time. Naturally, tourists are dissatisfied with this. I didn't have enough fun. The streets were full of people on the first day. I was busy shopping. It was dark when I was shopping. I wanted to go to the amusement park on the second day. I heard it was fun there. As a result, there were more people on the second day than on the first day. There were queues everywhere. We stayed there for a day and only played 3 games. Me too. The queues were too long. I was thinking about going to the museum at the end, but I didn't go there at all. I did go to the museum. It was huge. There were 5 buildings alone, including the biology building, the cultural building, the clothing building, the history building, the science building, and 2 huge ancient oriental gardens. There were even 4 seasons in the park, with rain and snow. It was so romantic that I couldn't wait to go. Living there, I spent 3 days in the museum, but I didn't finish it. I went there mainly to eat. I wanted to eat delicious food and then go play, but I didn't eat half of it in 3 days. So in the end, it's because I don't have enough time. Such a big city. So many novel and retro things. I can't finish them in a month. How can I finish them in 3 days? Is there any time for travel next time? Will God's birthday be open? The interstellar God's birthday is the day when the God of the universe descends to the interstellar in legend. Although it is just an illusory legend, it is also the source of faith for the interstellar people. God's birthday is an extremely solemn day for interstellar people. It's uncertain. Blue Star doesn't have God's birthday. The 300,000 tourists who came to Blue Star to play basically all left with regrets. However, those non-Africans who didn't get the quota felt a little more balanced when they saw these European emperors with bitter faces in the media live broadcast. It's right. I'm happy to see them unhappy. Wake up, you sour-minded people. They have been playing for at least 3 days. But we have nothing. Humph. So what? It's just Blue Star. I don't want to go there at all. It must be very sunny there. Humph. That is to say, it's just grapes. I don't want to eat them at all. It must be very sour. Compared to these, I am more interested in Blue Star's TV series. I heard that a big company has bought the public screening rights. Journey to the West will be broadcast on Capital TV soon. And it's an immersive version. It's one of the 4 great classics of China. The Journey to the West. What does immersive version mean? Holographic? Yes. Holographic stereo. You could enter the world in the TV series. But after all, it was a TV series thousands of years ago. The original scene at that time was not completely filmed, and the holographic field of view was limited. So it is defined as immersive version, not holographic version. Ah, that's great too. I want to watch it. I heard that the work is a classic. I feel that the book should be more classic than the drama. The 4 great classics of China have been listed as the most protected cultural heritage in the interstellar space. The 4 great classics will soon be printed in the interstellar space. There are many peripherals. I must buy them all home when the time comes. The internet has been buzzing about the Blue Star tourism boom for a month, especially when the 300,000 lucky tourists returned to the interstellar space. The various things about the Blue Star conveyed from their mouths made all the interstellar people fascinated. Under such circumstances, the construction and investment promotion of the Blue Star was naturally a great success. Whether it was the excavation and mining of the Blue Star ruins, the maintenance of the artificial planets, the cost of diverting water sources, and the cost of improving breeding, they all received huge support in an instant. Before, all this money came from the government treasury, and Shu also put all his father's small treasury into it. Now, the investment costs have been guaranteed, which directly solves the subsequent funding problem of the Blue Star in the next 20 years. With money, things are easier to do. More and more engineering teams enter Blue Star. And the excavation progress is getting faster and faster. Even the extradition water pipes have been increased from 1 to 3. Lanlan no longer lives in the starship. She lives in a city called Kongsher by the sea. This city is completely different from Bington City. And it is also arranged as the next open tourist city. The city is not open yet, but the houses have been reinforced. Lanlan lives in an apartment building near the edge of the city. Every morning when Lanlan gets up, she can see 3 huge streams of water falling from the sky outside through the window. And below is the gurgling river that is gradually accumulating. It will take a long time for the river to become the sea, but it seems that it will not take long. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door behind her. Lanlan, who was lying by the window watching the river accumulate, turned her head to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Lanlan was stunned for a moment. The next second, she rushed over and shouted happily, "Warden Dad!" Zhou Qinthai was hugged by his daughter at once. The man smiled faintly, picked up his daughter, and touched her face. "You've grown up a little bit." Lanlan hugged her father's neck. Lanlan is 5 years old. Lanlan has grown 5 centimeters taller than before. Zhou Qin nodded. Yes. 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 According to Yufeng test results, Lanlan was diagnosed with early progeria. Zhou Qin was very worried at the time. But later, Lanlan's rapid growth slowed down. I don't know if it was because the disease eased or for some other reason. But what is certain is that as long as Blue Star is thriving, Lanlan will be healthy. So he chose to support Shu. Many people couldn't figure out why he wanted to support his son after doing everything he could to get rid of Luan. The answer is simple. No politician would be so selfless and go to great lengths to exhaust the national treasury to build a relic star that is not so important to the current interstellar world. Only Shu, with a heart that wants to find an opportunity for agricultural reform on Blue Star, spared no effort to make the development of Blue Star a top priority. If Blue Star is good, Blue will be good. This is the main reason why Zhou Qin chose Shu. Someone also asked Zhou Qin, why doesn't Zhou Qin take that position himself? As long as he wants, he can do it. Is it necessary? Carrying the burden of a country and the responsibility of hundreds of billions of interstellar people on himself. What else can he do after eating? To put it bluntly, who wants to be the president? You haven't been a cow in your previous life. Right? Dad? Are you here alone? The blue-black eyes looked at Dad. But the little eyes glanced behind Dad. Zhou Qin scratched his daughter's nose. Besides Dad, who else do you want to see? Lanlan didn't say anything. Her cheeks were red. Zhou Qin carried his daughter out. As soon as he walked into the living room, he heard a familiar male voice. You are here. So happy. Lanlan's eyes lit up. She recognized the voice. Dad Val. Wall, who was sitting opposite Li Jie, turned his head. The man was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and handsome. He stood up and stretched out his hands directly to his daughter, Lanlan. Zhou Qin put Lanlan down. The little girl immediately jumped into Val's father's arms. Dad! After being picked up by Val's father, Lanlan held Val's father's face again, looked at it carefully again and again, then nodded and said, Dad, illness is all healed. It was not a question sentence, but an affirmative sentence. Lanlan could see that Val's father, who had been drained of his spiritual power before, was now completely healed. Lanlan looked around and asked, Where is Muyu father? Is Muyu father here too? Muyu father was also drained of his spiritual power at that time. On Lanlan's birthday before, she saw Muyu father in the video call. But Muyu father was not fully recovered at that time. Now that Val's father is well, Muyu father must be well too. He didn't come. Val held Lanlan and sat down, saying gently, He doesn't deserve it. Lanlan was stunned. Val was still smiling, but his eyes swept coldly to Zhou Qin next to him, and then glanced at Li Jie, who was sitting opposite. Li Jie frowned and spoke first. It's none of my business. Wall retracted his gaze, his voice cold. Some people are so despicable and shameless. Lanlan, do you know that some people left without saying goodbye and left a lot of mess for me? Do they want to come out again? Do they want to go to heaven? Lanlan, Wall's father is so fierce. Wall's father seems to be angry about something? But what is it? Lanlan looked at the warden father in confusion. Zhou Qin had a calm face and no expression. In fact, since waking up, Val has scolded the few of them who sneaked out, especially Muyu and Inno. Muyu is recovering with Val on the Death Star. and Inno is responsible for taking care of them. These two people have been scolded by Val because they are with Val day and night. Ding dong. At this moment, the clock on the wall rang. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Li Jie, who was used to being a nanny, put down the coffee cup in his hand, got up, went to the kitchen, and prepared breakfast for his daughter. There are now a variety of foods on Blue Star, and Li Jie also learned to cook some. He took out the steamed buns from the refrigerator, put them in the steamer to heat them up, and poured 2 cups of milk. After breakfast was ready, Li Jie called out, Lanlan, go wash up. Val picked up Lanlan and took her to the bathroom. After a while, Lanlan came out after washing up. When passing by Hey Hey room, Lanlan knocked on the door and asked Hey Hey to get up. Although Dadley made breakfast for Hey Hey, if Hey Hey didn't get up by himself, Dadley wouldn't leave any food for Hey Hey. The little boy rubbed his eyes in a daze and came out to open the door. Seeing a guest outside, he was stunned for a moment, then smacked his lips and went into the bathroom as if wandering in a trance. During breakfast, Zhou Qin told them the purpose of their visit to Blue Star. Go to school? Lanlan held a meat bun in her hand and stared at her father blankly. Val sat next to Lanlan and touched the little girl hair. She is 5 years old and has reached the age of preschool. It is different from when she was studying at home. At that time, Val taught casually, and the child had no systematic study. Now, she is at the age of serious study, and should study hard. Lanlan took a bite of the bun and said vaguely, but Lanlan can write a lot of words. Li Jie said, I testify that she has written 3 diaries. Lanlan suddenly stood up and was very angry. Dad peeked at Lanlan's diary again. Li Jie smacked his lips. I didn't read it. I only read it that time, and you found it. I just saw a few notebooks there. Lanlan looked at Li father in disbelief. After a long while, she sat down again with a hum and continued to eat breakfast. Zhou Qin said, in the preschool class, we learn not only words, but also interstellar common sense, the initial use of mental power, etc. Lanlan still relies on instinct to do things now. If she learns more systematic knowledge, maybe she will be able to understand her body structure more clearly in the future. Originally, Hai Hei was the one who knew her best. Zhou Qin glanced at the little boy next to him, who had eaten 5 buns like a starving ghost. But this Hai Hei is also confused most of the time. He knows a little more common sense than Lanlan. But that's just a little. He is semi-illiterate. Zhou Qin said to the little boy, you have to go too. Hai Hei swallowed another bun and said, as a matter of course, wherever she goes, I will go. Zhou Qin, The final result of the discussion is that in August this year, Lanlan and Hai Hei will go to the capital star to attend preschool. They will study in preschool for half a year, and go to elementary school in January next year. Considering that it is easy to cause a sensation after entering the school. The 2 of them were still named Li Xiaolan and Li Guden, and wore electronic masks to enter school. Hai Hei finally rebelled this time. I don't want to be called Li Guden. It was fine to call him that temporarily before. He still called him that name when he went to school. How embarrassing. What do you want to be called? Li Jie didn't think this kid could come up with a good name. Hai Hei thought for a moment. Yuan. Thinking again. Zhou. Lanlan understood it immediately. Yuan means the source of alienation. Zhou means the master of the universe. Yuan Zhou. That's really ugly. Li Jie commented. And then perfunctorily said, whatever you want. The source Hai Hei said was the source of the source. And Zhou was the universe. But Li Jie went to register for school. And he believed whatever he heard. And finally Hai Hei's new name became Yuan Zhou. After seeing his student card, Hai Hei fell into silence. But, never mind. It's better than Li Guden. Capital star first primary school. August 1st. The sky was a bit cloudy. Lanlan and Hai Hei arrived at the school gate in Li father hover car. As expected of the best primary school in the entire capital star, high-end luxury cars were piled up in rows in the parking lot. Because preschoolers don't have to wear school uniforms, Lanlan wore a set of pink overalls today and carried a small school bag in the shape of a kitten on her back. Hai Hei wore the same outfit as Lanlan, a set of black overalls and a white square bag on his back. Li Jie handed them 2 children's water bottles and said, hang them around your neck. The 2 children hung the water bottles obediently. Li Jie checked their student cards again and said to Lanlan, Dad is busy this afternoon, so I asked an uncle to pick you up. He is the uncle I met at home the day before yesterday. Do you remember? Lanlan nodded. Lanlan remembers. He is the uncle who called Dad the captain. Ligia nodded. Well, be good. Go ahead. Do you remember which class you are in? Hey opened the car door and jumped down. Lanlan also moved down slowly, saying, Lanlan remembers. We are in the second preschool class and sit in the third row. Ligia waved to them. And the two children also waved. Goodbye, Dad. When the two children walked into the school gate, Ligia glanced at the other people in the parking lot. Because it was the first day of school, the younger children hugged their parents and refused to enter the school gate. TSK. Ligia was a little disgusted, thinking that his own child was still well-behaved and sensible. And he liked Haihei a little better. The hovercraft drove away from the school, and Lanlan and Haihei walked all the way and soon arrived at the second preschool class. The classroom was full of crying. All children of the same age. Many children didn't know the difference between preschool and kindergarten. When they arrived at school, they found that the school looked different from kindergarten. And there were no friends around them. They were scared all of a sudden. The teachers have arrived. And there is more than one teacher. The teachers are trying their best to coax the crying children. Some parents of the children have not left yet and are reasoning with their children. Lanlan and Haihei sat down in the third row with their names written on them. As soon as they sat down, a busy female teacher came over. Hey, children. You are? Oh, Li Xiaolan. Yuan Zhou. Right. This is your seat. Because the two children were not accompanied by adults. The teacher came over to ask because she was afraid that they would not understand the names on the seats and sit in the wrong seats. Seeing that the two children knew their names and sat in the right seats, the female teacher was moved. Look at these two children. They don't cry or make trouble. How well behaved they are. If only all children were so easy to deal with. Wow. At this time, the little girl who was coaxed by the female teacher before started crying again. The female teacher hurried back to continue coaxing her. She said all the nice things. But the little girl still cried with snot and tears. Lanlan was a little scared. She and Haihei were close to each other. Haihei. Why are everyone crying? Haihei said, because they don't want to go to school. Lanlan didn't understand. Isn't going to school a good thing? Lanlan used to like learning knowledge from Val's father when she was on the Death Star. Haihei sighed, actually. I don't want to go to school either. Haihei was a poor student. He used to fall asleep when Lanlan told a story. Haihei would fall asleep when Lanlan told a serious story. Haihei looked at the little girl in front of him and muttered, only you like reading. And you like writing a diary. Who would write that kind of thing? Lanlan, In the end, it took almost a whole class for the teachers to coax the crying children. Seeing the crying gradually stop, the teachers who came to help were finally able to leave exhausted. And the head teacher of the second preschool class walked onto the podium. The head teacher looked around and saw that of the 20 students in the class, 14 had their eyes swollen from crying, and 4 fell asleep while crying. Only 2 pearls were left, completely normal, and in the mood to read. The head teacher couldn't help but look at the only 2 children in the class who didn't cry or make a fuss. The little boy on the left, wearing black overalls, was reading the newly released Chinese comic book, Monkey King Makes Trouble in Heaven. The little girl on the right, wearing pink overalls, was reading a complete collection of rules and formulas for the preliminary formation of mecha auxiliary parts, manufacturing and core energy blocks. Teacher, question mark. What is she looking at? Right. The teacher suddenly remembered. This little girl seems to be called Li Xiaolan. The principal has specifically told her that she must pay special attention to this Li Xiaolan in their class, and must not neglect her at all. The teacher couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart when she heard that there was a special student in the class before. She was still very worried, afraid that it was a willful and hypocritical little princess in the family of a big boss. Now, at first glance, it is obviously a cute little angel. Li Xiaolan, the teacher suddenly called gently. Lanlan looked up and saw the teacher looking at her. She quickly put the miscellaneous books into the drawer. She stood up with a red face and muttered, "Teacher." The teacher hurriedly said, "Just sit down. Just sit down. The teacher wants to ask you. Do you want to be the monitor?" Lanlan was stunned. Ah? One day after school, Lanlan became the monitor. 1 week after school, Lanlan became the leader of the grade group. After 1 month of school, Lanlan became the grade leader. After 3 months of school, Lanlan became an outstanding student representative. The morning sun shines on the stone steps outside a villa in Shingdong district, the capital. Lanlan, carrying a small school bag and holding a piece of bread in her mouth, hurried out of the house. Just ran 2 steps. Lanlan! The voice of the little boy behind her suddenly sounded. Lanlan turned around, and the bright sunshine hit her sweet and lovely face, making her skin white and translucent. Lanlan took the bread in her mouth and stamped her feet to urge, "Hi hey! Hurry up! The school bus is coming!" The little boy waved the bracelet on his hand helplessly. "You forgot your electronic mask again." The little girl was stunned. She covered her face with her hands, and her dark eyes were full of surprise. "Ah!" The little boy ran up, put the bracelet on the little girl's wrist, and then took her hand. The two ran quickly towards the front of the path before the school bus came. They were still talking while running. "By the way, hi hey, are you going to participate in the Blue Star Entertainment promotional drama performance for the children's group? You can play the Monkey King." "No, it's too much trouble." But Lanlan is the team leader, and Lanlan has to organize 3 teams to represent the school in the competition. "Well, how many teams do you still need?" "Only 1. "Oh, then please sign me up." "Hi hey, you are the best." Someone is coming." "Oh." Lanlan quickly changed her words. "Brother Yuanzhou, you are the best." Hey cheeks flushed. She called me Brother Yuanzhou again. He. The path ahead was quiet and peaceful. The sun in the sky was warm and bright, and 2 small figures walked forward in the morning glow. They were free and happy, and they knew each other and accompanied each other. Even if they reached the end of the universe, they would still walk together, hand in hand, and never leave each other.